I merely pulled out a tenth of Sandyuan ghost note while hailing a taxi. The ghostly driver terrified him to the core. Merely due to the substantial amount of ghost money, he is utterly unable to unlock it. One must be aware of the spectral taxi. Drivers who violate regulations and overcharge shall face dire consequences. However, I possess over 900 million of such paper money. A month ago, an eerie presence descended upon us. Ghost money has become the sole hard currency in the world. 100 ghost coins, casually spent on Falakini. 10,000 ghostly coins. A stunningly beautiful female ghost clamors for her husband. The spatial ring that I adorn. Yet it has encompassed the entirety of the underworld's treasury. Just moments ago, I received an enigmatic invitation to a peculiar task upon my return from rebirth. As a server in the Midnight Diner. Please report promptly at midnight. Bear in mind that the repercussions of tardiness can be quite severe. In the stillness of the midnight streets, deserted and silent, I searched for the silhouette of a taxi. After a 5-minute wait, at last, a cab appeared, gliding towards me. Yet, before I could raise my hand to signal, it came to a halt right beside me. As soon as I boarded the vehicle, I was greeted by a faint scent of blood. On the rear window of the car, there are still several faintly discernible blood handprints. At that moment, the driver suddenly executed a sharp turn, veering into a shadowy alley. Clearly, this is not in the direction of Midnight Diner. I inquired with the driver whether he had mistakenly driven several wrong vehicles. The driver chuckled, indicating that this was an end unknown even to the living. At this moment, the speed of the vehicle surges along the road. The distance was directly extended from 120 yards to 160 yards. Drawing upon the experiences of a previous life, I deduced that this must be the renowned underworld taxi. As a bizarre scene. As long as one does not contravene the rules, survival is attainable. As for the rules, they are quite straightforward. If you possess ghost money, simply make the payment as per the stipulated price. If there is no alternative, one must leap from the vehicle to escape before his speed escalates. The initial speed of the spectral taxi is rather sluggish. Aside from sustaining minor injuries, there are no other significant concerns. However, as the pace continues to accelerate, upon reaching one's destination, it is even possible to surpass the speed of sound. Ultimately, one may either perish by leaping from the vehicle, either be devoured by the ghostly driver. At this moment, the taxi's speed has surpassed 190 miles per hour. The driver spoke again, indicating that we were nearing our destination. Promptly remit payment of 10,000 renminbi. He is convinced that, for humanity, this is undoubtedly a substantial fortune. Yet I sit serenely in the car, utterly still. The malevolent driver grinned wickedly, declaring that I would not survive long enough to disembark unless I paid. With that, he extended his claw-like hand towards me. How could he possibly know that I was devoid of funds? Should I reveal any, would he dare to accept it? He spoke, and then he took out a 10,000 yuan paper offering. The ghostly driver suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. As I had anticipated, the ghostly driver's eyes brimmed with yearning, yet he dared not to seize it. I let out a cold smile. It is merely a short journey of a few minutes, requiring absolutely no more than 10,000 soul coins. Accepting you would constitute a violation of the regulations. The 10,000 silent coins you mentioned are merely a ploy to intimidate the passengers. Should you find yourself silenced, unable to produce such a sum, and thus forego the act of payment, you may proceed to eliminate him. Indeed, the ghostly driver never anticipated that the seemingly innocuous young man before him. He is indeed a formidable figure in the realm of the underground market, compelling one to candidly disclose the fare, which amounts to a total of 11 spirit coins. However, having completed the payment, I did not depart. Instead, I took out a ghostly banknote worth 10,000 yuan. Would you like it? The ghostly driver perceived my actions as a profound humiliation directed towards him. Ghost money is invaluable to humanity. How could one possibly give it away? I chuckled and offered to hire you as my driver. I shall pay you 20,000 ghost coins for a month's service. Excellent performance will also yield a bonus. In the strange apocalypse, the spectral taxi undoubtedly serves as an exceptional means of transportation. Merely because it is prior to reaching the destination. The peculiar nature of its journey renders passengers impervious to any other bizarre assaults. The driver displayed a look of astonishment. He operates a ghostly taxi service here, earning merely over 3,000 phantom coins a month, while frequently delaying the payment of wages. Now, my salary has not only multiplied nearly tenfold, but I am required to serve only one individual. How could such a fortunate circumstance exist in this world? He cast a skeptical glance in my direction. Upon witnessing this, I promptly extracted 60,000 underworld coins from the ring. I can advance you 3 months' salary. He could hardly believe how fortunate he was. The encounter with the affluent magnate led to my immediate employment as a private chauffeur. With the signing of the contract, the ghostly taxi has officially transformed into my exclusive vehicle. The ghostly driver attentively handed over a black mobile phone. The introduction states that there is a red button located above. Simply press the button in this city, and he shall arrive within 5 minutes. After bidding farewell to the ghostly driver, I stepped into the midnight diner. Alongside me, several other female colleagues were also selected. Welcome, everyone, to the midnight diner. At this moment, the manager, Li Xiaoxiao, made her entrance. In order to ensure the smooth progress of everyone's work, it is imperative to adhere to the following regulations. First and foremost, you must unconditionally adhere to my commands. The second visit is made by the guests. Regardless of the requests made by the guests, they must be met unconditionally. Even I must comply. The final working hours amount to 2. During this period, leaving the cafeteria is prohibited. Damaging any items within the cafeteria is not permitted. Otherwise, one shall face severe repercussions. After changing into her work attire, Li Xiaoxiao led us into a private room. Indicate our commitment to providing exemplary service to our esteemed guests. Before me, a peculiar creature was bowing its head, savoring a bowl of soup. The viscous broth trickled from the corner of my mouth, cascading onto the table. Suddenly, he extended his hand and pointed at Zhao Mengmeng, beckoning her to come forth. Please assist me in wiping the soup clean. Zhao Mengmeng was instantly struck with fear, her complexion turning pale. Your body instinctively draws closer to mine. With a pitiful plea, Chen Mu implored, I am filled with trepidation, could you possibly lend me your assistance? As a classmate, I am well acquainted with Zhao Mengmeng's character. Seemingly innocent and charming, yet harboring a profound cunning within. Using her own beauty, she has dated several boyfriends. I wish to offer myself as a sacrifice for him, but it is utterly impossible. Zhao Mengmeng initially believed she could effortlessly manipulate me, yet little did she anticipate that I was entirely impervious to her tactics. Her gaze immediately revealed a hint of resentment. In a state of helplessness, I could only take a deep breath and, gritting my teeth, made my way towards the enigmatic figure. He wiped the corners of his mouth, the foul stench nearly causing him to retch. The enigmatic figure appeared quite pleased, retrieving a slip of paper from their pocket. This is a token of gratuity for you. Zhao Mengmeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. It is essential to understand that in peculiar tasks, ghost coins can resolve numerous troubles. Even those who contravene the rules may find themselves granted leniency. Last week, 100 spirit coins were even auctioned at a price of 100. He gazed at the real name currency in his hand, as if it were a talisman granting him protection. He considers himself to have transcended the level of those of us who are financially destitute. At that moment, he oddly yet suddenly picked up a plate and remarked, I have finished this dish, please assist me in removing the empty plate. The exuberant Zhao Mengmeng did not hesitate, she promptly took the plate and made her way outside. Unaware of the strangely outstretched foot. Indeed, one who follows closely has stumbled to the ground. In an instant, the plate shattered into countless fragments. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiaoxiao swiftly entered the room. Who is responsible for shattering the plate? Zhao Mengmeng's complexion suddenly turned a ghastly white. Quickly glanced at the peculiar scene at the dining table. It is evident that she intentionally tripped Zhao Mengmeng, eager to witness a captivating spectacle. She cast her gaze upon me from a short distance away. The plate lies at my feet. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and pointed at me, exclaiming that it was she who had shattered the plate made entirely of wood. I furrowed my brow, taken aback by the audacity of this woman. However, I am acutely aware that from the moment she framed me for her misdeeds, his demise became inevitable. Are you treating me as a fool? Each room is adorned with an ocular entity, observing your every move with unwavering attention. What have you done? I can see everything clearly. The shelf collapse was a failure. Zhao Mengmeng fell limply to the ground. Yet, in the next moment, she quickly regained her composure, rapidly retrieving the small tip she had just received from her pocket. "I have ghost money," she declared, "along with the shattered plate. I shall compensate you, albeit modestly." A sinister smile. "Are you certain you wish to part with the joss paper in your hand?" Zhao Mengmeng nodded repeatedly, fearing that Li Xiaoxiao might have a change of heart. I observed Li Xiaoxiao receiving the ghost money. Zhao Mengmeng let out a sigh of relief, believing that she had managed to survive. Yet I shook my head, lamenting the fact that he had missed the final path to salvation. Indeed, before Zhao Mengmeng could revel in her moment of relief, Li Xiaoxiao's tone shifted back to one of seriousness. "However, you do not possess enough spirit coins. This transaction requires 20 spirit coins, and I shall take half of your body as compensation." Zhao Mengmeng's eyes widened in an instant, as fear and despair surged within her heart. The peculiar yet satisfied figure by the dining table began to watch the performance. The other girls were equally frightened, their faces drained of color. They discerned that this bizarre moment was derived from a delight in causing the demise of players. The cafeteria exhibits a marked bias against its patrons. Even guests deliberately sabotaged and shattered the plates. They should also be required to provide compensation. Then, with an air of peculiarity, he produced 10 coins and gazed at me. "Come here, this is a gratuity for you." Several girls involuntarily gasped in shock. Clearly, the mysterious figure showed no intention of halting. He had already chosen his second victim. Zhao Mengmeng displayed a gleeful expression, reveling in the misfortune of others, finding a sense of satisfaction in the thought of our shared demise, which afforded him a gratifying sense of vengeance and retribution. Under the gaze of the crowd, he ominously seized another plate and hurled it to the ground. Pointing at the shards scattered on the ground, he remarked to Li Xiaoxiao that the plate had shattered. "I intend to make this fellow compensate for the loss." Gazing upon the visage of a peculiar rogue, class monitor Yi Chushua finally couldn't help but speak. This plate was not broken by Chen Mu. Let him bear the responsibility. Unfairly, however, Li Xiaoxiao paid no heed to the cafeteria. "Obey all commands of the guests. The plate shattered by the guest necessitates compensation from you, thus, you are obliged to recompense." Yet I appeared remarkably composed beside it. I calmly produced the 10 yuan ghostly banknote and extended it towards Li Xiaoxiao. 10 ghost coins are insufficient to cover the expense of the plate. I let out a cold smile. "Who said I am obliged to compensate for this plate?" Several girls exchanged glances at one another. Is he openly challenging the female ghost manager? Has he lost his mind? The formidable Li Xiaoxiao extended her sharp claws, poised to rend me into shreds. "If compensation is not an option, then your demise is the only recourse." Little did I know, I unveiled a radiant smile, requesting your menu, for I wish to order a dish to savor. At this moment, several young ladies have concluded that I am utterly flabbergasted. How could one still ponder over the menu at such a time? However, they soon noticed a subtle change in Li Xiaoxiao's complexion. "Please serve me a plate of peanuts for 10 yuan. The rules dictate that all who come to partake are guests. As a guest, I refuse to compensate for the plate." Li Xiaoxiao never anticipated that I would discern the hidden path to survival within the mission at a single glance. On the ground, Zhao Mengmeng realized the scene before her. Hurriedly, I shouted to Li Xiaoxiao, "Please return my real name currency to me. I shall not compensate any longer. I also wish to place an order." To his surprise, Li Xiaoxiao outright rejected him. "Since you have already provided your real name currency, it is impossible to retract it." Reluctantly, he pointed at me and scolded, "Chen Mu. You were already aware of the solution. Why did you not share it with me, you scoundrel?" A cold smile graced my lips the moment you framed me. Your demise became inevitable. Have you forgotten the first rule? One must faithfully execute the commands of the manager. But when he inquired about who shattered the plate, you deceived him. My words left Li Xiaoxiao utterly astonished. Such meticulous powers of observation are not to be underestimated in this individual. Just as he turned to leave, I called out to him. "Please summon your superior, I have matters to discuss with him." Li Xiaoxiao suddenly became serious. "Our boss is not one to easily step forward. If you have any requests, feel free to communicate them to me, and I shall fulfill them." I smiled gently. "Then, what if I wish to acquire your cafeteria?" Upon uttering these words, the petite Xiaoxiao was rendered utterly speechless. How audacious a human can be, to boldly declare the intention of purchasing the Midnight Diner. It is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Subsequently, it was asserted that all demands of the patrons must be fulfilled. However, I do not possess the authority to engage in the trade of Midnight Diner. In his perspective, it seems that he intends to exploit the guise of a guest to cunningly seize control of the Midnight Diner. I waved my hand in understanding you have misunderstood my intention. I intend to acquire your cafeteria using ghost money. Li Xiaoxiao scrutinized me from head to toe. Although the cafeteria is currently struggling and on the brink of closure, one cannot hope to purchase the entire establishment without at least 10 million ghost coins. How could an ordinary human possibly possess such an immense sum of money? Establish a resilient spirit that remains unperturbed. I promptly retrieved a stack of paper money from the ring. He gazed in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yet, it has already reached at least 100,000. That is equivalent to 2 years of my salary. The previously indifferent demeanor transformed into one of reverence. Mr. Chen, please hold on for a moment. I shall summon our boss immediately. The peculiar diner suddenly became exceedingly despondent. Midnight Diner currently does not maintain high standards. Those who come here to dine are all impoverished souls. 100,000 yuan is sufficient to hire an assassin to eliminate him 100 times. He could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Before long, a skeletal apparition entered the private room. Greetings, esteemed sir. I am the proprietor of the Midnight Diner. I have heard that you wish to acquire this cafeteria. I nodded in acknowledgement. The skeletal boss displayed a fleeting expression of intrigue. It turns out that Midnight Diner has suffered consecutive losses for 5 years. He has long desired to rid himself of this messy situation, yet he has been unable to find a suitable successor. I never anticipated that this individual before me would willingly assume the role of a gullible fool. Suddenly, they began to deceive me, stating that the cafeteria is currently facing some challenges in its operations. The location is excellent. Acquiring it would undoubtedly prove to be a wise investment. Yet, I secretly chuckle within my heart, for he remains blissfully unaware. Eerie apocalypse. A year later, as the bizarre occurrences grow increasingly frequent. Midnight Diner. With the addition of several remarkable chefs, it is poised to flourish in an excellent location, growing ever more prosperous. Ultimately, it evolved into a formidable force renowned across the region, the Nyoya Hotel. I chuckled softly. I hold great optimism for the development of Midnight Diner. Please, just share the numbers. 8 million, perhaps? The skeletal boss tentatively inquired. Or 7 million. In truth, even if the management is lacking. The market value of Midnight Diner is also 10 million. However, the losses are indeed quite severe at present. In order not to miss this opportunity for a transaction, he reluctantly decided to sell at a loss. To his surprise, he also wished to part with it. Not only did I agree in one breath, but I also pledged an additional 500,000, urging him to retain all the employees. Boss Gao was utterly bewildered. The employees' wages have been delayed for over 6 months, amounting to no less than 500,000. An additional 500,000 should be added, allowing them to remain. Furthermore, the salary should be supplemented, amounting to a total of 1 million. I initially contemplated simply rolling up my belongings and fleeing. Let these employees become wandering souls, left to fend for themselves. Mr. Chen casually inquired, "When do you intend to make the payment?" "I shall remit the payment to you immediately." Having spoken, I withdrew 7.5 million from the ring and placed it directly upon the table. The skeletal figure of the boss widened his eyes, gazing in disbelief at the multitude of Ming Dynasty relics before him. I can't help but wonder, have humans become so affluent in this day and age? At the moment of securing the contract, I could distinctly perceive the profound essence of the trajectory. Is this the power of rules that transcends all forces? Should one transgress, even the Demon King must bear an immense cost. As I affixed my signature, a formidable surge of ghostly energy instantly coursed through my being. I have undoubtedly become the greatest boss of the Midnight Diner. From now on, the rules that players must adhere to shall be determined by me. The young women were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chen Mu surprisingly acquired Midnight Diner. As I glanced at the clock, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. he casually remarked, "A fourth rule has been added to this task. At 1:04 a.m., all players may depart from the cafeteria and exit the marketplace to signify the completion of their tasks." At that moment, everyone was filled with profound gratitude towards me. After their departure, I summoned all the staff of the cafeteria. Upon learning that I would be issuing the overdue salaries, they were all filled with exuberance. I hold a spirit coin in one hand, while clutching a contract in the other. Individually enter into contracts with the peculiar employees. With each signature I acquire, I gain dominion over them. Simultaneously, an exploration of their capabilities was conducted. In a bizarre apocalypse, the enigmatic powers can be broadly categorized into 5 distinct levels: Ghost King, Ghost General, Ghost Commander, Ghost Soldier, Ghost Citizen. It is evident that their overall strength is rather lacking. Aside from Li Xiaoxiao and the 2 chefs, they barely reached the level of Ghost Soldiers. The rest are at the level of the ghostly populace. I shook my head in resignation, initially intending to seek out a peculiar entity to forge a pact with. Yet, it is evident that they are not suitable. The contract can only be confined to a peculiar scenario. Once the scene is exited, it ceases to function. I desire a peculiar entity that shall forever heed my commands. The most effective approach is to enter into a contract. After arranging everything, I returned home under the escort of a spectral taxi. Throughout the journey, I found myself deep in contemplation. At this moment, the bizarre apocalypse is commencing. Many concealed items within peculiar scenes remain untouched. Someone has discovered a rare item of the Demon King level, soaring to great heights. It was only after 2 years in the peculiar apocalypse that I commenced my exploration of various bizarre scenarios. The rare items have long since been completely swept away. In the first month following my rebirth into the peculiar apocalypse, I must certainly avoid repeating past mistakes. Suddenly, a place emerged in my mind, the Museum of Mist. Within resides the enigmatic family of the Duke, renowned for their formidable strength. Even the attendants possess the formidable strength of ghostly warriors. The steward has ascended to the level of a spectral master. As for the Duke himself, he is a formidable specter of demotion. It is essential to recognize that the most formidable peculiarities of many small towns often amount to nothing more than mere ghostly descents. In the enigmatic Museum of Mist, a peculiar item of deceptive descent is also concealed. Death of Zhong Kai. It can not only withstand the assaults of specters and their malevolent forces. It can even grant immunity to a single instance of rule violation damage. The cooldown period lasts for a month. Countless formidable beings from previous incarnations have come seeking fame. Despite enduring perilous trials to accomplish the task for the Duke, I was unable to attain the desired outcome. Ultimately, some individuals could no longer contain themselves and resorted to theft and robbery. Yet, without exception, they all perished at the hands of the Duke. Until an individual proposed the direct purchase using ghost money. At this moment, all the talents seemed to awaken from a dream. The Duke was once a fallen noble, in dire need of wealth. I promptly inquired of the driver about the whereabouts of any peculiar shopping malls nearby, as I intended to purchase a few gifts for a visit. Before long, the ethereal taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the Forsaken Mall. The grand entrance was obscured by a layer of crimson handprints, evoking a sense of unease in all who beheld it. The ghostly driver introduced, "This is the most upscale shopping mall among the surrounding cities." As I stepped through the threshold, I felt an abrupt drop in temperature. I couldn't help but shiver. A woman clad in uniform approached with a radiant smile gracing her face. "Welcome to the Fallen Mall. May I inquire if there is anything you require?" "I must emphasize, dear sir, that you should not entertain thoughts of escape. Upon entering here, one may simply purchase their items and depart." I chuckled softly. "There's no need to engage in such tricks with me. If I'm not mistaken, the foremost rule upon entering a shopping mall is that customers who make purchases may depart at their leisure. Since you are already aware, why not hasten to procure some items?" As I stroked my chin, I pondered further. If my intuition serves me correctly once more, one can depart safely even without making a purchase. The woman, when I changed her expression and cautiously glanced at me. I have encountered such rules frequently in peculiar scenarios. The rules merely state that one can depart upon making a purchase, yet they do not specify that one cannot leave without making a purchase. Presumably, the second rule dictates that one shall perish in the decadent marketplace if there are insufficient funds to make a payment. Under your suggestion, I fear that quite a number of individuals have reluctantly made their choices. Regrettably, these individuals either lack hell banknotes or find the items they wish to purchase excessively priced, ultimately falling into your trap. The female ghost smiled helplessly, saying to the gentleman, "You are quite astute. Indeed, numerous unfortunate souls have perished in this place. Since you have already seen through it, please take your leave. I shall not hinder you." I merely shrugged. What I just shared with you was merely an exercise in practice. My true purpose here is to procure some items. Take me to your most luxurious boutique. The female ghost was momentarily taken aback. One might reconsider such an intelligent and composed individual would certainly not voluntarily embrace death. However, even a casual expenditure at the most expensive stores amounts to several 100,000 yuan. I remain skeptical about whether I can truly afford it. Before long, the female specter escorted me to the 6th floor, the pinnacle of the building. He introduced, saying, "This place is filled with the esteemed luxury goods of the ghost realm. As long as one possesses wealth, anything can be acquired." I pondered, having heard in a previous life, that the Duke possessed a cabinet dedicated solely to the collection of fine red wines. After falling from grace, the wine cabinet stands empty. If I could assist him in restocking his wine cabinet, it would undoubtedly win his favor. With this thought in mind, I strode directly into a shop that specialized in the sale of spirits. The saleswoman approached the gentleman with warmth and enthusiasm. "What type of wine would you prefer? We offer a wide selection, including red wine, white wine, and beer. It can also be tailored to your tastes." However, his earnest attentiveness is not merely a matter of politeness. It is merely a conclusion that mankind, in its entirety, is incapable of affording the expense. As long as I perish here, he will be able to receive his commission. Please present to me your finest red wine, elegantly packaged in gift boxes. I desire a total of 100 bottles. The saleswoman, with a knowing smile, chuckled to herself. Indeed, a knave youth. Here, a bottle of red wine costs no less than 20,000 yuan, while the most expensive can reach a staggering 100,000 yuan per bottle. This lad could never possibly afford it.
Soon, the saleswoman had packed everything. It was only at this moment that her true intentions became apparent, as she revealed a cunning smile to Chen Mu, anticipating that he would be unable to pay. "Sir, the total for these 100 bottles of red wine amounts to 3 million. Please make your payment. Or you might have to leave your head here as collateral." Chen Mu produced a stack of cash and replied, "Isn't it just 3 million? I can certainly afford that." The saleswoman barely glanced at him and retorted, "Sir, that is paper money for the afterlife. You must pay the 3 million using ghost money." Just a few days prior, a wealthy heir, much like Chen Mu, had impulsively spent over 1 million. When it came time to settle the bill, he discovered that payment had to be made with the eerie currency from this bizarre world. In that moment, he stood frozen in shock, utterly terrified. The saleswoman believed that Chen Mu was another wealthy heir, possessing much money but lacking the required ghost money from this strange realm. However, Chen Mu was not intimidated. He calmly stated, "Indeed, I am offering you ghost money." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman lowered her head in disbelief, staring at the stacks of cash he had presented. It was indeed ghost money, exuding a potent aura of the uncanny. Now, it was her turn to be stunned, as she stood there in shock. How could this be possible? The bizarre world had only just begun a month ago. How could anyone possess so much ghost money? This person must be extraordinarily wealthy. This scene completely surpassed the saleswoman's comprehension, leaving her at a loss for words as she gazed at Chen Mu in disbelief. After a moment, she regained her composure and quickly changed her tone. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will summon the manager." A transaction of over 2 million ghost money was beyond her authority as a mere saleswoman. It required the intervention of the store manager. Chen Mu remained unhurried, allowing the saleswoman to assist him as he comfortably settled onto the sofa, sipping a freshly brewed cup of red tea while patiently awaiting the manager's arrival. With this single transaction, he had effectively cleared the store's inventory of red wine. The shop had only about 100 bottles in stock, given the exorbitant price of the wine. Even the higher echelons of the bizarre world could seldom afford such luxury. The owner of the Midnight Diner, a being of considerable standing, had not indulged in a bottle of such wine for over a year. Only at the peak of a duke's power could one purchase dozens of bottles at once. Chapter 15. A shopping frenzy as they awaited the manager's arrival, in a bid to alleviate Chen Mu's potential boredom. The salesperson knelt beside him and began to massage his legs. Were others to witness this scene, they would likely be incensed in such an eerie venue. Who would not tread lightly, avoiding the strange and unsettling. Yet here you are, assuming the role of a master amidst the bizarre, allowing the uncanny to pamper you. The disparity between individuals is utterly exasperating. Is there no sense of justice remaining? A few minutes later, the manager of the fallen mall hurriedly approached. A client spending over $2 million was already considered a golden tier customer at this establishment. In the hierarchy of the mall, those who spent $1 million achieved silver status, enjoying VIP services and personal attention from manager. Spending $2 million elevated one to gold status, while the elite black gold tier required expenditures exceeding $5 million. Silver tier clients were few, each a formidable entity in the city. As for gold tier clients, given that the apocalyptic events had only transpired a month prior, even the most affluent had yet to spend $2 million in a single month, resulting in a lack of gold clients. Chen Mu was the mall's inaugural gold customer. The manager placed great emphasis on this distinction. Mr. Chen, congratulations on becoming our first gold customer. Here is your VIP gold card. He presented a card radiating a golden hue to Chen Mu. However, much to the manager's surprise, Chen Mu declined the gold card, saying, "Hold on, my friend, for there is something more pressing at hand. My shopping has only just commenced. Where are your most expensive jewels? Pack them up for me." Chen Mu adhered to the principle that the most expensive is invariably the finest. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. To acquire the best, one must offer the highest price. Upon hearing Chen Mu's intention to purchase jewels, the manager dared not delay and swiftly summoned the most exquisite jewelry the mall had to offer. Before him lay a crystal necklace crafted from enigmatic crystals, emanating a soft blue glow that was undeniably captivating. Regrettably, this necklace bore no special effects, offering no enhancements to defense or attack. Nevertheless, its exorbitant price tag of 1 million underworld coins rendered it irresistible. No woman could refuse such an exquisite piece. Chen Mu decided it would serve as a gift for the Duchess, recalling her fondness for jewelry. However, after the Duke's fall from grace, she had been compelled to sell her treasures to repay debts. Surely, this necklace would bring her joy. After packing the necklace, Chen Mu tossed 1 million underworld coins to the manager, who promptly arranged for the necklace to be beautifully boxed. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mu purchased several luxury watches, each one a considerable expenditure, totaling an additional 2 million. In the span of merely half an hour, Chen Mu had spent over 5 million underworld coins within the fallen mall. Truly, as its name suggests, it was a place of decadence, where money flowed like water. Having meticulously packaged the gifts, Chen Mu placed them into his spatial ring. Upon observing the spatial ring in Chen Mu's hand, the mall manager's eyes sparkled with envy. A spatial ring is a remarkable artifact of the level of a trickster, possessing vast internal space that facilitates the storage of various items with utmost convenience. To possess such a formidable ring, this young man undoubtedly harbors an exceptional identity. It would be prudent not to offend a customer with such an impressive background. After completing his purchases, Chen Mu suddenly felt a sense of appreciation for the mall, realizing that many peculiarities would likely frequent it for shopping in the future. Why not take the bold step of purchasing the entire mall outright? With this thought in mind, Chen Mu addressed the manager. "Is your owner present? I wish to acquire this decadent mall and would like to inquire about its selling price. By the way, make sure to convey that I am not short on funds. Money is not an issue." Upon hearing this, the mall manager was initially taken aback by Chen Mu's substantial financial capacity, only to subsequently reveal a troubled expression. "Mr. Chen, our owner is currently away, and I am unable to make such decisions. However, once the owner returns, I will ensure that your interest is conveyed at the earliest opportunity." Chen Mu paid little heed to this. When he purchased the Midnight Diner, it was because the establishment was still small and its owner lacked significant strength. Tending to the shop daily, The owner of a mall of this magnitude would undoubtedly wield considerable power, likely at least at the level of a trickster. It was entirely normal for such an individual to be away on business trips. Chen Mu thought it best to wait for their return, as the mall was right here, and he could afford to offer a satisfactory price. At this juncture, the manager cautiously inquired, "Mr. Chen, how about this? I can issue you a Supreme Black Gold card." "A Supreme Black Gold card? What is that?" Chen Mu asked, somewhat perplexed. He acknowledged that in his past life, he was rather unsophisticated, well-versed in rules and survival. Yet he had never had the opportunity to engage with such high-end items. "Allow me to explain. In the Decadent Mall, the VIP cards are categorized into silver gold and black gold. Above these three, there exists an even more prestigious card known as the Supreme Black Gold card, which is reserved for the most esteemed guests. Unlike the other three cards, the Supreme Black Gold card not only requires certain spending criteria, but also necessitates that the holder possesses a sufficiently formidable background. The Supreme Black Gold card serves as an affirmation of the guest's noble status. Many peculiarities recognize the esteemed identity of its holder upon citing this card, symbolizing both status and prestige. The Supreme Black Gold card grants numerous privileges. In addition to shopping benefits, it confers additional rights. For instance, Mr. Chen, should you be selected by a small note to participate in the mall's peculiar tasks, possessing a Supreme Black Gold card would elevate you to the role of the mall's ultimate boss during these tasks, allowing you to alter the rules at your discretion. Furthermore, should you wish to explore the mall, we can clear it of other customers in advance, exclusively catering to your esteemed presence. You may also issue a supplementary card to others at your discretion, akin to issuing a check, utilizing your esteemed Black Gold card. Those in possession of your supplementary card can enter the shopping center and enjoy the privileges afforded by the Black Gold card. Furthermore, should you wish to meet our esteemed manager, rest assured that whenever the manager is present in the shopping center, your status as a holder of the prestigious Black Gold card guarantees you an audience at any time. As the manager of the shopping center, I possess the singular authority to issue the Black Gold card. If you, Mr. Chen, are amenable, I shall proceed to grant you one." Upon hearing the manager's words, Chen Mu pondered for a moment and nodded, requesting, "Please assist me in obtaining one." Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly casual request for a Black Gold card represented a coveted aspiration for many, a desire so extraordinary that it often remained unimagined. Chapter 16. A vow of eternal loyalty to the boss soon. A plethora of gifts was meticulously packaged. Chen Mu assessed the items and concluded that he had procured a sufficient quantity. These treasures were all intended as presents for others. With money paving the way and jewels illuminating the path, Chen Mu navigated the shopping experience with finesse. However, he refrained from purchasing anything for himself. Firstly, these items were designated for others. They held no utility for him alone. Secondly, Chen Mu was a staunch pragmatist. Would fine wine, jewelry, or trinkets enhance his prowess? Certainly not. Such items were readily available in the marketplace, easily attainable with sufficient funds. He already possessed ample wealth. What he lacked was strength. If these items could not augment his abilities, what purpose would they serve? Chen Mu was only interested in acquisitions that could bolster his power. And should there be an artifact capable of enhancing his capabilities, he would gladly invest a significant sum. Upon completing his shopping, Chen Mu contemplated and requested the manager to issue him 50 shopping cards, each valued at 5,000 underworld coins. These cards were intended as incentives for the employees at the Midnight Diner, to instill in them the understanding that should they diligently serve Boss Chen, he would not let them go unrewarded. The mall manager, eager to please such a valued client, graciously offered the 50 shopping cards at no cost to Chen Mu, considering the 5,000 credit on each card as a gift from the mall to their esteemed patron. Chen Mu accepted the manager's generosity without hesitation. The manager respectfully escorted Chen Mu to the first floor. As Chen Mu descended, a young lady in a striking red uniform, initially intent on striking up a conversation, reconsidered upon seeing the obsequious manager trailing behind him. She had initially presumed Chen Mu to be merely affluent, but witnessing the manager's personal attention revealed the depths of his background. It was noteworthy that the mall manager was already of considerable strength, and beyond him lay formidable entities. The personal escort of such a distinguished figure hinted at the profound connections Chen Mu possessed. Had she perhaps been too forthright? Did she inadvertently intimidate him upon his arrival? The woman in red regretted not having exuded a touch of feminine allure to entice Chen Mu. A person with such a blend of wealth, mystery, and charm was a rare gem. Aligning with someone like Chen Mu could prove immensely advantageous. Unbeknownst to Chen Mu, merely passing by the young lady had ignited such fervent contemplation within her. Outside the decadent mall, the driver had been waiting for some time. Noticing Chen Mu's delay, he began to feel anxious. Could it be that his boss had encountered difficulties, perhaps detained due to an excessive purchase? However, recalling Chen Mu's generous demeanor, the driver reassured himself that it was unlikely, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. At that moment, Chen Mu finally emerged from the mall. Behind him, the mall manager, accompanied by a cohort of salespeople, bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to the esteemed black gold boss Chen, and we eagerly anticipate your next visit." Upon hearing the term supreme black gold, the driver felt a sudden jolt in his heart. To his knowledge, the highest rank was indeed black gold, which required astronomical expenditures. His former employer was merely at the silver level. This was the first time his new boss had ventured into the corrupted mall, and astonishingly, after just half a day, he had already become a supreme black gold client. Clearly, supreme black gold was even more distinguished than black gold. What on earth was his boss's background to possess such formidable resources? Once Chen Mu entered the vehicle, the driver turned and inquired, "Where shall we head next, boss?" "Let's not rush into work just yet. I have something to show you," Chen Mu replied, retrieving a small, square box from his spatial ring and handing it to the driver. "What is this?" the driver asked, puzzled. "Open it and see. It's a gift for you," Chen Mu said with a smile. As the driver opened the box, he discovered a black watch nestled within. The surface of the watch gleamed with a dark luster, clearly crafted from materials of considerable worth. The second hand ticked steadily, and as he held it, he could feel the mechanical intricacy within. It was undoubtedly of great value. Engraved on the watchband were the words, Guida Chui Fei. Guida Chui Fei, a renowned luxury brand from the Eerie realm, was famous for its exquisitely crafted timepieces. Naturally, the price was steep. The cheapest piece would cost no less than 20,000 Nether Coins. Owning a Guida Chui Fei watch was a dream many in the Eerie community could scarcely fathom. Coincidentally, the driver had a penchant for watches, and he could eloquently discuss the various styles of Guida Chui Fei. Unfortunately, as a taxi driver earning just over 3,000 a month after expenses, he had little to no savings. For him, Guida Chui Fei remained an unattainable aspiration. He could only satisfy his desires with counterfeit versions. Little did he expect that his boss, whom he had known for only a day, would buy him a Guida Chui Fei watch during their first visit to the corrupted mall. Moreover, it was not the entry-level model priced at 20,000, but rather a mid-tier version costing over 50,000. In that moment, the bewildered driver felt an overwhelming urge to cry. As an entity of the Eerie realm, he had lived for decades, always at the bottom of the social hierarchy, forced to wear a smile and never having experienced the sensation of being respected. His previous employer had always carried an air of arrogance, paying him the minimum wage while frequently delaying payments for as long as 6 months. Following the onset of the Eerie apocalypse, the exploitation only intensified, with an increasing workload that compelled him to risk asking passengers for more Nether Coins just to meet his boss's demands. He understood that his former employer had never regarded him with any respect. Thus, when Chen Mu sought to recruit him, he accepted without hesitation. Yet, he never imagined that Chen Mu, his new boss, would give him a coveted Guida Chui Fei watch on his very first day of work. Had his boss been observing him all along, aware of his fondness for watches? It must be so. The boss has always maintained a calm demeanor and possesses keen observational skills. He has undoubtedly noticed his own preferences. It is entirely natural for the boss to recognize his fondness for watches, yet the fact that he purchased one for him was utterly unexpected. In that moment, the peculiar driver experienced what it truly meant to feel respected. Under Chen Mu's leadership, he not only received a higher remuneration, but also, for the first time in decades of strangeness, felt valued. With such a boss, what more could he desire? If he could not devote himself wholeheartedly to his employer, the peculiar driver would consider himself a thankless wretch. Thank you, boss. The peculiar driver managed to suppress his tears, speaking in as normal a tone as possible. I'm glad you like it, Chen Mu replied. Now, for our next destination, please take me to the city's museum. It is said to have transformed into a peculiar scene, the Fog Museum. Yes, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, boss. Chapter 17, The Driver, Devoid of Eyes, exhibited an extraordinary dedication to his employer, propelling the vehicle with remarkable fervor, accelerating beyond his usual pace. In less than 10 minutes, the peculiar taxi traversed the entirety of the city, arriving at the suburban west side. The museum, nestled in this area, was situated adjacent to a vast city cemetery. Through the window, Chen Mu observed the surroundings. Despite it being 11 o'clock in the morning, with the sun blazing overhead, a hazy white mist enveloped the museum in the distance. This fog obscured the sunlight, casting a chilling aura that rendered the museum somewhat eerie and foreboding. It appeared that the museum had succumbed to a strange contamination, transforming it into an uncanny spectacle. The Misty Museum. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. Had he arrived too early? Before the transformation into this bizarre scene, it would have been a futile journey. In this peculiar apocalypse, many strange scenes did not manifest from the outset. Take the Midnight Diner, for instance, which was originally a school cafeteria. Just a month prior to the onset of this uncanny world, it functioned normally, with students dining there after classes. However, 2 days before Chen Mu and his companions received their peculiar mission, the school cafeteria became tainted, morphing into the Midnight Diner at the stroke of midnight. Similarly, the Misty Museum underwent its transformation a week after the peculiar apocalypse began. To reach the Misty Museum, one must navigate a winding road through the woods. As they traveled along this path, the trees overhead completely obscured the sunlight, plunging the road into a dark chill, suffused with a gray, eerie mist. For an ordinary vehicle, even with high beams illuminated, penetrating the fog would prove impossible. Visibility beyond half a meter became non-existent. Under such conditions, one could either crawl at a snail's pace through the dark fog, wary of veering off the road, or disembark and venture forth on foot, groping through the dense mist. Either choice would be a torment, both psychologically and physically. However, seated in the ethereal taxi, Chen Mu was entirely unconcerned. Being an otherworldly vehicle, the ethereal taxi's headlights effortlessly pierced the fog, providing a clear view ahead. Yet, Chen Mu mused that for the eyeless driver, visibility seemed irrelevant. It appeared he did not rely on sight to navigate. This was, in fact, advantageous for Chen Mu, allowing him to observe the surrounding environment clearly. As they rounded a bend, Chen Mu noticed a distinct tire mark on the road, leading off the asphalt and vanishing over the adjacent cliff. It seemed a hapless soul had driven too swiftly in the fog, plummeting down the precipice. If one were to speak of speed, however, the peculiar driver surpassed all. Maintaining an exceptional work ethic, the driver sustained an astonishing velocity, careening around the bend without a hint of deceleration. In mere seconds, they completed the wooded roadway and arrived before the enigmatic museum. Boss Chen, we have arrived at our destination. The peculiar driver turned his head and addressed Chen Mu. Do you truly wish to proceed further? You have not received the ominous crimson note, hence you are not obliged to partake in the bizarre tasks of the Fog Museum. However, I must caution you that should you venture further into the vicinity of the Fog Museum, you will be compelled to engage in these peculiar tasks, and only by surviving them will you be permitted to depart. Acknowledging the peculiar driver's kind warning, Chen Mu nodded in understanding, yet asserted his intent to visit the Fog Museum. Observing the resolute determination in his eyes, the peculiar driver offered, "Perhaps I should accompany you, esteemed sir." Chen Mu waved his hand, graciously declining the offer. The Fog Museum, as a site of the uncanny, is under the dominion of the Duke's family and the peculiar driver. 2. Is an enigma. To approach recklessly may provoke the Duke's wrath. Just as two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, the realm of the uncanny is not to be trifled with lightly. Ultimately, the driver exited the vehicle and respectfully opened the door for Chen Mu. bidding him farewell as he embarked alone towards the Fog Museum. As he traversed through the dense mist, a sense of trepidation enveloped Chen Mu. Truth be told, had he possessed the deathly heavy armor, even in solitude, he would feel a surge of confidence within this disquieting place. It became increasingly evident that possessing strength is of paramount importance, further solidifying Chen Mu's resolve to acquire the artifact. After a few steps, he crossed into the territory of the Fog Museum. Surrounding him was a desolate wilderness, thick fog swirling in the air, and the temperature plummeted, causing involuntary shivers. The Fog Museum loomed ahead, its architecture reminiscent of a medieval European castle, with several black crows circling above, occasionally emitting chilling cries. Outside the grand entrance of the Fog Museum stood a few individuals clad in modern attire. Chen Mu was not surprised. If his conjecture held true, these individuals had received the Crimson Note and were reluctantly bracing themselves to engage in the bizarre tasks. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman, all exhibiting signs of anxiety and fear. One man, in his 40s, bald and portly, caught Chen Mu's eye. He recognized him as the locally renowned businessman, Wang Defu, frequently featured in the local newspapers. When the bizarre apocalypse descended, even the affluent could not escape its grasp, all trembling beneath the shadow of death, except, of course, for those with ample ghost currency. In addition to Wang Dafu, there were 2 young men, one with dyed yellow hair and the other with green, clearly companions. The last was a young woman, stylishly dressed in revealing attire, heavily made up, trembling in Wang Dafu's embrace. Judging by her age, she could easily be his daughter. However, Chen Mu understood that she was likely Wang Dafu's mistress. Upon noticing Chen Mu's arrival, they all turned to him in unison. The 2 young men, spotting a peer, hurriedly greeted him, seemingly eager to recruit him into their ranks. "Hey, did you also receive this bizarre task called Fog Museum?" one of the young men inquired. But Chen Mu remained silent. Experience had taught him that in bizarre missions, the concept of friendship was a mere illusion. Not only acquaintances, but even brothers bound by blood could turn against one another. Betrayal and treachery were commonplace in such perilous tasks, and often, a companion could prove to be more terrifying than the very anomalies they faced. It was only during the initial onset of this strange apocalypse that individuals entertained the notion of forming teams, believing that camaraderie would enhance their chances of survival. Little did they realize that such naivety often led to the swift demise of the hopeful. Noticing Chen Mu's reticence, the 2 young men, feeling disheartened, turned away and resumed their conversation, disregarding him. Meanwhile, Wang Dafu's mistress gazed at Chen Mu with palpable fear. "Darling, are you frightened? Do not worry. I have faced far greater storms than this, and I shall take care of it," Wang Dafu uttered, attempting to soothe the woman in his embrace. Even as his own voice trembled, the mistress pointed at Chen Mu, her voice quivering. "I just saw him get out of a taxi." But the driver of that taxi. At this juncture, terror flickered in her eyes. That driver had no eyes. Chapter 18. The Museum of Mist. Upon hearing the words of the third party, Wang Dafu was taken aback. Not only, but even the 2 individuals with yellow and green hair were equally startled. Could it be that the taxi driver had no eyes? Was the taxi driver somehow strange? Who would dare to ride in a bizarre vehicle? Could it be that the newcomer, Chen Mu, was also peculiar? Instantly, all eyes turned towards Chen Mu. However, at first glance, Chen Mu appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any eccentricity. Strange skin would exhibit a cold, ghastly pallor. Yet, Chen Mu's skin was delicate and rosy, clearly indicating he possessed body heat, ruling out any notion of him being uncanny. How could a person with warmth be considered strange? Once it was confirmed that Chen Mu was not peculiar, a slight sense of relief washed over the group. Nonetheless, they couldn't help but notice that his demeanor seemed somewhat unusual. To put it succinctly, Chen Mu exhibited an excessive calmness, with his hands tucked into his pockets. He stood still, surveying the 4 with a detached gaze, before continuing to stand there serenely. His composure starkly contrasted with the trembling individuals around him. This young man did not resemble someone experiencing an uncanny scenario for the first time. His tranquility left Wang Dafu feeling somewhat inadequate. He sensed a distinctly different aura emanating from Chen Mu, one forged through countless brushes with death, an essence not typical of someone his age. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Chen Mu furrowed his brow and spoke softly, "Stop staring at me. If I were truly strange, would you still be standing here alive? Rather than speculating about my identity, perhaps you should contemplate your own survival in the forthcoming task." His words, laced with a hint of arrogance, were delivered with an air of calmness. The individual with green hair scoffed at Chen Mu, turning to the yellow-haired companion beside him. "Humph, this guy is such a fool, trying to act cool even in a bizarre task." The yellow-haired one nodded in agreement. "Right? We try to recruit him, but he puts on airs and refuses. Out here, without the support of brothers, we'll see how he survives in this strange mission. Those who try to go solo often meet the swiftest demise. But as brothers, we'll look out for each other and ensure our survival." Wang Dafu also felt a twinge of annoyance. He reassured the third party in his arms, "Fear not. He is merely an arrogant young fool. The youth often lack skill and resources, emboldened by naivety. Stick with me, and the resources I possess far surpass what this young one can offer." Upon hearing Wang Dafu's words, the third party felt considerably calmer. Reflecting on Wang Dafu's immense influence and ability to navigate any situation, admiration flickered across her face. As a woman in her early 20s, she willingly played the role of Wang Dafu's third party, drawn by his extensive resources and connections. Having faced misfortune by being selected for the eerie task of the Museum of Mist, she initially believed her fate was sealed. Yet, unexpectedly, Wang Dafu was also chosen. She had heard that Wang Dafu, leveraging his connections, had expended significant resources to acquire extremely rare ghost coins. With these coins in hand, it was said that one could navigate the bizarre tasks with remarkable ease. This brought a sense of reassurance to the mistress. To prevent Wang Dafu from abandoning her, this morning she employed all her charms to ensure his comfort. She hoped that Wang Dafu, possessing ghostly currency, would lend her a hand during the bizarre task. "Dear Dafu, you must spend your ghost money with me. I adore you so much. You cannot forsake me," she cooed playfully. "Of course, how could I ever abandon you? As long as you remain obedient, once this peculiar task concludes, I shall divorce and marry you," Wang Dafu reassured her. He had spent several million to acquire ghost money, which he was currently concealing in his trousers. The reason for this choice was primarily due to the fear of theft. Pockets of jackets and trousers felt too insecure. Should someone casually swipe it, he would incur significant losses. After much contemplation, he concluded that the groin was the least likely place for discovery. Hence, he had a pocket sewn into his underwear specifically for storing his precious ghost money. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, keeping a distance, overheard their conversation. He mused that perhaps after purchasing the Midnight Diner, he had ascended in status to that of a bizarre citizen, along with an enhancement of his hearing abilities. The revelation that Wang Dafu possessed ghost money surprised him. Considering Wang Dafu's status, it was entirely plausible that he had expended a hefty sum to acquire several hundred ghost coins. However, what Chen Mu was unaware of was that Wang Dafu's ghost money consisted merely of a single 10-value coin. Had he known, it would have certainly elicited laughter from him. Ghost money is indeed valuable, but attempting to bribe a duke with just 10 ghost coins? What a preposterous notion. Presenting 10 ghost coins would likely offend the duke instead. It would be wise for Wang Dafu to keep them hidden in his trousers throughout the entirety of the bizarre task, lest it yield adverse effects. At that moment, Chen Mu felt something new in his hand. Looking down, he discovered a blood-red slip of paper had appeared there, seemingly out of nowhere. This did not surprise him. He had ventured into the realm of the Misty Museum. Even if he had not received a bizarre task previously, it was inevitable now. Bizarre task. Misty Museum. Task description. Deep within the dark mountains, shrouded in mist, lies an ancient museum. Each night, eerie screams emanate from this dilapidated establishment. Those who approach the museum claim to sense a strong metallic scent of blood. The Duke, once an exceptional bizarre general, has retired from the battlefield, seeking refuge here with his family and servants. The ancient museum has become the residence of the Duke's family. You are a friend of the Duke. Having heard of your old comrade's seclusion, you have come to pay a visit. The warm-hearted Duke's family has prepared a delightful dinner to welcome you. After days of arduous travel, you have arrived at the Duke's doorstep. The butler awaits your arrival at the entrance. Please proceed to knock on the grand door. The butler will grant you entry, and you will partake in intriguing games and a cozy dinner. Oh, the Duke does not appreciate tardy guests, so please make haste. As Chen Mu perused the small note, the others had already approached the grand entrance of the Fog Museum. Before them stood a door that was both ancient and imposing, exuding an architectural style reminiscent of a castle. In Chen Mu's memory, the museum did not possess such an exterior. It was evident that with the transformation into this eerie scene, the outer embellishments had similarly undergone a change. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Green Hair stepped forward and rapped upon the door of the Fog Museum. As he knocked, Huang Hair, who fancied himself a loyal comrade, quietly retreated a step, concealing himself behind his so-called brother. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open from within. Through the narrow gap, an aged and pallid arm emerged. Chapter 19. A Precious Gift. The excited old steward. It was evident that a peculiar hand had emerged, causing a subtle shift in the expressions of those present. Aside from Chen Mu, it was their first encounter with the bazaar. As the grand door swung wide open, the owner of the arm stepped forth, a white-haired, sharply dressed figure clad in a steward's attire. This eccentric old man was the Duke's steward. Another group of guests has arrived. Please come in, he announced with a warm tone, though his demeanor remained composed and unflustered, lacking the fervor typical of a host. It was clear that the old steward was merely extending a formulaic welcome to this new batch of visitors. The reason for his restrained hospitality was all too apparent to Chen Mu. The influx of guests had been overwhelming, since the venue transformed into a peculiar setting. 2 to 3 dozen groups had visited within a mere fortnight. The steward's initial enthusiasm had faded into a state of numbness from the sheer volume of visitors. Furthermore, the image of these guests did not sit well with him. It is commonly understood that one should not visit empty-handed, as it reflects basic courtesy and respect. This principle held true even in strange circumstances. Yet, each of the recent groups had arrived devoid of gifts, demonstrating a blatant disregard for etiquette. In truth, the old steward had misjudged these individuals. They were here to undertake bizarre tasks, clinging to life on the brink of death. Bringing gifts was hardly a priority. The mere possession of a few knives for self-defense was already a nod to the peculiar nature of their situation. The steward reminisced about the time when the Duke was in his prime. Every guest arrived bearing an abundance of gifts. Even he, the old steward, had benefited from receiving hundreds of ghost coins. It was a lamentable fall from grace, as the Duke's downfall had led to such rudeness among visitors. Green-haired, yellow-haired Wang Dafu and Xiao San entered in succession. Due to the steward's eccentricity, the group regarded him with trepidation, avoiding eye contact as they kept their heads down and maintained a respectful distance. This behavior, however, only reinforced the steward's feelings of alienation and disdain. Another group of discourteous guests, the old steward shook his head in resignation, preparing to close the door. At that moment, he suddenly noticed one last guest lingering outside. Chen Mu stood at the threshold, a broad smile adorning his face. "Why haven't you come in yet? If you don't step inside soon, I shall close the door and you may never enter again," the old steward remarked, his brow furrowed, lacking any hint of courtesy. To remain outside the door meant failing to complete the bizarre task, leaving one with no choice but to await their demise. It was evident that the steward held an equally unfavorable impression of Chen Mu, who was also among this group of guests. "Please, do not be angry. I am here now." Chen Mu chuckled, taking a few steps forward to enter the grand hall, standing smilingly before the old steward. "You should hurry and take a seat in the hall. Why are you standing before me?" "Don't hinder me from closing the door," the steward replied. "Since this is my first visit, I hope you do not take offense at my intrusion. Here is a small token of my appreciation. Consider it my apology." Chen Mu offered graciously. Chen Mu spoke with impeccable precision, while simultaneously retrieving a small box from his spatial ring, which he cheerfully handed to the old steward. A spatial ring? The steward recognized its significance at a glance. Anyone possessing such an item undoubtedly held a distinguished status and a notable background. Witnessing Chen Mu's thoughtfulness in presenting a gift right away, the steward's brow relaxed, and his impression of the young man improved significantly. This young gentleman is quite remarkable, possessing both a prominent background and impeccable manners. Oh, it's nothing at all. No need for such formality, the steward replied, his face breaking into a benevolent smile as he accepted the small box from Chen Mu. He gently opened it, glancing inside. The sight that greeted him was nothing short of astonishing. Within the exquisite, luxurious box lay a remarkably crafted watch, Guida Guifei, a pinnacle brand in the realm of luxury goods. Having witnessed many treasures in his time, the steward immediately recognized that this watch was of considerable value. A high-end piece from Guida Guifei, priced at over 100,000 underworld coins. At that moment, the steward's emotions transcended mere shock. It was well known that during the Duke's zenith of power, the guests who visited would present gifts valued at only a few hundred underworld coins. Only once had he received a gift worth 1,000 underworld coins. A watch of this caliber, valued at 100,000, could only be bestowed upon him by the Duke himself during his prime. Moreover, given that the Duke had long since fallen from grace, and he was merely an old steward, how could this young man possibly present him with such an extravagant gift? Wait, could it be that the gift was mistakenly given to him, intended for the Duke instead? Contemplating this, the steward quickly closed the box and returned it to Chen Mu, saying, "Surely, there has been a mistake. This gift must be intended for the Duke. I am merely a steward, unworthy of such a precious item." To his surprise, Chen Mu, with a beaming smile, placed the gift back into the steward's hands. "There is no mistake. This gift is indeed for you. You have devoted much of your life to the Duke's service, and I hold great admiration for your dedication. This small token is merely an expression of my gratitude." Upon hearing that the gift was genuinely meant for him and receiving Chen Mu's commendation, the steward's spirits soared. He regarded Chen Mu with newfound respect, finding him increasingly agreeable. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, although I am but a steward, my words carry weight within the Duke's household. Feel free to be my guest. I assure you, you shall depart the Fog Museum unharmed. Should you sustain even the slightest injury, it would be a reflection of my inadequacy in hosting you." The steward vowed with utmost sincerity, promising Chen Mu his safety amidst this peculiar setting. Chen Mu believed in the steward's words. He indeed held a certain standing. Even if Chen Mu were to offend the Duke, the steward would ensure his safe departure. "By the way, Mr. Chen, are those individuals accompanying you? If so, I can extend my hospitality to them as well. I encountered them purely by chance, and we are strangers to one another," Chen Mu replied. Chen Mu is no saint. It was evident that those individuals bore ill will towards him. How could he possibly leverage his goodwill to assist them? In other words, the mere fact that Chen Mu refrained from allowing the old butler to inconvenience them already positioned him as a benefactor within this peculiar endeavor. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, the old butler grasped the underlying meaning. Since those individuals were unfamiliar with Chen Mu, there was no need for him to extend any courtesies to them. Cautiously stowing away his watch, the old butler graciously gestured for Chen Mu to follow him. "Mr. Chen, please come this way. Those individuals are already seated in the hall." The Duke swore he would commence shortly, preceded by a light-hearted game to entertain the guests before the feast. Chapter 20. Hide-and-seek minigame. Chen Mu meticulously recalled, within the recesses of his memory, that he could not quite remember any mini-games ever being present in the Fog Museum. He had visited once before, arriving well past 8 in the evening, when the Duke's banquet had commenced without delay. Could it be that his early arrival permitted different tasks at varying times? This seemed plausible. Under the guidance of the elderly butler, Chen Mu made his way to the Duke's parlor. The parlor had been ingeniously repurposed from the museum's ground floor. Inside the museum, an array of artifacts was on display, including medieval short swords, knights' helmets, and yellowed parchment, all exuding a sense of antiquity. The entire ground floor of the museum was bathed in a warm yellow hue, the overall ambience dimmed, illuminated only by one or two fireplaces casting a faint golden glow. At this moment, 4 other individuals were already awaiting in the hall. They stood in the center, beneath a European-style chandelier, their demeanor a blend of vigilance and curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. Upon noticing the elderly butler's arrival, their gazes converged upon him, for in their eyes, he was unmistakably a minor boss within their quest. Yet the unfolding scene rendered them utterly speechless. The elderly butler guided Chen Mu to a quaint sofa, inviting him to take a seat. With a courteous smile, he inquired, "Mr. Chen, would you care for a beverage? We have hot water and black tea." "I shall have some black tea, please," Chen Mu replied with a nonchalant tone. "Very well, please hold on for a moment." Moments later, the elderly butler returned, balancing a tray upon which rested a delicate teacup. He placed the cup beside Chen Mu, lifting the lid to reveal steaming black tea. Chen Mu took a sip. It was indeed a drink meant for humans, not for the peculiar, and thus it was quite palatable. The others stood in astonishment, witnessing Chen Mu leisurely savoring his tea, casting doubt on whether he was there to undertake a life-or-death mission or simply to enjoy a holiday. How could the butler's impeccable service be so exclusive? Why was there tea only for him? After all, they were all participants in this eerie endeavor. Why such a stark disparity? 10 minutes elapsed, and as Chen Mu finished his tea, the elderly butler reappeared. He surveyed the group and spoke. "Esteemed guests, the Duke's banquet is still being prepared. To assist in passing the time, the Duke has graciously organized a mini-game for your enjoyment. This mini-game is called Hide and Seek, to ensure a delightful experience. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. The game will commence in 5 minutes and will last for 2 hours. Once the time is up, the game will conclude automatically. 2. Upon the game's initiation, museum security will be dispatched. They will patrol the museum, and any intruders will meet their demise. Be vigilant, and do not allow the security to discover you. 3. During the game, please remain on the ground floor of the Fog Museum. Should you venture beyond this boundary, death will certainly follow. If, by unfortunate chance, you are discovered by the security personnel, please do your utmost to evade them. However, in the process of evasion, refrain from touching any of the museum's exhibits. Aside from the ground and the walls, all immovable objects constitute the Duke's collection. The exhibits are not to be moved or touched. Anyone who dares to do so shall face the Duke's wrath. These are the rules of the game. Prepare yourself, for it is about to commence. After the old steward spoke, he revealed a sinister smile to the group and departed from the first floor. In the vast museum, only Chen Mu, Wang Dafu, the woman, and the green-haired and yellow-haired individuals remained. The mechanical clock on the wall ticked away, and the group fell into a contemplative silence, diligently recalling the steward's rules. The atmosphere began to grow eerie, the temperature in the air gradually dropping, and the floor becoming damp, as if something was about to emerge. The woman clung tightly to Wang Dafu, hoping he could save her. Yet, Wang Dafu was equally vulnerable, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He admitted that this game was more exhilarating and nerve-wracking than any business battle he had ever faced, for the stakes were his very life. Green-haired and yellow-haired individuals were in no better predicament. They had heard that in a bizarre task, one must adhere strictly to the rules. Moreover, they had learned that some rules concealed the path to survival. If one could uncover this path, even the most daunting task could be navigated with ease. However, discovering such a path was not something just anyone could achieve, particularly since the surreal apocalypse had only just begun, and everyone was a novice. Finding a way to survive was akin to scaling a mountain. "Brother, this old steward is exceedingly ruthless. The rules are far too stringent, leaving us no avenue for escape," the green-haired one lamented, his tone laced with dread. "Indeed, it's reasonable that the exhibits cannot be touched. But aside from the ground and walls, everything immovable is an exhibit. Does that not imply that while hiding, we cannot even touch cabinets or sofas? How are we to proceed?" The yellow-haired individual also wore a grim expression, finding the task's rules excessively harsh, even suspecting that the old steward had it in for them. In stark contrast to the group's palpable tension and fear, Chen Mu appeared remarkably composed. At that moment, he was meandering through the museum, contemplating and carefully observing the environment while the game had yet to begin. This was a hallmark of a seasoned player. Rather than wasting time lamenting their fate, he chose to survey the surroundings, thereby enhancing his chances of success. Although the old steward had assured him of survival, Chen Mu was diligently seeking a pathway to safety. He understood, well, that if he refrained from engaging his mind for too long, his experience would swiftly dwindle. Should he encounter exceedingly challenging rules in the future, his prospects would be dire. As Chen Mu pondered the game's rules, he acknowledged their severity and the immense pressure they imposed upon humanity. The prohibition against touching the exhibits implied that when confronted by security, he could not retaliate with nearby objects, but would instead have to hide passively, all the while being cautious not to brush against tables or chairs. In such circumstances, concealing oneself for 2 hours proves exceedingly challenging. No, there must be a glimmer of hope. Based on Chen Mu's experience, the path to survival is often concealed within the stringent rules. If one cannot discern this path, the harsh regulations will lead one to demise. However, with ample experience and wisdom, if one can glimpse the way to survival, these very rules may assist in preserving life. Thus, what do these stringent rules truly signify for me? Just as Chen Mu was deep in contemplation, the clock on the wall suddenly emitted a dull sound. 5 minutes had elapsed. A chill descended. A faint white mist began to materialize within the museum. Amidst the ethereal fog, it seemed as if something was about to emerge. The game commences. Chapter 21. The method to remain unconquered. Such a bizarre sight sent a shock of terror through Wang Dafu's mistress, prompting her to scream in a piercing voice that echoed throughout the museum. The sharpness of her cry startled Wang Dafu, who wondered if her loudness was an attempt to draw the attention of security. "Don't drag me down with you," he thought, as he swiftly struck her to silence her. Meanwhile, 2 young men with green and yellow hair began to seek refuge. The entire first floor of the museum was shrouded in a veil of white mist, within which dark figures occasionally emerged. Some were human, while others were strange security guards. On the other side, Chen Mu furrowed his brow. From the shadows obscured by the mist, he deduced that there was more than one peculiar security guard, with their numbers exceeding 2. This eerie task proved to be quite challenging. Based on Chen Mu's past experiences, if those 4 individuals failed to find an escape route, no more than 2 would survive. The mortality rate exceeded 50%. If they could uncover a hidden path to survival amidst such stringent circumstances, Chen Mu believed his abilities would significantly enhance. 1 minute into the game, the security guards began to emerge from the fog. The first to appear was a grotesque figure that resembled a decaying corpse, clad in tattered security attire. Its body was severely decomposed, revealing its innards. With each step it took, putrid pus oozed forth, mingling with a nauseating stench that made one want to retch. This foul odor jolted Wang Dafu back to reality. He turned to follow the scent, and was met with the ghastly visage of the security guard, its gaping maw dripping with menace. "Damn it," Wang Dafu cursed, acting on impulse as he shoved his mistress towards the creature, while he himself turned and fled. It was only after being thrust forward that she realized the gravity of the situation. Staring incredulously at Wang Dafu, she could hardly believe his heartlessness. Mere minutes before, they had exchanged vows of eternal loyalty, and now everything had changed. Like birds of the same feather that scatter in times of peril, this scene illustrated the darker aspects of human nature amidst an eerie apocalypse. With no other option, the woman stumbled to her feet, her overwhelming fear triggering a surge of adrenaline that quelled her trembling limbs, propelling her to escape in another direction. Fortunately, the peculiar security guard pursued Wang Dafu, granting her a brief moment to catch her breath. Meanwhile, the duo of yellow and green-haired men found themselves in a precarious situation. Blocking their path was a skeletal security guard. "Brother, hold your ground. I'll flank it from behind for a surprise attack," Yellow Hair said gravely to his steadfast companion. Green Hair, nodding in agreement, Green Hair, having been by Yellow Hair's side for over a decade since childhood, felt a profound bond with him. Despite the fear gnawing at him, he gritted his teeth, choosing to stand firm and divert the skeleton guard's attention. The yellow-haired one patted his comrade on the shoulder, preparing to maneuver to the rear and launch a surprise attack on the skeletal guard. As the skeletal guard drew ever nearer, the green-haired one felt a tremor in his legs. He fixed his gaze intently on the back of the skeletal guard, hoping his ally would emerge from behind and deliver a fatal blow. However, moments later, the green-haired one found himself cornered against the wall, and the yellow-haired one had yet to appear. "Are you waiting for that yellow-haired fool?" The skeletal guard taunted. "I see it clearly. He ran past me. He never intended to ambush me. He merely aimed to lead you to your demise so he could escape." Upon hearing this, the green-haired one remained skeptical. But as the skeletal guard approached closer, despair washed over him as he realized he had been betrayed by his comrade of 10 years. "How could you betray me?" He cried out in anguish, but before he could utter another word, his body was torn apart by the skeletal guard. Hearing the cries behind him, the now distant yellow-haired one wore a mocking expression. "At this point, you still believe in your so-called comrade? A comrade is merely someone to betray you." Meanwhile, Chen Mu stood before a clock, his expression serene. As he observed through the mist, a strange guard drew closer, yet he displayed no signs of panic or evasion. After 5 minutes of deep contemplation, Chen Mu gazed at the clock, and clarity struck him like a sudden revelation. Exhibits, immovable objects, none may touch. The Duke's punishment, each vital clue strung together in his mind, forming a necklace of understanding. Reflecting on the stringent rules, Chen Mu realized the truth. Indeed, behind the harsh regulations lay the path to survival within a task. The exhilaration of emerging from such dire straits filled him with an indescribable delight, and he gazed at the approaching enigma with a hint of anticipation. As the shadow and the fog drew nearer, Chen Mu took a deep breath and made an exceedingly unusual decision. He remained motionless, like a statue. This was the path to survival he had discerned. The secret of survival lay hidden within the 6th rule. Exhibits must not be moved or touched. Anyone daring to do so shall face the Duke's punishment. At first glance, this rule seemed designed to restrain humans, preventing them from touching the exhibits and complicating their hiding. Initially, Chen Mu too was bewildered by this rule, deeming it excessively harsh, thus raising the task's difficulty. However, he understood that the more stringent the rule, the more likely it concealed a loophole. Indeed, upon deeper reflection, he uncovered the nuance within the rule. Anyone daring to touch it, the critical point being anyone. This anyone included not only humans, but also the strange guard. In other words, even the skeletal guard could not touch the exhibits, lest they incur punishment. This contained an exhilarating implication. Within this game of hide and seek, humans could stand invincible. How can one remain invulnerable, eluding the grasp of the enigmatic security personnel? The answer is deceptively simple. Transform oneself into an exhibit. But is it truly feasible to become an exhibit? Chen Mu has discovered that it is indeed possible, and the method lies concealed within another rule. Chapter 22. Sir, your T, the 5th rule states, with the exception of the ground and walls, all immovable objects are the Duke's exhibition pieces. At first glance, this seems to confine human activity, as individuals are prohibited from touching anything other than the ground and walls. However, upon a more profound reflection, this rule subtly implies a metaphor, transforming individuals into exhibits. If a person remains motionless under this rule, they become an exhibition piece in the Duke's museum. Therefore, in light of these regulations, Chen Mu deduced a pathway to survival. When confronted by the peculiar security guard, there is no need to flee or hide. Standing still will render one an exhibit of the Duke. The bizarre guard cannot touch the exhibition pieces, thus, they are incapable of seizing you, let alone capturing you. By remaining stationary for 2 hours in this game of hide and seek, one can secure an undefeated position, living comfortably until the conclusion of the game. However, Chen Mu also sensed a distinct undercurrent within the newly established rules. For the first time, the task guidelines introduced a form of inducement. Inducive rules are designed to lead players into making mistakes, thereby obstructing their quest for the correct path to survival. For instance, the 4th rule states, if regrettably discovered by the security guard, please evade them to the best of your ability, but in the process of evasion, refrain from touching the museum's exhibits. This is a quintessential example of an inducive rule. It implies that when encountering the odd security guard, one should do everything possible to evade them. Naturally, evading requires running and moving, which contradicts the stillness required to become an exhibit. Should a player place undue faith in this rule, they risk missing their chance at survival. As the time in this strange apocalyptic scenario extended, the difficulty of the bizarre tasks gradually intensified. Chen Mu silently acknowledged this. After all, he had experienced the trials of the past. Having endured a prolonged period in the strange apocalypse, tasks had become exceedingly challenging and grotesque. Inducive rules? Such trivialities. There were even self-contradictory rules and outright erroneous ones. Once, Chen Mu faced an exceptionally arduous task that consisted of 23 rules. Absurdly, all 23 were incorrect. Believing in even one would lead to doom. One could merely await their demise. To seek a path to survival, Chen Mu had to extrapolate hidden routes from the erroneous rules. By analyzing several incorrect pieces of information, he would piece together contradictions and deduce the implied routes to safety. This was a dual test of both physical and mental endurance. Yet he persevered. Thus, the current game of hide and seek appeared to Chen Mu as mere child's play. With 2 hours allocated for the task, he discerned the pathway to survival almost immediately upon its commencement. Confident in his findings, he believed that the route he had identified in this task of moderate difficulty would not lead him astray. Therefore, as he observed the peculiar security guard advancing towards him, Chen Mu maintained an expression of calm composure. As anticipated, the enigmatic security guard halted at a distance of 1 meter, merely gazing at Chen Mu without daring to advance. Chen Mu stood before it, yet it refrained from approaching him. This was the exhilarating clarity of discovering a path to survival. Once one comprehends the secrets of this path, navigating through bizarre tasks becomes as effortless as swimming through water. After a prolonged stare, the peculiar guard, feeling a sense of trepidation towards Chen Mu, chose not to act against him. For under the current rules, Chen Mu had become an exhibition piece of a duke. It dared not eliminate Chen Mu. After a brief standoff, the strange guard turned away, preparing to depart. Chen Mu finally exhaled in relief, for it was evident that his hypothesis regarding the path of survival was indeed accurate. However, before he could fully relax, he suddenly felt a hand patting his back. To his astonishment, this hand was pallid and cold, unmistakably not human. It was a bizarre hand. An anomaly was touching him. How could this be? Chen Mu's expression shifted. According to the rules, he was an exhibition piece, and the strange entities were forbidden from touching such items. Could it be that his deductions were flawed, leading him to an erroneous conclusion about the path of survival? This thought plunged his heart into despair. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, an eerie voice emanated from behind. "Sir, your tea?" "Yeah, what tea?" Chen Mu was utterly bewildered. The peculiar entity approached, revealing itself before Chen Mu. It was not a guard but rather a servant, adorned in formal attire, holding a tray. Upon the tray rested a steaming cup of tea. "The steward was concerned you might be parched, so I have brought you a cup of hot tea. The Misty Museum is chilly and damp. Please take care to keep warm, Mr. Chen. Those peculiar guards cannot harm you. Should you wish to withdraw from the game, you may leave at any time." After delivering this message, the servant placed the warm tea beside Chen Mu. Observing the scene, Chen Mu realized that this entity was not a guard, but rather a steward of the Duke, come to serve him tea. Wait a moment. What an odd turn of events. While others faced life-and-death uncertainties in the bizarre mission, he was receiving special treatment, enjoying hot tea and the freedom to depart at will. A game of hide-and-seek. It was labeled a game, yet for Chen Mu, it seemed to be the only genuine game. To be honest, this was the first time he had experienced such special treatment. Previously, in the realm of the bizarre apocalypse, he had been destitute, much like the others, facing unpredictable dangers. How could he have ever enjoyed such hospitality? Ah, how delightful it is to possess ghost money in a bizarre apocalypse. Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, not far from Chen Mu, Wang Dafu's mistress was stumbling towards him in a panic. After becoming separated from Wang Dafu, she had been hiding alone within the Misty Museum, trembling with fear, her arms bruised and battered from scraping against the floor. Little did she expect to encounter Chen Mu here. She was initially prepared to approach him, seeking his assistance in her plight. Unexpectedly, before she could approach, she witnessed Chen Mu being encircled by two peculiar entities. In front of him stood an eerie security guard, while behind him loomed a bizarre attendant. Just as it seemed Chen Mu was destined for demise, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The uncanny security guard, wary of Chen Mu, hesitated and retreated. Even more astonishing was the fact that the bizarre attendant presented Chen Mu with a cup of hot tea. It appeared they had come to serve him. Observing her own disheveled appearance contrasted with Chen Mu's calm composure, she felt the stark disparity of this strange, apocalyptic world. The chasm between individuals was unfathomably vast. The image of Chen Mu in her eyes transformed from that of a young, insignificant man to an enigmatic and formidable presence. In comparison, Wang Dafu seemed utterly feeble. Despite Wang Dafu's usual arrogance and his unassailable status, in this surreal apocalypse, he was swiftly reduced to his true self. If Wang Dafu could not be relied upon, perhaps it was time to seek a different ally. With this thought, she glanced at her own figure, tousled her hair, and adjusted her top, striving to enhance her allure. She contemplated using her feminine charm, hoping that perhaps Chen Mu might take notice of her. If she could align herself with Chen Mu, surely she would thrive in this bizarre world. Unbeknownst to her, in Chen Mu's eyes, her subtle maneuvers were merely trivial displays of cleverness. Chapter 23. The vast disparity among individuals. After neatly arranging his attire, the alluring woman approached Chen Mu with a captivating demeanor. Chen Mu had already discerned her intentions, and as she drew near, a flicker of wariness ignited in his gaze. "Handsome, I see you are alone. At such a vigorous age, do you not find solitude rather lonely?" She sidled up to Chen Mu, unabashedly embracing him, despite not even knowing his name. In an instant, Chen Mu comprehended her motives. It was clear she sought a protector. Alas, he found himself disinterested in her garish makeup, preferring a more innocent allure. More importantly, he perceived that this woman appeared less than pristine, raising concerns about potential ailments. Ah, the specter of syphilis looms, he mused, with a bizarre apocalypse upon them. Societal order had disintegrated, and medicinal supplies became increasingly scarce. Thus, avoiding illness became a vital strategy for survival in this strange new world. Chen Mu recalled a notorious figure from before his rebirth who had contracted syphilis. This individual had navigated perilous missions, only to succumb to the very disease that plagued him. Chen Mu had no desire to follow in those footsteps. "Perhaps you should seek out Wang Dafu," he replied coolly. "There's no need to ponder. I will not expend my resources to assist you." He dismissed her without hesitation. Simultaneously, the scruffy young man crept cautiously towards Chen Mu. Having endured betrayal from a close friend, his demeanor was one of exhaustion. Sweat poured from his brow, rendering him far more disheveled than the woman beside Chen Mu. Upon seeing Chen Mu's composed appearance, complete with a steaming cup of fragrant tea, his spirit ignited with indignation. Here was Chen Mu, impeccably dressed and unperturbed, even enjoying the company of a woman. "Is this a joke? We are in the midst of a perilous mission." He seethed inwardly. "I nearly lost my life, resorting to betrayal to survive, yet you seem to revel in comfort. Are you here for a life-and-death mission or merely a game?" Though Chen Mu, it appeared to be a game of hide and seek, effortlessly attracting the attention of Wang Dafu's mistress. The chasm between individuals. The intensity of the young man's frustration rivaled that of the woman's earlier disappointment. What capabilities did this enigmatic youth possess to thrive so contentedly? With this thought, he approached Chen Mu step by step. Chen Mu, already aware of the young man's presence, gently pushed away the woman who clung to him, his eyes sharpening with vigilance. Even before the mission commenced, he had perceived the ruthless nature of this young man. He was no benevolent soul. Chen Mu had an uncanny ability to gauge character, often discerning an individual's essence at a glance. As anticipated, before half the mission had elapsed, the companion of the young man had vanished without a trace. Chen Mu could surmise that the green-haired individual had met a grim fate, and the circumstances surrounding his demise were undoubtedly intertwined with the young man's actions. Regarding such dangerous individuals, Chen Mu has always been proactive in keeping his distance to avoid entangling himself in trouble. Naturally, if the brash youth were to provoke him with any ill intentions, Chen Mu would not hesitate to retaliate. He is acutely aware of a fundamental truth. If one fails to eradicate the roots of a problem, it will inevitably resurface. Brother, you seem quite formidable. Perhaps you could take me under your wing, the youth suggested, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he addressed Chen Mu as brother. Chen Mu's response was lukewarm. He would never accept someone so treacherous as a subordinate. That would be akin to inviting a wolf into one's home. If I were to instruct you to meet your demise right now, wouldn't you be obliged to comply? Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. The brash youth was momentarily taken aback by Chen Mu's retort, rendered speechless. Coincidentally, the third party had also been rebuffed by Chen Mu. Observing her figure, the youth felt an urge and extended an invitation to team up with her. Isolated and without support, having been cast aside by Wang Dafu and disregarded by Chen Mu, she reluctantly accepted the youth's proposal after some contemplation. As they stealthily evaded security, they ventured deeper into the misty museum, hoping to discover a suitable hiding place. Watching their departing figures, Chen Mu remained indifferent. At least they possessed the sense not to provoke him. In his eyes, such allies were of little value, and there was no need to become entangled with them. Meanwhile, the peculiar servant returned to the old steward, holding an empty tray. How did it go? The hot tea has been served, I trust? We must not neglect our esteemed guest, the steward remarked, stroking his prestigious watch, expressing high praise for Chen Mu's understanding. It was evident that the exquisite watch had significantly enhanced the steward's impression of Chen Mu. Sir, the tea has been delivered. During my errand, an odd security guard spotted Chen Mu, yet he did not flee. Instead, he remained motionless. His expression was calm, far from that of someone paralyzed by fear. Thus, I surmise that he has already discerned the path to survival, the peculiar servant reported. He has discovered the path to survival? The steward was taken aback. The essence of survival in such a task lay in remaining still. He had not anticipated that Chen Mu would uncover the means of survival so swiftly at the onset of the task. It appears Mr. Chen possesses remarkable wisdom. The steward reflected, glancing at his watch with increased perplexity. Initially, he had presumed Chen Mu lacked strength and had gifted him the watch to facilitate his own survival in the enigmatic task. However, the reality was quite the contrary. Before the steward could extend any assistance, Chen Mu had already identified the path to survival. With such wisdom and capability, why would he need to offer gifts? Especially such a valuable one. Could it be that the old steward suddenly had a revelation? Might Chen Mu genuinely wish to befriend him and cultivate their relationship? Indeed, that must be the case. One relationship is built on mutual exploitation, while the other has ascended to the realm of true friendship. Certainly, the latter touches the old steward's heart more deeply. Chen Mu is indeed a good man. He has gone so far as to present such a precious gift in pursuit of friendship. It has been a long time since he encountered such a sincere companion. There is a saying, dusk witnesses the devout believer. Even in the Duke's downfall, he is still willing to forge a friendship. This bond of camaraderie, the old steward willingly embraces. This friend, the old steward has firmly resolved to cultivate. Unbeknownst to Chen Mu, the old steward's self-strategizing is remarkably astute. The task has merely commenced, yet he has already considered Chen Mu a friend. This is quite advantageous for Chen Mu, as it will facilitate the acquisition of the death-heavy armor. After all, as friends, requesting a level of cunning artifact from the Duke should not be deemed an excessive demand, should it? Chapter 24. Why are you so comfortable? Go, deliver some pastries to Mr. Chen, the old butler instructed the servant. When it comes to treating one as friends, mere tea is insufficient. One must also present exquisite pastries. Thus, within the Mist Museum, an intriguing scene unfolded. Chen Mu reclined leisurely on the sofa, with a steaming cup of tea to his left and a platter of delicate pastries to his right. One could easily mistake his demeanor for that of a vacationer. As for the peculiar security personnel, they wisely chose not to disturb Chen Mu. After all, they earned their keep under the Duke's command. Who would dare to inconvenience a distinguished guest of a Duke? Life is too precious for such folly. While Chen Mu enjoyed his leisurely respite, the others were not so fortunate. On the opposite side of the Mist Museum, the yellow-haired man and the mistress formed a clandestine alliance, nervously evading the watchful security guards. Wang Dafu, burdened by his corpulent frame, was also cautiously concealing himself. It was clear that none of them had discovered a viable escape route. As time passed, the intensity of the security searches began to wane. Had they maintained the same rigorous approach as at the game's onset, everyone but Chen Mu would have surely perished. The challenge presented by the Mist Museum was not quite so merciless. After half an hour of stealth, with no signs of security appearing, both the yellow-haired man and the mistress breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, the most arduous phase of the task had passed. Now, they could finally relax and await the task as conclusion. Once they settled into a more comfortable state, the yellow-haired man began to entertain ulterior motives. He had long harbored a desire for the mistress. Now, confined together and having just endured a life-and-death ordeal, he felt an urgent need for release. The mistress, fully aware of his intentions, was willing to comply to secure his assistance in the forthcoming challenges. After all, she had engaged in such affairs numerous times before. However, what she did not disclose to the yellow-haired man was that her previous escapades had left her with numerous ailments. Whether he would contract any illness remained a matter of fate. With the security presence diminished, the Mist Museum was eerily quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard from afar. Thus, even from a distance, Chen Mu could discern the commotion caused by the yellow-haired man and the mistress. Even for someone as seasoned as Chen Mu, the audacity of their actions was astonishing. How could they be so reckless as to engage in such antics during a perilous task? Did they seek an expedited demise? It is vital to remember that within a bizarre task, myriad dangers lurk. Even the most experienced individuals must remain vigilant at all times. In these scenarios, survival is paramount. To engage in frivolous behavior, risking distraction, and the inability to detect impending danger, one could only wonder whether they were bold or simply ignorant. Based on Chen Mu's experience, this round of hide-and-seek represented a classic pressure-driven task. This meant that at the onset, extreme pressure would be exerted, with numerous bizarre security personnel appearing, making the task exceedingly challenging. This phase would last approximately 10 minutes, after which the difficulty would abruptly decrease for over an hour, with bizarre security essentially vanishing. In such moments, even if a player lies on the ground asleep, awakening will not lead to demise. However, do not be deceived into believing this is a manifestation of strange conscience. On the contrary, it is a treacherous ploy. The true trap lies ahead. 10 minutes before the task concludes, the difficulty will surge dramatically, surpassing even the initial challenge. A multitude of enigmatic security personnel will suddenly appear. Due to the player's relaxed demeanor, they often fail to perceive the imminent danger, resulting in frequent fatalities. This is the truly insidious nature of the task. Time ticks away, with only 10 minutes remaining until completion. Indeed, as Chen Mu anticipated, the difficulty escalated abruptly. At that moment, Wang Dafu was concealed in a corner, his hour of tranquility rendering him even more vigilant. After all, Wang Dafu was a businessman, having navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for decades. Far more cautious than Huang Mao and Xiao San. This caution saved his life. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he discerned a black silhouette emerging from the mist behind him. Enigmatic security. Without a moment's hesitation, his heart raced, and he hastily fled in another direction. Huang Mao and Xiao San, however, were not so fortunate. Xiao San lay in Huang Mao's embrace, whispering sweet nothings, hoping to elicit more care from him. Huang Mao, ever agreeable, responded readily, as such promises cost him nothing. He had made countless similar pledges before. Suddenly, Xiao San gasped, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed behind Huang Mao. "What is it?" she exclaimed, alarmed. Huang Mao, slightly irked, glanced back. That fleeting glance sent chills down his spine. Enigmatic security. An ominous figure loomed behind him. "Run!" Huang Mao shouted, preparing to escape. Yet in his panic, he realized he had been far too relaxed. He had not even donned his trousers. Those few seconds of delay could prove fatal. As the enigmatic security drew nearer, Huang Mao glanced at Xiao San, gritted his teeth, and shoved her toward the security's direction. "Oh, what are you doing?" Xiao San was taken aback by this sudden betrayal, stumbling to fall at the feet of the enigmatic security. "If someone must perish, it certainly cannot be me." By this time, Huang Mao had managed to put on his trousers and fled without looking back. Xiao San could hardly fathom that within a mere 2 hours, she had been betrayed by 2 individuals. Raising her gaze, she saw the enigmatic security towering over her, a mocking expression etched upon its visage. The next moment, blood splattered. 10 minutes can feel neither long nor short. For Chen Mu, it was merely the time to sip half a cup of tea. For Wang Dafu and Huang Mao, however, it felt like an eternity. At last, as the heavy chime of the clock sounded, the 2 hours came to an end. The game of hide and seek concluded. The white mist gradually dissipated, the temperature within the museum slightly warming, and the damp stains on the floor began to fade. Exhausted, Wang Dafu and Huang Mao returned to the hall. In the grand hall, Chen Mu savored the last sip of tea and the final morsel of pastry, elegantly wiping his hands with a damp cloth. Elegance is indeed timeless. One cannot deny that the Duke possesses discerning taste, for both the tea and pastries were delightful, constituting a commendable afternoon tea experience. Observing Chen Mu contentedly indulging in his afternoon repast, Wang Dafu and Huang Mao cast envious glances his way. We're on the brink of exhaustion, and yet you indulge in such refined leisure. Is there no justice in this world? They lamented. All of us are embroiled in this bizarre task. Why should you enjoy such comfort? Chen Mu regarded Huang Mao and Wang Dafu, silently calculating. Aside from himself, it amounted to 4 individuals participating in this game of hide and seek. Clearly, only 2 had emerged unscathed, a mere 50 survival rate. This peculiar task had proven perilous indeed. Disregarding the jealousy emanating from Wang Dafu and Huang Mao, Chen Mu thought, your misfortune is not of my making. If blame is to be assigned, let it be to this bizarre apocalypse, not me. Moreover, the 2 survivors were hardly virtuous, having betrayed their own comrades. Only the despicable could thrive in such a grim world, a testament to the moral decay wrought by this strange end times. At that moment, Huang Mao finally comprehended why Chen Mu had been aloof and reluctant to form alliances before the task commenced. It seemed Chen Mu had long grasped that camaraderie was an illusion in this bizarre endeavor, where survival hinged on a ruthless game of life and deceit. What, then, was Chen Mu's true identity, that he possessed such profound insight into this peculiar apocalypse? In that instant, though Chen Mu had remained passive, his persona took on an air of enigma in the eyes of the 2 men, who regarded him with a newfound wariness. Furthermore, the glances exchanged between Huang Mao and Wang Dafu were fraught with distrust and vigilance. No one dared to broach the subject of forming teams any longer, each wary of the other, fearful that they might be the next to be betrayed. At that moment, the old butler arrived. He surveyed the disheveled figures of Wang Dafu and Huang Mao, juxtaposed with the composed demeanor of Chen Mu, and spoke slowly. Esteemed guests, the game has concluded. I trust you found the game of hide and seek to your liking. The Duke has prepared a sumptuous banquet for you on the 2nd floor. Once you partake in the evening feast, you shall be free to depart from this place. Please follow me. The banquet is about to commence. Chapter 25. This gift is too precious. At long last, the banquet was upon them. Chen Mu immediately felt invigorated. His performance at the soir would determine whether he could procure a rare item of the elusive tier, the death-heavy armor. The mere thought of such an extraordinary artifact ignited a fervent desire within him, an item capable of defying the established rules. In this bizarre apocalypse, rules are an unassailable force. No matter how formidable one may be, the rules cannot be transgressed. Even the most formidable of bizarre bosses can merely modify the rules to their advantage. They cannot kill outside the bounds of established regulations. Moreover, such modifications are only effective within the bizarre scenarios they control, which must always allow a path for players to escape. As for those who dare to defy the rules, whether human or aberration, they must face dire consequences. No one can withstand the power of the rules, except for the death-heavy armor. As far as Chen Mu understood, the death-heavy armor was the singular item capable of resisting the force of the rules. Chen Mu was indeed powerful, possessing an astronomical wealth of ghostly coins. Nonetheless, he could not guarantee that he would never inadvertently breach the rules. should he find himself in a precarious situation and unwittingly transgress even once. The death-heavy armor would become his trump card for survival. This card must be secured. Under the guidance of the steward, they arrived at a staircase. Ascending the stairs, they reached the second floor of the Fog Museum. This expansive hall served as the venue for the Duke's receptions. The steward addressed the group. There are certain regulations to observe during the Duke's banquet. Please refrain from violating them. Otherwise, the Duke will be quite displeased, and the consequences could be severe. 1. You must show politeness to the Duke and Duchess, avoiding any insulting behavior. 2. You cannot refuse the food offered by the Duke. You must consume it all. Failure to do so will result in punishment. The Duke does not favor excessive rules. Thus, only these two stipulations exist. Please adhere to them diligently. Once again, they faced an enigmatic task. Chen Mu furrowed his brow. It appeared that the Fog Museum was far from ordinary. A bizarre scenario involving a game of hide-and-seek, followed by a banquet, two peculiar tasks. With that, the steward led the trio into the banquet hall. Chen Mu meticulously observed his surroundings. The hall was adorned with an ornate European-style chandelier, exuding a classical charm, with candles flickering atop it. In the center of the hall stood a crystal long table, set with fine cutlery and more candles. The old steward guided them to the table, assigning them their seats. Chen Mu was positioned at the head, nearest to the Duke's main seat. This was a gesture of hospitality from the steward, facilitating conversation between Chen Mu and the Duke. Conversely, Wang Dafu and Huang Mao were seated at a distance, clearly positioned as ordinary guests. After a brief wait, the Duke and Duchess finally arrived. The Duke's attire was a quintessential embodiment of medieval European style, exuding an air of aristocracy. Upon closer inspection, one would note his face was pallid and cold, a quintessentially strange countenance. The Duchess, garbed in a voluminous gown, similarly embraced the medieval aesthetic. However, the Duchess appeared remarkably beautiful, in her 40s, with an enduring charm. Guests had traveled from afar, and I had prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone. The Duke and his wife wore formal smiles, clearly accustomed to this routine. Without excessive pleasantries, the Duke instructed a nearby servant to present the evening's feast. A peculiar group of servers, adorned in blood-stained aprons, brought forth dish after dish to the dining table. As soon as the dishes were placed, Chen Mu detected a strong metallic scent of blood. His expression shifted. The food tonight was decidedly abnormal. Indeed, the plates were filled with crimson broths, floating with chunks of flesh and eyeballs, and even severed limbs. Wang Dafu and Huang Mao nearly retched on the spot. What on earth is this? This must be food for the grotesque. Gazing at the limbs, eyes, and bits of meat before them, Wang Dafu and Huang Mao's faces paled, desperately resisting the urge to vomit. They exchanged glances, struggling to fathom how they would manage to consume such repulsive offerings. "Allow me to serve you your portions," the Duke said with a smile. At that moment, Chen Mu suddenly interjected, "Duke, Duchess, please hold on. Before the dinner commences, I have a few gifts to express my sentiments. These gifts are not particularly valuable. I hope you will pardon me." With that, Chen Mu reached into his spatial ring to retrieve the presents he had prepared. A flicker of delight crossed the Duke's eyes. With so many guests present, finally, there was one who demonstrated thoughtfulness. Moreover, it appeared this guest had considerable background. Possessing a spatial ring, Chen Mu produced two small boxes from the ring, presenting them to the Duke and Duchess in turn. The Duke casually opened the box. Having held his esteemed position for many years, he was well acquainted with various treasures. Since Chen Mu claimed the gift was not valuable, the Duke held no high expectations, merely appreciating the sentiment behind it. However, upon opening the box, the Duke's countenance shifted dramatically. The exquisite verdant gem, a limited edition watch, valued at 1 million Nether Coins. The Duke stared at Chen Mu in shock. Is this what he considers not valuable? The enigmatic Nether Coins are not something one acquires casually. Presenting a gift worth tens of thousands of Nether Coins during an initial meeting is already considered quite generous. Could this young man be so affluent that his definition of value differs? To offer a gift worth 1 million Nether Coins as a mere introduction. It must be noted that even at the peak of his career, the Duke had only received gifts in the range of 70 to 80,000 Nether Coins. Chen Mu's initial offering was a verdant gem worth 1 million Nether Coins. Meanwhile, the Duchess, upon opening her small box, displayed an even greater astonishment. As the Duchess, the gifts she received were typically of lesser value than those meant for the Duke. Guests predominantly presented gifts to the Duke, with the Duchess receiving mere trinkets worth a few thousand Nether Coins as a token. Yet, she never anticipated that Chen Mu would present her with a crystal necklace valued at 1 million Nether Coins. Chapter 26. Is this possible? The Duchess, well-versed in the ways of the world, immediately recognized that the exquisite crystal necklace had been procured from the Fallen Mall, a high-end shopping destination in the realm of the bizarre. In her past, the Duchess frequently accompanied her affluent companions to this very establishment. However, even with her esteemed status, she often found herself overwhelmed by the exorbitant prices within. The crystal necklace, which she had once coveted, became a source of hesitation upon revealing its staggering price tag of 1 million underworld coins. Despite the Duke's high rank, his earnings as a military general did not afford him a vast fortune. Moreover, with a large family to support, including staff such as butlers, servants, and attendants, the financial demands were considerable. Thus, the Duchess was seldom able to indulge in extravagant purchases. After a month of internal struggle, she ultimately relinquished her desire for the necklace. Now, with the Duke's fortunes diminished, the necklace seemed even more unattainable. Yet, the Duchess could hardly fathom receiving such a delightful gift at tonight's banquet. Prior to his rebirth, Chen Mu had recalled the Duchess's preferences, selecting a gift that would surely please her. Instantly, the atmosphere at the table transformed. The Duke donned a beaming smile, gazing at Chen Mu as if he were a cherished comrade. The Duchess, too, radiated joy, her expression toward Chen Mu resembling that of a mother contemplating her future son-in-law. "Come, my lady, do assign some food to Chen Mu," the Duke requested. Chen Mu understood the implication. The Duke was subtly granting him leniency. The rules stipulated that food distributed by the Duke must be consumed in its entirety. However, there was no such requirement for the Duchess as allocations. In other words, the unappetizing dishes could be entirely avoided by Chen Mu. The Duke, being a man of distinction, could not be as overt in his generosity as the old steward. Chen Mu marveled at the Duke's finesse. Even in granting leniency, he displayed remarkable skill. The Duke, perceiving that Chen Mu was aware of his subtlety, felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the mark of an astute individual. A young man so wise, generous, and seemingly well-connected would surely make for an excellent ally. As the Duchess reveled in the joy of receiving the necklace, her admiration for Chen Mu only deepened. Unbothered by the Duke's understated generosity, she openly indulged in her favoritism. With a clap of her hands, she summoned the servants to present a selection of cakes for Chen Mu, clearly indicating that the distasteful offerings should be kept away from him, lest they offend his sensibilities. Favoritism, indulgence. The Duchess's expression practically bore these words. This sudden shift left Wang Dafu and Huang Mao in stunned disbelief. What? Is this how it's done? A spark of inspiration ignited in Wang Dafu's mind as he recalled that he still had 10 underworld coins tucked away in his pocket. The spirit money, indeed, is a precious treasure. Wang Dafu had heard from others that in this bizarre apocalypse, the most valuable possession was spirit money. As long as one held spirit money, the oddities would kneel before them. Thus, Wang Dafu had expended great resources, depleting over a decade's worth of connections, to finally acquire 10 pieces of spirit money. Now, it was time to put it to use. What worthless trinkets was Chen Mu holding that could rival the value of his spirit money? Clearly, Wang Dafu believed that spirit money was unparalleled in worth, considering all other possessions as inferior. Chen Mu produced 2 gifts that could delight a duke and duchess, and Wang Dafu thought, if he presented something even more precious like spirit money, wouldn't he the duke kneel before him in admiration? With this thought, Wang Dafu cleared his throat and stood up. "Your Grace, Your Excellency, I have a gift of even greater value for you both." He then boldly reached into his trousers in full view of the crowd. To everyone's astonishment, he produced something soiled and smelly, presenting it before the Duke as if it were a prized possession. The Duke glanced down, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. "What the hell? 10 spirit coins. Are you trying to humiliate me? Though the Duke had fallen on hard times, he was still a noble among the oddities. After all, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. He possessed hundreds of thousands of spirit coins. What did Wang Dafu mean by presenting a mere 10? It was an affront. What further insulted the Duke was that Wang Dafu had the audacity to pull these 10 spirit coins from his trousers. Such a shocking display left the Duke flushed with indignation. The butler, noticing the Duke's embarrassment, immediately shouted to the nearby attendants. Anyone who dares to insult the Duke at this banquet should be taken outside and executed. Without hesitation, the attendants seized Wang Dafu and began dragging him downstairs. Wang Dafu was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't they said spirit money was the most valuable? Was it true that even the oddities had to kneel before it? Why was his experience so different? Why was he being dragged out for presenting his 10 spirit coins? Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Dafu's outrageous antics. It was indeed shocking. After Wang Dafu was taken away, the banquet continued. The Duke and Duchess still smiled warmly at Chen Mu, offering him cake. When it was time to serve food to the blonde-haired boy, the Duke turned to Chen Mu and asked, "Is this person your friend?" Chen Mu shook his head. "I do not know him." As stated before, Chen Mu and the blonde boy were strangers, and since the boy bore animosity towards Chen Mu, there was no chance he would assist him. Without Chen Mu's protection, the Duke treated the blonde boy as per the rules, directly serving him a heap of putrid scraps of meat and eyeballs. Looking at the disgusting food on his plate, and then at the exquisite cake on Chen Mu's, the blonde boy felt tears welling up. It was one thing to experience disparities in a game of hide-and-seek, but why was the treatment so drastically different at the banquet? Desiring to consume such repulsive fare, yet Chen Mu indulges in cake, even possessing the luxury of opting out if he so wishes. The yellow-haired individual's mindset once again erupts, casting a gaze at Chen Mu imbued with deep-seated jealousy. Within this envy lies a tinge of resentment and malice. Why should Chen Mu revel in such comfort? Why can't he extend his aid to me? Once the bizarre task emerges, I shall ensure Chen Mu meets his demise. With all his splendid possessions, including that spatial ring, if I eliminate Chen Mu, all shall be mine. In the future, when I enter the bizarre task, I too shall roam freely, just like Chen Mu. The yellow-haired one harbored these thoughts, already concocting a plan for Chen Mu's assassination. However, Chen Mu had long been aware of the yellow-haired one's ulterior motives. Does he harbor intentions of murder against me? Fully cognizant of the yellow-haired one's lethal intentions, Chen Mu would never stoop to the foolishness of deliberately letting him go, merely awaiting the trouble he would bring. If the yellow-haired one seeks his own demise, he must not blame Chen Mu for being ruthless. Quietly, Chen Mu retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the strange driver, instructing him to await the yellow-haired one outside. The strange driver possessed formidable strength, easily capable of dealing with the yellow-haired one. Chen Mu understood a vital truth. If one merely cuts the grass without uprooting it, it shall grow anew with the spring breeze. Chapter 27. Is there an issue with your taxi? The banquet resumed. The individual with yellow hair pinched his nose, swallowing the repugnant food with great difficulty. Meanwhile, Chen Mu engaged in lively conversation with the Duke and Duchess, exhibiting none of the discomfort one would expect in such an eerie setting. During their dialogue, Chen Mu occasionally showcased his wealth, causing the Duchess's eyes to sparkle with intrigue. The Duke, too, expressed considerable interest in Chen Mu's wealth, as he found himself in dire straits, desperately needing a substantial amount of currency to maintain a semblance of dignity in his life. At that moment, Chen Mu appeared, possessing a considerable fortune, clearly a person of means. The Duke pondered how he might acquire some of Chen Mu's wealth. What could he offer to captivate Chen Mu's interest? Given Chen Mu's distinguished background, ordinary items would likely fail to catch his attention. Presenting something of inferior quality would be tantamount to insulting Chen Mu. Suddenly, the Duke recalled that he possessed a peculiar artifact of great value, a deathly heavy armor. This enchanted item should pique Chen Mu's interest. The Duke silently prayed for Chen Mu's curiosity. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to exchange for a significant quantity of wealth. An hour later, as a nauseated yellow-haired man swallowed the last of the repulsive dish, the banquet finally concluded. The elderly butler approached Chen Mu and the yellow-haired guest, expressing gratitude for their visit to the Mist Museum. He inquired whether they were satisfied with the Duke's hospitality. If there were no further matters, they were free to depart the Mist Museum. The butler's words signified the conclusion of the Mist Museum task. Of the 5 participants, only 2 emerged alive. Chen Mu was an exception. If not for him, merely 1 out of 4 would have survived, a survival rate of 25. Hearing that the task had ended, the yellow-haired man sighed in relief. His stomach felt distended, akin to a balloon, and his throat was filled with the stench of decay. The sheer volume he had consumed overwhelmed him, and the thought of it shattered his already fragile composure. Looking over at Chen Mu, he fumed. The latter had managed to avoid consuming anything substantial throughout the ordeal, indulging only in cake. The yellow-haired man's frustration boiled anew. Just wait, he thought. How could you be so comfortable while I endure this torment? Once outside the Mist Museum, I shall seize everything from you. Up until now, Chen Mu had not revealed his true capabilities, giving the yellow-haired man a false sense of security. He believed Chen Mu was merely affluent, with his delicate appearance suggesting a lack of strength. It was easy to assume that Chen Mu's confidence stemmed solely from his wealth, allowing him to command respect in this strange scenario. Once outside this uncanny environment, he believed he could easily dispatch Chen Mu. With this thought, the yellow-haired man cast a venomous glance at Chen Mu before descending the stairs to leave. He had no desire to linger a moment longer in the Mist Museum. He sought a concealed spot outside to await Chen Mu's emergence, planning to end him with a swift strike. The Duke, having observed the yellow-haired man's hostility, turned to Chen Mu after he departed and remarked, "Mr. Chen, it appears that the individual with yellow hair harbors some ill will towards you." "Certainly, I discern that." Chen Mu nodded. He then stated, "Moreover, he intends to take my life." "Your Grace, did you not notice? One of the dining knives on the table has been stealthily removed by him. It appears he is poised to strike." Upon hearing this, the Duke expressed surprise. He had been engaged in conversation with Chen Mu and had failed to notice when the blonde had taken a knife. Yet, Chen Mu managed to converse with both the Duke and the Duchess while maintaining awareness of the blonde's subtle actions. Such keen observational prowess left the Duke feeling somewhat inferior. "Mr. Chen, if you are concerned, I can have someone deal with him," the Duke offered, extending his goodwill. Chen Mu smiled politely, declining the Duke's generous offer. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Grace, but I believe it is unnecessary. My subordinates are already waiting for him outside." Upon hearing that Chen Mu had subordinates, the Duke regarded him with renewed respect, thinking to himself that his suspicions were indeed correct. Mr. Chen possessed a formidable background and strength. "Mr. Chen, I have a remarkable item here. I wonder if you might be interested?" "Oh." Chen Mu felt a surge of excitement. It seemed the Duke was becoming impatient and was eager to present the enigmatic artifact. "Do not rush, Mr. Chen. I shall take you to see it at once," the Duke said. At that moment, the blonde had exited the museum. The great door of the museum creaked shut behind him, and Chen Mu did not follow. The blonde frowned, pondering whether Chen Mu had been left behind. He was still intent on killing Chen Mu, and now, with Chen Mu delayed, how long would he have to wait? The blonde surveyed his surroundings. The misty museum was enveloped by a vast expanse of dense forest. As twilight descended, a thick fog enveloped the area, making the air damp and cold. Clad only in a short-sleeved shirt, the blonde began to shiver from the chill. To make matters worse, having consumed an excess of tainted flesh, his stomach began to churn violently. The pain within felt as though it were being twisted by a knife. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized his discomfort was escalating. What on earth had the Duke fed him? He could not remain here any longer. If he did, he might succumb to the pain. Having narrowly escaped with his life, he could not afford to perish after the mission concluded. His stomach roiled tumultuously, and he concluded he must hasten to the hospital. Chen Mu would likely be delayed for a while. If he rushed to the hospital to have his stomach pumped, he could make it back in time to ambush Chen Mu at the entrance. With this thought, the blonde hurried towards the wooded road. The road seemed interminable. How long would it take him to walk? He considered calling an ambulance, but upon checking his phone, he realized there was no signal. Just then, he noticed with delight that a taxi was parked at the entrance of the wooded road. "Fortune favors me," The blonde felt a surge of joy as he clasped his abdomen and made his way toward the taxi. Perhaps it was due to an overwhelming agony in his abdomen, or perhaps a lack of vigilance towards the bizarre apocalypse. The young man with the yellow hair had not contemplated why a taxi would be stationed in the depths of the forest at such a late hour. Approaching the vehicle, he unceremoniously flung open the door and slid into the back seat. "Driver, to the hospital. Quickly, for I am about to perish from this pain. If you do not accelerate, I swear I will end your life." He brandished a concealed kitchen knife from his pocket, menacingly threatening the taxi driver. The driver, seated in the front, remained silent and did not look back. He ignited the engine and steered onto the winding forest road. In the back seat, the young man exhaled in relief, clutching his abdomen and gasping for breath. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. He detected a faint metallic scent of blood within the confines of the vehicle. A thought struck him. Could it be that he had encountered something sinister once again? A cold sweat broke out on his back as he stammered to the driver. "Excuse me, is there something amiss with this taxi?" The driver, however, appeared oblivious. Uttering not a single word, the taxi accelerated ever faster. Chapter 28, Astonishing. The eerie driver, the yellow-haired man, a quintessential bully who preys on the weak, fell silent upon realizing that his driver might be something sinister. He dared not utter a word, scarcely daring to breathe. Soon, the taxi ventured into the forest and came to a halt in a secluded corner. "Sir, you have arrived at your destination," the driver rasped. I wanted to go to the hospital." The yellow-haired man gazed at the surrounding pitch-black woods, his complexion turning a ghastly white. "The hospital was your chosen destination. Yet, in this taxi, do you possess the privilege of choice? This forest is the destination selected for you by the boss." The eerie driver coldly turned his head, fixing his gaze upon the yellow-haired man. Eerie. Upon witnessing the driver's eyeless sockets, the yellow-haired man finally accepted the horrifying reality. This driver was indeed sinister. The boss has decreed that you should meet your end with clarity. The boss is Chen Mu. You have provoked a force you ought not to have trifled with. Take heed in your next life. The chilling words of the driver sealed the yellow-haired man's fate. At that moment, the yellow-haired man comprehended the magnitude of the being he had antagonized. He suddenly recalled that prior to the mission, the mistress had mentioned that Chen Mu had been delivered by an eerie driver. At that time, he had dismissed it as nonsense, thinking it impossible for anyone to command such a spectral entity to serve as a chauffeur. Yet now, he believed it wholeheartedly. Chen Mu was indeed formidable. Not only did he revel in luxury at the Duke's estate, but he also had a spectral being at his beck and call as a personal driver. What an awe-inspiring figure Chen Mu must be. Had he known this sooner, he would have eagerly ingratiated himself with Chen Mu, such a titan to lean upon. The thought of plotting against Chen Mu now seemed utterly foolish and laughable. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. In a state of profound remorse and terror, the yellow-haired man found himself unable to pay the fare, ultimately perishing in the shadowy depths of the forest. In the Fog Museum, Chen Mu, under the Duke's guidance, arrived at the Duke's office. Throughout the journey, the Duke pondered the appropriate price for the rare, deathly heavy armor. He was well aware of its exceptional value. Truth be told, the thought of selling such an artifact pained him deeply. Were it not for pressing financial needs, he would never consider parting with it. Inside the office, the Duke seated himself behind the desk, while Chen Mu took a position opposite him. Chen Mu's gaze quickly fell upon the right wall, where the Duke's wine cabinet stood, now completely devoid of contents. The bottles of wine had vanished. Chen Mu understood the Duke as preferences. Just as the Duchess adored necklaces, the Duke had an insatiable passion for fine wine. "My lord, let us not rush into business matters. I have come not only with the customary gift, but also with a selection of delightful offerings for you." With that, Chen Mu reached into his spatial ring, and with a flicker of intention, a series of wine bottles emerged, meticulously arranged upon the now empty wine cabinet. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 5 bottles, 10 bottles, 20 bottles. Before the Duke's astonished eyes, the bottles of wine appeared, leaving him utterly dazzled. After 2 full minutes, the wine cabinet, once barren, was now brimming with over 100 bottles of exquisite red wine. Each bottle, priced no less than 10,000, contributed to a lavish collection. with the most expensive reaching up to a staggering 100,000. Even during the peak of his grandeur, the Duke had never indulged in such opulence. Reflecting on his current misfortunes, the Duke felt a pang of emotion at the generous gift from Chen Mu. His former subordinates had long ceased their visits, and in contrast, every gesture from Chen Mu felt like a timely reprieve amidst his struggles. In this world, where warmth and coldness of human relationships are often perplexing, Chen Mu's actions stood out as a rare kindness. The Duke recognized that Chen Mu was unaware of the existence of the death-heavy armor, and thus viewed his generous gestures as entirely selfless. Such fine wine indeed. Mr. Chen truly regards me as a friend, the Duke mused. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that to be miserly in response to Chen Mu's generosity would only invite ridicule. Given Chen Mu's timely support, the Duke recognized him as a man of loyalty, a friend truly worth having. The Duke moved aside the wine cabinet, revealing a hidden compartment behind it. He opened the secret space and unearthed an imposing suit of armor, the death-heavy armor. Mr. Chen, it is with great sincerity that I present to you this treasure. A relic I have cherished for most of my life, a deceptive general-grade artifact, the death-heavy armor. This armor possesses immense power, capable of combating the rules themselves. I once claimed it on the battlefield after vanquishing 2 deceptive generals. Now, as I find myself lacking in companions, and with your abundant kindness, I have little to offer in return. Please accept this death-heavy armor as my gift to you. The Duke, too, was a man of principle, and those who wield power within the realm of the bizarre often share a camaraderie marked by generosity. Thus, he readily bestowed the death-heavy armor upon Chen Mu. This left Chen Mu astonished. Such a noble gesture from the Duke. This armor could easily fetch over 20 million underworld coins, and, as the bizarre apocalypse deepens, the awareness of the rule's formidable strength increases, thereby elevating the value of the death-heavy armor even further. To receive such a precious gift from the Duke was overwhelming for Chen Mu. Upon accepting the death-heavy armor, he felt an exhilarating rush. Though it appeared substantial, it was surprisingly light, easily manageable with a single hand. Removing his outer garment, Chen Mu donned the armor. As it touched his skin, the heavy armor transformed into a radiant glow, merging seamlessly with his being. A warm current surged within him, imbuing him with a newfound, formidable strength, the power to resist the rules. Chen Mu's own abilities soared, elevating him from the ranks of the deceptive commoner to that of a deceptive soldier. Moreover, Chen Mu could distinctly perceive the significant enhancement of his defensive capabilities. The death-heavy armor had seamlessly fused with him, rendering it imperceptible from the outside. He still appeared to be donning merely a short-sleeved garment. However, should anyone attempt to stab him with a knife, they would be astonished to discover that the blade, upon making contact with Chen Mu's form, felt as though it had struck solid steel. The death-heavy armor had integrated into Chen Mu's very being, and from this moment forth, this singular weapon capable of resisting the forces of the rules belonged exclusively to him, impervious to theft by others. Relishing the immense power coursing through his veins, Chen Mu felt a profound joy. He had finally acquired the strength for self-preservation. His efforts in purchasing numerous gifts at the fallen market had not been in vain. Not only had it endeared him to the Duke as a friend, but the Duke had also bestowed upon him this invaluable artifact. Chapter 29. The Cunning General as My Pillar of Support. Chen Mu understood the principle of reciprocity. The magnanimous Duke had bestowed upon him the death armor. It was only fitting that he express his gratitude. Thus, Chen Mu reached into his spatial ring and produced 10 million hell coins. Your Grace, the death armor is far too precious. I cannot accept it without due compensation. Consider this 10 million hell coins as payment for it. This gesture left the Duke astounded once more. The 10 million hell coins were neatly arranged, occupying nearly half of the wall. Witnessing Chen Mu's generosity, the Duke couldn't help but reflect. Chen Mu is indeed a good friend. It was worth noting that even if Chen Mu had chosen not to pay, he could have taken the death armor without consequence. Yet, in a bid to ensure the Duke did not suffer a loss, at least that was how the Duke perceived it, Chen Mu had extravagantly spent 10 million hell coins. The Duke's esteem for Chen Mu rose another notch. He was not one to covet trifles nor allow his friends to incur losses. This substantial sum alleviated the Duke's pressing financial woes and filled the void in his coffers. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the Duke presented Chen Mu with a token. Chen Mu, you're my dear brother. I gift you this token. Should you ever find yourself in distress, simply shatter this token, and I shall know your whereabouts and rush to your aid. As Chen Mu accepted the token, a look of delight spread across his face. He had acquired the invaluable death armor, having spent only a few million on gifts, in addition to the 10 million hell coins, an astonishing bargain indeed. Furthermore, he had received the unexpected boon of the Duke's token. Chen Mu was well aware of the token's worth. Honestly, it was an item comparable to those of the cunning general tier. Although the Duke was financially strained, his strength was formidable. He was a peculiar entity of the cunning general caliber. Such power often represented the ultimate boss of a city. Consider the hidden overlord of the fallen marketplace, possessing countless assets and overseeing the elite anomalous landscape of the marketplace. Even that level of peculiarity could only be equated to the strength of a cunning general. This underscores the formidable nature of cunning general strength. In the entire peculiar apocalypse, only a handful of cunning kings surpassed them in might. It could be said that the prowess of a cunning general stood at the precipice of the pinnacle within this anomalous world. Holding the token meant that in times of peril, he could summon a cunning general-level anomaly. One could ponder who in the peculiar apocalypse would dare to provoke him. Matters that could not be settled with hell coins could be resolved by the Duke, who would swiftly eliminate any adversary with ease. He had a cunning general-level anomaly backing him. Chen Mu had struck it rich in the Fog Museum dungeon. He had truly hit the jackpot. For the next half an hour, Chen Mu and the Duke engaged in delightful conversation. As they spoke, the Duke grew increasingly appreciative of Chen Mu. This young man was remarkably well-informed, able to articulate many things that even the Duke himself was unaware of. For instance, the Bank of the Underworld is an enigmatic place the Duke has never encountered. It is a realm accessible only to the King of Deception. Yet, Chen Mu speaks of it with such eloquence, as though he has witnessed it firsthand. In reality, not only has Chen Mu seen it, but the Bank of the Underworld currently lies within his spatial ring. Were he to divulge this fact, it would likely leave the Duke utterly astounded. Nevertheless, Chen Mu is mindful. Such core secrets are not meant for others' ears. Despite this, the Duke holds Chen Mu's insights in high regard, further solidifying his belief that Chen Mu possesses significant connections. Eventually, as their conversation shifted to the bizarre apocalypse, Chen Mu revealed his intentions. I plan to acquire more properties in the realm of the bizarre. However, I find myself overwhelmed with an abundance of underworld currency and am uncertain about which investments would be most prudent. Having too much money without knowing how to spend it feels rather ostentatious. Should others overhear this, they might erupt with envy. Yet, Chen Mu feels somewhat innocent in this regard. He is genuinely troubled by the situation. Perhaps this is the plight of the affluent. Quality resources are perpetually scarce. And while Chen Mu possesses ample underworld currency, time remains limited. He can only engage with one bizarre scene at a time, acquiring them one by one. Thus, which bizarre scenes warrant investment? Otherwise, in a year or two, these scenes may appreciate in value, and some might not even be for sale, causing Chen Mu to miss out on promising opportunities. In this matter, the Duke, being a part of the bizarre, undoubtedly possesses greater knowledge than Chen Mu. After a moment of contemplation, the Duke remarked, I believe a school is a worthy investment in the realm of the bizarre. In this apocalyptic landscape, those powerful entities typically have offspring. Their children need education, do they not? Humans strive to enroll their children in esteemed institutions, and the influential spare no effort to secure their children as admission. The same holds true in the bizarre world. Prestigious schools are a scarce resource for high-ranking bizarre beings. They are willing to pay a hefty price for the benefit of their progeny. If you were to acquire a reputable school and become its principal, the children of these high-ranking entities would need to seek your assistance to attend. In doing so, they would owe you a favor, provided you procure a sufficiently esteemed institution. Countless high-ranking bizarre beings would be eager to plead for your assistance, allowing you to amass a wealth of favors from the bizarre. When the time comes that you wish to solicit their aid, it would merely be a matter of a word. The Duke's insights illuminated Chen Mu. Indeed, he currently possesses a substantial amount of underworld currency, yet, truthfully, he is merely using it to plead with the Bazaar for their support. However, if he were to purchase a school, as the Duke suggested, the dynamic would shift, transforming the Bazaar into supplicants seeking his assistance. One involves him seeking the Bazaar, while the other entails the Bazaar seeking him. The difference is monumental. Like humans, high-ranking Bazaar beings value their offspring and aspire to provide them with superior resources and education. Having grasped the descendants of those entities, would it not allow one to roam freely throughout the entire Bazaar apocalyptic realm? Indeed, within Chen Mu's recollections, the renowned peculiar academies are all formidable powers that have gained a formidable reputation in this strange world. For instance, the high school that Chen Mu currently attends has, over the course of roughly a month in the Bazaar apocalypse, transformed into a strange locale known as Dark Knight Academy. Within this peculiar existence, Dark Knight Academy has flourished rapidly, becoming a preeminent institution in less than half a year. In the surrounding dozens of cities, Dark Knight Academy stands as the finest establishment. Upon witnessing Chen Mu's dawning realization, the Duke continued to impart wisdom. Hospitals are also a scarce resource. Who among the Bazaar does not suffer injury? When one is wounded, do they not seek care at a peculiar hospital? If you were to become the director of such a hospital, those injured entities would beseech you for treatment, and in return, you would garner a wealth of favors. In this way, who would dare to offend you in the Bazaar apocalypse? Who would fear the absence of assistance for their ailments? At that moment, Chen Mu was filled with fervor, reflecting on the Duke's astute insights, which had swiftly illuminated his path. It seemed that his visit to the Fog Museum would yield far greater rewards than he had anticipated. Thank you, Duke, for your guidance, Chen Mu expressed sincerely. With newfound clarity, Chen Mu's course of action was evident. He planned to return to his high school. In a day or two, his institution would metamorphose into Dark Knight Academy, providing him the perfect opportunity to engage in bizarre tasks and acquire the academy. The Midnight Canteen was also located within his high school, and during his time at the Fallen Mall, he had procured dozens of shopping cards that he had yet to distribute to his employees. He could only wonder about their work status. Distributing those cards would surely astonish them. Indeed, in the Bazaar apocalypse, how many employers would be willing to offer shopping cards to their peculiar employees? Once he secured Dark Knight Academy, he would then seek out a peculiar hospital and explore further possibilities. Chapter 30. The Duchess wishes for me to be her son-in-law after conversing with the Duke for a while longer. Chen Mu realized that it was getting late and prepared to take his leave. The Duke, exceedingly hospitable, urged Chen Mu to stay overnight, but Chen Mu graciously declined. He was unaccustomed to spending the night in someone else's home and intended to return to the midnight diner to rest there for the night. Reluctantly, the Duke asked the Duchess to escort Chen Mu as he departed. The Duchess led Chen Mu down the staircase to the entrance on the ground floor. Just before leaving, Chen Mu paused and retrieved a card from his ring. This card was entirely black, interspersed with subtle dark golden hues. Indeed, it was the coveted black gold card from the Fallen Market. Having obtained the prestigious black gold card, Chen Mu had the privilege to issue black gold cards to 10 individuals. He decided to grant one to the Duchess, with a limit of 1 million. As a parting gift, upon receiving the black gold card, the Duchess's eyes sparkled with delight. She had frequented the Fallen Market on numerous occasions and was well aware of the card's exclusivity. In the Duke's prime, the Duchess could not afford a black gold card and had to settle for a silver card. On her shopping excursions, she had encountered a particularly arrogant woman who, flaunting her black gold card, had long irked the Duchess. Now, as they parted ways, Chen Mu had surprisingly bestowed upon her the very card she had long coveted. At that moment, Chen Mu's image in the Duchess's heart reached its zenith. Such a considerate young man, endowed with remarkable capabilities, and possessing striking looks. What a pity he was not her son. However, why could he not become her son-in-law? The Duchess felt a surge of excitement. Her daughter was a peculiar vampire, a quintessential petite lowly with adorably sharp canines. If only Chen Mu could take an interest in her daughter, it would be akin to securing a golden son-in-law. Unfortunately, her daughter had yet to return, but once she did, the Duchess would undoubtedly introduce her to Chen Mu. After departing from Amidst Museum, Chen Mu spotted his driver waiting for him in the distance. Upon seeing Chen Mu emerge, the driver promptly drove over, exited the vehicle, and kindly opened the car door for him, even shielding Chen Mu's forehead with his hand to prevent him from bumping into the door. "Have you dealt with that blonde?" Chen Mu inquired coolly. "Rest assured, boss, the matter entrusted to me has been handled flawlessly. That blonde will never appear again. He has already met his end in that grove," the driver assured. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his driver-esque performance. While Chen Mu was inside the Mist Museum, the driver had remained outside, waiting for 10 hours. Even after eliminating the blonde, he had not allowed himself a moment of idleness, promptly returning to wait at the museum's entrance. Surrounded by the misty mountains, devoid of signal, the driver sat upright in the driver-esque seat, resembling a statue as he patiently waited, exemplifying professionalism at its finest. He was indeed a commendable subordinate. From his spatial ring, Chen Mu retrieved a neatly packaged piece of cake and offered it to the driver. "This is the cake from the Duke's banquet, which tastes quite delightful. I brought a piece for you to savor." Upon hearing this, a warm current surged within the driver's heart. His employer was truly kind, remembering him even during a feast, bringing back a delectable treat. Enveloped by a series of Chen Mu's thoughtful gestures, the driver had utterly pledged his loyalty to him, vowing to follow him to the ends of the earth. No matter what tempting offers might arise, he would never contemplate changing jobs. The driver carefully stowed away the cake, planning to enjoy it later, as he could not afford to delay his employer's affairs. "Boss, where would you like to go next?" "To my school. To visit the midnight canteen." "Very well, boss." To return to the city from the Fog Museum, they would navigate a winding mountain road. The taxi surged forward, the driver skillfully maneuvering through the forested terrain. The nocturnal mountain path exuded an eerie atmosphere, with the dense darkness concealing countless unknowns. A vehicle brushed past the taxi, heading towards the Fog Museum. Through the window, the driver glimpsed several young men and women within that car, their eyes unmistakably filled with terror and despair. Without a doubt, they were the latest unfortunate souls selected for the museum's bizarre trials. For them, the Fog Museum represented a veritable hell. Yet for Chen Mu, he felt an unusual warmth. The Duke and Duchess treated him well, and the old steward was not unkind. As he gazed out of the window, reclining in the back seat of the car, he couldn't help but reflect deeply on the stark contrasts of humanity in this strange apocalypse. The taxi continued its journey, swiftly emerging from the forest back into the familiar cityscape. Upon reaching a night market street, Chen Mu instructed the driver to halt and wait in the vehicle. Alighting from the car, he approached a crepe stand. Before the onset of this bizarre apocalypse, Chen Mu had relished visiting this stand each night after study sessions, indulging in a crepe as a late-night snack. Years had passed since then, and in the aftermath of the strange world, the crepe stand had only managed to survive for 2 months before closing its doors. In this peculiar era, Chen Mu had often reminisced about the joys of his previous life, yearning for just one more crepe, yet opportunities had been scarce. Now, having returned to life, he happened upon this familiar spot and purchased a crepe, savoring it bite by bite. The foot traffic in the night market had diminished significantly. The once vibrant atmosphere now featured only a few scattered pedestrians, with half of the stall shuttered. It was evident that the repercussions of the bizarre apocalypse were increasingly profound, plunging the world into desolation. After desolation comes fear. Following fear, chaos and despair ensue. At this moment, it was the last whisper of tranquility before the storm. Relishing the serene evening breeze, Chen Mu finished his crepe and returned to the taxi. To the midnight canteen. His voice was cold, imbued with a sense of determination. Because Chen Mu understood that tranquil moments are fleeting, in order to survive in this bizarre apocalypse, he must embrace one challenge after another. Through these trials, he aspires to grow ever stronger, ultimately becoming the master of this strange world. 5 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the school, where the adjacent teaching building still radiated with light. Clearly, the school's order remained intact, and students were still engaged in their lessons. However, unbeknownst to Chen Mu, the students in the classrooms had long since lost their focus on learning. That night, Chen Mu's performance at the midnight canteen had spread like wildfire among the girls. An entire class was now aware of it. Chen Mu's status within the class had ascended to an extraordinary level. Some classmates even speculated whether he might be a mysterious figure of great influence. Those who had crossed paths with Chen Mu were secretly praying that he would overlook their past transgressions and refrain from settling scores with them. Chapter 31. The employees are spirited. Chen Mu did not return to the classroom. Instead, he decided to visit the midnight diner first, for it was his domain. The school appeared to be functioning normally, with the only exception being that the cafeteria had transformed into the midnight diner, and the entire institution had yet to become the night school. Chen Mu intended to assess the situation at the diner before heading back to the classroom to rest for a day, awaiting the commencement of the night school scenario. The taxi entered the school premises and halted outside the midnight diner, where Chen Mu instructed the driver to take a break in the vehicle. Stepping out, he made his way toward the entrance of the diner. As soon as he crossed the threshold, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Typically, this time will be peak business hours for the diner. Yet, as he surveyed the room, he noticed only a sparse scattering of patrons. Before long, the reason for this anomaly became apparent. In the center of the diner stood a fearsome ghost, its countenance menacing. Surrounding the apparition were a group of Chen Mu's employees. Among them Li Xiaoxiao, the manager of the midnight diner. During Chen Mu's earlier participation in the diner scenario, she had been responsible for coordinating the arrangements for him and his companions. At this moment, Li Xiaoxiao wore an expression of distress as she gazed at the fierce ghost. Seemingly at a loss for what to do, Chen Mu furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the ghost possessed formidable strength, at least that of a specter corporal. The hierarchy of supernatural power, from highest to lowest, was classified as Specter King, Specter General, Specter Corporal, Specter Soldier, and Specter Civilian. Currently, Chen Mu held the rank of Specter Soldier, while Li Xiaoxiao, the most capable in the diner, was also at the Specter Soldier level. In contrast, facing a Specter Corporal ghost, Li Xiaoxiao's abilities fell significantly short. It appeared that this Specter Corporal had come with ill intentions. Such a disturbance would severely impact Chen Mu's business. No wonder no patrons dare to dine here, with a Specter Corporal causing a ruckus. How audacious of this ghost to disrupt affairs in Chen Mu's establishment. With a scowl, Chen Mu strode toward the menacing specter. Upon noticing his approach, Li Xiaoxiao turned around, her face lighting up in surprise at the sight of her boss. "Master, there's a ghost causing trouble. What happened?" Chen Mu inquired. Thus, Li Xiaoxiao recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening intently, Chen Mu finally grasped the situation's nuances. The core issue was none other than the fervent dedication of his employees. Ever since Chen Mu acquired the midnight diner, he had not only retained his staff, but had also ensured their wages were compensated. This gesture had endeared him to the employees, who were immensely grateful. Now, with business dwindling, their employer had not only kept them on, but had treated them with kindness, prompting them to consider how they might repay his generosity. How could they express their gratitude? By laboring diligently. With such benevolence from their employer, they were resolute in their commitment not to let him down. Consequently, the entire staff of the midnight diner activated a relentless work ethic. The waitstaff endeavored to provide exemplary service, ensuring that each customer felt warmly welcomed. Patrons who dined there affirmed that the midnight diner was indeed the establishment with the finest service. The diligent cleaners meticulously tidied up the midnight eatery, infusing the atmosphere with a fragrant, albeit sanguine, aroma. Patrons could not help but extol the establishment's cleanliness, exclaiming that the air, rich with the scent of blood, perfectly matched their tastes. Such pristine restaurants are a rarity. Truly, it is both immaculate and hygienic. In the kitchen, the chefs radiated fervent enthusiasm as they delved into the development of new dishes. One female chef ingeniously fused sashimi with hot pot, birthing the signature dish of the midnight eatery, explosive boiled blood liver. Upon its debut, this dish instantly captivated the palates of countless diners, earning its place as a renowned delicacy far and wide. The staff rallied together, diligently working to repay the benevolence of Boss Chun. Consequently, under the collective effort of the entire team, the taste, service, and ambience of the Midnight Eatery ascended to unparalleled heights, attracting throngs of food enthusiasts. Business at the Midnight Eatery flourished. In just one day, without even accounting for costs, revenues soared to 100,000 ghost coins. Chen Mu's Midnight Eatery was thriving, bringing him a veritable fortune in ghost coins. While wealth is certainly welcome, Chen Mu would never refuse an abundance of it. The more ghost coins, the better. However, with prosperity comes envy from competitors. The ominous spirit before him, known as Tu Li, was the proprietor of a nearby luxury hotel frequented by many peculiar patrons. As the Midnight Eatery surged in popularity, Tu Li's clientele dwindled, threatening his business. How dare an ordinary eatery encroach upon my territory? Relying on his own power, Tu Li sought to disrupt the Midnight Eatery, intending to sabotage Chen Mu's success. Just as fate would have it, Chen Mu returned and encountered the unfolding scene. Spotting Chen Mu, Tu Li sneered, "You are the owner of the Midnight Eatery? A mere human daring to engage in such eerie commerce? I advise you to recognize your situation and sell me your establishment. I will offer you 1,000,000 ghost coins for it." The last words dripped with menace. 1,000,000 ghost coins? It was nothing short of extortion. Chen Mu had acquired the eatery for over 1,000,000 ghost coins, and now it could generate 10,000 ghost coins in a single day. How could he expect to buy it for a mere 1,000,000? Why not just rob him? I will count to 3, and you had better leave. I might overlook this, Chen Mu replied, his demeanor calm and unruffled. You think you can threaten me? A mere ghost soldier of a human? Do you not consider my strength? There's an old saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. How can you be so oblivious, having attained the position of chairman? Tu Li declared, rolling up his sleeves. Be careful. Li Xiaoxiao sensed the brewing tension and swiftly positioned herself in front of Chen Mu. The surrounding employees grasped their weapons, ready to fight Tu Li at a moment's notice. Even though they were all of the ghostly citizen level, akin to moths drawn to a flame, they understood that without Chen Mu, they would have long become wandering souls. Now that their benefactor faced peril, they could not stand idly by. The employees' performance filled Chen Mu with immense satisfaction. Even among humans, unwavering loyalty in such a bizarre apocalypse seemed unattainable. However, Chen Mu gently pushed Li Xiaoxiao aside and faced Tu Li's assault without an ounce of trepidation. His gaze radiated resolute determination and confidence. Bang! Without uttering a word, Tu Li delivered a punch to Chen Mu. Yet, Chen Mu remained steadfast, unmoved. In contrast, Tu Li was forced to stagger back several steps from the powerful recoil. Such arrogance from one so insignificant. Chen Mu remarked nonchalantly, showing no regard for Tu Li. The surrounding employees were left in astonishment, including Li Xiaoxiao, who gazed at Chen Mu in disbelief. Their own boss had withstood a powerful blow from a formidable opponent, relying solely on his eerie military-grade prowess? How could this be possible? Chapter 32. You might not believe it, but I terrified a being into suicide in the realm of the bizarre. The disparity between each level is akin to an insurmountable chasm. A creature of the strange long level can effortlessly take on 10 entities of the strange soldier level. Logically, Tu Li could easily crush 10 Chen Mus without breaking a sweat. With a single punch, Chen Mu would be left to reminisce about his youth, succumbing to slumber. Yet, the reality was that Chen Mu emerged unscathed, while Tu Li was forced back several paces. This is inconceivable. Indeed, it is utterly impossible. Nevertheless, exceptions do exist, and Chen Mu is that very exception. Chen Mu possesses the formidable death-heavy armor, an artifact of the strange general level. In principle, a being of the strange long level could dispose of Chen Mu. However, once clad in this armor, Chen Mu becomes a principle unto himself. Its strength is nothing short of overwhelming. The Duke once fought fiercely for several days and nights against numerous strange generals for its possession. It is evident that the death-heavy armor is well worth such relentless pursuit. Chen Mu couldn't help but reflect on this. Even Tu Li, despite his dim-wittedness, recognized that something was amiss with Chen Mu. What manner of human are you, truly? Tu Li's words were laced with apprehension. I shall reiterate. This is not a place for you, Chen Mu replied coldly. This time, no one doubted Chen Mu's resolve. Everyone believed that if Tu Li refused to depart, Chen Mu undoubtedly possessed the strength to force him out. The employees gathered around Chen Mu, gazing at their boss with admiration. Their leader, so deeply concealed, wielded such formidable power. This revelation left the employees in awe, solidifying their determination to follow Chen Mu to the ends of the earth. Tu Li hesitated, unwilling to concede so easily. He scrutinized Chen Mu, harboring a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Chen Mu's defenses were simply formidable, while his inherent strength was not particularly impressive. However, Chen Mu's subsequent actions utterly shattered Tu Li's bravado. With a deliberate motion, Chen Mu reached for his ring and retrieved a palm-sized token. This token, entirely black, was entwined with a thick, ominous aura that manifested as dark mist. A mere glance at it would leave one awestruck by the immense power it concealed. Tu Li recognized it immediately as a token of the strange, and moreover, a token of the strange general. A strange general, such a being can command an entire army, rendering Tu Li a mere fool in comparison. With a mere flick of a finger, a strange general could obliterate Tu Li. How could Chen Mu possibly possess a token of a strange general? It must be noted that tokens are exceedingly rare and significant to strange generals. Each strange general is permitted only one token. When a strange general entrusts their token to another, it signifies that this individual is their closest confidant. To harm them is tantamount to declaring war on the general. Thus, one who holds a strange general's token wields the power to summon a strange general to their side. The implications of possessing such a token suggest an unfathomable background. At that moment, Tu Li realized that he was akin to a mere bronze figure inadvertently stepping into the realm of the formidable. Had he known that Chen Mu possessed a token, even with a million-fold courage, Tu Li would not have dared to provoke him. Even if Chen Mu wished for Tu Li to kneel and pay homage, Tu Li would not have uttered a word of dissent. Rather, he would have expressed gratitude for the honor bestowed upon him. Tu Li, emboldened by his own strength, was one who preyed upon the weak while cowering before the powerful. Such individuals, who rely on their might to intimidate others, harbor an even greater fear of those who surpass them in strength. Sechin boss, I'm leaving right now. Tu Li, unable to even glance at Chen Mu, who moments ago had been so arrogant, suddenly found himself kneeling before him, rolling out across the cafeteria floor. As he rolled, he muttered, "Chen boss, I noticed your floor was dirty. Allow me to clean it with my body." The once arrogant Tu Li, in less than a minute of Chen Mu's appearance, had transformed into a figure of utter humiliation. This stark contrast left all present in disbelief, jaws agape. The patrons gazed at Chen Mu in astonishment, struggling to comprehend how a mere human could wield such immense power, withstanding the heavy blows of the Eerie. Possessing a token from the Eerie commander had instilled sheer terror in the hearts of those present. They acknowledged that among all the humans they had encountered, Chen Mu stood as the pinnacle of humanity. It was certain that once they departed, word of his prowess would spread, and no Eerie would dare to disturb the midnight cafeteria again. Furthermore, once they learned of Chen Mu's reputation, they would likely steer clear of him in the future, even tending to his needs with utmost respect. An even more shocking scene unfolded thereafter. After Tu Li literally rolled out of the midnight cafeteria, he grew increasingly fearful at the entrance. As a creature of the Eerie, Tu Li was acutely aware of how the powerful tormented the weak, as he himself often engaged in such torment, rendering the feeble's existence a living hell. Having offended Chen Mu, who had the Eerie commander as his backing, Tu Li realized the implications of Chen Mu's token, indicating a close relationship with the commander. If the commander discovered the affront and sought retribution, Tu Li could very well find himself subjected to a torment worse than death. The mere thought of such a horrific scenario sent shivers through Tu Li's entire being. For the rest of his life, he would be ensnared in this tormenting fear, a fate that was utterly despairing for a creature of the Eerie. No, he could not endure such hellish terror. In this state of despair, Tu Li trembled as he gazed back at the midnight cafeteria, his legs quaking to the point of involuntarily dancing. How profound the desperation must be to evoke such movements. In a moment of sheer resolve, He struck his own head with a mighty blow. The sound echoed sharply as Li met his end at the entrance of the midnight cafeteria. Fearing the potential wrath of the eerie commander, he chose to end his life before Chen Mu's establishment. The resounding noise of Li's demise captured the attention of the other eerie within the cafeteria. As they rushed out, their faces were painted with shock, utterly astonished. This was beyond comprehension. Li had taken his own life, driven to such an act by the terror instilled in him by Chen Mu. A formidable being of the eerie had been frightened into suicide by a mere human. Such an extraordinary tale would echo through the ages. Since the onset of this bizarre apocalypse, such a scene had never before transpired. Even Chen Mu was taken aback by the shocking display of Li. What on earth? Have I just frightened a grotesque entity to death? For a fleeting moment, Chen Mu even questioned whether Li was merely staging a ruse. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous formidable individuals, yet he had never heard of anyone capable of instilling such terror in a bizarre creature. Remarkably, he had set a new record. From now on, whenever Chen Mu's name was uttered, it would be known that he had terrified a grotesque entity into self-destruction. Not far away, a few audacious students gazed curiously in this direction. The doors of the midnight canteen had remained wide open, allowing some of them to witness the entire unfolding of events. Isn't that Chen Mu, the senior from the third year? There were rumors that he purchased the midnight canteen. What on earth is happening now? How did that grotesque creature explode? Soon, as these students returned to their classroom, the news of Chen Mu having terrified a powerful grotesque entity to death began to circulate throughout the entire school. Thus, another legend of Chen Mu was born within these hallowed halls. Chapter 33. The boss is indeed a living demon. Dispose of the body and cast it far away. Chen Mu instructed one of the employees. Without hesitation, the employee dutifully complied, removing the corpse of Li to a distant location. Following Li's demise, the upscale hotel under his command naturally fell into Chen Mu's hands, transforming into a branch of his establishment. Consequently, the Midnight Diner expanded its reach, doubling its daily revenue. Having dealt with the unruly Li, Chen Mu returned to the diner to assess the staff circumstances and the operational status of the establishment. Among various revelations, what astonished Chen Mu the most was the new dish developed in the kitchen, explosive blood liver. This dish had become a sensation, and in Chen Mu's memory. As a midnight diner evolved into the Midnight Hotel, it became a timeless classic. It was conservatively estimated that this dish would generate several $100 million in profit for Chen Mu in the future. How could such a classic dish have been developed so swiftly? After all, it had only been a day since Chen Mu left the Midnight Diner to attend the Fog Museum and then returned. A renowned dish created in just one day. The speed was truly astonishing. Soon, Chen Mu summoned the chef to inquire about her process. Her response was unsurprisingly aligned with Chen Mu's expectations. The truth revealed that the dish had long been perfected by the chef. However, the previous owner was so deranged that he had withheld wages for over 6 months. As a result, the chef refrained from unveiling the dish. It was only upon Chen Mu's arrival, who not only refrained from dismissing the staff but also rectified their overdue wages, that the chef felt compelled to present the dish. After listening, Chen Mu nodded in understanding. A day spent promoting this dish and allowing it to gain popularity among diners seemed remarkably brief. Merely a single day? However, in the realm of the bizarre, their concept of a day diverged from that of humans, for they required no rest. In simpler terms, a day in the bizarre world consisted of 24 hours of relentless labor. This explains why those strange scenes could be encountered at any hour. The bizarre beings had no notion of rest and were perpetually at work. What are the 8-hour workday? What weekends? What are the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? None existed. Some employers even denied wages to the bizarre entities. The logic of many employers in this realm dictated that if they granted you the opportunity to work, why should they also compensate you? Why should you enjoy both employment and salary, reaping all the benefits? In the strength-driven world of the bizarre, the employees, lacking sufficient power, could only endure exploitation by their employers. The competition and oppression in the bizarre world were far more ruthless than in the human realm. Thus, The 24 hours of the bazaar equated to 4 days of human labor. Therefore, promoting the dish over the span of 4 days was quite a reasonable expectation. Observing the diligent employees at work, Chen Mu contemplated the necessity of rest. To toil for a continuous 24 hours is indeed an excessive burden. As their employer, Chen Mu believed that as long as his employees remained loyal and dedicated, he would not neglect their well-being. It was time to distribute the shopping cards that had been prepared for them. With this thought in mind, Chen Mu addressed Li Xiao, "Please gather all the employees. I have an announcement to make." Soon, dozens of staff from the midnight canteen assembled. Chen Mu produced a stack of shopping cards and proclaimed, "Our midnight canteen is proud to introduce a new benefit. Every employee will receive a shopping card, preloaded with 5,000 Ming coins. Furthermore, each month, an additional 1,000 Ming coins will be credited to the card. As long as you continue working here, you will enjoy this benefit." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The bewildered employees exchanged glances, utterly perplexed. Benefits? What could that possibly mean? The boss already pays us a salary. Why offer additional benefits? So we receive both salary and benefits, reaping all the rewards? What then remains for the employer? Listening to the murmurs of disbelief, Chen Mu was left speechless. What a compliant group they were. Having grown accustomed to the oppressive nature of their unusual employer, they had begun to self-censor and indulge in a form of self-hypnosis. In other establishments, a lack of benefits might be considered strange, but in my midnight canteen, every employee will be entitled to such privileges. Moreover, as long as you work diligently, the benefits will only improve," Chen Mu declared with conviction. Afterward, he instructed Li Xiao to distribute the shopping cards. It was not until they held the cards in their hands that the employees fully grasped the situation, their faces alight with astonishment. The boss truly provided them with benefits. Moreover, this shopping card was from the renowned Fallen Mall. For most of these employees, without the boss's generosity, they would never have had the opportunity to shop there in their lifetimes. The boss is exceedingly kind to us. In that moment, the employees were overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. They felt a genuine difference between Chen Mu and other peculiar employers. This was a truly caring boss. Before the employees could fully recover from their astonishment, Chen Mu announced another significant piece of news. Effective immediately, the working hours at the midnight canteen will be revised. Every one of my unconventional employees deserves the right to rest. Henceforth, the daily working hours will be reduced from 24 to 20. The remaining 4 hours are yours to do as you please. Rest, sleep, shop. Each peculiar employee is now required to work only 20 hours a day. This announcement struck the employees like a thunderclap, igniting a wave of astonishment among them. Rest? What is rest? I have labored for 10 years without respite. Working around the clock, is that not the norm? Alas, our employer is remarkably benevolent. It is the first time I have heard of a boss granting peculiar holidays. 4 hours of leave each day. Such an abundance of time, it is simply insurmountable. The bewildered employees can hardly believe their fortune, that their employer is so generous. They are provided with work, compensated with salaries, and bestowed with benefits, in addition to enjoying 4 hours of daily rest. The advantages seem to be entirely in their favor. A sense of guilt swiftly arises within the employees. They have reaped all the benefits, while the employer. Such consideration from the boss is unparalleled in history. Across the entire realm of the peculiar, no employer can rival this kindness. Observing the elation on the employees' faces, Chen Mu too feels a surge of excitement within. Chen Mu is exhilarated. He has discovered a bountiful harvest. In this peculiar apocalypse, these extraordinary individuals are truly prime candidates for exploitation. The oppression within this bizarre world is so severe that countless employees have been molded into remarkably compliant subjects. Working 20 hours a day is, by all accounts, inhumane in the human realm. Yet for these peculiar and prime subjects, it is a tremendous boon. For the first time, they have heard that they could possess time for rest. Chen Mu can scarcely fathom the impact of implementing an 8-hour workday, weekends, and providing insurance and health care when his enterprise flourishes. Such commonplace benefits, in the eyes of these oppressed individuals, would be unimaginable blessings. These offerings will become Chen Mu's formidable tools, enabling him to sweep through the peculiar apocalypse. Imagine a powerful entity toiling away without any benefits. At that moment, if Chen Mu proposes an 8-hour workday, weekends, and triples their wages, any rational being would flock to his side, grateful for his generosity. Chen Mu will possess the most loyal and diligent followers in this peculiar realm. It is akin to a strategic advantage. Sometimes, enticement proves more effective than coercion. Should other entities seek to eliminate Chen Mu, his legion of loyal subjects will be the first to oppose such attempts, standing resolutely by his side. Victory is assured. The reason Chen Mu has not immediately instituted the 8-hour workday is that he desires to gradually enhance the benefits. If he were to max out the offerings all at once, what hope would remain for these peculiar employees? Initially setting a 20-hour work schedule has already stirred such excitement among them. Imagine the response when he eventually offers 12 hours, 8 hours, and weekends. These peculiar individuals would surely kneel in gratitude, calling him Father Chen Mu. Of course, there exists another significant reason. The peculiar leeks are simply too easy to harvest. And Chen Mu too wishes to partake in this bounty. With such high-quality leeks presented before him, it would be utterly deranged not to seize the opportunity. As Chen Mu's career is just taking off, he finds himself in dire need of manpower. Yet he is unable to recruit a sufficient number of employees in such a short span of time. Thus, he decides to put his subordinates through a bit of hardship, compelling these peculiar beings to toil for 20 hours each day to fill the gaps in his workforce. After all, the advancement of Chen Mu's enterprise is of paramount importance. His ambition is to dominate this bizarre apocalyptic realm, rather than engage in acts of charity within it. Even when he requires them to work merely 16 hours a day, allowing for 8 hours of ample rest, they express their immense gratitude. Amidst the chorus of cheers, Chen Mu feels himself to be a truly magnanimous individual, overly generous to his employees. Suddenly, an overly enthusiastic employee calls out, "Boss Chen, you are indeed our living king of hell." This exclamation resonates with the sentiments of his other peculiar subordinates, who quickly echo their agreement. Yes, Boss Chen, you are truly the living king of hell. The living king of hell. In the eyes of these peculiar beings, the title of living king of hell is a term of endearment, a commendation. When a peculiar being declares you to be a living king of hell, take heed. It is not an insult. Rather, it signifies that they regard you as their savior. Conversely, if a peculiar being refers to you as their little angel, do not take delight in such a remark, for it is a venomous curse. This perhaps exemplifies the cultural differences between the peculiar beings and humans in this strange apocalyptic world. Chen Mu muses that the title of living king of hell carries a somewhat infernal connotation. Chapter 34. It is time to change houses amidst the jubilant cheers of the employees. Chen Mu felt a rush of exhilaration. Clutching his hands, he experienced for the first time the intoxicating sensation of power. Indeed, the feeling of being revered by others while wielding authority was euphoric. In a mere thought, Chen Mu could determine the fate of his employees. With a flicker of joy, their lives improved. With a flash of anger, they suffered. In this bizarre apocalypse, power was particularly alluring. Possessing authority not only ensured his survival, but also allowed him to dictate the destinies of others. In his previous life, during 5 years of this eerie world, Chen Mu could barely control his own fate, let alone that of others. At times, a formidable anomaly could easily snatch away his life. Now, granted a second chance, he resolved to seize power, supreme power in this uncanny realm. Soon, Chen Mu announced the meeting's adjournment, sending the employees back to their tasks. The peculiar workers returned to their posts, invigorated and industrious, even at the stroke of midnight. Their remarkable efficiency would surely evoke envy from the bosses of other bizarre scenarios. As for Chen Mu, he prepared to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. It was already midnight, and after a long day, he yearned to relax. He opted to spend the night in a dormitory within the midnight canteen. Admittedly, sleeping in the dormitory could not compare to the comfort of a hotel, let alone his own home. As he lay in bed, Chen Mu contemplated whether it was time to invest in a fine residence. The old, dilapidated neighborhood he had previously inhabited no longer appealed to him. As his status in this strange world continued to rise, it was imperative that he sought a grand villa, preferably one with a swimming pool. Where could such a villa be found in the city? After some reflection, he recalled a property on the outskirts known as the Shanxue Courtyard. Once a prestigious enclave for the wealthiest of the city, it had become a coveted location. During his school days before the arrival of the aberrant world, Chen Mu often heard tales of the opulence of Shanxue Courtyard. At that time, one of his aspirations was to live there one day in his very own villa. Clearly, for the former Chen Mu, this dream seemed unattainable, a distant fantasy. However, after the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, Shanxue Courtyard appeared to have encountered troubles, now occupied by anomalies, transforming into a peculiar scene. While others feared these anomalies, Chen Mu felt quite the opposite. The anomalies, in fact, should fear him. With billions of ghost coins at his disposal, he was untroubled by ordinary anomalies. As he pondered, he found himself quite fond of the environment there. If he could acquire that peculiar property, it would provide him with a place to call home. Of course, first and foremost, he needed to complete the quest of the Night Academy and secure it as his own. That was of utmost importance. After a restful sleep, he planned to visit the class tomorrow to familiarize himself with the situation ahead. If my memory serves me correctly, the dungeon of the Night Academy is set to commence tomorrow evening. When that time arrives, all faculty and students within the institution will receive a crimson note, compelling them to partake in the tasks of the Night Academy. It will then be an opportune moment for Chen Mu to acquire the Night Academy. Chapter 35. The unassailable status in class. The following morning, Chen Mu awoke feeling invigorated. The pressures accumulated in the bizarre apocalypse had dissipated overnight, revitalizing his spirit. The fatigue that had weighed him down was entirely lifted. After dressing, Chen Mu ventured to the midnight canteen for a modest breakfast. At his request, the dishes served there contained no human ingredients, instead substituting various animal organs. After all, being human, he found the notion of consuming human flesh within his own establishment somewhat unsettling. Moreover, in this strange world, human flesh was not the favored sustenance. Only lower-tier entities, unable to afford other meats, resorted to such a diet. The midnight canteen aspired to a higher standard, aiming to become the finest hotel in the bizarre apocalypse, and thus wisely ceased the sale of human flesh to foster its future development. Consequently, Chen Mu felt at ease dining in the canteen that morning, free from any discomfort. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, all meticulously prepared to suit his palate. After finishing his meal, he departed the midnight canteen, making his way towards the teaching building. Upon returning to the long-missed campus, Chen Mu experienced a sense of tranquility and relaxation. It was currently the time for morning self-study, and the playground was deserted, devoid of any students. They were all inside the classrooms where the sound of earnest reading resonated. Cherish these final moments of beauty, he mused, for tonight the Night Academy instance would commence, and the school would transform into a veritable hell on earth. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a bald head and a protruding belly approached from the opposite side of the playground. This man was the head of the teaching department, and upon spotting Chen Mu wandering about, he erupted in anger, bellowing, "That student! Come here! Which class are you in? I need to note your name." However, as Chen Mu drew nearer, the man recognized his face. It was somewhat familiar. The student's name seemed to be Chen Mu. The head of the teaching department was taken aback. Over the past few days, rumors regarding Chen Mu had proliferated throughout the school. Whispers suggested that he was unafraid of the bizarre, had purchased the midnight canteen, and had even frightened a bizarre entity to death. Such tales had reached the ears of the head of the department, and it was common knowledge that Chen Mu was no ordinary individual. He had initially contemplated forging a connection with Chen Mu, for the dangers of the bizarre apocalypse were escalating, and many sensed an impending crisis. Cultivating a friendship with someone like Chen Mu would be akin to acquiring a talisman for protection in these perilous times. Not just the head of the teaching department, but even the principal sought to establish rapport with Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu had been absent from school, his phone unreachable, rendering any attempts at connection futile. Now, fate had conspired to bring Chen Mu back to the school, and the head of the teaching department found himself face to face with him. Reflecting on his earlier outburst, The head of the teaching department was filled with trepidation. If Chen Mu were to harbor a grudge and seek revenge, it would be a simple matter for him. Upon contemplating this, the director of studies quickly donned a smile, bending slightly in a flattering manner. "Ah, is that not classmate Chen Mu? Greetings, I beg your pardon. I am Jiang Qingzhou, the director of studies for the 3rd year. You may simply call me Xiao Jiang. Classmate Chen, should you encounter any difficulties at school, such as being bullied by a fellow student or facing unkindness from a teacher, do not hesitate to approach me. I shall certainly resolve your issues." Observing the obsequious demeanor of the director, Chen Mu felt somewhat speechless. Had it only been a day since his departure, and already the director was groveling? Just a moment ago, he had been reprimanding him, and now he had switched to a subservient mode, truly a master of contrasts. "All right, Director Jiang, you may attend to your duties. I will just wander about." "Ah, of course. Please take your time. If you require anything, feel free to come to my office and let me know," the director replied amiably, watching as Chen Mu walked away. Before long, Chen Mu arrived at his class 27 of the 3rd year. This morning was designated for Chinese language morning reading, and the Chinese teacher, who also served as the class advisor, Teacher Song, was at the podium grading papers, while the classroom was filled with the sound of students reading aloud. The moment Chen Mu stepped into the classroom, the reading ceased abruptly. All the students set down their books, turning their gaze toward Chen Mu, their eyes reflecting a hint of awe. Even Teacher Song, upon seeing Chen Mu's arrival, exhibited a smile. This was astonishing. Chen Mu was greatly taken aback. It was well known that he had a tendency to arrive late. Each time he was tardy and encountered Teacher Song, he would invariably be met with a stern reprimand and an hour of standing punishment. Yet today, despite his lateness, Teacher Song not only refrained from scolding him, but instead greeted him with a beaming smile. "Ah, classmate Chen has arrived. Have you had breakfast? If not, I can buy you something," the typically austere Teacher Song inquired with unexpected concern. "No need. I've already eaten," Chen Mu replied, waving his hands dismissively, somewhat unaccustomed to Teacher Song's attentiveness. Word of Chen Mu's exploits had reached Teacher Song's ears. Initially, she had dismissed the bizarre rumors of an apocalyptic world as absurd. She had believed everything to be perfectly normal. However, as time passed and more deaths occurred, a sense of dread began to fill her heart. Particularly troubling was the incident 2 nights prior, when several students from her class received ominous crimson notes, summoning them to partake in a peculiar task at the midnight canteen. In that moment, her worldview shattered. The bizarre apocalypse had indeed arrived, and there was no escape. None could predict when a blood-red note might descend upon them. Upon hearing of Chen Mu's remarkable feats, she was profoundly astonished. She had not anticipated that there existed someone so formidable. Consequently, in her eyes, Chen Mu transformed from a lackluster student into a powerful figure amidst the strange apocalypse. When she encountered him again, much like the director of studies, her thoughts were consumed with how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Chen Mu. Not only her, but the other students, upon seeing Chen Mu, were also filled with profound respect, especially those classmates with whom he had poor relations, who looked down upon Chen Mu, were almost eager to keep their heads down, fearing that Chen Mu would seek revenge. However, Chen Mu was far too uninterested in such trivial matters. Those previous incidents were merely minor frictions among classmates. As long as they did not provoke him again, he had neither the time nor the inclination to trouble them. Throughout the day, a large group of classmates surrounded Chen Mu. "Is it true what they say about you and the events from the night before?" they asked eagerly. "They say you terrified those strange beings half to death. Not only that, but I also heard that you directly purchased the Midnight Diner." Goodness, that is simply incredible. Chen Mu's status within the class instantly elevated him to a transcendent existence, especially at noon, when the principal and a throng of teachers arrived, bearing gifts, to pay a visit to Chen Mu in the classroom. The principal bringing gifts to see a student? How absurd. In all the years at this school, Chen Mu was the first student to receive such treatment. This extraordinary gesture left Chen Mu somewhat astonished. Chapter 36. The lethal examination. As time passed, the night descended. Throughout the day, Chen Mu lost count of how many classmates, teachers, and leaders had come to familiarize themselves with him. Even during dinner, some girls approached, subtly suggesting that they could accompany him home that night. Among them were two exceptionally beautiful girls, the most admired in the class, who, under the pressure of this bizarre apocalypse, began to express their affections towards Chen Mu. However, he was not in the mood to entertain such distractions. According to his past life experiences, the Dark Knight Academy instance would commence at 8:30. All students within the school were mandated to partake in this peculiar task. As the clock struck 7, then 7:30, and finally 8, Chen Mu keenly sensed a faint scent of blood permeating the air. The sky outside the classroom turned pitch black. The night breeze howled, and although it was midsummer, the temperature had significantly dropped. Some students clad in short sleeves shivered from the chill. At 8:30, the Dark Knight Academy instance began. Simultaneously, all students received a blood-red note. Strange task, lethal examination task description. The once tranquil school has abruptly transformed into the Dark Knight Academy. The students here must undertake a lethal examination. Remember the first rule of survival at the Dark Knight Academy. Pass the examination. Only those who excel in the examination have the right to live. Task requirements. The lethal examination will commence at 9 o'clock. Before 9 o'clock, all candidates who receive the blood-red note must arrive punctually at the examination venue. Each candidate's venue is their own classroom, where they must sit at their designated seats and await the examination's initiation. Failure to arrive on time will be deemed as an examination failure, resulting in the forfeiture of life. Upon seeing the blood-red note in their hands, all the students turned pale. Heavens, this is a strange task. How unfortunate am I to be selected for this bizarre ordeal? What? You were also chosen? I received a note too. I heard that students from other classes are also compelled to participate in the lethal examination. If all goes as expected, every student in the school is doomed this time. Oh God, save us. I do not wish to die. Do not seek divine intervention. Chen Mu is the deity, instead of relying on the gods. Why not turn to Chen Mu for salvation? The classroom erupted in chaos, the entire teaching building filled with uproar. In the corridor outside the classroom, students could be seen weeping uncontrollably. It was evident that being chosen for this strange task had shattered the psyche of many students. They could hardly fathom that the bizarre apocalypse had arrived so swiftly. They had thought they could remain detached, watching others undertake strange tasks while themselves escaping unscathed. Yet, they forgot that this was the apocalypse. In such times, no one could remain untouched. Death might come knocking at any moment. Some students, having learned of the midnight canteen task the day before, had cleverly chosen to take leave and stay home. Believing that leaving the school would spare her from being chosen for the bizarre task, a young girl lay in her bedroom, staring in horror at the blood-stained note in her hand. After a moment of paralysis, she finally cried out, "Dad, I've been selected for the strange task. Help me. I don't want to die." This girl was merely a student on leave from school. Like Chen Mu and others, she had received the invitation to the deadly examination at 8:30. Upon seeing the note she clutched, her parents were equally terrified. "Hurry, I'll drive, you get dressed. We must reach the school before 9. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Move quickly." Moments later, the frantic parents sped off in their car, their child in tow, racing towards the school. At the school gate, dozens of cars, along with various motorcycles and electric bikes, were parked, all of which belonged to parents delivering their children back to school. Chen Mu stood at the back of the classroom, gazing through the window at the chaotic scene unfolding at the school entrance. Sighing, he thought, in this bizarre apocalypse, how can one possibly escape? It is either life or death. He couldn't help but lament that those who attempted to evade the strange task often met their demise the quickest. Only by confronting the bizarre task could one hope to survive. For Chen Mu, this deadly examination was a formidable challenge. He recalled having participated in this strange task before, albeit unsuccessfully. At that time, he, like the current students, had been paralyzed with panic. Faced with the insidious, deadly examination, he had failed to find a path to survival. Indeed, he and his classmates had found themselves ensnared in a dead end. The so-called dead end, in stark contrast to the path of life, represented the most perilous route within the bizarre task. Once one ventured onto a dead end, the most dreadful outcomes awaited. Back then, Chen Mu and his peers indeed faced the worst possible fate. He vividly remembered that after the deadly examination concluded, the classroom transformed into a sea of crimson. Limbs lay severed, blood gushed forth. A few classmates had miraculously survived, yet they were left traumatized, teetering on the brink of insanity. Chen Mu himself had been profoundly frightened, nearly losing his life that day. It could be said that his survival was nothing short of sheer luck. Now, the deadly examination re-emerged before Chen Mu, but he was no longer the same person he had been. He had matured tremendously. The contrast between his past self and present self was as stark as night and day. 5 years ago, he had failed. This time, he was resolute in his determination to uncover the flaws in the rules of the deadly examination. This was a challenge he was ready to embrace. As time ticked away, most students who had left the school returned to their respective classrooms within 20 minutes. 2 students, however, had flown out of the city just the day before. With only 30 minutes remaining, there was no way they could return to the school in time. Their fate awaited them, shrouded in the certainty of death. Night fell, and the clock struck 9. The somber toll of the bell reverberates through the school, marking the conclusion of the first evening study session. What once excited the students now transforms into a haunting specter of dread. Each student remains seated, bracing themselves for the impending examination. They have faced countless assessments in the past, yet none instills such profound fear as this one. The announcement of the examination resonates through the school's loudspeakers. As the sound echoes, the sharp click of high heels approaches from the corridor outside the classroom, signaling the arrival of the proctor. Knock, knock, knock. 3 firm raps on the door precede its opening, revealing a woman clad in a uniform, cradling a stack of examination papers. Greetings, students. I am your proctor. The fateful examination begins now. Chapter 37. The rules concealing deadly intentions. As the female teacher announced the commencement of the examination, an air of palpable tension enveloped the classroom, each student holding their breath in anxious anticipation. The teacher ascended the podium, methodically unfolding a stack of examination papers and distributing them to the students. I am a stringent educator. In my examinations, any infringement upon the invigilation will result in capital punishment. The invigilation rules were as follows. 1. No individual is permitted to view the contents of another's examination paper. Should you divulge any information, you shall face death. 2. During the examination, no one is allowed to leave the classroom. 3. No harm must come to the invigilating teacher. These constituted the entirety of the examination's regulations. The students present were seasoned veterans of assessments, having faced countless examinations throughout their academic careers. Thus, upon hearing the rules, some astute students immediately discerned a significant omission from the invigilator's declaration, an essential tenet of all tests. Cheating is strictly forbidden. The prohibition against cheating encompasses a multitude of infractions, such as whispering, utilizing mobile phones, or vacating one's seat. In essence, the regulations for this lethal examination implicitly permitted these actions. Students were allowed to converse, use their devices, and leave their desks. Was this not an invitation to deceit? Surely, such a conspicuous loophole in the rules could not exist. Unless the invigilator believed that even with the allowance for communication, mobile usage, and mobility, the students would be incapable of cheating. Such an examination, where these liberties were extended, yet cheating remained impossible, was unprecedented in their academic experiences. An unsettling awareness began to dawn upon many students. This perilous examination undoubtedly concealed treachery. The invigilator began distributing the papers one by one. Upon receiving their papers, the students were astounded by the content. This was unlike any examination they had previously encountered. Even more shocking was the revelation that each paper was accompanied by a sharp dagger. Each candidate was provided with both an examination paper and a lethal weapon. Soon, the papers reached Chen Mu. The invigilator cast a glance at him, placed the paper on his desk, and handed him a dagger. Grasping the paper, Chen Mu quickly scanned its contents. Indeed, it remained unchanged, identical to the one he had encountered in his past life. Deadly examination paper, candidate class, Senior 3, Class 27, candidate name, Chen Mu. Dear candidate, welcome to the deadly examination. As you partake in this perilous test, please familiarize yourself with the contents of this paper. Have you noticed that your classmates seem markedly different from before? Indeed, within your class lurks an enigmatic presence. It is presently concealed within the examination hall, silently observing you all. Examination content. Within a span of 2 hours, identify and eliminate this enigmatic entity to succeed in the examination. Should you fail to locate and slay the entity, it will be deemed a failure. At the conclusion of the examination period, half of the surviving students in the class will face random demise. At the commencement of the examination, it is imperative to meticulously peruse the following rules, as they hold significant importance for you. Rule 1. The aberrations will not attack you unless they have sustained injuries. When harmed, they will retaliate. Rule 2. During the fatal examination, all students' abilities are suppressed. No one can slay the aberrations when they strike. Rule 3. The dagger in your possession, when plunged into the body of an aberration, will inflict lethal damage. Rule 4. This rule pertains specifically to you at 1 hour and 30 minutes into the examination. You must vociferously shout. Thereafter, regardless of any inquiries into the reason, you are forbidden from responding. Rule 5. When you believe you have discovered the answer, the entire class may vote on whether to submit their papers. If the vote passes, submit your examination to the invigilator, who will assist in determining its correctness. A wrong answer will be deemed a failure. Rule 6. If the number of students remaining in the class falls to half or fewer, the examination will be considered passed and will conclude automatically. Congratulations, you may return home. I shall elucidate how to discern the aberrations. Typically, they possess the following characteristics. 1. Aberrations are lethargic, generally remaining motionless until detected. 2. They may emit strange cries. Be vigilant for such sounds to uncover their presence. 3. Like humans, aberrations possess 2 arms and 2 legs, making it challenging to identify them based solely on appearance. 4. A practical method to ascertain an aberration. Use your dagger to pierce its body. If it is indeed an aberration, it will emit black smoke. This encompasses the entirety of the examination paper. This is an extraordinary test. Upon reviewing the content, the students in the classroom displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. Has someone in the class transformed into an aberration? Who could it be? If the aberration is identified, the examination will be successfully completed. Instantaneously, the students began to glance at one another, attempting to discern any anomalies in each other's eyes. However, none dared to speak. They communicated solely through glances. The prior examination discipline loomed in their minds. Although speaking was not expressly forbidden, no one wished to be the first to attempt it. After all, speaking during an examination is a transgression of its regulations. Gazing at the myriad rules on the paper, Chen Mu sank into contemplation. The complexity of these rules surpassed any encounter before, including the guidelines for identifying aberrations. The total had exceeded 10. This marked a significant increase in task difficulty. The challenges of the fatal examination surpassed those of the Midnight Diner and the Fog Museum. The scale of this task suggested that an overwhelming number of individuals were involved in this deadly examination. Should the correct path not be discovered, the consequences could be dire. Chen Mu's mind wandered back to the fatal examination of his previous life, a veritable bloodbath. Not a single class in the entire high school had successfully found a way out. The price paid was indeed grievous. Following the fatal examination, the entire Dark Knight Academy transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Such a horrific sight was beyond the realm of imagination. Every time Chen Mu reflects upon that moment, he still feels a lingering sense of trepidation. Now, it is imperative to focus on the examination and endeavor to uncover a path to survival. Chen Mu scrutinized the rules presented in the test paper and commenced his deductions. Soon, he distilled a conclusion from rules 1, 2, and 3. When summarized, they merely convey that a malevolent entity cannot inflict harm until it has been attacked. Upon being discovered, the entity will unleash a massacre. No one can withstand its onslaught. Not even a dagger can inflict damage upon it. Thus, it follows naturally that one must act swiftly and decisively upon detecting such an entity, delivering a fatal blow to eliminate it without granting it the opportunity to retaliate. Should it retaliate, all lives are forfeit. This seemingly ordinary conclusion, however, fills Chen Mu with an acute awareness of the lethal implications it harbors. The true gravity of this peril becomes apparent when considering the fourth rule regarding the identification of the entity. The method prescribed for discerning the entity involves plunging a dagger into its form to observe if it emits black smoke. Now, if I suspect an individual to be a malevolent entity, what course of action should I take? The answer is straightforward. I must thrust the dagger into their body. However, I cannot merely pierce their limbs or lightly cut their skin for the assessment. For if the individual is indeed a malevolent entity, any injury sustained would incite it to commence a massacre, and no one can withstand its attack. Hence, the answer is abundantly clear. If I suspect someone to be an entity, my most prudent course of action would be to drive the dagger forcefully into their skull, a single strike to ensure their demise. If that individual is not a malevolent being, there is no doubt they shall meet their end. A dagger buried in the skull offers no chance of survival. Students who comprehend these rules break out in a cold sweat. The rules of this deadly examination guide participants toward acts of slaughter. This is but one of the hidden perils within the deadly examination. Moreover, the regulations also subtly allude to death and carnage. Chapter 38. Misjudgment of survival. Another insidious rule hidden within the examination framework is the sixth clause. When a number of students remaining in a class falls to half or fewer, the examination is deemed passed and automatically concludes. What circumstances might lead to the class size dwindling to such a degree? There are two possibilities. One involves the malevolent entity launching an assault, initiating a massacre of the candidates. The other, a brutal conflict among the examinees themselves. Indeed, it is conceivable that candidates might turn against one another, as witnessed by Chen Mu in a previous life during a perilous examination. As the examination nears its conclusion, if the entity remains unfound, the extreme pressure may drive some candidates to madness. Should the examination fail, a random selection of half would perish, potentially including oneself. However, by adhering to the sixth rule, if the class size is reduced to half, the examination will conclude successfully, ensuring 1S survival. One scenario is beyond 1S control, while the other is entirely manageable. Faced with the specter of death, it is natural for individuals to opt for the latter. Thus, a calculated slaughter begins. This marks the most terrifying scene within the deadly examination. The various rules of this lethal test are a direct challenge to the existing order. Chen Mu recalls that, in the aftermath of the deadly examination, when it became apparent that the established order could not safeguard them, a rapid disintegration of that order ensued, ushering in the true apocalyptic era. Meanwhile, in a classroom below, the examinees could no longer remain seated. They commenced their quest for answers. Surely, this examination allows for discourse? Indeed does. You just spoke, and the invigilator paid no heed. Fellow candidates, let us devise a plan to swiftly unmask the traitor among us. Precisely. We are all classmates. None desires death. If anyone has transformed into the entity, please step forward. For the sake of our camaraderie, do not complicate matters for us all. Are you foolish? If someone has become the entity, how could they possibly reveal themselves? We must uncover the truth. But how? There are so many of us. The examination paper states that no external differences can be discerned. How do we identify them? Soon, the classroom devolved into chaos, with candidates clamoring in disarray. Let me see your paper. Are you trying to get us killed? That S against the rules. I wish to live, not perish. Look at that boy. He hasn't moved from his seat. A voice rang out, and all eyes in the classroom turned toward the boy. Sure enough, he sat motionless, gazing ahead like a wooden figure. Do you recall what the examination paper stated? The entity is notoriously lethargic. It generally remains still until detected. Thus, the conclusion becomes evident. He has transformed into the entity. Yes, he is utterly motionless. It must be him. Teacher, we have identified the entity. Wonderful. This deadly examination is astonishingly simple. The rules were quite daunting, terrifying me to the core. I never anticipated the answer to be so straightforward. This is akin to certain complex final questions that seem challenging at first glance, but reveal their simplicity upon engagement. The candidates were all aflame with excitement. Two robust young men, brandishing daggers, approached the motionless boy. Stab him! Stab him! Quickly, plunged the dagger in. With his remarkable strength, Brother Wong was urged to take the lead. It's the first kill. It's a bit nerve-wracking. Amidst the fervent cheers, Brother Wong summoned his courage and plunged the dagger into the boy's skull. However, the subsequent scene left everyone in utter disbelief. Instead of the anticipated black smoke, crimson blood gushed forth. The jubilant cheers abruptly ceased, and the classroom fell into a profound silence. All the students widened their eyes, their expressions filled with terror and incredulity. Murder. Someone's dead. Wait, if he isn't a specter, why was he so still? Indeed, he didn't speak. Even when Brother Wong approached him with the dagger, he remained silent. A normal person would never react this way. Look at his exam paper, exclaimed one student, as the deceased boy's paper was scrutinized by his peers. One student pointed at the paper and shouted. Two brave students stepped forward to examine the slain boy's exam paper. His fourth rule is problematic. One of them declared, personal rule, after the exam begins, you must remain motionless for half an hour. During this time, regardless of what others say or do to you, you cannot respond in any manner, otherwise you will face execution. Upon hearing this, the class fell silent once more. They finally comprehended why the boy, even while being attacked, had reacted like a specter, because the rules dictated that he could not respond. At that moment, the candidates grasped the cruelty and cunning of this deadly examination. The rules loomed like invisible shackles around each individual. A single misstep could lead to death, or worse, the wrongful killing of fellow candidates. Terror, horror, and despair began to permeate the classroom. The mingling scent of fear and blood overwhelmed some candidates, who could no longer bear the immense pressure and began to sob. They finally understood the difficulty of seeking a path to survival amid the bizarre tasks. Within the confines of the rules, any chance of escape was meticulously concealed. Clearly, they had misjudged the route to safety. Such a scene unfolded in many classrooms. Within scarcely 20 minutes of the exam, numerous candidates had already perished. Meanwhile, in Chen Mu's classroom, a similar scenario emerged. One candidate, remaining motionless, drew the attention of others. Some had already brandished daggers, eager to strike. No need to test him. He is not a specter, Chen Mu interjected. He is merely bound by the fourth rule, unable to speak. Chen Mu expressed this based on his previous life's experience, where candidates had also plunged daggers, only to discover they had slain the wrong person. Some candidates, upon hearing Chen Mu's words, were initially skeptical. However, considering Chen Mu's formidable prowess, they reflected on his statements and found them to be quite reasonable, thus ceasing their further efforts. As expected, just 10 minutes later, when the constraints of the fourth rule had finally lifted, one candidate exclaimed, I'm not peculiar. I can speak now. Chen Mu, thank you for saving me. Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was no big deal. The gazes of the other students towards Chen Mu were imbued with a newfound respect and astonishment. Some had previously doubted his abilities, believing them to be exaggerated. Yet, after witnessing this event, their opinions shifted and their admiration for Chen Mu only deepened. It appeared that Chen Mu indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. However, his expression remained tense, for he had yet to discover a path to survival. Half an hour had passed in the examination. A quarter of the time had elapsed. Restlessness and anxiety began to permeate the atmosphere. Within the dark confines of the academy, at least 1/3 of the classes had already encountered bloodshed. Under the ominous scent of blood and the pressure of this deadly examination, many candidates' hearts began to undergo subtle transformations, and the seeds of slaughter had already begun to take root. Chapter 39. The anomaly is you. Half an hour, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. As the examination time approached its midpoint, not a single class within the shadowy corridors of the academy had succeeded in uncovering the concealed anomaly. Chen Mu's class was relatively fortunate, bolstered by his esteemed presence. The atmosphere remained somewhat composed. The students engaged in fervent discussions, their voices mingling in a cacophony, yet no casualties had emerged thus far. However, the same could not be said for the neighboring class. Within less than an hour of the examination, 4 students had already perished. The act of killing was akin to Pandora's box, Once opened, it could not be contained. Following the slaying of the first victim, the students found themselves inexorably drawn into a spiral of violence. They adopted a seemingly democratic approach to their horrific deeds. Upon identifying a suspect, the entire class would cast their votes. If the majority favored the decision, that individual would be executed in hopes of discerning whether they were indeed the anomaly. Each student feared for their own life, eager to identify the anomaly before it was too late. Thus, each vote resulted in an overwhelming consensus, typically with 90 in favor. What transpired was a form of mob rule, where paranoia reigned. Kill him. He has been silent. He must be the anomaly. Yes, I'm his friend, and his behavior is not like him. He must be possessed by the anomaly. The students began to vote, raising their hands in a frenzy. A sea of hands shot up, and without a doubt, the majority had been reached. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. In a whirlwind of fervent cries, the class teetered on the brink of madness. They unleashed their inner fears and despair through this frenzied ritual. Eventually, after yet another male student was slain, a bespectacled scholar stood up. Renowned for his academic prowess, he consistently ranked at the top of their class. With a calm demeanor, the scholar addressed his classmates. Everyone, please settle down and listen to me. I have identified the anomaly. Upon hearing this declaration, the chaotic classroom fell silent, all eyes fixated on the scholar. You have found the anomaly? Who is it? Speak swiftly. You excel in your studies. Your judgment is beyond question. Encouraged by his peers, the scholar continued. The anomaly lurking within this classroom is, in fact, right before our eyes. She is seated there, visible to us all. Our invigilator. You are the anomaly we seek. The surrounding students exchanged bewildered glances. Scholar, what nonsense are you spouting? Didn't the rules state that the invigilator is the anomaly? Indeed, we all recognize that the invigilator is the anomaly. The scholar smiled slightly, a mysterious grin gracing his lips, and confidently stated, yes, the truth is often this simple. The complexities of thought have led many to overlook the fact that the truth often lies right before our eyes. The rules simply state that there exists a peculiar entity within our classroom. However, the regulations do not specify that this entity is not the invigilating teacher. There is no mention of the identity of the peculiar being. Given that we have a peculiar entity in our classroom, and the invigilator is peculiar, it is only natural to conclude that the enigmatic figure we are meant to identify in the examination rules is indeed the invigilating teacher. After the academically gifted student articulated this insight, the classroom erupted in a flurry of excitement. My goodness, could it really be that simple? How could this be possible? The task of identifying the peculiar entity surely cannot be this straightforward. Yet, upon reflection, the scholar's assertion carries a semblance of truth. The rules do not explicitly state that the entity we are to uncover is not the invigilating teacher. Remarkable. There is indeed merit to this logic. The scholar further elaborated. This is the insidious nature of the rules. Initially, they inform us that the invigilating teacher is peculiar. Consequently, our minds were led astray, conditioned to believe that the enigmatic entity we needed to locate during the examination would require immense effort to uncover. And it could not possibly be as simple as the invigilating teacher. If the answer were indeed the invigilating teacher, would that not reveal the answer at the outset of the exam? After years of examinations, our thinking has become rigid, leading us to subconsciously assume that no examination could be so uncomplicated. Thus, we all fell victim to a cognitive trap, neglecting the simplest answer. Furthermore, I can provide supporting evidence for my argument. Observe the third characteristic of the peculiar entity. It possesses 2 arms and legs, much like a human. Upon reading this, everyone instinctively concluded that the peculiar entity must have taken on the appearance of a classmate. Yet, have we considered that this statement subtly implies that the peculiar entity is indeed the invigilating teacher? The invigilator, like us, possesses 2 arms and legs. This precisely substantiates the notion that the invigilating teacher is the very peculiar entity we seek. Following this impassioned discourse, the classroom buzzed once more. Incredible. The scholar's reasoning is profoundly compelling. Truly an astute individual, they have unveiled the truth with remarkable clarity. What a relief! We shall all survive this ordeal. Quickly, we have found the answer. Let us submit our papers. Submit, submit. Under the shadow of impending doom, the candidates were eager to escape. After hearing the scholar's deduction, all examinees found it to be quite reasonable and were impatient to submit their papers. The invigilating teacher, seated at the podium, observed the exhilarated students with a peculiar smile. Yet, in their excitement, none, including the scholar, noticed this smile. "Teacher, we wish to submit our papers." "Are you certain you wish to submit?" the invigilating teacher inquired. "Absolutely." Nearly all the students chorused in unison. "Very well, collect the papers." The invigilator revealed a peculiar smile, stating that after collecting the papers, the answers would be announced, allowing the students to ascertain their performance. Meanwhile, in the classroom where Chen Mu resided, a student suddenly exclaimed, "I've figured it out. The invigilator is the anomaly we seek." In truth, after an hour of acclimatization, many students' minds began to race, drawing conclusions akin to that of top scholars, asserting that the invigilator was indeed the anomaly. Chen Mu, observing the excited student, shook his head coolly and remarked, "No, your answer is incorrect." "Why?" the student questioned somewhat defiantly. "Trust me, those who submit that answer should brace for the grim fate of failure in the examination," Chen Mu replied. No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of gasps and shrieks erupted from the classroom of the top scholars next door. Chapter 40. The Path of False Life. The cacophony of screams and gasps was not one of jubilation, but rather a dissonance steeped in fear and despair. Just half a minute prior, the invigilator had collected the examination papers. Each examinee had worn expressions of joy, eagerly anticipating their return home after the test. The examination had finally concluded, and the prospect of home was within reach. Indeed, much credit was due to the academic prodigy. How remarkable that this scholar, regardless of the examination, consistently excelled. In previous tests, they had been unable to glean answers from the prodigy, yet this time, they had fortuitously benefited from the brilliance of their classmates' intellect. It was likely that their class was the first to finish. While the adjacent class, led by Chen Mu, how could they still be struggling? They had already submitted their papers. In my view, Chen Mu was merely a product of inflated praise. True brilliance is evidenced by our academic luminary. Indeed, Chen Mu pales in comparison to our scholars' prowess. Amidst the chorus of admiration from their peers, the prodigy smiled, basking in the flattery. However, at that very moment, the invigilator's countenance shifted to one of icy severity. "I regret to inform you that your answers are incorrect." With that declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. All examinees turned in disbelief towards the podium, convinced they had misheard. Incorrect answers? How could that be possible? The thought was unfathomable. Suddenly, half of the students collapsed, lifeless. "The examination is over. Congratulations to those who remain. You may return home." The invigilator's words fell like a death sentence. In an instant, fine red lines appeared on the bodies of half the examinees. The lines elongated, and from within, torrents of blood gushed forth. Their bodies ruptured. Amidst the cries of horror and despair, the fortunate survivors fled in terror, their hearts racing. They were fortunate to live. Yet the cost was the loss of half their peers. For those who remained, the harrowing sight would haunt them for a lifetime. Some students collapsed in shock, while two others, witnessing a former classmate disintegrate before their eyes, were driven to madness, babbling incoherently on the floor. Those who burst into the hallway screamed in terror. It is not the answers. The invigilator is not the answer. Their desperate cries echoed throughout the building. Besides this class, at least two others had similarly failed their examinations for the same reasons. The anguished screams and gasps reached Chen Mu's class as well. Upon hearing the cry, "The invigilator is not the answer," the students in Chen Mu's class turned to him in shock. A student who had previously been defiant now wore a pallid expression, rendered speechless by fear. Had it not been for Chen Mu's resolute denial, many in the class might have been tempted to submit their papers. Had they done so, the consequences would have been dire. It can be said that Chen Mu saved their lives. Indeed, experience is invaluable. Chen Mu truly possesses profound wisdom. How did you know that the invigilator is not the answer? One student could not help but inquire. This was a question shared by others in the class. The answer is simple, a conflict of rules. The regulations state that the invigilator must not be harmed under any circumstances. However, another rule asserts that to determine whether something is an anomaly, one must inflict a wound with a dagger. Thus, these two rules are at odds with one another. If I suspect the invigilator is an anomaly and wish to verify this, I would need to use a knife to injure them. Yet the invigilator must not be harmed. Therefore, I am left with no means to prove whether the invigilator is indeed an anomaly. The only method of verification is to submit a vote. Once a vote is cast, it becomes a gamble with one's life. As far as I know, this contradicts the rules of the anomaly task. Although the rules can be challenging and may contain misleading or erroneous elements, one must remember that hidden within them lies a path to survival. This path guarantees one's continued existence. Upon discovering this pathway, I can be absolutely certain of my survival, rather than relying on chance to secure my fate. A path that cannot be validated is certainly a false pathway. The true path to survival must refer to something else entirely. What Chen Mu articulated stemmed from his prior experiences. The notion of the invigilator being the answer is a classic example of an unprovable claim, clearly illustrating a false path to survival. It is termed a false path because it is not genuinely a route to life, but rather a disguised road to death. Generally speaking, such false paths are exceedingly perilous, often leading to inevitable demise. Only someone as experienced as Chen Mu could discern this at a glance. Individuals like the top students are easily ensnared in traps, leading to their irrevocable downfall. After hearing Chen Mu's explanation, the classmates were left astounded. This was their first encounter with the concept of a false path to survival. Chen Mu is truly remarkable, possessing such extensive knowledge. Were it not for him, we would surely be doomed. Chen Mu is the pillar of our class. We must cling to him tightly. I declare myself the most devoted supporter of Chen Mu. Everything he says is correct. The invigilator at the podium, upon hearing Chen Mu's elucidation, cast a surprised glance in his direction. She had not anticipated that Chen Mu would perceive the issue with such clarity, identifying the false path. This is the mark of a truly intelligent individual. As time ticked away, the situation fell back into a stalemate following the revelation of the false path. In other classes, the violence had escalated to a fever pitch. Just as Chen Mu had anticipated, the repeated acts of slaughter had warped the psyches of many students. In a desperate bid for survival and to expedite the conclusion of the examination, some began to brandish daggers against their classmates. Do you wish to be randomly selected? If not, I possess a method that can ensure your survival. In a certain classroom, a robust student addressed the 10 or so peers surrounding him. What method? Have you discovered a way to survive? No, I have not uncovered the rules of survival, but I have found another means to persist. Brandishing a dagger, he aimed it at another group of students. If we eliminate them, and the remaining number is less than half, then we few shall survive. Upon hearing such a ruthless declaration, the nearby students exhibited signs of hesitation and distress. No, this is too cruel. I cannot do it. One student cast aside the dagger, crouching down while covering his face, weeping. Do you have no humanity left? We are all classmates. Humanity? What is that? Can it aid us in surviving? Ultimately, the situation spiraled completely out of control. Order crumbled. Chapter 41. Alas, you encountered me amidst a tumultuous disarray. The slaughter commenced. Once order unraveled, humanity's actions surpassed the wildest of imaginations. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed when another class successfully completed the examination. The method of their success adhered to Rule 6. When the number of remaining students in a class is less than or equal to half, the examination is deemed passed and is automatically concluded. Congratulations, you may return home. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked students departing down the corridor, their backpacks in tow, the other classes swiftly comprehended the grim reality. Good heavens! Look at them. They are actually returning. Have they passed the examination? They are drenched in blood. If I'm not mistaken, they have committed murder. You mean to say they slaughtered half of their classmates and then succeeded? My word, they are demons. In the wake of such a horrific spectacle, The other students were rendered utterly aghast. Perhaps only at this moment did they awaken to the truth. This is the end of days. A bizarre apocalypse. The world they once knew had crumbled step by step, and they had descended into the infernal realm of a strange cataclysm. Within the entirety of the Dark Knight Academy, only Chen Mu's class maintained the best semblance of order, with no fatalities reported. In contrast, at least 2 students had perished in every other class. Moreover, as the examination time dwindled, the moment for submission approached. Finally, with half an hour remaining, a student burdened by overwhelming psychological pressure chose to take their own life. Crack, the sound of shattering glass. Thud, a heavy object striking the ground. Within a mere 5 minutes, 3 students opted to leap from the windows in a desperate act of suicide. This series of extreme actions incited further chaos within the academic building. Under the weight of mounting pressure, the other students collapsed entirely. The boundaries of humanity were brazenly trampled upon. We are all equal, yet some are more equal than others. To become one of the more equal, one must seize a blade and slay others to secure our chance of survival. Within one class, an individual brandished a dagger, rallying his followers. We must survive. We must endure. And then, they thrust the dagger towards their former classmates. Each class transformed into a savage forest. The law of the jungle prevailed. Of course, amidst the overwhelming chaos, a few classes managed to uphold a semblance of stability. The students in these classes diligently sought answers. Invigilator, we collectively agree to submit our papers. Our answer is, there's no anomaly whatsoever. The true answer to this examination is that, apart from the invigilator, there are no other peculiarities in the classroom, which is why we could not find them. Upon hearing the student's response, the invigilator smirked coldly as he collected the papers. Your answers are wrong. Perish. With a succession of anguished screams, half of the students were reduced to shattered remains. It cannot be said that these students lack diligence in their struggle for survival. They have exhausted every ounce of their strength, seeking answers in myriad forms. The most straightforward explanation posited is that the anomaly lies within their peers. To substantiate this theory, countless students have met their demise at the hands of their classmates. Subsequently, a top student, after thorough contemplation, concluded that the enigma is embodied in the invigilator. This theory, already brimming with imagination, has transcended conventional constraints, yet it remains incorrect. Later, some students speculated that perhaps the anomaly does not exist at all. The outcome of such conjectures, of course, proved erroneous. Regardless of how conventional or absurd the answers may be, none can lead to success in the examination. The exam clearly indicates that the answer lies within reach. Indeed, there exists a definitive solution. Yet, despite their utmost efforts, they remain unable to uncover it. It is akin to a drowning individual who sees a lifeline but cannot grasp it. This encapsulates the essence of true despair. 1 hour and 30 minutes. 1 hour and 45 minutes. Attention, candidates. There are 15 minutes remaining in the examination. Those who have yet to respond, please do so promptly. The cold voice of the classroom intercom pierced through the air. At last, even in Chen Mu's class, chaos began to ensue. Is it possible that Chen Mu cannot pass this exam? I suspect there is no answer at all. This is a bizarre task devoid of any exit. Yes, even someone as intelligent as Chen Mu cannot find a way out. Surely there is none. We are doomed. Half of us will perish here. I'm terrified. I wish to go home, sob sob. The classroom erupted into a cacophony, resembling a bustling marketplace in disarray. Amidst this tumult, Chen Mu remained resolutely silent. He sat in his chair, maintaining a contemplative posture, as calm and composed as a statue. Even during the most anxious moments, Chen Mu exuded an air of tranquility akin to that of a sculpture. Such composure is hardly attainable by the average individual. It is evident that Chen Mu is no ordinary person. Survivors tempered by the bizarre apocalypse possess, in certain respects, qualities that are extraordinary. For instance, Chen Mu's remarkable trait is his unwavering calmness. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Mu maintains his composure. The more dire the situation, the more flustered others become. The calmer Chen Mu remains. It is this extraordinary equanimity that has enabled him to uncover pathways to survival amid countless crises. At this juncture, after over an hour of contemplation, Chen Mu has begun to formulate a line of thought. However, this insight is shrouded in a fog within his mind. It seems that with a mere nudge, the fog could be dispersed, revealing the concealed truth. Chen Mu concentrated, striving to pierce through the haze in his brain. He was on the verge of uncovering the truth, a strong sensation coursing through him. The truth was within reach. Yet, to take that final step, he required a last spark of inspiration. This path to survival, which had haunted Chen Mu for 5 years, was now ripe for revelation as he faced it once more. At last, a familiar voice echoed once again. This sound is all too familiar, often resonating within the confines of the classroom. So much so that nearly every student has come to regard it as a mundane occurrence, allowing it to fade into the background. Yet, when Chen Mu once again perceives this sound, a subtle smile finally graces his composed visage. You have concealed yourself quite adeptly. This path to survival in the current mission is indeed treacherously cunning. A normal person would scarcely conceive that you could be hidden here. Alas, it is unfortunate for you that you have crossed paths with me once more. I have finally unveiled your secret. As still as a statue, Chen Mu commenced his actions. He rose to his feet and grasped the dagger resting upon the table. In my past life, I faltered. This time, I shall ensure you reveal your true form. Chapter 42, The Sole Survivor of the Discovery. As Chen Mu grasped the dagger, the gaze of every classmate converged upon him. My heavens! Chen Mu is finally taking action. This is splendid. He must have discerned the path to survival. The anomaly can no longer remain concealed. Ha ha ha. I proclaim that Chen Mu is the mightiest student in the entire school. He truly lives up to the rumors of his prowess. If only he were my boyfriend. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates, Chen Mu strode toward the back of the classroom, dagger in hand. On the podium, the proctor's disdainful expression was unmistakable. To her, these were merely a group of naive children. Their antics were trifling at best. How could a bunch of kids possibly uncover the truth? The proctor acknowledged that even she, in the absence of knowledge, would find it impossible to pass the examination. That boy, Chen Mu, was merely flailing in a desperate struggle before his demise. Soon, Chen Mu stood before girl. I know you're hiding here, he asserted. The girl remained silent, her demeanor eerie, her gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. Yet this bold move by Chen Mu sent ripples of astonishment through the class. Could Chen Mu truly suspect Wang Xiaoxiao of being the anomaly? Preposterous. Wang Xiaoxiao had spoken earlier. She could not possibly be the anomaly. Indeed, Wang Xiaoxiao's silence now must be due to the rules. Surely, her exam paper contained stipulations preventing her from speaking at this moment. This was the reason. Why would Chen Mu still harbor suspicions about Wang Xiaoxiao? The classmates were perplexed. Similar situations had occurred in other classes before. At the onset of the exam, one class had eliminated such a student, only to later confirm that the victim was not an anomaly, but merely constrained by the rules. Now, as Chen Mu stood before Wang Xiaoxiao, could he genuinely suspect her of being the anomaly? Such a blatant error was unfathomable. Even the slowest of students understood that Wang Xiaoxiao could not be the anomaly. Chen Mu's actions resembled a cornered beast in its final throes. A sense of disappointment began to permeate the hearts of many classmates. Could it be that even Chen Mu was unable to uncover the truth? In the next instant, Chen Mu raised the dagger, aiming it toward Wang Xiaoxiao. This strike shall send you to your demise, he declared, plunging the blade downward with a force that seemed to draw upon every ounce of his strength. What followed was a scene that left everyone in shock. A resounding crack echoed through the air. The dagger struck not Wang Xiaoxiao, but rather her desk, shattering it into a myriad of splinters. Wood fragments scattered across the floor, and amidst the debris, a wisp of black smoke began to rise. In that moment, the classroom fell into a profound silence. All eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of shock. Pairs of astonished gazes incredulously fixed upon Chen Mu. Even the invigilator at the podium stood up, her eyes brimming with astonishment. This lad, truly, uncovered the hidden anomaly. How could this be possible? moments latte. The classroom erupted in a thunderous cheer. The source of the anomaly was, astonishingly, a desk. I never imagined that the bizarre could conceal itself within a desk. Chen Mu, you are my hero. You genuinely discovered the anomaly. How did you accomplish such a feat? A desk. Who would have thought? Yet Chen Mu did. He patted Wang Xiao on the head, saying, "Hee, I hope I didn't frighten you." It was then that the students realized that Chen Mu's earlier words, "This blade shall send you to your demise," were not directed at Wang Xiao, but rather at her desk. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life, announcing Class 27 of the senior year. Chen Mu has successfully found the answer. The first class to pass the examination has emerged. The examination was nearing its conclusion. Chen Mu was the sole individual to discover the path to survival. Congratulations. You may return home. To the students in the classroom, this announcement sounded like heavenly music. The 2 hours of torment were finally drawing to a close. They were about to emerge from the depths of despair back into the world of the living, and it was Chen Mu's hand that guided them back. Once again, the classroom was ablaze with excitement. Chen Mu was encircled by his classmates, their ears filled with praises and adoration. Many girls gazed at him with stars in their eyes. Undoubtedly, amidst this bizarre apocalypse, no one but Chen Mu could provide them with such a profound sense of safety. At this moment, Chen Mu remained composed. He wiped his dagger clean and sheathed it with a sense of tranquility. He had triumphed over his former self, vanquishing the enemies of his past. This exhilarating sensation filled Chen Mu with immense satisfaction. It also signified that his ability to seek a path to survival had reached new heights. In the face of even greater dangers ahead, Chen Mu would remain unflappable. A person's demeanor is forged through the accumulation of experiences. It is only by repeatedly confronting and conquering death that one cultivates the essence of a true warrior. Otherwise, even immense wealth would merely render one a vulgar nouveau riche. Students in other classrooms also heard the announcement. Upon absorbing its contents, envy surged among them. Chen Mu. It is indeed Chen Mu. Only he possesses the capability to unearth a path to survival. I have long asserted that Chen Mu is unparalleled. You all claimed he was merely a product of exaggeration. But now you've been proven wrong. So what if you've been proven wrong? You are not even in the same class as Chen Mu. Can he save you? How infuriating. Why am I not in the same class as Chen Mu? If I survive this ordeal, I shall certainly implore my father to transfer me to Chen Mu's class. I yearn to survive. I aspire to win over Chen Mu as my boyfriend. You should focus on survival first. Meanwhile, in Chen Mu's classroom, the invigilating teacher descended from the platform and approached him step by step. Chen Mu, she addressed him. The invigilator stood before Chen Mu, and had she not possessed an air of peculiarity, she would have been an exceedingly beautiful woman in uniform. You have indeed discovered a path to survival, which astonishes me greatly. I must confess, I underestimated your capabilities. Even I could not have uncovered such a route. Therefore, I wish to pose a question to you. How did you discern this path? And how could you ascertain that among so many desks, the anomaly must belong to Wang Xiao? The sight of a teacher seeking counsel from a human student was indeed astonishing, and such news would undoubtedly leave others astounded. Her words encapsulated the curiosity and bewilderment shared by all the classmates, as their eyes turned towards Chen Mu, filled with intrigue and inquiry. It is rather simple. Chen Mu replied slowly. The fundamental rule of this bizarre apocalypse. Paths to survival are concealed within the rules. I deduced this route through the various regulations. Chapter 43. The answer lies within the rules. Can we infer a path to survival from the rules? Upon hearing Chen Mu's response, the students present exhibited expressions of perplexity. Each of them possessed their own set of rules. Yet it was only Chen Mu who could deduce a path to survival from them. At that moment, some candidates, skeptical, hastily began to scrutinize their papers, examining the myriad rules line by line. However, no matter how intently they looked, they could not fathom how to infer a path to survival from them. After listening to Chen Mu's remarks, the invigilator's expression turned gravely serious. She understood that only the most exceptional individuals possess the remarkable ability to unearth subtle hints within the rules, thereby discovering concealed paths to survival. Such individuals invariably carve out their niche in the bizarre end times. Observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Chen Mu smiled and began to elaborate. When I first received the examination paper, staring at the densely packed rules, no fewer than 10 in number, I, like all of you, felt utterly bewildered. Faced with such a convoluted situation, the simplest approach is to abandon irrelevant distractions and seek the most essential, core objective. In this examination, as candidates, our paramount aim for survival is to identify the concealed anomalies. Thus, I commence my analysis, categorizing the bewildering array of rules and selecting the most critical ones. The pivotal rules reveal to us how to seek the anomalies. By comprehending these essential rules, I could uncover the path to survival. Consequently, I swiftly identified the following key rules. 1. Anomalies are inherently lazy. They generally remain inactive until you discover them. 2. Anomalies may occasionally emit peculiar sounds. By paying attention to the strange noises around you, you may uncover traces of the anomalies. 3. Anomalies, like humans, possess 2 arms and 2 legs. It is challenging to discern who among us is an anomaly based solely on appearance. These 3 rules convey how to locate the anomalies. I refer to them as the source rules. The myriad other rules are secondary. They either distract us or serve as supporting evidence. In essence, aside from the source rules, I designate the remaining rules as the secondary rules. However, upon identifying the source rules, I soon found myself ensnared in a dilemma, one that I believe you all share. The source of this dilemma lies in the 3rd source rule. Anomalies, like humans, possess 2 arms and 2 legs. It is difficult to discern who is an anomaly by mere appearance. Upon reading this rule, it is natural for us to assume that an anomaly has disguised itself as a human, taking on the guise of one of our classmates. Consequently, everyone understandably began to search among their peers for the anomaly. Yet, you were all mistaken. You had fallen into a trap. I too succumbed to the same snare. But I quickly detected an anomaly within the 1st source rule. Anomalies are inherently lazy. They generally remain inactive until you discover them. Have you not realized? This is a rule highly detrimental to the bizarre. If the bizarre disguises itself as a classmate, it will remain motionless until we discover it. A living classmate, unable to move. Is this not an evident flaw? As long as one's mind is sound, seeing a classmate remain still for an extended period would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Consequently, it becomes quite easy to identify the bizarre and pass the examination. Yet, in reality, the situation is entirely the opposite. Not a single class has succeeded in the examination. This precisely indicates that our understanding of Rule 3 is fundamentally flawed. Once I grasped this, my thoughts became considerably clearer. I began to repeatedly recite Rule 3, seeking any subtle hints within it. At last, I uncovered the critical oversight. Rule 3 plays a linguistic trick. The bizarre, like humans, possesses 2 arms and legs. Superficially, it is challenging to discern who is bizarre. These 2 statements are separated by a period. This implies that there is no inherent logical causation between them. It is not necessarily the case that because the bizarre has 2 arms and legs like a human, it becomes difficult to identify who is bizarre. These statements lack a causal relationship. We must interpret them separately. Moreover, the correct order of understanding is to first comprehend the latter statement, followed by the former. First, consider the latter. Superficially, it is challenging to discern who is bizarre. What, then, must the bizarre transform into in order to remain undetectable? Quite simply, aside from taking on a human form, it can naturally assume other shapes. It could become air, liquid, or an object. Imagine if the bizarre transformed into air. Would you then be able to identify it? Clearly, you would not. Now, the question arises, what precisely can the bizarre become? At this juncture, we should revisit the earlier statement for clues. The bizarre, like humans, possesses 2 arms and legs. This is, in fact, a glaring hint, indicating that the bizarre has limbs. Limbs are not solely arms and legs. For tables and chairs, they too possess limbs. At this point, we can form a rough hypothesis. The bizarre may very well be the tables and chairs. However, amidst the multitude of tables and chairs in the classroom, which one is the bizarre? This leads us to examine Rule 2. The bizarre may occasionally emit strange sounds. Pay attention to the peculiar noises around you, and you will discover traces of the bizarre. This is indeed a crucial rule. The bizarre can produce sound. Any table or chair that emits a noise is likely to be the bizarre. Thus, I began to pay close attention to whether any tables or chairs were making sounds. Ultimately, I heard 3 distinct occurrences. All 3 sounds originated from Wang Xiaoxiao's desk. It was the creaking noise of an aging desk. Even if someone heard it, they would likely dismiss it as commonplace. Only with a complete understanding of the rules could one discern subtle clues amidst the most ordinary of sounds. Thus, as you can observe, I grasped the dagger. In that pivotal moment, before picking up the dagger, I was compelled to confront a crucial question. Is this a false path to survival? The so-called false path is one derived from rules, yet such a path remains unprovable. Even if proof were sought, it would demand the cost of one's life. When a path to survival necessitates wagering one's very existence on its validity, it ceases to be a true path and instead becomes a false one. It leads us towards death. In certain classes, conjectures about the eerie presence often point to the invigilator. Subsequently, all would submit their papers, betting their lives on the correctness of this path. At that time, some classmates in my class contemplated this course of action, but I intervened, for I could discern at a glance that this was a false path. Now, regarding the path I speculated upon, is it indeed a false one? The answer is no. If I wish to validate my path, I need only strike that desk. Chopping the desk poses no risk to my life. Moreover, the rules are in my favor. Even if the desk were truly eerie, it would not harm me before I struck it. Another rule states that the dagger in my hand can slay the supernatural. These 2 rules serve to protect me, and, by extension, this path to survival. Consequently, my endeavor to validate this path was entirely devoid of peril. This also indirectly affirms that my conjectured path is not only not a false one, but is likely a genuine path to survival, safeguarded by 2 rules. Thus, I proceeded with my action. The outcome, as you have witnessed, was my discovery of the path to survival. The eerie entity was none other than that very desk. Chapter 44. Do you wish to acquire this school? Following Chen Mu's remarks, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. The surrounding students were left in a state of bewilderment. Were they all attempting the same examination paper? Why was it that, while I held the paper with my mind blank, fixated solely on thoughts of violence, Chen Mu seemingly possessed a supernatural clarity, effortlessly discerning the answers? The disparity between individuals was indeed staggering. Chen Mu, your thought process is exceptionally peculiar. We, the ordinary ones, cannot fathom such complexities. These convoluted paths are insurmountable for us from the very outset. As you mentioned, the inability to perceive the strangeness is not a flaw among the classmates. We simply cannot recognize it. Some students gasped in despair, overwhelmed by the realization of their own limitations compared to Chen Mu. This revelation prompted many to nod in agreement. They could not emulate Chen Mu's extraordinary deductive abilities. Had it not been for Chen Mu's guidance, they would have faced dire consequences. Previously, they merely perceived Chen Mu as formidable, yet lacked a precise understanding of the extent of that strength. Now, however, they had gained a clear awareness of the chasm separating them. This was a gap that could never be bridged in a lifetime. If Chen Mu had once been regarded as an impressive individual in their eyes, he had now transcended into a divine entity amidst the peculiar apocalypse. There's no need to be so disheartened, Chen Mu chuckled softly. In a realm of bizarre tasks, the path to survival is forever concealed within the rules. A truly exceptional master, even without prior experience in a particular bizarre task, can deduce the path to survival merely by grasping a few rules within the task. In fact, several rules within the examination hinted at the enigma of not being a classmate. For instance, Rule 4 pertains to each individual's personal rules. My personal rule compels me to let out a loud shout during the hour and a half of the exam. Though this seemingly nonsensical rule appears trivial, it subtly hints at greater truths. Consider this. If my rule is so absurd, could we not speculate that the personal rules of others are equally nonsensical? Upon adopting this line of thought, when observing a particular classmate remaining motionless, one might assume she is peculiar. However, could it not be possible that she is merely adhering to her personal rule? Thus, it becomes evident that judging a classmate's peculiarity solely based on their lack of movement is quite unreliable. As Chen Mu elaborated, the girl he had previously rescued sparkled with admiration in her eyes. He truly understands me. At that moment, she was indeed fulfilling her personal rule. Had Chen Mu not intervened, she would have been mistaken for a bizarre entity and met with dire consequences. The more Chen Mu analyzed the situation, the more astonished and reverent the gazes of his classmates became. It was as if, within the bizarre task, Chen Mu had ascended to the status of an omniscient deity. No trap could escape his perception. The invigilator, having listened to Chen Mu's discourse, could not help but gasp in astonishment. She admitted that among all the humans she had encountered, Chen Mu was undoubtedly the most intelligent one. Your prowess exceeds my imagination. I concede I underestimated you just now, the invigilator remarked. It was quite astonishing for such an arrogant being to acknowledge the strength of a mere human. If others were to witness this, they would surely be taken aback. You flatter me, Chen Mu replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Even after successfully passing the examination, basking in the admiration of his classmates, and receiving the invigilator's astonishment, there was not a trace of arrogance or indulgence upon his face. Composed, serene, and mature, the invigilator had to admit, in all her experience, she had never encountered someone of Chen Mu's age with such depth of character. This unwavering tranquility could not have been feigned. It was a quality forged through the trials of life, having weathered storms and witnessed the collapse of great edifices. In that moment, the invigilator found herself perplexed by Chen Mu. What could this young man have endured? His image began to take on an air of mystery in her eyes. Mysterious men possess an inexplicable allure. Suddenly, the invigilator noticed that Chen Mu appeared somewhat handsome. At that moment, Chen Mu unexpectedly asked, "Teacher, having passed the exam, am I entitled to meet your principal?" The invigilator was taken aback once more. If a common individual had just managed to pass such a daunting examination, they would likely be eager to leave as swiftly as possible, wishing never to return. Yet, Chen Mu not only chose to remain, but also sought an audience with the principal. He surely understood that the principal of the Night Academy was a formidable being. Humans would typically avoid such entities, yet here was Chen Mu, expressing a desire to meet one. What an extraordinary man. You exhibit great courage, the invigilator remarked. As the sole candidate to have found the answer, you certainly have the opportunity to meet the principal. However, I am curious as to why you wish to see the principal of Night Academy. Is it, perchance, that you seek a reward for your success? The other students, equally perplexed, turned their gazes toward Chen Mu, unsure of his intentions. What could he possibly want? It was a terrifying examination. Surely the principal of Night Academy was even more fearsome? Indeed, I would be terrified to encounter such an entity. Yet Chen Mu was eager to seek it out. The students could not help but speculate, each unable to discern Chen Mu's purpose. A reward? Certainly not. Chen Mu smiled and shook his head. Then, in a tone of calm assurance, he uttered a statement that left everyone in shock. Because I intend to purchase Night Academy. Chapter 45. Teacher, please do not flatter so excessively. What did you say? You wish to purchase the school? The proctor's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced he must have misheard. A student, daring to propose the acquisition of an entire educational institution. Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Did he even comprehend the value of Night Academy? It was worth billions of ghostly coins. A truly astronomical sum. Chen Mu appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary high school student, albeit one who exhibited remarkable intelligence and composure. Yet, could he truly possess such an extravagant amount of ghostly currency? The teacher mused that perhaps it was merely a sign of youthful naivety, a lack of understanding regarding the true nature of wealth. The other students, upon hearing this astonishing claim, turned to Chen Mu with expressions of shock. They had heard rumors of his affluence, yet his audacious proposal to purchase the school had taken them completely aback. I told you, Chen Mu's wealth surpasses your wildest imaginations. During the previous midnight canteen task, he had outright bought the cafeteria. To engage in a peculiar mission and to purchase an equally strange setting? Indeed, the realm of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. That instance involved a mere cafeteria. This, however, was an entire school. The cost would be at least 10 billion. Did Chen Mu truly possess such funds? The classmates buzzed with speculation, clearly astonished by the extent of his financial capability. Of course, would I jest with you? Chen Mu remarked nonchalantly, "My time is precious. Please take me to meet your principal." With that, he retrieved a small box from his spatial ring and presented it to the female teacher in uniform. Upon opening it, she was astounded to find a jade bracelet within. This exquisite piece was carved from the jade of the peculiar realm, valued at nearly 10,000 ghostly coins. "This is for me?" The teacher gazed in astonishment at the beautiful jade, her eyes instantly alight with desire. Such a bracelet, given her modest salary, would require her to forego sustenance for 3 or 4 months to afford. Unless fate intervened, she would likely never be able to purchase one in her lifetime. "Now, please, take me to your principal without delay," Chen Mu stated coolly, as if the bracelet worth nearly 10,000 was of lesser value than a bottle of water in his eyes. The teacher could scarcely believe it. Her hands trembled slightly as she gingerly accepted the jade, playing with it momentarily, utterly enchanted. She looked back at Chen Mu, and this time, her gaze held no trace of disdain. A child lacking a concept of money? Nonsense. This young man is evidently not in want of funds. In a certain light, it could be said that he was indeed oblivious to the value of money. For in his eyes, items worth hundreds of thousands were merely the cost of a meal, and a bracelet worth nearly 10,000 was simply the price of a bottle of water. Instantly, the teacher's demeanor shifted, her expression transforming into one of eager servility. "Classmate Chen, please do not rush. I shall escort you to the principal immediately." With that, she carefully tucked the bracelet away, treating it as a cherished treasure, then stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with Chen Mu's, guiding him out of the classroom. Behind me, a group of disheveled classmates lingered in the wind. How perplexing. I suspect the invigilator has been replaced. Is this truly the same strict supervisor? I recall at the onset of the examination, the invigilator perched atop the podium, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. What has transpired now? Has she truly fallen to such a level of flattery towards Chen Mu? One might as well call him master. Is this the power of wealth? Just how affluent is Chen Mu? Chen Mu strolled through the corridor of the academic building, his arm entwined with that of a female teacher. Was it merely a gift of 10,000 that had led to such sycophantic behavior? Chen Mu found himself puzzled. After all, a gift of 10,000 coins is hardly substantial. Yet the rapid shift in the teacher's demeanor was striking. Should others catch wind of this, they might well contemplate throttling Chen Mu. In our perilous tasks, we risk our lives, laboring to earn a mere few hundred spirit coins, yearning to hoard them. And here he was, casually dismissing a 10,000 spirit coin gift as insignificant. Such ostentation. How could he flaunt his riches without fear of divine retribution? Chen Mu felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps he had just emerged from the Duke's residence, where gifts in the million range were the norm, rendering a gift of 10 or 20,000 commonplace. Nevertheless, the expenditure was worthwhile. The principal had a notoriously volatile temperament. Had it not been for Chen Mu's offering, the female teacher might not have been inclined to introduce him to the principal. As they proceeded, the female teacher, clad in a short skirt uniform, intentionally brushed against Chen Mu. She even implied that should he feel fatigued, she was more than willing to accompany him for a respite. It was not her desire to be so obsequious, but the magnitude of his generosity was undeniable. With his spatial ring, it was evident he was no ordinary individual. Even the female specter seemed to be attracted to the affluent. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the threshold of the principal's office. The female teacher inhaled deeply, steeling herself to knock on the door. Just before rapping, a tremor of anxiety crept into her voice as she cautioned Chen Mu. "Student Chen, the principal's temperament may not be particularly amiable. He is not fond of visitors. Therefore, once you enter, be swift with your words, and do not provoke his ire." As she spoke, her voice quivered, betraying the palpable fear the principal instilled in his subordinates. A volatile temperament? Chen Mu scoffed inwardly. No matter how irascible the specter might be, He possessed the means to endear himself to him. There is a saying, "You are not money. How can you expect everyone to like you?" How fortuitous! While I may not be currency, I am indeed blessed with abundant wealth. I am rather unremarkable, devoid of any notable traits. My sole virtues are wealth. Wealth, and indeed, an abundance of wealth. Knock, knock, knock. The female teacher rapped on the office door. After a prolonged moment, an impatient voice echoed from within. "Enter." The tone bore a hint of irritation, as if the interruption was unwelcome. The female teacher, trembling, pushed the door open and led Chen Mu inside. "Principal, this is Chen from our class. He wishes to meet you." The female teacher spoke with trepidation, refraining from disclosing that Chen Mu intended to purchase the school. Were such words to escape her lips, the principal would likely perceive Chen Mu's visit as a jest, unleashing his wrath upon both the student and the teacher. A student? From behind his desk, the principal raised his head, his expression rife with impatience. He was a rotund and peculiar figure, sporting a receding hairline reminiscent of the Mediterranean and a protruding belly, embodying the quintessential visage of a disgruntled middle-aged man. Upon realizing that Chen Mu was an individual, he erupted with fury. What is the meaning of this? This is but a diminutive human. What right does a mere human have to enter my office? How dare you bring a human here? Do you wish for your demise? By the conclusion of his tirade, his ire was palpable. How could such a tiny creature dare to intrude upon his presence? A murderous intent flickered in the principal's gaze. Chapter 46. You cannot buy the school. The principal's fury left the female teacher trembling in fear. Suddenly, she felt someone tugging at her, and upon turning, she saw Chen Mu pulling her behind him, bravely confronting the enraged principal. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Chen Mu broke into a smile. "Principal, having traveled such a distance, I bring this modest gift as a token of respect." With that, Chen Mu reached into his spatial ring and produced a large box of fine wines and 2 substantial packs of premium cigarettes. The principal's expression momentarily froze at the sight of the cigarettes and liquor. His face, a blend of rage and surprise, appeared somewhat comical. He had not anticipated that this student would present such lavish gifts upon their first meeting. It is said that one should never strike a smiling face. With the offering of fine spirits, how could he possibly dismiss the young man? "Ah, you are Chen, right?" The principal's tone noticeably softened, and the impatience in his gaze diminished. Yet, Chen Mu was not finished. After purchasing a watch for the Duke, he had acquired several more after leaving the Duke's residence. It seemed the peculiar beings had a fondness for such items, and who knew when they might come in handy. At that moment, Chen Mu extracted a small box from his spatial ring, smiling as he presented it to the principal. The surface of the box was wrapped in exquisite golden silk, exuding an air of opulence. Upon seeing the luxurious packaging, the principal's eyes shifted, realizing that the contents of the box were extraordinary. As he opened it, he was astonished to find a lavish watch nestled within, an exquisite piece adorned with emeralds. The principal's pupils constricted in disbelief. Surely, he must have been mistaken. A watch worth over 300,000. Goodness, are humans truly this affluent now? No, it must be that Chen Mu before him is exceedingly wealthy. With such a generous gift, even the principal's facade of indifference could not hold. "Ah Chen, why such formality? As your principal, I truly appreciate diligent and inquisitive students. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. There is no need for gifts." Such extravagance. The principal transformed before Chen Mu's eyes, cheerfully accepting the gifts and affectionately patting Chen Mu's shoulder as if he were a long-lost prodigy. Such a stark contrast left the female teacher in disbelief. Was this truly the principal she knew? In her memories, he had never been this amiable. The principal had always maintained a stern demeanor, particularly towards humans, and Chen Mu's audacity in intruding upon the principal's office would typically warrant severe repercussions. Yet, the current scene diverged entirely from her expectations. The only individuals who could expect such warm hospitality from the principal were likely the board members. If other peculiar beings were to witness this, their jaws would certainly drop. "Principal, you are too kind. I merely have a matter I wish to discuss with you," Chen Mu said with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing Chen Mu's courteous words, The principal felt an even greater surge of joy within. Such wealth combined with such politeness. Within mere minutes, Chen Mu had captured the principal's admiration. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to inform me. There is nothing within this entire Dark Knight Academy that I cannot resolve. Has some teacher offended you? Fear not. I shall confront them at once, the principal declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Not at all, Mr. Principal. Please do not rush. I also have a case of fine wine to present to you, Chen Mu replied, retrieving a box of wine from his spatial ring. However, in what seemed to be an inadvertent slip, he also drew out a small token. With a clatter, the token struck the ground, producing a sharp sound. The principal glanced down, nearly widening his eyes in astonishment. The token of the Guile General. Chen Mu actually possessed the token of a Guile General. The implications were clear to the principal. It signified that Chen Mu had at least one formidable ally backing him. This young man was not to be trifled with. I am but a young man, clumsy and careless, dropping things all over, Chen Mu chuckled, lowering his head in embarrassment as he retrieved the token and returned it to his spatial ring. At this moment, the principal's expression turned notably more serious and grave. The deliberate display of the token hinted at a powerful patron. How insufferable. The principal understood that a person like Chen Mu, possessing both wealth and connections, was someone he could not afford to offend. It became imperative to appease Chen Mu and fulfill his requests. Thus, the principal produced his cherished tea leaves and personally brewed a cup for Chen Mu, extending a warm welcome. Student Chen, whatever your requests may be, as long as it is within my capacity, I shall gladly oblige, the principal assured him. A female teacher cast a sympathetic glance at the principal, likely aware that he remained oblivious to the extent of Chen Mu's ambitions. If the principal knew that Chen Mu intended to purchase the school, his expression would surely be one of disbelief. Mr. Principal, I have but a modest request. Chen Mu smiled lightly, his tone nonchalant. I am prepared to offer 100 billion to purchase Dark Knight Academy. At these words, the principal, mid-sip, sputtered tea from his mouth in astonishment. 100 billion? To buy the school? This is an amount of 100 billion. What are you saying? You wish to acquire the school? Such a colossal transaction was being casually mentioned by Chen Mu, who spoke as if he were haggling in a marketplace, stating, I'll buy this tofu for $1. Why was there not a trace of anxiety on Chen Mu's face regarding such a monumental deal? Coughing to regain his composure, the principal could hardly contain his disbelief. Were it not for the extravagant gifts Chen Mu had already bestowed, he might have thought the young man was jesting. Student Chen, our school is probably worth just over 70 billion. I am aware, Chen Mu nodded. Hence, my offer of 100 billion to acquire it. You have no grounds to refuse. Chen Mu understood that in the eerie twilight of the apocalypse, the Knight Academy would evolve into a colossal entity, nearly on par with the Underworld Bank. At that level, even a fortune of countless trillions of underworld coins would be insufficient for acquisition. Presently, seizing the opportunity at the inception of this bizarre epoch, purchasing it for 100 billion coins might seem an unwise investment, yet in reality, it was a tremendous windfall. Ahem, with such a vast sum of coins, the principal's tone wavered slightly. I'm a person lacking in many aspects, but one thing I possess abundantly is wealth. Chen Mu clapped his hands, and with a rustling sound, a plethora of pristine underworld coins filled half of the office. He effortlessly produced 100 million coins. Witnessing Chen Mu's astonishing financial prowess left the principal astounded. His office was brimming with coins. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a fortune. The female teacher beside him was so taken aback that she sank to the floor, her eyes glimmering with disbelief as she gazed at Chen Mu. One extravagant tycoon. After several minutes, the principal finally emerged from his stupor. He inhaled deeply, looking at Chen Mu, and said, Student Chen, your financial capacity exceeds my expectations. I concede that your wealth is ample enough to procure the Knight Academy. However, I cannot sell it to you, for this transcends mere monetary matters. To be candid, should you acquire the Knight Academy, you would violate the rules. Breaching these rules could lead to your demise. Chapter 47. You dare to defy the rules. Rules? What rules? Chen Mu inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. In his previous life, he had never purchased a school, thus leaving him oblivious to the intricacies involved. The principal responded, "In truth, the school does not belong to me. I merely act on behalf of the board of directors in managing it. They have established a series of regulations, one of which pertains to the buying and selling of the school. The board has decreed that the Knight Academy, valued at 7 billion Nether Coins, can be purchased by humans for merely 100 million Nether Coins. However, with your keen intellect, you must discern that this is a trap. The board has also stipulated that the moment a human purchases the Knight Academy, upon signing the contract, they shall meet their demise. Originally, I was not obliged to disclose this second rule, but out of gratitude for the numerous gifts you have bestowed upon me, I felt compelled to offer you this warning." Chen Mu's expression shifted dramatically. The board members of the Knight Academy were truly malevolent. A school worth 7 billion being offered to humans for just 100 million was an exceedingly tempting bait that no one could resist. Upon signing the contract, individuals would unwittingly violate the second rule, leading to their enforced execution by the power of the rules. Consequently, the 100 million Nether Coins they possessed would become unclaimed and fall into the hands of the board members. This was a meticulously crafted trap aimed at affluent humans. If memory served, he had heard tales in his previous life of a wealthy individual who amassed 100 million Nether Coins in a mere 2 years. This individual, drawn by the allure of the Knight Academy, seized upon the opportunity when it was offered at a mere 10 of its value. Naturally, this affluent figure sought to purchase the Knight Academy. At the time, many, including Chen Mu, had envied this fortunate millionaire, proclaiming how extraordinarily lucky he was to acquire the academy for just 100 million. However, this wealthy individual had suddenly vanished, along with his 100 million Nether Coins. Now, Chen Mu understood. This millionaire had signed a contract, violated the rules, and met his untimely end. His 100 million Nether Coins were swallowed whole by the board of directors of the Knight Academy. What a cunning trap! Had Chen Mu not been generous enough to present the principal with gifts worth hundreds of thousands, forging a friendship with him, the principal would not have been inclined to offer such a benevolent warning. Faced with such a rule, it appeared that Chen Mu could never hope to acquire the Knight Academy. The first law of the bizarre apocalypse states, no one can defy the rules. Yet, if there are rules, exceptions must exist. Chen Mu vowed to be that exception. The prospect of obtaining the immense power of the Knight Academy, equivalent to the Nether Bank, for merely 100 million Nether Coins was simply too enticing. Even Chen Mu found it impossible to resist such temptation. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his gaze towards the principal, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Principal, I wish to purchase the Knight Academy for 100 million. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, the principal was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" He naturally assumed he had misheard. Knowing full well the fatal consequences, Chen Mu still insisted on purchasing the Knight Academy. Either his mind had faltered, or he had misheard. The principal chose to believe the latter. To his astonishment, Chen Mu emphatically declared, "I wish to acquire the Knight Academy." The principal was momentarily taken aback. It was not a mishearing. Rather, it seemed Chen Mu had indeed lost his senses. Was this young man so reckless as to value wealth over life? It is often said that people die for riches and birds perish for food, yet this was an unprecedented approach. To buy the Knight Academy was to breach the rules, and death was certain. What use was the Knight Academy to a man who was already deceased? The female teacher nearby was equally stunned. Were the wealthy truly so eccentric? A jade worth 10,000 was given away without a second thought. Yet one's life could be so easily dismissed. What unique character! One must ponder this. While 1 billion is indeed a modest price, it is worrisome if one possesses the means to purchase but not the means to enjoy it. The principal, displaying a commendable sense of decency, offered a gentle reminder to Chen Mu. Undeterred, Chen Mu nodded resolutely and proclaimed, "The 1 billion for this room is indeed within my means. Bring forth the contract. Let us finalize the agreement." Although the principal was not a board member, he had been endowed with the authority to sign contracts by the board for the sake of convenience. Otherwise, convening a board meeting for a mere contract would be an undue hassle. The board members were well aware that under their established rules, no one could survive the purchase of the Night Academy. This was an inviolable regulation, a supreme decree in a bizarre apocalypse. No man, no entity could contravene these rules. The principal retrieved a stack of contract from the safe, laid them upon his desk, and signed his name. Mr. Chen, with your signature on this document, you will possess the Night Academy, along with the principal and all the faculty. However, I must caution you once more, by signing this contract, you will violate the rules. The stipulation is clear. Whoever purchases the Night Academy is doomed to perish the moment the contract is signed. Without hesitation, Chen Mu took the pen and elegantly inscribed his name on the contract. The principal sighed in resignation, lamenting the futility of his warnings to one so determined to embrace death. The female teacher's gaze was filled with confusion. She could not fathom why Chen Mu was so intent on signing a contract that would lead to his demise. At the very instant of his signature, a formidable force surged within Chen Mu, a dark and violent energy that battered against him, seeking to rend him apart. This was the force of the rules, already set in motion to ensure Chen Mu's demise. Yet, before this energy could tear him asunder, an invisible armor manifested within him, safeguarding his vital organs. The chaotic power clashed violently, yet it found itself unable to breach the protective barrier. Ultimately, after a brief tumult, the force of the rules began to wane. The internal energy struggle manifested externally as Chen Mu merely trembled twice before swiftly regaining his composure. The anticipated scene of carnage did not materialize. Chen Mu, clutching the contract, stood at that moment as the entire Dark Knight Academy transformed into his domain. The principal and the female teacher waited for several seconds. Yet they did not witness Chen Mu's explosion. Instead, he remained composed, standing before them with a beaming smile. Why are you still alive? The principal's face was etched with disbelief. He could hardly recall how many times he had been astonished today. Ever since encountering Chen Mu, this young man had continuously left him in a state of shock, one instance following another. The female teacher, equally astonished, gazed at Chen Mu as if he were a specter. At that moment, Chen Mu's demeanor transcended the understanding of both the principal and the teacher. How could anyone defy the rules? If the rules dictated death, how could he still thrive? This was inconceivable. It defied all logic. Could it truly be possible that someone could resist the rules in this bizarre apocalypse? This was nothing short of an affront to the natural order. With a radiant smile, Chen Mu regarded the envious and astonished pair and casually remarked, I wonder if you have ever heard of an item classified as Eerie level, known as the Death Heavy Armor. Chapter 48. I am but a humble individual, fortuitously in possession of an extraordinary artifact, the Death Heavy Armor. The female teacher appeared utterly bewildered, evidently at her level of understanding. She had yet to encounter such a formidable item. However, the principal, possessing the prowess of a half-step specter, was well acquainted with the legendary reputation of the Death Heavy Armor. It is said that this artifact can withstand the supreme power of the rules. This remarkable item is known as the Death Heavy Armor, and within the entire realm of anomalies, there exists but a singular piece capable of resisting the dictates of the rules. The Death Heavy Armor is a legendary artifact, renowned for its ability to defy fate itself. In this vast world, there exists only one such item. In a tone of astonishment, the principal remarked that the Death Heavy Armor is the object of countless aspirations. I am but a humble individual. Coincidentally, I possess a Death Heavy Armor, Chen Mu said with a cheerful grin. As he spoke, a soft glow enveloped his entire being, emanating the ethereal aura of the Death Heavy Armor. You actually possess the Death Heavy Armor. The principal could not help but exclaim in disbelief. No wonder he dared to confront the rules set by the board members. He had the audacity to sign a contract. He wielded such an extraordinary artifact. Even amidst the shock of the evening, this revelation left the principal utterly astounded. In the entire realm of anomalies, there was but one artifact capable of opposing the might of the rules, and it was astonishingly in Chen Mu's possession. One could say that Chen Mu was the sole individual in this bizarre world capable of standing against the rules. What incredible ability! How could he refer to himself as humble? Were the others then mere worthless beings? Why speak in such a modest tone while uttering such pretentious words? Infuriatingly, he managed to impress again. Yet, I recall that the death-heavy armor was in the possession of the Duke. Years ago, the Duke fought fiercely with a dozen specters over the death-heavy armor. How did you come to possess the death-heavy armor? The principal inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I am but a humble individual who has a minor acquaintance with the Duke, Chen Mu replied with a chuckle. Suddenly, the principal recalled the token that had fallen from Chen Mu earlier. It was indeed the Duke's token. You have acquired the Duke's token, and you call that a minor acquaintance? This young man was infuriatingly impressive. How many more hidden cards does he possess? The principal discerned that while Chen Mu appeared calm and composed, he actually relished in showcasing his prowess. In merely half an hour of acquaintance, he had already impressed several times. Yet, each display of bravado seemed so effortless and natural. He truly possessed such strength. Those formidable board members lurking in the shadows had met their match this time. Their attempts to undermine Chen Mu had backfired spectacularly. Not only did they fail to obtain his dark currency, but they also sold Dark Knight Academy for a mere 100 million. It is without a doubt that Dark Knight Academy is the finest institution in the entire realm of anomalies, a premier school among the elite. Due to the constraints of the rules, aside from Chen Mu, no other human, regardless of wealth, could purchase the school. To do so would violate the rules and result in execution. It can be said that Chen Mu stands as the sole human in this bizarre apocalypse to possess a school, and not just any school, but the most prestigious Knight Academy. Chen Mu has truly triumphed in this endeavor. Furthermore, both the principal and the teachers have become his subordinates. The principal boasts formidable strength, ranking above the eerie commanders and soldiers, yet still beneath the commanders. To be precise, the principal possesses the power of a half-step commander. Besides the Duke, the principal is the strongest individual among the peculiar beings that Chen Mu knows. Unlike the Duke, who shares a more collaborative relationship with Chen Mu, the principal is entirely under his command. Chen Mu can issue directives to the principal as one would to a subordinate. He is indeed his own subordinate. With a half-step commander at his disposal, Chen Mu's power has significantly escalated. Having been reborn, within just a few days, Chen Mu has achieved remarkable success. His enterprises now encompass the Knight Academy, Midnight Canteen, and the most formidable subordinates, all having reached the level of half-step commanders. Moreover, the teachers, each clad in uniforms, possess impressive abilities. The weakest among them has the strength of eerie soldiers, with the majority having attained the level of eerie commanders. After all, as a noble institution within the realm of the uncanny, the Knight Academy's educators are bound to be exceptional. Remarkably, Chen Mu has achieved this level of prowess with an expenditure of just over 100 million. Mr. Chen, please take your seat. The bald principal, displaying keen insight, recognized Chen Mu's new role as the school's overseer and quickly adopted a fawning expression, eagerly inviting him to assume his position. Chen Mu waved his hand, stating that he was not particularly adept at managing a school. He entrusted the administrative responsibilities to the principal, as he had many other matters to attend to and considerable wealth awaiting his expenditure. He could not afford to squander time on the school's management. The principal, whose capabilities were commendable, had previously overseen the flourishing of the Knight Academy in Chen Mu's past life. Chen Mu was pleased to adopt a hands-off approach, allowing the principal to continue his stewardship. Upon hearing Chen Mu's endorsement to remain as principal, the bald principal's anxieties were instantly alleviated. Mr. Chen is truly benevolent, placing such trust in me to continue in my role. This trust from Mr. Chen must not be betrayed. Immediately, the principal called for a gathering of all the teachers to introduce them to their new overseer. In less than 10 minutes, over 100 teachers assembled before Chen Mu. Upon realizing that the new overseer was human, astonishment flickered in their eyes. What is happening? How has the new overseer become a human? I seem to recognize him. He is the only one who answered the exam correctly. He participated in the exam? I have an ominous feeling about this. Indeed, the deadly exam was terrifying. He must have been greatly frightened and is likely contemplating revenge against us. We are doomed. The teachers engaged in fervent discussions, worry etched across their faces. What they did not anticipate was the statement that Chen Mu would utter next. From this day forth, the Knight Academy shall be my enterprise. Upon my arrival at the Knight Academy, I am committed to 3 primary objectives: to increase funds, to augment finances, and once more, to enhance monetary resources. Every employee's salary shall be doubled. All staff members will enjoy the same privileges as those at the midnight canteen, receiving 4 hours of leave each day. The employees' meals will be catered by the midnight canteen, allowing all staff to dine free of charge. My singular demand is that you strive diligently to transform the Knight Academy into the preeminent institution within 1 month. Chen Mu's declaration left the teachers present utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Chen Mu would not seek retribution, but rather bestow such generous benefits upon them. Their monthly salary, a mere 2,000, would, upon doubling, elevate to an impressive 4,000. Such a sum is indeed substantial, far beyond what one could easily exhaust. And what are holidays? What is a holiday? These educators, as peculiar employees, had naturally never heard of such concept. Chen Mu directly granted them 4 hours of leave each day. Tears flowed freely among the teachers in attendance, who lamented, "Chairman Chen, you truly are a living deity." Ah, by the way, in the realm of the uncanny, living deity is a term of endearment. Chapter 49. Everyone wishes to align with Chen Mu upon the conclusion of the meeting. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the teachers, Chen Mu announced the adjournment. Just as the meeting dispersed, the principal made his way to the broadcasting room, activated the microphone, and proclaimed, "Student Chen Mu has just signed a contract to acquire the Knight Academy. As the principal of Knight Academy, I hereby declare that the board of directors shall henceforth bear the name of Chen Mu. Director Chen has ascended to become the supreme leader of Knight Academy." In the aftermath of a recent critical examination, many students lingered within the school grounds, some parents even rushing in to collect their children. Consequently, an abundance of students remained, inadvertently listening to the school announcements. Initially, when they heard the broadcast, confusion reigned. They thought they had misheard. A board director? Isn't that the pinnacle of authority within the institution? Chen Mu. Isn't that merely the name of a student? How could a student possibly ascend to such a role? What a preposterous notion. However, the principal was not content with a single announcement. His flattery skills honed to perfection. He understood the necessity of reiteration. To express loyalty, one must not merely state the truth once. The principal, exhibiting his adeptness in sycophancy, broadcasted the announcement 3 times. Chen Mu has become the sole board director of Knight Academy, the ultimate authority of Knight Academy. Chen Mu has become the sole board director of Knight Academy, the ultimate authority of Knight Academy. Chen Mu has become the sole board director of Knight Academy, the ultimate authority of Knight Academy. The significance of the statement warranted repetition, yet even that felt insufficient. The principal hastily arranged for a banner to be displayed prominently at the school entrance. Thus, the students and parents were met with a startling sight. A group of peculiar individuals clumsily affixing a black banner to the school gate. In this bizarre world, black signified celebration and admiration. The banner proclaimed, "Director Chen Mu has purchased Knight Academy at great expense, becoming the sole board director." With this wave of publicity, the entire school community was made aware. Chen Mu had ascended to the highest leadership position. Suddenly, a student exclaimed, "Chen Mu, I remember now. Didn't he just acquire the Midnight Diner? If I recall correctly, he also participated in the critical examination. Indeed, he was the only candidate to answer the questions. Just moments ago, they were all students, and yet, within a mere span of minutes, he had transformed into a board director. The disparity among individuals is vaster than that between humans and the supernatural. Is it truly possible for someone to possess such wealth? My worldview has been utterly shattered." Standing before the window of the principal's office, Chen Mu gazed out at the throng of students congregated at the entrance, eagerly awaiting his appearance. Undoubtedly, these former classmates now harbored intentions of aligning themselves with him. The boys were inquiring whether Brother Chen was accepting younger brothers, while the girls sought gossip regarding his relationship status. Chen Mu found himself caught between laughter and tears. How had he, merely 3 days into his rebirth, transformed from an inconspicuous high school student into someone so fervently pursued? The pace of this metamorphosis was astonishing. Nevertheless, as a modest and reserved individual with a touch of wealth, Chen Mu had no intention of amassing a multitude of followers. He understood all too well that in this bizarre apocalypse, the human heart could often prove to be more terrifying than the uncanny events surrounding him. At least the bizarre subordinates were bound by contracts, rendering betrayal impossible. However, human intentions were unpredictable. Just yesterday, they might have been steadfast brothers or devoted spouses, but today, they could just as easily turn against one another. The human heart was inscrutable. All right, let the teachers have their meal. I must take my leave as well, for I have other matters to attend to, Chen Mu stated before departing from the principal's office. Behind him, the principal and a group of teachers bowed respectfully as they bid him farewell. As Chen Mu walked away, he contemplated his forthcoming plans. According to his earlier strategy, after acquiring the Dark Knight High School, he had gained ownership of both a hotel and a school, thus accumulating a modest fortune. It was high time he invested in a luxurious mansion. In his previous life, Chen Mu had been an ordinary man residing in a dilapidated community, where the apartment was dark, damp, and filled with aging, yellowed appliances. Having been reborn into this strange world, while others struggled to survive amidst despair, Chen Mu was poised to thrive, ready to inhabit a sprawling mansion complete with a swimming pool and garden. He had already set his sights on a target, the upscale villa district known as Shanshui Courtyard. Before the onset of this bizarre apocalypse, the prices in Shanshui Courtyard had skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands per square meter. Purchasing a villa would have required a lifetime of relentless toil without sustenance. Now, with the arrival of the apocalypse, whispers suggested that Shanshui Courtyard had become a site of strange occurrences, transformed into an uncanny landscape. If he could procure it, he would finally possess his luxurious villa. One without property lacks steadfastness. One must secure a home before pursuing a livelihood. Chen Mu resolved to visit Shanshui Courtyard and acquire a magnificent villa, followed by a trip to the hospital to purchase that as well. In doing so, he would find himself in a position where countless entities in need of medical attention would seek his assistance. With ownership of a hotel, a school, a hospital, and a villa, alongside formidable allies among the bizarre, he would truly become the sovereign of the city. The future appeared exceedingly bright. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mu took out his phone, preparing to summon his driver. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Chen Mu's departure, the teachers at the school were preparing to head out for their meal. It was already 11 o'clock at night. For the uncanny, it was time for lunch. What had the school director said earlier? If they worked for Director Chen, their meals would be lavishly provided and the teachers could dine for free at the Midnight Canteen. The teachers had heard of the Midnight Canteen's reputation. It was said that not long ago, it had been a low-end establishment frequented only by the financially troubled. However, 2 days prior, it had been purchased by a prominent entrepreneur. Since then, the canteen standards had risen dramatically, with a plethora of popular dishes being developed. The employees of the Midnight Diner are notably warm and hospitable. The atmosphere transcends mere employment, resembling a familial bond instead. It is said that a day prior, a hotel owner attempted to create a disturbance at the Midnight Diner. Upon the arrival of the diner's proprietor, the hotel owner was so terrified that he fled in panic, ultimately taking his own life to quell the wrath of the diner's owner. What a formidable background this is. Subsequently, the Midnight Diner underwent a transformation. Now rebranded as the Midnight Hotel, the most upscale establishment in the entire city. At this moment, a teacher suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "I remember hearing that the owner of the Midnight Hotel is also named Chen Mu." What was it again? Chen Mu. Yes, Chen Dong. The proprietor of the Midnight Hotel is indeed Chen Dong. I wonder how much wealth our new school trustee possesses. I've heard that the dining experience at the Midnight Hotel is exceptional. Chen Dong is quite generous to allow us to dine there for our work meals. However, a rather cynical teacher, noticing the enthusiasm of his colleagues, couldn't help but pour cold water on their excitement. The cuisine at the Midnight Hotel may be excellent, but that is for the paying customers. When we go for work meals, what do you expect? Just having something to eat would be fortunate. You don't genuinely believe that Chen Mu is so generous as to provide us with meals of high quality, do you? Chapter 50, Chairman Chen. Do you perhaps harbor some misconceptions regarding the working meals? It is not surprising that this peculiar teacher thinks so. After all, in the bizarre world, the workers are devoid of rights. Employers often neglect to pay wages, and holidays are non-existent. In such a harsh working environment, you dare to mention working meals? What other employers provide can hardly be deemed a meal. It is merely a viscous substance that keeps one alive. The meals previously offered by the board of directors at the Dark Knight Academy were of an even lower quality than swill. Thus, upon hearing the term working meal, some teachers experience PTSD, having been psychologically scarred by past culinary experiences. With trepidation, the group of teachers arrived at the Midnight Hotel. This establishment comprises two locations, a headquarters and a branch. The headquarters is situated within the Dark Knight Academy, originally known as the Midnight Canteen. The branch emerged following the tragic suicide of the previous owner, transforming the hotel into its current incarnation. The teachers entered the headquarters, and upon crossing the threshold, they were immediately enveloped by the enticing aroma of food. Flanking the entrance were two receptionists, who, upon seeing the teachers, greeted them with beaming smiles and enthusiastic bows. Their fervent hospitality took the teachers by surprise. Such genuine warmth in their demeanor could not have been compelled by a whip. It stemmed from an authentic passion for their work and a deep respect for Chairman Chen. The teachers were ushered into a spacious room adorned with long tables, each laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Delicacies such as braised ghost fish, steamed ghost shrimp, and oil-braised giant insects graced the tables, alongside the renowned, explosive boiled blood liver. The sight of such an opulent feast left the teachers momentarily speechless. They exchanged bewildered glances, doubting whether they had arrived at the correct venue. The lavish spread contained only the finest dishes. Even when treating esteemed guests at restaurants, these teachers would hesitate to order such exquisite fare, not out of desire, but due to their inability to afford it. The sheer volume of food before them was worth 2 years' worth of their salaries. "Manager, have you perhaps brought us to the wrong place?" inquired the teacher who had earlier questioned Chen Mu, turning to Li Xiaoxiao. Li Xiaoxiao, the hotel manager, smiled and explained, "I apologize. The owner notified us at the last moment, so the working meals we prepared may be somewhat modest. We ask for your understanding. Although these dishes are indeed simple, they're all part of a buffet, and you may indulge as you please. Should you require more, we shall replenish it. This is a benefit from the owner." The owner she referred to was, of course, Chairman Chen Mu. At this revelation, the teachers stood frozen in astonishment. These extravagant and exquisite dishes were genuinely prepared for them. By previous standards, such fare was reserved for the reception of distinguished guests by the principal. Now, Chairman Chen, in his role as board member, had deemed this a working meal. Moreover, a buffet? Was this not an inadequate reception? A mere modest arrangement? Chairman Chen's generosity far exceeded their expectations. Is there truly such an extraordinary employer in this world? In that fleeting moment, the teacher who had just questioned Chen Mu felt a warmth welling in her eyes. After years of being an enigmatic instructor, she was experiencing for the first time the profound sensation of being respected. Observing the enthusiastic hotel staff around her, she suddenly comprehended why Chen Dong's employees exhibited such fervor in their work. Chen Dong genuinely regards them as comrades. A soldier is willing to die for a true friend. One can easily envision that if, at this very moment, a rival were to declare an intent to overthrow Chen Mu, every employee present, even those armed merely with brooms, would rush forward to defend him fiercely. Moved by the scene, the teachers began to indulge in a buffet. While serving themselves, some of the peculiar instructors took out their phones to capture images of the delectable dishes before them. Do not misunderstand. In this strange post-apocalyptic realm, the bizarre have also embraced modernity, possessing smartphones and other electronic devices. Just as in certain peculiar films, where the uncanny emerges from television screens, there exist various bizarre scenarios across the internet. Some individuals, by mere chance, open an email and find themselves ensnared in a surreal spectacle. As an entity of the uncanny, it is entirely normal for me to possess a mobile phone. These peculiar teachers began to showcase their work meals on the strange internet. Before long, videos with titles such as "Shocking, the boss actually treats us to this," and "Family, who understands? I have found a king of hell as my employer," appeared across the bizarre network. Each pretentious video showcased the peculiarities of their culinary experiences to audiences far and wide. There were even more ostentatious displays, where the video featured a feast of exquisite delicacies, yet the title read, "Just another ordinary meal." Those who viewed the videos were utterly astonished, inundating the comments with inquiries. What lavish dinner is this? This meal must cost tens of thousands of ghostly coins. You call this a work meal? Are you under some misunderstanding about what constitutes a work meal? Stop boasting. Where can one find such a work meal? I would rush over to work for the boss. No salary required. Midnight Hotel? This is a luxurious establishment, and you eat work meals here? Responses quickly flooded in. Rather, one should say, responses from the peculiar. May your entire family be resurrected. This is a work meal. In the realm of the bizarre, family resurrection serves as a vicious curse, equating to the demise of an entire family in a catastrophic manner. This is Chen Dong's work meal. Dark Knight University and Midnight Hotel are currently hastily recruiting, welcoming all to join. Chen Dong truly considers everyone as brothers. To not work for him would render one's life utterly meaningless. In the realm of the bizarre, to die in vain equals to live in vain. These videos spread rapidly, leaving countless inhabitants of the uncanny world in a state of astonishment. Is there truly such an extraordinary employer in existence? On the outskirts of Dark Knight University, several soldier-class entities of the bizarre lurked in the shadows. At the stroke of midnight, the hour when restless spirits and phantoms roam, people tread cautiously along the streets, ever wary of the eerie entities that may emerge. These spectral beings, known for their predatory nature, lurk around school premises, engaging in the nefarious business of loans. Anyone who dares to enter into a loan contract with them finds themselves ensnared by draconian terms. Failure to repay with ghostly currency results in a grim fate, death at the hands of these fiends. At this moment, a group of these entities is engrossed in watching a video on a mobile device. "Boss, take a look at this clip," one minion offers, presenting the phone that displays a scene from the darkened halls of a night school, where grotesque instructors indulge in a lavish feast. "I've seen this video too. It certainly ignites the envy of the ghouls," the leader muses, unable to suppress a sigh of longing. "What if we sought refuge with Mr. Chen?" one suggested. "Refuge?" The leader chuckles ominously. "Do you truly think we are of any significance? With our meager power, Mr. Chen wouldn't even deign to acknowledge our existence. When I encounter him, I must bow in reverence. The very notion of aligning ourselves with him is preposterous. Does anyone truly believe he would entertain such a thought?" At that moment, a shadowy figure ambles down the darkened pavement. "Cease your daydreams of serving Mr. Chen. Such fantasies exist only in dreams. We must remain vigilant and prepare to pitch our loans to that individual," the leader of the Specters urges. The approaching figure is none other than Chen Mu. He deliberately avoids the school entrance to evade the entanglements of students and their parents, opting for a secluded route to exit the campus. Chen Mu keenly senses the presence of several phantoms lurking in the darkness, and he realizes they are preparing to launch an attack against him. Chapter 51. The eerie shall never be enslaved. Unless, on the desolate path shrouded in darkness, Chen Mu found himself utterly alone, devoid of any other passerby. A sudden gust of frigid wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet. Strangely, the dim streetlight ahead flickered twice before plunging into darkness. Chen Mu understood that these ominous signs signified he had become ensnared by wandering spirits and malevolent apparitions. The term wandering spirits and malevolent apparitions denotes entities that linger outside the realm of the uncanny. Their manifestations occur at random times and places. One might encounter such a being while merely visiting a restroom in a shopping mall, or perhaps while washing one's hair in a shower. A spectral presence could silently materialize behind. As the bizarre apocalypse progressed, such occurrences would inevitably escalate. Walking at night had become perilous, and even the pathways outside the campus were no longer safe from these wandering spirits, a clear indication that the uncanny world was deteriorating further. Chen Mu halted in his tracks, standing motionless. Beneath the darkened streetlight, several shadowy figures emerged. Clad in suits and ties, they carried briefcases resembling salesmen. A closer inspection would reveal their faces, pallid as corpses. It was evident that they were manifestations of the uncanny. "Excuse me, sir," the foremost apparition spoke, its ghastly visage contorting into a forced smile. "We're here to offer loan services. Might you be in need of a loan?" "I'm afraid I don't require one," Chen Mu replied, frowning as he declined. He had pressing matters to attend to. The driver awaited him at the intersection ahead, and he was on his way to purchase a grand house at the Shanshui courtyard. He had no time to engage in trivial banter with these apparitions. "Sir, our interest rates are exceptionally favorable. Just look at our contract. If you borrow 100,000, the annual interest is merely 100, less than the price of a bottle of water. You would earn thousands simply by depositing it in the bank." The salesman employed enticing rhetoric in an effort to lure Chen Mu into taking a loan. Individuals who appeared as students, like Chen Mu, were often the easiest to deceive. However, to their astonishment, Chen Mu merely chuckled, immediately discerning their ruse. "Are you attempting to play word games with me? If I were to sign a contract and borrow money from you, it would be in human currency, yet when the time comes for repayment, you would inform me that I owe 100 ghostly coins. For an ordinary person, 100 ghostly coins would be an insurmountable debt. At that juncture, you would be entitled to claim my life according to your rules, correct? Spare me your petty tricks. I'm not so easily fooled." In just a few brief sentences, Chen Mu had unmasked the underlying trap. The expressions of the salesman shifted to one of shock, their disbelief evident as they gazed at him. How could he possibly comprehend the disparity between borrowing and repaying? They were baffled by how a seemingly student-like individual could possess such insight and unravel their scheme with a single utterance. Observing the astonished countenances of the apparitions, Chen Mu offered a faint smile. For the average person, encountering such entities would undoubtedly induce terror. However, for Chen Mu, the ordinary spirits and wild apparitions can no longer inflict harm upon him. In terms of insight, wisdom, and strength, Chen Mu can effortlessly crush these entities. This is a testament to the enhancement of his abilities. In this bizarre apocalypse, it will not take long before a multitude of wandering spirits emerges. At that point, the good days for ordinary people will come to an end, while others tremble in fear, grappling with eerie tasks and fervently praying to avoid encounters with these apparitions. Chen Mu remains utterly unconcerned. The common wild apparitions pose no threat to him whatsoever. This exemplifies the disparities between individuals. "Huh, I see you possess commendable strength, all at the level of eerie leaders. How about this? Would you be interested in serving as my security?" Chen Mu, recognizing their capabilities, has begun to recruit them. Expanding one's influence and enlisting staff is indispensable. A few employees of eerie leader caliber serving as security at the Midnight Hotel would be quite advantageous. Outsiders would think twice before causing a ruckus. Yet it must be said that eerie leaders are considered the elite within the realm of the uncanny. To suggest they serve as security is nothing short of a mockery. As anticipated, upon hearing Chen Mu's proposal, several apparitions were instantly incensed. "A mere human. You have gone too far. You dare suggest we serve as security? What gives you the right? With just your solitary human form, do you presume to enslave the uncanny?" The era of the bizarre apocalypse has arrived, and humanity shall ultimately be subjugated by the uncanny. The atmosphere thickened with tension, the temperature seemingly dropping several degrees. Unfazed, Chen Mu calmly replied, "I understand your impatience, but please let me elaborate on the benefits first. All meals and accommodation will be provided, with a monthly salary of 10,000. You will enjoy 4 hours of leisure each day, along with paid leave every month. You will have access to the Midnight Hotel's staff meals, shopping vouchers, and other benefits, culminating in a year-end bonus. Work diligently with me, and promotions and salary increases will pave your way to the pinnacle of the eerie life." Upon hearing Chen Mu's proposed benefits, the apparitions exchanged bewildered glances, their immediate reaction being disbelief. This human must be jesting. How could such generous terms possibly exist? Even the most formidable forces in the uncanny realm, like the underworld or the bank of the netherworld, could not offer such packages. The only entities that might rival these benefits would be the Midnight Canteen and the Night Academy run by Chairman Chen. Wait, did he just mention meals from the Midnight Canteen? Could it be that he is Chairman Chen? Chen Mu, with a smile, added, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chen Mu. They call me Chairman Chen or Boss Chen. At that moment, one of the apparitions suddenly recalled seeing Chairman Chen's photograph in a video. The resemblance to the young man before them was uncanny. No wonder he could effortlessly discern traps. Chairman Chen is indeed remarkable. Revealing truths is a mere trifle for him. Upon recognizing Chen Mu, the apparitions were instantly filled with excitement. They had long dreamed of working for him, yet had struggled to find a way in. In this moment, Chen Mu's proactive solicitation of them felt akin to a serendipitous windfall. Mr. Chen, when do you intend to enslave us? The leader of the peculiar beings instantaneously altered his demeanor, exuding a sycophantic eagerness. If provisions for meals and accommodation are included, along with a monthly salary of 10,000, 4 hours of daily leisure, paid leave each month, delightful midnight meals at the hotel, shopping vouchers, and year-end bonuses, if this is to be considered enslavement, then these peculiar beings could not help but exclaim, Mr. Chen, please enslave us at your leisure. The peculiar beings would never submit to servitude, unless. Soon, they clutched the employee cards bestowed by Chen Mu, gleefully scampering towards the midnight hotel, their anticipation for a life of servitude palpable. Along the way, this peculiar security team encountered another strange being. Upon witnessing their exuberance, the newcomer inquired, What brings you such joy? Have you dispatched numerous humans today? The salesperson replied, No, we're to work for the humans. Work for humans? Good heavens! You have utterly tarnished the reputation of our kind. How could you allow yourselves to be subjugated by them? How do the humans enslave you? Mr. Chen has offered us these remarkable benefits. The peculiar salesperson exclaimed with delight. Upon hearing this, the other being was left astounded, declaring, Humans are truly despicable. Such a life of servitude must be unbearably painful. We are all brethren. Hand over your employee cards, and allow me to endure this suffering on your behalf. Chapter 52. The Scenic Courtyard. Chen Mu, in his endeavor to recruit a few enigmatic individuals to form his own security team, was also preparing to cultivate his own influence. This security team was merely the inception of his gradual assembly of a peculiar army. After several eager salespeople departed, Chen Mu continued his journey, swiftly arriving at an intersection. His private taxi awaited him at the corner. The driver alighted and respectfully opened the door for Chen Mu. Once they were seated, Chen Mu instructed to the scenic courtyard. Yes, sir, the driver replied, pressing the accelerator as the taxi glided smoothly along the road. During the drive, the driver suddenly remarked, Sir, I sense that your aura has grown significantly stronger than before. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu became aware that his own strength had indeed increased markedly. What would be the cause of this? After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized it must be the influence of the Night Academy. Each time he acquired a peculiar scene, his power surged exponentially. Before purchasing the Night Academy, he was merely a spectral soldier, but after the acquisition, his strength had subtly and rapidly developed within hours. Now, Chen Mu's power had swiftly ascended, reaching the next level, Spectral Commander. At the novice level of Spectral Commander, he could distinctly sense that, as a human, he could control the spectral energy within his body. Gazing at the spatial ring on his hand, Chen Mu focused his thoughts, enveloping the ring in spectral energy. Once shrouded in this energy, the spatial ring vanished from sight, though it remained on his hand, camouflaged from ordinary eyes. Adhering to the principle of discretion regarding wealth, the spatial ring was a relic of spectral royalty, unique in the entire realm of the bizarre apocalypse. It was prudent to conceal it, lest it attract unwanted attention and envy. The taxi sped along, and after 20 minutes, it neared the destination. The scenic courtyard, an upscale villa community, was nestled on the outskirts of the city. The suburban environment was pristine, characterized by clear mountains and flowing waters. Free from urban air pollution and cacophonous horns, the area was enveloped in lush greenery, with a moat meandering through the hills, a true embodiment of its name. Chen Mu rolled down the window, allowing the fresh air to rush into the taxi. Taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated. What a splendid place to reside. Despite its remote location, the affluent district boasted exceptional accessibility. One of the subway stations of the city S-Line 1 was conveniently positioned right at the entrance of the scenic courtyard. Exiting the community led directly to the subway station, allowing access to any part of the city within an hour. Preferentially, if one wished to avoid the subway, driving was equally viable. A broad 6-lane avenue ran directly past the entrance of the scenic courtyard. Such a spacious thoroughfare typically saw little traffic, primarily utilized by the wealthy residents of the area. Chen Mu couldn't help but reflect on the privileges of the affluent, regardless of the circumstances. They consistently enjoyed the finest resources. In stark contrast, before the bizarre apocalypse, Chen Mu was merely a resource to be utilized by others. However, after being granted a second chance at life in this strange new world, he emerged as one of the wealthiest individuals amidst the chaos. Indeed, he became a top-tier magnate, amassing an unfathomable fortune in the form of trillions of ghostly currency, an amount far beyond his capacity to exhaust. It is often said that the wealth of the affluent is inexhaustible. Remarkably, after merely 2 days, the money in his pocket seemed to multiply with every expenditure. He invested $5 million in a midnight hotel and, in just 2 days, reaped over $2 million in profit. Gifting the Duke over $10 million resulted in acquiring an item of extraordinary value worth billions, and he procured the Night College, originally priced at $7 billion, for a mere $1 billion, thereby yielding a staggering profit of $9 billion. The more he spent, the more his wealth flourished, and in the process, he forged numerous friendships. What a perplexing predicament. As Chen Mu pondered the tribulations of the affluent, the driver suddenly turned to him and remarked, "Boss, my car cannot enter the Shanshui courtyard." It appeared that the perimeter of the Shanshui courtyard was enveloped by an invisible barrier that repelled all outsiders. The driver's taxi was effectively thwarted by this formidable shield. Despite the driver flooring the accelerator to no avail, they remained barred from entry. Chen Mu alighted from the vehicle and approached the ethereal barrier. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful punch against it. Bang! The resounding impact echoed, yet the barrier remained unscathed. Chen Mu was taken aback. Although he possessed an initial level of supernatural strength, he was still an elite among the ranks of the supernatural. How could a single punch yield no results? After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that this barrier was not of ordinary origin. If his instincts were correct, it was a manifestation of the power of rules. Indeed, the entirety of the Shanshui courtyard was securely protected by a rule, effectively preventing any unauthorized intrusion. Witnessing this, the driver wore a forlorn expression, for both he and his employer found themselves stranded outside, unable to gain access. Yet, a satisfied smile spread across Chen Mu's face. The Shanshui courtyard was increasingly appealing to him. The presence of a rule safeguarding it from outsiders indicated that once he acquired it, only those who could decipher the rule would be able to breach its defenses and absolutely secure new abode. Standing before the barrier, Chen Mu began to ponder what rule was at play in protecting the Shanshui courtyard. After all, he was not yet the master of this domain and needed to devise a means of entry. Nevertheless, he was confident. After all, it was merely a rule, not an insurmountable challenge. With some ingenuity, he was certain he could unravel its intricacies. Once he comprehended the rule, the next step would be to discover a pathway forward. Different rules held varying implications for what constituted a viable path. For instance, in the case of this barrier, the path signified the method of entering within. Just as Chen Mu was lost in thought, a figure suddenly materialized at the entrance of the Shanshui courtyard beyond the air barrier. Chapter 53. Sir, are you interested in purchasing a property? When Chen Mu noticed a figure appearing, he was not taken aback. After all, in this bizarre apocalyptic world, where landscapes had transformed into eerie scenes, the sighting of a ghostly figure seemed rather ordinary. However, as the figure approached. Chen Mu was astonished to discover that it was not a specter, but a living, breathing human. What an unbelievable sight! In the dead of night, in this desolate wilderness. How could there be anyone present? Shouldn't it be a ghost instead? The individual was a young man in his 20s, and upon seeing Chen Mu, he dashed toward him as if he had encountered a lifeline, frantically shouting, "Sir, are you interested in buying a property?" Imagine, in the stillness of the night, in the outskirts of a city, a young man pursuing you with such an inquiry. The absurdity of the scene sent chills down one's spine. It was utterly out of the ordinary. Chen Mu mused that he would have preferred to encounter a ghost. At least that would have been somewhat normal. The young man ran up to Chen Mu and abruptly collided with an invisible barrier. Chen Mu realized that this invisible wall not only prevented him from entering, but also blocked the young man from escaping. Suddenly, it dawned on Chen Mu what was happening. The young man gazed at him with pleading eyes, imploring, "Sir, are you interested in buying a property?" As he spoke, he handed Chen Mu a card. To Chen Mu's astonishment, the card was able to pass through the invisible barrier. A spark of understanding ignited within Chen Mu. He comprehended why this young man was present, why he was inquiring about purchasing property, and how the card could transcend the barrier. With these revelations, Chen Mu had discerned the pathway to survival within the confines of the established rules. He extended his hand, accepting the card from the young man, and replied, "Certainly. I am quite interested in purchasing a property. I came here expressly for that purpose." As soon as Chen Mu uttered these words, a line of crimson text materialized before him. Strange mission, mountain water courtyard, mission description, luxurious villas nestled in the outskirts of the city. Once a paradise for the affluent. Until one fateful day when disaster struck. Everything changed. Dilapidated villas, desiccated pools, and deserted ballrooms. The mountain water courtyard awaits its new master. Following the appearance of these ominous words, a fissure opened in the invisible barrier before Chen Mu. He was now able to enter the mountain water courtyard. "Wait for me outside. I have discerned the situation within," Chen Mu instructed the driver. After that, he gazed at the mountain water courtyard shrouded in darkness. A playful smile gracing his lips. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Things are beginning to take an interesting turn. A new bizarre mission mode had commenced in this strange apocalyptic world. This new mode was referred to by experts as a diffusion-style eerie scene. Chen Mu preferred the more colloquial term, dubbing it a recruitment-style pyramid scheme. Eerie scenes could be classified into two categories based on their scale, one being small scale, known as fixed eerie scenes. For instance, the Duke's Mist Museum epitomizes a fixed eerie locale. Such scenes are generally compact, typically occupying no more than a single building or, at most, a city block. A crucial characteristic of these bizarre settings is their inability to expand. Even if a decade passes in this uncanny post-apocalyptic realm, the Duke's Mist Museum remains unchanged in size, incapable of sprawling to the magnitude of a city. Conversely, we encounter the expansive, eerie scene, which represents the most terrifying aspect of this peculiar world. As the term suggests, expansive, eerie scenes gradually extend their domain over time, in tandem with the progression of the strange apocalypse. Venues like Chen Mu's Midnight Hotel and the Dark Knight Academy exemplify this model. As the bizarre apocalypse advances, Chen Mu's influence will only grow, with more midnight hotels emerging and additional campuses of the Dark Knight Academy being established. In 50 to 80 years, these midnight hotels could potentially expand to the scale of a city. Some later eerie scenes may accommodate thousands of participants simultaneously, embodying this expansive nature. At present, Chen Mu has discerned that the Shanshui courtyard represents an extreme form of the expansive eerie scene. It does not exist for the purpose of murder, but rather for relentless growth. This setting compels the victims on their missions to seek out more individuals, drawing them into the eerie realm. Once a sufficient number of people are gathered, the victim can attain liberation, earning the right to depart. In their quest for enough recruits, these victims are likely to focus on those they know well, even their own family members. The population within the eerie scene is steadily increasing, with its scale expanding further. The emergence of such a recruitment-driven eerie scene is an exceedingly perilous omen, indicating that the bizarre apocalypse is becoming increasingly treacherous. The young man encountered earlier was indeed a recruiter, eagerly attempting to sell Chen Mu a property. Should Chen Mu express interest and accept the card, he would find himself ensnared within the eerie scene. This is also recognized by Chen Mu as the sole means of unraveling the barrier of air. Hence, he wore a knowing smile as he accepted the card. Upon entering the Shanshui courtyard, Chen Mu surveyed his surroundings, only to be met with a desolate, pitch-black vista. As described in the mission, the villas within the Shanshui courtyard had fallen into ruin, reduced to mere skeletal structures. The moonlight cast a cold, dim glow upon the ground. As Chen Mu assessed the environment, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Just then, a middle-aged figure, clad in an oversized suit and adorned with a gaudy gold chain, exuding the quintessential capitalist air with a monocle, materialized before him. Noticing Chen Mu's momentary stupor, this capitalist figure smirked dismissively, thinking him just another young man rendered speechless by fear, likely overwhelmed by the unfamiliar sights of an eerie scene for the first time. "Young brother, what occupies your thoughts?" inquired the capitalist figure, expecting that his sudden address would startle Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu merely cast a fleeting glance at it, displaying no sign of panic whatsoever. His subsequent words left the capitalist in a state of bewildered astonishment, with a tone imbued with a sense of lamentation. Chen Mu sighed and remarked, "Alas, I find myself pondering how much ghostly currency I shall need to restore this dilapidated villa after purchasing it." The capitalist, perplexed, thought, "Is this individual's mindset truly sound? For heaven's sake, you have entered a surreal scenario. Why do you not exhibit a modicum of fear? Such composure is rather unbecoming for my dignity. Moreover, what did you just say? You wish to acquire this uncanny setting? Goodness." Upon entering such an eerie realm, instead of focusing on survival, you are already contemplating the purchase? No, wait, by the sound of his words, it appears he regards the acquisition as a trivial matter. His concern lies in how to restore it once procured. This young man is utterly audacious. Are today's youth truly so abstract in their thinking? Chapter 54. A subtle shock. This young man is exceedingly arrogant. He seems utterly oblivious, or rather, he is blind to the peculiarities. The capitalist, feeling quite irked, reminded himself that he is, after all, the grand boss of the Mountain Water Courtyard, a figure of considerable authority. To think he could purchase the Mountain Water Courtyard from him, and even contemplate renovations? Surely, this lad harbors some misunderstanding about the spirit money. He can't possibly believe that this is merely a heap of spirit money burnt for ancestral offerings. Can he? No. He must be shown the true power of spirit money. Young man, do you have any idea how much it costs to acquire these villas? The capitalist revealed a palm and cryptically stated, "The sum is 50 million spirit coins. Do you possess such wealth?" To his astonishment, Chen Mu responded with a beaming smile. "Only 50 million? Quite affordable. I shall purchase it," he declared with remarkable decisiveness. The capitalist was momentarily taken aback, pondering if this young man was of sound mind. 50 million spirit coins. Surely he lacks any comprehension of their value. It is worth noting that only a month has passed since the onset of this bizarre apocalypse, and spirit coins are a rarity for both humans and the supernatural entities. To put it plainly, inflation has yet to set in during this eerie end times. Spirit coins hold significant worth. Even entities of the Duke's caliber, at this juncture, will be fortunate to possess merely a few 100,000 spirit coins unless gifted by Chen Mu. The capitalist's entire worth barely exceeded 2 million spirit coins. 50 million spirit coins represent a multiple of his entire fortune. How could an ordinary young man possibly produce such an amount? It is preposterous. Yet for Chen Mu, 50 million is indeed a bargain. The numerous villas in Mountain Water Courtyard, coupled with their prime geographical location, are invaluable assets. As the peculiar apocalypse unfolds over the next year or two, and the supernatural beings proliferate alongside the spirit coins, it is indisputable that the prices of rare high-end villas like the Mountain Water Courtyard will soar. Doubling in value would be a modest expectation. A surge by tens of times is not beyond the realm of possibility. The earlier one invests, the sooner one reaps the rewards. This investment is bound to yield substantial returns. Without further ado, Chen Mu clapped his hands, eager to demonstrate the formidable power of spirit coins to the capitalist. Come, let us deliver a subtle shock. With the sound of his palms meeting, stacks of pristine spirit bills materialized upon the ground beside him. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million, 50 million. The cascading piles of spirit money dazzled the eyes. Under the moonlight, these stacks shimmered brilliantly. The capitalist stood in utter disbelief. He gazed in astonishment at the spirit coins that radiated an intense supernatural aura, rendering him momentarily speechless. Turning his gaze toward Chen Mu, his eyes were filled with sheer astonishment. He truly possesses spirit coins, and in such abundance. 50 million, 50 million. He effortlessly conjured this sum with a mere clap of his hands. What kind of wealth does he possess? Enough of this idle chatter. Let us sign the contract. 50 million, and I shall acquire the entire Mountain Water Courtyard. Chen Mu refrained from unnecessary chatter and promptly articulated his demands. Selling the Shanshui Courtyard for 50 million was, from the perspective of the peculiar capitalist, an exceptionally lucrative deal. The capitalist had never conceived that such a high price could be fetched for the Shanshui Courtyard. It can be asserted that this transaction was mutually advantageous for both parties. Chen Mu was profiting from future gains, while the capitalist was reaping immediate rewards. Very well, let us proceed with signing the contract, the capitalist affirmed repeatedly, producing the agreement for the Shanshui Courtyard. Upon signing, Chen Mu would assume ownership of the estate. However, just as the deal was on the verge of completion, the capitalists suddenly altered their stance. Gazing at Chen Mu, a flicker of greed illuminated their eyes. The young man before them possessed an astonishing wealth, casually producing 50 million ghost coins. An insatiable greed began to swell within the capitalist's heart. Their gaze towards Chen Mu transformed. He appeared to them as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Perhaps the asking price had been set too low. This young man was of a peculiar level, while the capitalist was of a mid-level peculiar rank. In terms of strength, the capitalist held the upper hand. Moreover, this was a peculiar domain, their own territory. The rules were malleable to their whims. In this setting, the young man was undoubtedly no match for them. Selling for 50 million seemed a loss. No, the price must be raised. I shall extract a hefty sum from this young man. With this thought, the capitalist displayed a greedy smile, casting a sinister glance at Chen Mu. My dear young brother, I apologize, but I have yet to inform you of the rules of the Shanshui Courtyard. To enter and leave alive, you must fulfill the following 2 conditions. 1. Purchase a villa in the Shanshui Courtyard for 100 million ghost coins. 2. Invite at least 2 friends to visit your new home. Only upon adhering to these rules can you depart the Shanshui Courtyard alive. Upon hearing the capitalist's insatiable demands, a playful smile once again graced Chen Mu's lips. The situation had grown increasingly intriguing. Initially, he intended to spend 50 million to acquire the entire Shanshui Courtyard, encompassing several villas. Now, the capitalist had arbitrarily inflated the price to 100 million for merely one villa, a staggering increase. Furthermore, it appeared the capitalist presumed Chen Mu to be easily manipulated, believing his friends would be similarly pliable. The capitalist was evidently engaging in a sustainable exploitation, compelling Chen Mu to summon 2 more friends, thereby ensuring another significant profit. If Chen Mu's deductions were accurate, these 2 stipulations were originally intended to be an either-or choice. With sufficient wealth, one could simply purchase a villa and exit the Shanshui Courtyard. Lacking funds, one could invite others to join, and once the requisite number was met, they too could leave. Now, astonishingly, Chen Mu was unwittingly providing the capitalist with funds while simultaneously increasing the difficulty of the endeavor. Chen Mu was taken aback. In his encounters with numerous peculiar beings, he had never encountered one so audacious. Truly, a remarkable experience. Chen Mu suddenly pondered whether his demeanor had been excessively amiable, leading others to perceive him as easy to manipulate. When a lion dons the guise of a sheep, it does not signify that the lion has transformed into a sheep. It is entirely possible that it has just feasted upon one. The capitalists, in their peculiar manner, observed Chen Mu cloaked in sheep's wool, appearing affable and agreeable, and thus mistakenly assumed that he was merely a sheep. Hence, it was time to shed the wool and deliver a subtle shock. Initially seeking to engage in the intricacies of human relationships with these odd characters, they insisted on turning it into a farce of interpersonal mischief. Mr. Chen was incensed, and the repercussions would be dire. He had no intention of parting with a single cent. Instead, he aimed to compel the capitalist to graciously bestow upon him the entirety of their villa. With this thought, Chen Mu revealed a charming smile and addressed the capitalist. "Ah, splendid. I happen to have a few friends who are in need of a new residence. I would like to invite them over for a visit." Chapter 55. Things began to take a strange turn. The capitalist, taken aback by the peculiar situation, was suddenly filled with delight. He thought to himself that Chen Mu was indeed a soft target, readily submitting to him and preparing to recruit others. The capitalist produced 2 cards and handed them to Chen Mu, saying, "Inscribe your invitation on these cards and present them to your friends. If they arrive, provided that at least 2 come, you shall be allowed to leave safely. However, you must also spend 100 million to acquire a villa." Receiving the cards from the capitalist's hands, Chen Mu uttered something that astonished the capitalist. "2 cards are rather insufficient, don't you think? I have numerous friends. I will need at least 4 cards. A look of surprise crossed the capitalist's face. With Chen Mu's level of intelligence, he could not possibly be unaware that writing invitations was a scheme to deceive his friends. In simpler terms, it was a manipulation of trust, luring friends in peril to exchange their lives for his own. 2 cards could ensnare 2 good friends, yet Chen Mu was actually asking for more. How audacious! This was akin to pushing his friends into a fire pit. If your friends receive the cards but choose not to come to the Mountain Water Courtyard, then it will be of no use, the capitalist cautioned. "Oh, of course. My friends have great faith in me. They will all come without fail," Chen Mu replied with unwavering conviction. He then opened the cards and inscribed his invitation. "Dear friends, I have encountered an astonishing event. The owner of the Mountain Water Courtyard is undoubtedly the most remarkable individual I have ever met. He has graciously agreed to gift me the entire Mountain Water Courtyard. This is truly exhilarating. I wish to share this joy with you. Upon receiving this card, please rush to the Mountain Water Courtyard, and I shall show you around my new home. Your forever loyal friend, Chen Mu." Upon reading Chen Mu's words, the capitalist nodded in satisfaction. Like many victims before him, in order to lure his closest companions, they would resort to deceit against those who trusted them the most. In the capitalist's eyes, Chen Mu was no different. To entice his friends, he intentionally misled them, claiming the owner of the Mountain Water Courtyard was benevolent and had bestowed the entire estate upon him. Chen Mu is utterly shameless, exaggerating to deceive his friends without a hint of embarrassment. Who does he think he is? I am certainly not foolish enough to gift him the entire Mountain Water Courtyard. This is, without a doubt, the most amusing joke the capitalist has ever heard. In his mind, Chen Mu had also been branded as a pretentious individual, young and wealthy, yet lacking influence, relishing in his own facade. If he did not seize the opportunity to exploit Chen Mu, it would be a disservice to himself. After crafting the cards, the capitalist stated, "There are strange carrier pigeons in the Mountain Water Courtyard. Provide me with the address, and I shall dispatch them." To his surprise, Chen Mu shook his head and replied, "No need. Someone is waiting for me outside, and I will have him deliver it." Upon concluding his words, Chen Mu grasped 4 cards and proceeded towards the exterior of the picturesque garden. The capitalist, feeling a peculiar unease, stealthily followed behind to observe. Chen Mu arrived at the edge of an air barrier, where a taxi awaited him. He tossed the cards through the taxi window, and it promptly turned around, departing down the road. It became evident that the individual he mentioned waiting for him was indeed the taxi. The capitalist exhaled in relief, realizing that Chen Mu bore no significant power, merely a wealthy lone wolf. After all, the ethereal taxi bore no distinct appearance from an ordinary one. It was only after boarding that Chen Mu sensed something amiss, which rendered the capitalist's inability to discern the difference quite reasonable. While awaiting the delivery of the cards, Chen Mu returned to the garden, where the capitalist was awaiting his arrival. "Mr. Chen, what manner of individuals are your friends?" the capitalist inquired. Chen Mu pondered briefly before responding. "They are merely ordinary folk, perhaps possessing a bit of wealth and status, but nothing extravagant." Upon hearing this, the capitalist felt reassured. These individuals, possessing a modicum of wealth and status, yet lacking true affluence, were the perfect targets for exploitation. A single decisive move could yield substantial profit without fear of retaliation. Should they wish to retaliate, they ought to consider their own worth. The capitalist, who had always preyed on the weak, felt particularly elated, gazing at Chen Mu as though he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Now, since we have some time, why don't you remit the 100 million Ming coins? The capitalist's tone carried an air of command, omitting any respectful titles, clearly looking down upon Chen Mu. After all, he was merely a novice in the realm of the supernatural, a solitary wolf without connections or backing, now firmly in the capitalist's grasp. What was there to fear? However, to his astonishment, rather than paying, Chen Mu merely flicked his fingers, gathering the 50 million Ming coins from the ground. I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush, Chen Mu said with a smile. I shall reclaim this money for now. Let us first visit my villa. I can settle the payment upon signing the contract. He added, of course, this is contingent upon your desire to collect the payment at that time, in which case I shall ensure you receive every last coin. The capitalist wore a mocking smile, perplexed by Chen Mu's seemingly nonsensical statement. What did he mean by if you still wish to collect your money? Was that not an obvious truth? Of course, I must collect the payment. Am I to give the villa away for free? Soon after, the capitalist led Chen Mu to a dilapidated villa, pointing at the small, obscure, and aging structure. This is the villa being sold to you for 100 million Ming coins. Not a single coin less. A villa in such a state of disrepair could scarcely command 100 million Ming coins. Even 100 million human currency would suffice to acquire it easily. In this bizarre apocalypse, Ming coins held far greater value. This was evidently an affront to Chen Mu. Nevertheless, Chen Mu maintained a cheerful demeanor. Seemingly unfazed by the bizarre humiliation from the capitalist, he approached the villa, which was devoid of any decor, resembling a dilapidated shell of a house. Undeterred, Chen Mu seated himself in the center of the hall, wearing a serene smile. For some inexplicable reason, upon witnessing Chen Mu's smile, an unsettling feeling crept into the capitalist's mind. What is the matter with this fellow? Even after being led to slaughter, he persists in smiling foolishly? At that moment, a cacophony of cawing crows echoed from above the villa. The capitalist understood all too well that the crows' cries signified the arrival of a new victim into the Shanshui courtyard. If all went as expected, it would undoubtedly be Chen Mu's friend. How swiftly his companion had arrived. Truly a good friend. Yet, why did a sense of foreboding wash over him, suggesting that something was amiss? Chapter 56. You call this a little money? A modicum of status? The cawing of crows. In the picturesque courtyard, an unexpected visitor arrived, holding a card that effortlessly pierced through the barrier of air. The entire estate was illuminated by the light of a solitary villa, where the esteemed black gold clientele surely resided. The uninvited guest approached the villa with purposeful strides. Entering the grand hall. Inside the hall sat Chen Mu and the peculiar capitalist, who turned a glance towards the entrance upon noticing an arrival. When they discerned the identity of the visitor, the capitalist was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The unexpected guest was none other than the manager of the Fallen Mall. It is worth noting that Chen Mu was the sole supreme black gold client of the Fallen Mall. Upon receiving Chen Mu's card, the manager had hastened to the Mountain Waters courtyard without delay, given that this locale was a wealthy district. In close proximity to the Fallen Mall, the manager was the first to arrive. The sight of the Fallen Mall's manager sent a shockwave through the capitalist. As a member of the peculiar elite, the capitalist was acutely aware of the significance of the Fallen Mall. In this city, several dominant forces reigned: Midnight Hotel, Dark Knight Academy, Fear Hospital, and Fallen Mall, alongside the transcendent Mist Museum, rumored to house a formidable enigma. Without question, the Fallen Mall held a prominent position among the city's elite factions, and its manager wielded considerable power and influence. The capitalist had long aspired to become a member of the Fallen Mall, yet had always fallen short financially, remaining an ordinary customer. Even the chance to meet the manager had been denied to him. Why the manager suddenly appeared here? Could it be that he is a friend of Chen Mu? The thought sent a chill down the capitalist's spine. What was Chen Mu playing at? Had he not claimed that his friends were merely ordinary individuals, possessing only a smattering of wealth and status? You call this a mere trifle? The representative of a top-tier force in the city, the manager of the Fallen Mall, is this what you term a modicum of status? Mr. Chen, you are our supreme black gold client. On behalf of the Fallen Mall, I have come to congratulate you on your relocation. Here is a small gift, a token of our sincerity, the manager stated, presenting a small box to Chen Mu. Inside lay a piece of jade worth millions, a spectral emerald. Chen Mu received the gift with a broad smile. The capitalist, overhearing their exchange, was taken aback. Supreme black gold client? Such a title could not be attained merely through wealth. A sense of foreboding washed over the capitalist as he glanced at Chen Mu, who was smiling back at him. Suddenly, a sense of dread gripped the capitalist. It seemed that Chen Mu possessed a significant background. Before the manager could take a seat, the sound of cawing crows echoed from the rooftop of the villa. Was yet another visitor arriving? Moments later, a woman clad in a red dress, accompanied by 6 formidable security guards, entered the villa. Li Xiao, the manager of Midnight Hotel, arrived to extend her congratulations to the host on their relocation. Midnight Hotel? Yet another top-tier power. The capitalist felt a wave of darkness wash over his eyes. This Midnight Hotel was a recently emerged force, one he had yet to thoroughly comprehend. It was rumored that the enigmatic owner behind the hotel was a human, bearing the surname Chen. Li Xiao called out to Chen Mu, the host. Could it be that Chen Mu was the proprietor of Midnight Hotel? The capitalist was suddenly overcome with despair, feeling a profound sense of betrayal. With a little wealth and a modicum of influence, Chen Mu's definition of a little seemed to vastly differ from that of others. At that moment, the ominous caw of a crow echoed from the villa's rooftop. The capitalist shivered at the sound. With each caw, an impressive figure seemed to arrive. Surely, another significant personage was on their way? Indeed, mere seconds later, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a balding head, wearing a sycophantic smile, stepped into the villa. The principal of Dark Knight Academy. The capitalist recognized him instantly. His child aspired to enter the elite class at the academy, and he had been attempting to leverage connections, even contemplating offering a bribe to the principal. Yet, before he could finalize any arrangements or deliver the money, the principal had come to visit. The unfortunate news was that the principal was not there to see the capitalist, but rather Chen Mu. With a single utterance, the principal nearly caused the capitalist to collapse from shock. The principal of Dark Knight Academy had come to congratulate Director Chen on his relocation. Director? Chen Mu was actually a director. The capitalist felt a wave of darkness wash over him, teetering on the brink of a cerebral catastrophe. He glanced at Chen Mu, overwhelmed by a sense of hopelessness. At that moment, all that echoed in his mind was a singular thought, a little wealth and a little status, merely the ordinary folk. In that instant, the capitalist experienced the treachery of human hearts. In essence, he was just a merchant, lacking substantial power, with his only reliance being the 10 or so villas of Shanshui Courtyard. Each individual present, be it the manager from the Fallen Marketplace, Li Xiao from Midnight Hotel, or the principal of Dark Knight Academy, was backed by a formidable network. It could be said that he could not afford to offend any of them. The good news was that he had not wronged any of these 3 individuals. The bad news was that he had deeply offended their superior, Chen Mu. Before the capitalist could fully recover from his shock, another caw of a crow resonated from the rooftop. Good grief! How many more would come? The capitalist felt utterly numb. 3 guests had already arrived, each more impressive than the last. He could only dread the identity of the 4th guest, fearing the worst. One thing he knew for certain was that today would likely be his last. Moments later, a potent aura of malevolence emanated from the villa's exterior. This aura was so formidable that even the highest ranking could scarcely withstand it. The capitalist felt an uncanny sense of danger. The one possessing such a strange aura must be far more powerful than the enigmatic leader. Could it be that the visitor is an enigmatic general? In the next moment, the Duke's figure appeared at the entrance of the villa. Brother Chen Mu, I have received your invitation and have come to see your new home. Congratulations on your relocation. The capitalist was on the verge of breaking down, nearly bursting into tears. This is nothing short of bullying. The capitalist was utterly defenseless. I merely asked you to gather a few heads, and you summoned 4 friends, 3 of whom are representatives of top-tier forces, and one is none other than the most formidable, enigmatic general in the city. The elite of the entire city have come at your beck and call. Chen Mu, you are truly taking advantage of me, playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger, aren't you? I am merely a seller of villas. How could I possibly provoke you? At that moment, the capitalist suddenly recalled a remark made by Chen Mu. If, at that time, you still wish to collect your payment, I will certainly return every single penny to you. Back then, the capitalist had laughed at Chen Mu's foolishness, thinking to himself that there was no way he would forego the money. A fool who does not earn money, he had mused. Yet now, even if Chen Mu were to thrust the money into his hands, he would be compelled to kneel and beg Chen Mu to take it back. Chapter 57. I must say, my boss is quite generous. The capitalist anomaly appeared strangely flustered, trembling slightly. It was merely an entity of the bizarre long grade. Having engaged in commerce for years, its combat prowess severely diminished. The seasoned duke, with a mere flick of his finger, could effortlessly crush it. Summoned by Chen Mu to bolster the scene, the 4 anomalous companions were well aware that it was this capitalist anomaly that had provoked Chen Mu's ire. They had rushed over in the middle of the night solely to support Chen Mu. The duke turned to Chen Mu and said, "My young friend Chen Mu, shall we tour your new residence?" Chen Mu smiled and replied, "Are you not already in my new home?" Just now, the anomalous proprietor mentioned that he intends to sell this villa to me for 100 million Nether Coins. Feigning astonishment, the duke played along, exclaiming, 100 million? You claim this dilapidated villa is worth such a sum? Then, the duke's expression darkened, revealing his dissatisfaction as he glared at the capitalist anomaly. "I have heard that you plan to sell this wretched thing to my friend for 100 million? Under the duke's furious gaze, the capitalist anomaly practically wet itself. Selling this small, shabby villa to Chen Mu for such an exorbitant price was nothing short of bullying. Moreover, the relationship between the duke and Chen Mu was decidedly extraordinary. The capitalist anomaly realized that these two were certainly not ordinary acquaintances. They had reached the level of close friends. The duke was unmistakably intent on vigorously supporting Chen Mu. The capitalist anomaly understood that if it dared to respond affirmatively, yes, indeed, that's the case, it would likely provoke the duke's wrath, which could obliterate it on the spot. Internally, the capitalist anomaly chanted, "I still wish to salvage this situation." No such thing. Absolutely not. It hastily denied the accusation. While wearing a sycophantic smile towards Chen Mu, I was merely jesting with Boss Chen. He is both generous and kind-hearted, as a mere seller of houses. How could I dare to take advantage of Boss Chen? Should Boss Chen so wish, I would gladly offer not just this dilapidated villa, but the entire mountain water courtyard for free. To accept even a single coin from Boss Chen would be an affront to him. However, Chen Mu waved his hand. That simply won't do. I'm not in need of money. How could I accept your gifts? The capitalist anomaly was on the verge of tears, filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. Why on earth did I provoke Chen Mu? If only time could rewind to half an hour prior. When Chen Mu had just produced 50 million, it would have sealed the deal without hesitation. No, it would have even offered Chen Mu a discount. Instead of 50 million, it would have sold the villa for a mere 5 million. In doing so, it could have secured a favor from Chen Mu and clung to his substantial support. With such a prominent ally, it could have soared to great heights in life. Yet, it had foolishly let greed cloud its judgment, wishing to exploit Chen Mu instead. Chen Mu had extended such a generous opportunity, and instead of seizing it, it had egregiously offended him. The capitalist bizarrely confessed that offending Chen Mu was the gravest error of his life. However, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Having fallen into such dire straits, he could only blame his own greed and foolishness. The current predicament dictated that to survive, he must desperately appease Chen Mu, hoping for leniency. With this thought, the capitalist awkwardly scrambled to present the contract for the mountain and water courtyard. He knelt before Chen Mu, hands reverently raised, offering the document above his head. "Boss Chen, this is the contract for the mountain and water courtyard. You are widely connected and known for your loyalty. I am profoundly impressed by you, and I am willing to offer all 46 villas of the mountain and water courtyard as a token of my respect. Please do not decline. If you refuse to sign, I shall remain here on my knees. The capitalist fervently flattered Chen Mu, nearly pressing the contract to his face. Fearful that he might not sign, Chen Mu, somewhat astonished, remarked, "Ah, boss, you were not like this before. I remember you distinctly saying 100 million ghost coins. Not a penny less. At that time, you appeared quite imposing. How have you so swiftly transformed into this?" Chen Mu shrugged, having done nothing more than invite a few friends. "I still prefer your previous defiant demeanor," he commented. The capitalist, overly eager, implored Chen Mu to sign as though he had lost a dear relative. "I did say the boss was generous. He is even offering me the villas. If I refuse, he will be displeased." Chen Mu, resigned, picked up a pen and inscribed his name on the contract. Upon witnessing Chen Mu accept the mountain and water courtyard, the capitalist finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Boss Chen, the mountain and water courtyard is now yours. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," he said cautiously. "Very well, you may go. Take care on your way," Chen Mu replied. Hearing Chen Mu's consent to his departure, the capitalist felt as though a weight had been lifted and hurriedly exited, though his exit lacked the authenticity of his earlier bizarre demeanor. Once the capitalist had left, the other 4 peculiar individuals in the villa exchanged smiles. They had come here to vindicate Chen Mu. The Duke, observing the departing capitalist, said to Chen Mu, "Young friend Chen, this peculiar one has suffered a great loss and must be seething with resentment. Would you like me to intervene and eliminate any future troubles?" The Duke's intention was clear. The capitalist had incurred significant losses and would undoubtedly harbor animosity toward Chen Mu. However, given Chen Mu's substantial influence, the capitalist dared not act against him. Should Chen Mu ever encounter difficulties, it was certain that the capitalist would retaliate fiercely. Chen Mu was well aware of this. Yet, in response to the Duke's goodwill, he shook his head and declined. There is no need to trouble the Duke. Why do you suppose I felt compelled to remind him to exercise caution on the road? Upon hearing Chen Mu's remark, the Duke displayed a knowing smile. Indeed, I had not misjudged his character. Although Chen Mu is youthful, he conducts his affairs with a seasoned decisiveness, leaving no room for future complications. From Chen Mu's tone, it was evident that he had already taken measures to deal with the capitalist's peculiar departure. It is truly a pleasure to befriend someone as astute as Chen Mu. One need not worry about being let down by incompetent allies. With each interaction, the Duke found himself increasingly impressed by Chen Mu. Everyone makes mistakes. The key is to learn from them and exercise greater caution in the future. Chen Mu gazed in the direction from which the capitalist had strangely departed and spoke earnestly. Chapter 58. Chen Mu never shortchanges his friends, as the Duke aptly put it. The capitalist, having mysteriously departed from the Shanshui courtyard, was engulfed by a wave of trepidation. The relief of having narrowly escaped death left him gasping for breath. "Damn it, I've managed to cling to life at last." The capitalist cursed vehemently, releasing the pent-up emotions within. Soon, however, as his heart rate steadied from the harrowing ordeal, he began to lament the loss of his villa. So many magnificent houses, simply given away. His heart bled at the thought. Amidst the pain, resentment towards Chen Mu surged within him. "Damn it, that brat merely has a few friends and relies on that foolish Duke to seize the Shanshui courtyard, leaving me with a significant loss." In these moments of contemplation, he failed to recognize that Chen Mu had been sincere, while it was he who had harbored intentions of ruthlessly exploiting Chen Mu. Had it not been for Chen Mu's connections, it would have been him begging for mercy and bleeding profusely. "No, I cannot swallow this humiliation. I shall seek revenge on Chen Mu for the Shanshui courtyard. That foolish Duke may protect Chen Mu for a time, but I refuse to believe he can shield him forever." The capitalist cursed viciously, oblivious to the taxi that had been trailing him on the road behind. "Sir, need a ride?" The taxi pulled alongside, and the driver rolled down the window, calling out to the capitalist. "No, I'm furious right now. If you value your life, get lost." The capitalist retorted harshly, failing to notice that the taxi driver was equally enigmatic. "You seem quite angry. Are you unable to let go of what just transpired? What just happened? How would a driver know my affairs?" The capitalist sensed something amiss and turned to the driver, shocked to discover that he too was an enigmatic figure, with strength surpassing his own. My boss said that if you cannot let go of this anger, allow me to assist you in releasing it. The driver opened the car door and approached the capitalist. Your boss. The capitalist's expression shifted to one of alarm as he sensed danger. Suddenly, he recalled that when Chen Mu had delivered the card, it had been handed to a taxi. At the time, he had laughed at Chen Mu, thinking him powerless, merely calling a taxi to deliver a card. Little did he realize that this taxi driver was Chen Mu's personal chauffeur. Moreover, even a mere driver possessed strength greater than his own. The disparity was insurmountable. What could he possibly use to contend with Chen Mu? However, this time, no one would extend him forgiveness. The driver faithfully executed Chen Mu's orders, ensuring that the capitalist would henceforth enjoy slumber akin to that of an infant, with ample sleep for 24 hours each day. Shanshui Courtyard. Inside the villa, after signing the contract, a surge of formidable energy coursed through Chen Mu's being. Chen Mu had already experienced this sensation twice before. Moments later, he could feel that at this very instant, the entire landscape courtyard was encompassed within his sphere of influence. This was enforced by the supreme power of rules, which protected him in this bizarre end-of-the-world scenario. From this day forth, the entire landscape courtyard belonged to Chen Mu. Congratulations, young friend Chen Mu, on moving into your new home, the Duke said with a cheerful smile. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, esteemed VIP Black Gold client. Several peculiar friends expressed their heartfelt congratulations to Chen Mu. At the same time, Chen Mu's strength had also seen a significant enhancement. From the initial stage of a novice specter, he had ascended to the intermediate level. However, this was where his progress halted. Chen Mu quickly discerned the reasons behind this. Firstly, the landscape courtyard itself was not of vast power. It was merely a luxurious villa complex, primarily characterized by its residential attributes. Thus, the boost in strength it provided to Chen Mu would undoubtedly be less substantial compared to formidable entities like the Midnight Hotel or the Dark Knight Academy. Secondly, as Chen Mu's level increased, the pace of further upgrades would naturally slow down. An elevation of a small level from a single landscape courtyard was already a source of great satisfaction for Chen Mu. After all, how long had it been since his rebirth? Merely 3 days had passed, and he had transformed from an inconspicuous, ordinary individual into an intermediate specter. Such a rapid progression could hardly be described as anything less than extraordinary. Observing the swift growth of Chen Mu's power, the Duke felt not only joy for him, but also a tinge of envy. It was indeed advantageous to be wealthy. In his own past, he had fought valiantly on the battlefield, repeatedly breaking through encirclements to earn his strength. Transitioning from a Spectre citizen to a Spectre leader took the Duke 3 arduous years, while Chen Mu achieved this in merely 3 days. The upgrade speed was several hundred times faster. Even fantasy novels would hesitate to portray such rapid advancement. This speed was simply astonishing. Feeling the surge of power and having acquired a landscape courtyard without cost, Chen Mu was in high spirits. The entire courtyard consisted of 46 villas. Among them, the largest and most luxurious was the king of the landscape courtyard, a sprawling space of several thousand square meters, equipped with a swimming pool, tennis court, lawn, and even a golf course. Chen Mu intended to reside in this most opulent villa. The remaining 45 villas varied in luxury and size, encircling the king villa in a protective formation. It was evident that Chen Mu could not inhabit all these villas alone. He glanced at his peculiar friends, who had shown unwavering support. Even at this late hour, upon receiving a card from him, they rushed over without a moment's hesitation to assist him. When the Duke received the card, he had been at a banquet in the Fog Museum, accompanying several unfortunate souls on a peculiar mission. Upon receiving Chen Mu's invitation, the Duke immediately donned his coat and left, disregarding the ongoing mission. The unfortunate human companions, witnessing their boss abruptly leaving mid-meal, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of who could command such attention from a Duke. The Duke and his companions displayed remarkable loyalty by coming to support Chen Mu, who, in turn, would not neglect his friends. With a grand gesture, Chen Mu pointed to one of the villas and said to the Duke, "Dear Duke, if it pleases you, I would like to offer you this villa as your vacation retreat." Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, a look of astonishment crossed the Duke's face. He shared a close bond with Chen Mu, and his presence this evening was purely a reflection of their friendship, with no thought of receiving anything in return. Chen Mu's generous offer of a villa worth several million was met with immediate refusal from the Duke. No, no, no. My dear friend Chen Mu, you're far too kind. I merely lent a hand. There is no need for such a lavish gift. Chapter 59. Ordinary oddities are often penniless. It is quite natural for the Duke to decline. Each villa here is priced at approximately 1,000,000 ghost coins. With a mere wave of his hand, Chen Mu was ready to gift a villa worth 1,000,000 ghost coins to the Duke. The Duke, reflecting upon his own contributions that evening, realized he had merely graced the occasion without any substantial effort. To accept a villa for merely attending? Such a notion seemed inappropriate, and the Duke felt a twinge of guilt within. Ah, dear Duke, let us not be so formal about our friendship. Chen Mu consoled him with a warm smile. After several rounds of polite refusal, the Duke, moved by Chen Mu's earnest persuasion, reluctantly accepted the villa with a heavy heart. I cannot help but feel indebted for such generosity. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, the Duke expressed, touched by Chen Mu's magnanimity. He had never encountered anyone as generous as Chen Mu and felt fortunate to count him as a friend. Of course, Chen Mu's generosity was not without ulterior motives. Was a villa truly a fitting reward for the Duke's visit? Certainly not. A simple meal would have sufficed. Chen Mu understood this all too well. Yet, he insisted on the gift. This was not due to foolishness or a whimsical desire to squander wealth. Since his rebirth, every coin spent had yielded remarkable value and greater returns. Chen Mu had two reasons for gifting the villa to the Duke. Firstly, his new home required a formidable guardian. While the rules provided some protection, should an outsider, such as an oddity general, infiltrate the mountain and water courtyard, what means would Chen Mu have to defend it? In such a scenario, not only would he need to invoke their friendship, but he would also have to offer a handsome reward, for it would not merely be a matter of appearances. However, once the Duke possessed a villa within the mountain and water courtyard, the situation would change entirely. With a stake in the property, any external threat would not only be an assault on Chen Mu's domain, but also on the Duke's. Should the Duke's interests be jeopardized, he would not require Chen Mu's solicitation to act. He would readily deploy his strength against the invaders and do so with unwavering commitment. After all, it is far more challenging to rouse one's interests than to stir one's soul. This is what one calls binding interests. By tying the Duke to his cause with 1,000,000 coin villa, as long as the mountain and water courtyard stood, the Duke would ensure its protection. For the price of 1,000,000, one secures a general who will wholeheartedly safeguard your home indefinitely. Where else could one find such a lucrative bargain? Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, Chen Mu also sought to profit. Could gifting a villa to another yield financial gain? Certainly, it depends on to whom it is bestowed. Bestowing it upon an ordinary oddity would bring no profit, but gifting it to the Duke was an entirely different matter. The value of a house transcends mere concrete and steel. Could one inflate the worth of a mere structure to billions? Such notions are folly. The essence of a property lies in its location. The essence of location lies in resources and connections. There's a saying that goes, "It is easier to conduct business under the emperor's feet." In the imperial city, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Even a restroom may be valued at 1,000,000, simply because it is adjacent to the emperor's residence. The Shanshui courtyard, as a force, is not particularly strong, nor does it rank among the top powers in the city. However, if these villas were to be inhabited by enigmatic generals, the value of the villas would undoubtedly skyrocket. This is merely the beginning. Chen Mu's ambitions extend far beyond this. He envisions transforming the Shanshui courtyard into a hub for the affluent and powerful amid a bizarre apocalypse. Out of the 45 villas, Chen Mu intends to gift 35 and sell only 10. These 35 villas will be bestowed upon his friends and the future elite of the apocalypse. Imagine if dozens of enigmatic generals, or even a king of enigmas, resided within those 35 villas. The entire Shanshui courtyard would witness a meteoric rise in property values. Newly emerged enigmatic strongmen seeking to integrate into high society will undoubtedly need to reside near the upper echelons of power. At that juncture, Chen Mu will offer the remaining 10 villas to these new powerhouses, reaping substantial profits. Ordinary enigmas yield no riches. They are but a collective of impoverished souls. The newly ascended elites are the ones brimming with wealth, allowing for the greatest profit extraction. When capitalists sell a villa to Chen Mu for 100 million, it is merely a humiliation. Yet, when the time comes, a villa priced at 1 billion or even 10 or 20 billion will be eagerly snatched up by these affluent newcomers, who will express their heartfelt gratitude to Chen Mu for providing them with the opportunity to ascend into high society. Selling each of the 10 villas for 1 billion would yield a net profit of over 100 billion, not to mention the relationships forged in the process. Thus, Chen Mu seizes this opportunity to gift a villa to the Duke. The Duke believes that Chen Mu is merely expressing gratitude for his assistance. But that is the least significant reason, merely a gesture to strengthen their relationship. The highest form of utilizing others is to sell them out while having them count the profits for you. They will even thank you for it. Unbeknownst to the Duke, at the moment he accepted the villa, believing himself deeply moved by Chen Mu, he had already become a permanent guardian of the Shanshui courtyard and a pawn in Chen Mu's strategy. However, this arrangement also proves advantageous for the Duke, allowing him to profit as well. Chen Mu is fond of win-win situations, fostering amicable relationships while jointly reaping benefits from others. Is that not delightful? In truth, there is no genuine win-win in this world. Often, what is termed a win-win is merely two large fish teaming up to devour a smaller one, only to shake hands afterward and proclaim their satisfaction with the collaboration, claiming a mutually beneficial outcome. As the Duke received a villa, both Li Xiao and the principal looked on with envy. Yet, aside from their admiration, they harbored no ulterior motives. After all, he is an enigmatic general, and acquiring a villa is quite a normal occurrence for him. The two of them were merely astounded. Even if Chen Mu were to offer them something, they would lack the audacity to accept it. What they did not anticipate was Chen Mu turning to them and saying, "I extend my gratitude for your assistance this evening. There are numerous villas within the Shanshui courtyard, and I have reserved some for you both. Should you strive diligently, I shall bestow upon you each a villa free of charge. Li Xiao, if you can transform the entire city's dining scene into a midnight hotel market within a month, I shall grant you a grand villa. And principal, if you can entice all the peculiarities in the city to wish to enroll their children in our school within the same time frame, I shall likewise present you with a villa." Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, expressions of disbelief first washed over Li Xiao and the principal, quickly replaced by excitement. They understood Chen Mu's character. He was not a mere charlatan who made empty promises. Chen Mu genuinely cared for his employees. Whatever he pledged, he would undoubtedly fulfill. They had never envisioned that one day they might receive villas as rewards from Chen Mu. This not only represented substantial benefits, but also a mark of honor. Chen Mu was perhaps intentionally cultivating the brand of Shanshui courtyard, intertwining it with the highest rewards across his entire enterprise, thereby enhancing its value. If these two subordinates could achieve these goals, it would serve as a testament to their capabilities, positioning them to become significant figures in the future. Granting them each a villa would also elevate the prestige of the Shanshui courtyard. Li Xiao and the principal silently resolved to meet Chen Mu's expectations. At that moment, Chen Mu's gaze shifted towards the fallen manager of the shopping mall nearby. Chapter 60, Overtime Pay? What is that? Undeniably, the manager's performance this evening was impeccable. He was the first to arrive at the scene. However, Chen Mu had no intention of gifting the manager a villa. The reason was simple. Chen Mu was the customer. After all, the manager was merely a small-time boss of the mall, while Chen Mu was the esteemed client of this establishment. Their relationship was strictly transactional. As the mall's most valued patron, it was entirely reasonable for him to request assistance from the manager. It was a normal exchange. It would be absurd for a customer to offer a villa to the owner in return for a favor, unless Chen Mu had lost his mind and become overly eager to please. Nevertheless, Chen Mu certainly intended to show his appreciation. As a businessman, he would express it in a businesslike manner. Chen Mu addressed the manager, saying, "Sir, I have several villas, many of which are bare and unrenovated. I intend to have them beautifully decorated. For the renovation materials and furnishings, I plan to procure them from your mall. I would appreciate a favorable price." When he uttered the last sentence, Chen Mu smiled and adopted a joking tone while negotiating. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately understood. Chen Mu was looking out for him by entrusting such a substantial order to him. The renovation of a single villa would cost at least hundreds of thousands. Moreover, the grand residence where Chen Mu lived could easily consume tens of millions in renovations. This was indeed a lucrative deal worth over 100 million. A broad smile spread across the manager's face. Chen Mu was exceptionally generous. This visit tonight was incredibly rewarding. "Mr. Chen, rest assured, if I cannot satisfy you, I shall come to you with my head in hand." The deeply moved manager vowed on the spot that he would not disappoint Chen Mu. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. After all, he would certainly seek out another contractor for the villa renovations. Rather than giving the business to a stranger, it was far better to support the manager's enterprise. They were familiar with each other, and the manager, recognizing Chen Mu's influential backing, would undoubtedly be diligent about the project and provide Chen Mu with a favorable quote. Chen Mu would also benefit from this arrangement, gaining a discount and saving the hassle of overseeing the work. Suddenly, the manager's expression shifted to one of concern as he recalled something. "What difficulties do you face? Please, do not hesitate to speak," Chen Mu urged, sensing the manager's discomfort. "Mr. Chen, I just realized that most of the staff at our mall are salespeople, and I do not have competent personnel for renovations. I would be hesitant to hire unreliable workers for your villas, and thus I find myself in a bit of a predicament regarding where to find qualified help." The manager replied candidly. Unexpectedly, as soon as the manager expressed his challenge, Chen Mu provided a solution. He turned to Li Xiao and the principal, saying, "Both the hotel and the school are our allies. Do you have any surplus manpower available?" Li Xiao promptly responded, "Rest assured, master, just say the word, and I will bring all of our staff over." The principal also stated at the Dark Knight Academy, "I can promptly suspend classes and summon all the teachers. Everything shall be dictated by Chairman Chen's wishes." The Duke volunteered, "In my Mist Museum, there are some employees as well. If young friend Chen does not mind, I can invite them over to assist." Chen Mu waved his hand, indicating that the development of the hotel and the school should not be hindered. "Duke, you are also short-handed. There is no need to disrupt the operation of the Mist Museum." Li Xiao had a sudden inspiration and said, "Boss, it just occurred to me. Our employees have a 4-hour break each day. How about I call in those on leave and have them come over right after their shifts? They can work at the Shanshui courtyard and then return to their jobs. This way, neither the hotel nor the renovations will be delayed." Upon hearing Li Xiao's suggestion, Chen Mu's eyes lit up and he admired her ingenuity. His hotel manager was indeed adept at resource allocation, a testament to his teachings. Chen Mu waved his hand decisively. "Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggested. The employees of the Midnight Hotel and Dark Knight Academy will come to the Shanshui courtyard during their breaks to assist with the renovations." However, Chen Mu continued, "We cannot let our brothers work for nothing. Every employee who comes to lend a hand will be considered for overtime. All overtime workers shall receive triple their wages as compensation." Chen Mu's proclamation left both Li Xiao and the principal in stunned silence. Overtime pay? What was that? Helping the boss during their rest time was surely expected. So why was the boss offering money, and even at 3 times the normal rate? It was no wonder they were astonished. In this bizarre world, not only was there no concept of overtime pay, but even overtime itself was non-existent. After all, with a day consisting of 24 hours of work, how could overtime even be a notion? Chen Mu had introduced the concept of overtime and, for the first time in this peculiar realm, had brought forth the idea of overtime compensation. He was at least several versions ahead of this strange world. The concept was so advanced that it was difficult for the inhabitants to comprehend. Soon enough, news of Chen's request for renovations spread back to the Midnight Hotel and Dark Knight Academy. Within the Midnight Hotel, the peculiar employees were enjoying their work meals. "Brothers, Boss Chen has announced that the Shanshui courtyard requires manpower for renovations. After finishing your meals, do not take a break. Come with me to work overtime for Boss Chen." One of the employees shouted in the cafeteria. "All right, we certainly have no objections to Boss Chen's words." Receiving such high wages and benefits every day makes me feel guilty. Finally, I can work more hours. I can hardly wait. A throng of peculiar beings set down their bowls, wiped their mouths, and rushed to assist Chen Mu. Their eagerness and enthusiasm were palpable, each one clamoring to work overtime, making it seem as though they had lost their minds. Volunteering to work for the boss? Fearing they might miss the opportunity? Such a spectacle had never been witnessed in any other company apart from Chen Mu's enterprises. Soon, a message returned. Boss Chen announced that all employees working overtime would receive triple their regular wages as overtime pay. Chapter 61. Strict Attendance Management. Upon hearing this news, the peculiar employees were initially taken aback. What on earth was happening? After contemplating the situation, they realized that the logic was flawed. Their employer compensated them for their work hours. Why then should they work during their leisure time, while still receiving their wages? And why should the employer pay threefold for it? Was there an abundance of wealth to squander? In the words of other eccentric bosses, it was simply throwing money away on employees, an act of folly. This hardly seemed like a benevolent gesture. At that moment, a spark of enlightenment struck one of the peculiar employees, who exclaimed, "I understand now. The boss is providing us with benefits." The employer, perceiving a lack of funds among the staff, had devised this method to distribute financial assistance. Upon hearing this, the employees expressed their admiration, realizing the true nature of the situation. While other eccentric bosses might not engage in such practices, it felt entirely fitting coming from Boss Chen. Which employer, after taking over a loss-making cafeteria, would voluntarily pay back the wages owed to employees for 6 months? It was Chen Mu. Which employer would willingly double the salaries of employees and enhance their benefits? That would again be Chen Mu. Who else would allow employees to take 4-hour breaks and grant daily days off? It was Chen Mu. Which employer provided meals for employees that rivaled gourmet dishes from 5-star hotels? That too was Chen Mu. It was no longer surprising. Boss Chen was indeed a paragon of virtue, always considering the welfare of his employees. Having just maximized their benefits, he was also concerned that they might lack spending money. So he proactively offered additional rewards through overtime to ensure that the employees felt no guilt in receiving this money. He even termed it overtime pay. A true philanthropist. Brothers, do we find ourselves lacking in funds? Suddenly shouted one peculiar employee. The others responded in unison. Not at all. Of course not. With such generous salaries and bonuses from Chen Mu, even the most junior employees enjoyed excellent benefits. While they might not be extraordinarily wealthy, they were certainly not in want. The employee continued, "Currently, Boss Chen is starting a business. He is generously enhancing our benefits. He must be in need of funds himself. Even if he is short on cash, he remains silent, yet fears we might not have enough to spend. So he grants us overtime pay. Boss Chen treats us like brothers. During this entrepreneurial phase, when funds are tight for Boss Chen, I feel uneasy accepting this overtime pay. If he considers me a brother, I shall regard him as one too. I shall not accept this overtime pay. I will work for him for free." This sentiment resonated deeply with the other employees. Indeed, within the entire peculiar world, one could hardly find a better employer than Boss Chen. If Boss Chen were to face financial difficulties and declare bankruptcy, where could one find such an admirable employer? It is imperative that Boss Chen does not succumb to such misfortune. In his time of struggle, how can we take advantage of him? Extracting his resources like a parasite? Is that an act befitting of a human being? Oh no, could such a thing be the work of fiends? The overtime pay must not be accepted. We cannot burden Boss Chen further. The peculiar employees swiftly reached a consensus. They would forego overtime pay and offer their assistance to Boss Chen without compensation. With the kindness he has shown us, working extra hours is a comfort. Soon, a multitude of these unusual employees gathered to the Shanshui courtyard, joining the renovation efforts. They worked with extraordinary vigor, as if invigorated by some unseen force, treating Boss Chen's home as if it were their own. One employee, gazing at Boss Chen's grand residence, felt no envy, but rather exclaimed, "Look, for someone as malevolent as Boss Chen, he deserves to earn great wealth and reside in such a splendid home." After laboring diligently for 4 hours, these peculiar employees, without exception, neglected to log their overtime or claim any compensation. Consequently, Boss Chen quickly sensed something amiss. His villa was undergoing rapid renovations. Luxurious flooring, crystal chandeliers, lush lawns, each decoration seemingly sprang forth from the ground. Yet, upon checking the work records, he discovered that no one was officially working. How could the renovations proceed so swiftly with no workers present? Upon investigating, Boss Chen found that his peculiar employees were, one and all, neglecting to log their hours and refusing overtime pay. This simply would not do. It was not merely a matter of saving a little money. The renovations at Shanshui Courtyard had already cost over 100 million ghost coins, while the employees' overtime pay totaled only a few $100,000. Was Boss Chen truly so pressed for that small sum? More importantly, this undermined Boss Chen's authority. He must maintain his command within his enterprise. Every directive he issued required unwavering adherence from his staff. Although Boss Chen understood that the employees' refusal of overtime pay stemmed from their affection for him, it nevertheless contravened his regulations. This precedent must not be set. Thus, Boss Chen summoned his security team and commanded them. From this moment forth, every employee working overtime must clock in. No one should miss or neglect their attendance. The security team dutifully executed Boss Chen's orders, while those who had accepted overtime pay appeared dejected. In such trying times for Boss Chen, how could they continue to exploit him? Am I not a fiend for doing so? I cannot betray my own conscience. Moreover, why should we not go the extra mile? Overtime pay is fixed. If we work a bit more, it effectively means Boss Chen will pay less. This suggestion of showing consideration for the boss quickly garnered widespread support among the employees. Consequently, at the Shanshui Courtyard construction site, instances of early arrivals and late departures became increasingly common. Some employees, in a bid to increase their productivity, forego their meals after work, heading straight to the construction site and utilizing the half-hour typically reserved for dining to labor instead. They refrain from clocking in early, only registering their attendance at the designated start time. This is what they deem as arriving early. Similarly, the concept of leaving late is practiced. They clock out promptly but deliberately linger for an additional 20 minutes of work. On their way home, they prefer to take a taxi, willingly spending their own fare to save time on the journey, all in the name of contributing more to Boss Chen's enterprise. Chen Mu soon became aware of this peculiar phenomenon, leaving him utterly astounded. What manner of thought process drives this group? They continue to work extra hours even during their designated overtime. As Chen Mu prepares to acquire a hospital, he is obliged to provide employees with health insurance. Should these employees continue to voluntarily extend their hours to the point of exhaustion, how much medical expenditure will Boss Chen incur? This is no ordinary form of competition. It borders on malicious overtime. It is imperative to curtail this detrimental trend within the company. In short order, Boss Chen issued a decree. Strict enforcement of attendance management must be implemented. Early arrivals and late departures will not be tolerated. No one shall work an extra minute. While other companies often tighten attendance policies as they begin to decline, Chen Mu, in the early stages of development, has implemented a stringent attendance policy, albeit in the opposite direction, rejecting early arrivals and late departures. In a fleeting moment, Chen Mu suddenly felt that this bizarre dystopia seemed to be of his own making. Something was amiss. Chapter 62. The dilemma of the hospital under the relentless self-exploitation of the staff. The landscape of Shanshui Courtyard transformed astonishingly within just 2 days. Even the disheartened mall manager remarked that he had never witnessed such self-disciplined employees. Boss Chen's batch of leaks grew and harvested themselves, eliciting envy from all who beheld them. Having never harvested such superior leaks, it was indeed a regret in the boss's career. Nevertheless, the fallen mall manager understood that this was the result of Chen Mu's capabilities. Otherwise, amidst such peculiar employees, why were only Chen Mu's workers of such exceptional quality? Previously, in the Midnight Canteen and Dark Knight Academy, the same group of employees had not shown such dedication. If a boss treats his employees like fools, he cannot blame them for reciprocating the sentiment. Empathy is key. Chen Mu treats his employees well, and although they may not voice it, they remember it in their hearts. No one is a fool. Everyone keeps a mental ledger, clearly aware of who treats them with sincerity and deserving of their loyalty. It is merely unspoken. Upon completing the renovations of Shanshui Courtyard, the final cost assessment astonished the fallen mall manager. Thanks to the employees' tireless efforts, the project finished 7 days ahead of schedule. Furthermore, the workers approached their task as if they were renovating their own homes. They strived for perfection, seeking to save materials for Boss Chun whenever possible. For instance, some carpenters might need to cut and discard several boards before producing a usable piece. However, the dedicated employees remained focused, ensuring that they succeeded on the first attempt, thereby avoiding any additional costs for Boss Chun. This diligence resulted in significant savings, cutting down waste and ultimately reducing costs by over 2 million. Moreover, the quality of the renovations surpassed expectations, with meticulous craftsmanship that other renovation teams could never achieve. It was not merely skill, but rather the heart invested in the work. Chen Mu was elated. He had spent over 500,000 in overtime pay, but gained immense advantages, saving over 2 million. In essence, it amounted to a profit exceeding 1 million. Thrilled, Chen Mu waved his hand and allocated 50,000 from the savings of 150,000 to reward the employees who participated in the renovations. The overtime workers, already feeling guilty for earning so much from Boss Chun, were astonished to receive bonuses. What a benevolent master! A soldier would willingly lay down his life for one who understands him. To encounter such a boss makes one eager to exert every effort. Finally, as the renovations concluded, Chen Mu lay in his expansive villa, overwhelmed with emotion. Just days ago, he was a penniless youth. Now, in a mere span of days, he had transformed into a resident of a grand house. Outside his door lay a crystal-clear swimming pool and an expansive green lawn. The Duke had moved into the neighboring villa. Although he often frequented the Fog Museum, he would retreat to the villa for leisure whenever time permitted. The opulent lifestyle was indeed a temptation towards decadence. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu understood that the time for rest had not yet arrived. The eerie apocalypse has commenced for over a month now, and initially, there has been a dire scarcity of ghostly currency, leaving various industries in desperate need. This juncture presents the most opportune moment for acquisitions. Swift action is imperative. Presently, Chen Mu possesses 3 significant enterprises: Midnight Diner, Night College, and Mountain Water Courtyard, while also fostering an excellent relationship with the Mist Museum and employing the services of the Ghostly Taxi. Within Chen Mu's ring lies the Underworld Bank. Although he cannot physically access the bank, he is able to withdraw funds in a continuous flow. Amusingly, during the acquisition of these 3 enterprises, Chen Mu has profited handsomely. Consequently, he now finds himself with a considerable surplus of cash, even depositing some of it into the Underworld Bank. However, there is no cause for concern, as the Underworld Bank is securely contained within Chen Mu's ring, eternally belonging to him, with no risk of losing his deposits. Chen Mu's gaze now turns towards his next acquisition target. With the current financial crisis affecting many sectors, numerous enterprises are ensnared in debt, desperately requiring Chen's substantial financial resources to rescue them from their plight. The next objective is undoubtedly the finest and sole hospital in the city, Terror Hospital. Following the onset of the eerie apocalypse, a once-abandoned hospital transformed into a peculiar establishment in the second week, aptly named Terror Hospital. As for the Terror Hospital, its expertise is rather lacking. In fact, the overall medical proficiency within this bizarre world is quite subpar. The philosophy of the eerie hospital is simple. As long as one does not die during treatment, it is deemed a victory. If a patient does perish, it is merely a testament to their own inadequacy. If they manage to heal even 1 out of 10, it is considered a resounding success. Despite its shortcomings, the hospital remains highly sought after in the realm of the supernatural. Even formidable beings within this eerie world dare not offend the hospital, for it is a rarity. A hospital capable of treating the supernatural is exceedingly scarce. Among the neighboring cities, only Chen Mu City boasts a terror hospital capable of providing such care. Though the efficacy of the treatments is dubious, when supernatural beings fall ill or sustain injuries, they have little choice but to pay exorbitant medical fees for their treatment, as there are no alternative facilities available. Even if the hospital's methods are inept, as the eerie apocalypse progresses and the number of supernatural beings rises. Hospital beds become a rare commodity. A multitude of powerful entities, upon suffering grave injuries, find themselves queuing to present gifts to the hospital director, desperately hoping for treatment. Thus, acquiring Terror Hospital would grant Chen Mu dominion over essential aspects of life, education, and healthcare, effectively allowing him to control the entire city. At this juncture, the operational status of Terror Hospital is quite dire. In simpler terms, the hospital is mired in difficulties. Due to its inadequate medical expertise, supernatural beings are reluctant to seek treatment unless they are facing life-threatening injuries, fearing that the doctors may inadvertently cause their demise. Currently, at the onset of the eerie apocalypse, the number of supernatural beings is still relatively low, with many yet to emerge. Moreover, the power of humanity is exceedingly insignificant. Many individuals remain oblivious to the enigmatic rules governing these bizarre tasks, let alone the potential harm caused by the peculiarities. The rarity of these anomalies diminishes the likelihood of injury. Consequently, it is only natural that few such entities find their way to hospitals. The operational state of the frightened hospital has undeniably deteriorated to an alarming extent. It can be said that the initial 2 months following the onset of the bizarre apocalypse were the most arduous for the frightened hospital. However, if they can endure this challenging period, as the number of anomalies increases and conflicts escalate, the incidence of injuries among these peculiarities will rise, propelling the status of the frightened hospital to unprecedented heights and yielding substantial profits. Thus, Chen Mu has embarked on his journey to seize this opportune moment and swiftly acquire the frightened hospital. Chapter 63. The Terrifying Hospital that night. Chen Mu departed from the Shanshui courtyard and boarded his private taxi, en route to the terrifying hospital. He spoke to the driver, who nodded in understanding, pressing the accelerator to whisk Chen Mu away. In less than 10 minutes, the taxi arrived at a desolate suburb. Scanning the surroundings, Chen Mu noted the sparse residential buildings and the complete absence of pedestrians on the road, which lent an air of stark desolation. Amidst the darkness stood a 5-story building, its windows glowing with an eerie green light in the night, exuding an atmosphere of foreboding. This was the terrifying hospital, a place dedicated to the treatment of the uncanny. "Please wait for me here. I may need your assistance," Chen Mu instructed the driver. Given the peculiar nature of the hospital, it was deemed inappropriate for the driver to enter, and he remained outside, awaiting Chen Mu's return. Taking a deep breath as he exited the vehicle, Chen Mu felt the chilling evening breeze mix with a faint scent of disinfectant, which invigorated him considerably. His knowledge of this hospital was scant. In his previous life, he had struggled for survival and had never ventured into such a mysterious establishment. Thus, his understanding of the terrifying hospital largely stemmed from hearsay. Gazing at the ominous structure before him, he could not help but ponder the true nature of the place. Upon reaching the entrance, he found the doors ajar, with the security booth unoccupied. Chen Mu stepped inside effortlessly, confronting the small building that radiated an uncanny green light, the terrifying hospital. In the next moment, a series of blood-red words materialized before him. Uncanny task, midnight doctor. Task description. In a remote and desolate area, an inconspicuous hospital stands tall. Every midnight, strange patients come and go. You are a young doctor, struggling to find work due to your lack of skill. One day, a hospital named Terrifying offers you an internship, inviting you to serve as the midnight on-call doctor. You cherish this opportunity and arrive at this mysterious hospital. As the blood-red words faded, the temperature in the air dropped significantly. A cold wind swept through, carrying the scent of disinfectant, and it seemed as though shadows flickered behind the windows of the terrifying hospital. Chen Mu steeled himself, preparing to venture into the building. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by a pungent odor. The tiled walls within were marred by vivid red handprints, creating a backdrop that was undeniably sinister. This setting is rather unsettling, Chen Mu remarked to himself, feeling a sense of discomfort that he had not experienced in his numerous encounters with uncanny tasks. While Chen Mu was engrossed in observing his surroundings, a chilling voice pierced the silence from behind him. "You must be the new on-call doctor." Chen Mu turned around to see a nurse clad in a uniform, gazing at him from behind. "Ah, yes," he replied. According to the peculiar task's description, he was now a newly appointed intern doctor. "Please follow me. The chief physician is waiting for you inside," the nurse said, leading the way. After a few steps, they arrived at a door marked with blood-red characters. "On duty, operating room." Upon pushing the door open, a potent stench of blood assaulted his senses. The stark, pale surgical lights caused discomfort in Chen Mu's eyes. In the center of the room stood an operating table, beside which lay a small cart laden with various surgical instruments. The walls were adorned with blood-red banners, each inscribed with grand phrases: miraculous hands, compassionate healers, saving lives, and healing the wounded. It appeared that this physician was greatly revered by patients. Moreover, within the room, there was another enigmatic figure dressed in a doctor's attire. This peculiar doctor, clad in white, appeared to be a man in his 60s, sporting reading glasses. This was, without a doubt, the chief physician spoken of by the nurse. Upon noticing Chen Mu's arrival, the chief physician greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, at last a newcomer has arrived. At my advanced age, my surgical skills have diminished significantly. With a fresh face among us, you could take over my surgeries." As he spoke, the chief physician handed Chen Mu a manual. "It's your first time in the operating room. Isn't it? This manual contains the requirements for the surgical suite. Follow its contents diligently. I will be here to guide you. I believe you will become a competent doctor." The chief physician's enthusiasm took Chen Mu by surprise. This was the first time he encountered such kindness from an enigmatic figure without the need for gifts. Chen Mu had indeed prepared a few tokens of appreciation, but due to his apprehension of the hospital, having never visited before, he refrained from presenting them immediately, unlike in the familiar misty museum of his past life, where he felt confident enough to offer gifts right away. Thus, to err on the side of caution, he decided to hold off on any small offerings until he could ascertain the situation. Upon receiving the manual and flipping through its contents, Chen Mu discovered a series of rules. As a newly appointed on-duty doctor, you are required to adhere to the following regulations. 1. The frightening hospital is a strict establishment. Gifts are not permitted for doctors, nurses, or patients, or else one shall face punishment. As he read the first rule, a chill of sweat trickled down Chen Mu's back. Thankfully, his caution prevented him from presenting a gift at the onset. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. The experiences from his previous life proved invaluable, instilling a profound sense of prudence in him. Continuing to read. 2. The chief physician is a seasoned and esteemed doctor, renowned for his medical expertise. He will not deceive you and always provides accurate treatment methods. 3. During your on-duty time, you are required to treat 5 patients. Upon completing the treatment of 5 patients, the task will automatically conclude. Among these 5 patients, it is imperative to successfully cure at least 3. Otherwise, the endeavor will be deemed a failure. The physician's success is inextricably linked to the patient's evaluations, as only they can truly determine the efficacy of the treatment. Some patients possess a reclusive disposition, making them particularly challenging to engage. Thus, one must exercise additional patience and skill to avert negative feedback. Fortunately, there are relatively few patients filled with trepidation towards the hospital, yet one must still exhibit ample patience while awaiting their arrival for consultation. During the course of the task, one must never abandon the surgical ward. These rules were meticulously inscribed in the manual, and Chen Mu committed each one to memory. From the descriptions of these regulations, it appears that the chief physician is aligned with Chen Mu's interests. He does not deceive himself and is capable of providing accurate treatment guidance. After all, Chen Mu lacks formal medical training and is unfamiliar with the peculiarities of treatment. Without the chief physician's mentorship, he would certainly find himself at a loss. Thus, where lies the peril within these rules? And where can one discover a path to salvation? Chen Mu began to ponder these questions. Chapter 64. The surgery commences based on Chen Mu's past experiences. One can surmise an initial point. The chief surgeon may very well be an invaluable ally in ensuring the success of the task. According to the established rules, the chief surgeon is noted for their honesty and will not deceive Chen Mu. Furthermore, their extensive experience enables them to provide the correct treatment methods. Does this imply that adhering to the chief surgeon's directives will inevitably lead to the successful healing of the patient? Chen Mu chose to keep this conjecture to himself for the time being. Among the rules, the most perilous appears to be the sixth. Some patients possess a reclusive disposition, rendering them exceedingly difficult to manage. You must exercise greater patience and skill to avoid receiving negative evaluations from them. This indicates the potential for encountering challenging patients who may present Chen Mu with dilemmas and complicate his efforts. Should a patient issue a poor review, it would signify a failure for Chen Mu. He is permitted a maximum of 2 failures. Exceeding this threshold would result in a mission's failure. This is the information Chen Mu has tentatively deduced from the rules. As for further insights and the means of survival, he remains in the dark. After all, Chen Mu is not an omniscient deity. He is piecing together answers through logical reasoning. Currently, the clues are incomplete, limiting his logical deductions. Now, all that remains is to await the arrival of a patient. As described in the rules, patients at the hospital are few and far between. Upon his arrival, the amiable chief surgeon advised Chen Mu to sit and rest, reassuring him that the scarcity of patients at night is quite normal. However, much to his surprise, this wait extended to half an hour. At last, just as Chen Mu felt discomfort from sitting for so long, the door to the operating room finally swung open. Entering was a bizarre figure. "Doctor, my arm is broken. Please help me stitch up the wound." The peculiar patient burst in, grimacing in pain and shouting. Chen Mu glanced at this strange individual, who indeed bore a severed arm, revealing a gory, crimson incision. Within the gaping wound were fragments of flesh and blood vessels, presenting a truly horrifying sight. Chen Mu's spirits lifted. While he had encountered such scenes before, this would be his first attempt at stitching up a wound for such an oddity. The chief surgeon approached the patient and instructed Chen Mu, "Swiftly assist the patient onto the operating table. We must prepare for surgery." Hearing the chief surgeon's words, Chen Mu stepped forward, attempting to support the patient. He was not particularly concerned about the patient attacking him, as he was protected by the death armor. Although the ability that violated the rules was in cooldown, the protective capabilities of the death armor were formidable. An ordinary anomaly could not harm Chen Mu. The patient did not create any trouble, cooperating seamlessly as they ascended to the operating table and lay down. "You're doing well. The next step is to retrieve the disinfectant and cleanse the wound," the chief surgeon directed, pointing towards a bottle. As the chief surgeon remarked upon their meeting, his advanced age rendered him unsuitable for performing the surgery himself. Thus, he was relegated to guiding Chen Mu through the procedure. Following the chief surgeon's directions, Chen Mu approached the operating table and discovered a small bottle on the cart beside it. The bottle bore no label and contained a transparent liquid. As he treated the wound with this antiseptic solution, Chen Mu was taken aback, for in his experience, one would typically use something like alcohol. Perhaps it was an unconventional method. He raised the bottle toward the chief surgeon and inquired, "Is this the correct one?" "Yes, quickly cleanse the patient's wound," the chief surgeon urged. According to protocol, the chief surgeon would not deceive himself. Chen Mu momentarily placed his trust in his words and, armed with the peculiar antiseptic, began the disinfection process. As Chen Mu commenced the cleansing, the personnel in the operating room assumed their respective roles. The chief surgeon observed the patient's condition, occasionally offering guidance to Chen Mu. With his head bowed under the sterile lights, Chen Mu focused on the procedure. The nurse stood nearby, occasionally assisting by handing him instruments. The patient lay calmly on the operating table, accepting the surgery with tranquility. Each individual and the strange entity seemed to inhabit their roles, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an actual operation. Do not pour it directly. Use a cotton swab to apply the disinfectant. The pressure should be gentle, not excessive. One round of disinfection is insufficient. At least 3 applications are necessary. The chief surgeon meticulously instructed, patiently correcting Chen Mu's missteps. After 10 arduous minutes, Chen Mu completed the disinfection of the wound. Very well. The next step is to trim away the necrotic tissue before suturing the wound. The chief surgeon continued to guide him, and the surgery progressed in an orderly fashion under his direction. Chen Mu had to concede that the chief surgeon possessed considerable expertise. Several times during the operation, Had it not been for the chief surgeon's reminders, Chen Mu might have made grave errors. Moreover, the guidance provided did not reveal any apparent flaws, at least none that would lead Chen Mu astray. It was unfolding too smoothly. An unsettling anxiety crept into Chen Mu's mind. Soon enough, the necrotic tissue was excised. The act of cutting away the strange flesh felt peculiar, occasionally releasing a foul odor. The tissue was cold, resembling rubber, and clearly differed from human flesh. Dr. Chen Mu, you are performing excellently. You are the most astute young doctor I have encountered. The chief surgeon complimented. Now, you must suture the patient's wound. Nurse, please bring the sutures to Dr. Chen Mu. Under the chief surgeon's direction, the nurse quickly retrieved the sutures and handed them to Chen Mu. This was Chen Mu's first experience performing surgery on an otherworldly entity. Amidst the pungent scent of blood and antiseptic, illuminated by harsh fluorescent lights. Thankfully, the suturing procedure was not overly challenging. The chief surgeon demonstrated how to properly tie off the blood vessels with the sutures. It remains uncertain whether it is due to the peculiar nature of this patient, seemingly crafted for the task at hand. Regardless, the patient's blood vessels were remarkably thick and prominent, making the suturing process surprisingly manageable, even for one lacking formal training. Chen Mu swiftly mastered the art of suturing. Half an hour later, he meticulously closed the final wound, the severed incision of the patient, and the procedure was thus concluded. Throughout the entire endeavor, there were no irregularities. Everything proceeded smoothly. Yet, Chen Mu furrowed his brow, feeling no elation at the success of the surgery, for he sensed an unsettling undercurrent. Chapter 65. The first occurrence of erroneous rules. Everything has proceeded with such astonishing smoothness, so much so that it borders on the unbelievable. Throughout the surgical procedure, the patient posed no challenges, the chief surgeon provided patient guidance, and the nurses collaborated actively. I encountered no unforeseen complications. In just 30 minutes, this peculiar operation concluded flawlessly. Yet, something feels amiss. Based on Chen Mu's understanding of the bizarre apocalyptic realm, as it progresses, the overall difficulty of the bizarre tasks tends to escalate. It is akin to the Midnight Diner, where the task rules are straightforward. Then came the Fog Museum, which introduced the first instance of inducement rules, coaxing players to engage in a game of hide-and-seek, thereby obscuring the path to survival through stillness. Clearly, the challenge presented by the Fog Museum surpasses that of the Midnight Diner. Subsequently, in the deadly examination, the first occurrence of misleading rules emerged. This not only entices players, but directly misguides them, prompting strange actions that lead their peers to suspect them of being bizarre. The difficulty escalated yet another notch. Now, in the Terror Hospital, 3 days have elapsed since the deadly examination. During this time, the overall difficulty of bizarre tasks has undoubtedly increased. While a few bizarre tasks may remain relatively simple, the prevailing trend is unmistakable. The missions grow increasingly arduous, particularly in the Terror Hospital, as one of the top-tier forces. The difficulty is bound to rise progressively. To my astonishment, Chen Mu's first surgical endeavor concluded with such ease, even less challenging than the Midnight Diner. As long as he overcame the discomfort of the gory scene and adhered to the chief surgeon's guidance, he could navigate through effortlessly, without needing to exert his intellect. A flicker of wariness ignited within Chen Mu's mind. The current clues remain scant. They are insufficient to deduce a path to survival. One must proceed step by step. At that moment, the patient descended from the operating table, appearing quite satisfied with the outcome of the surgery. Young doctor, your skills are remarkable. Truly a miraculous revival. Chen Mu replied with a smile. If you're pleased, do remember to leave a favorable review. The patient gathered their belongings and exited the operating room. The first surgery of the night had come to a close. However, after the patient's departure, no prompt indicating the success of the surgery materialized before Chen Mu. 5 minutes later, a line of blood-red text slowly emerged in his field of vision. First surgery score, 40. Passing score, 60. Surgical outcome, failure. Upon reading this notification, a weight settled in Chen Mu's heart, though he was not excessively surprised. Indeed, an unexpected turn of events had transpired. After leaving the hospital, The patient had graded Chen Mu's performance in the surgery. Failing, Chen Mu began to meticulously reflect on the surgical process, pondering where he might have faltered. Why had this seemingly flawless operation resulted in a failure? If every patient reacted similarly, how would he manage? He could afford to fail only twice more, leaving him with but one final opportunity. As Chen Mu delved into contemplation, time slipped away, second by second. The eerie hospital at night was nearly devoid of patients. For the following hour, not a single soul entered. Amidst his relentless pondering, a flicker of inspiration began to illuminate Chen Mu's mind. His gaze turned towards the surgical room's wall, adorned with a plethora of blood-red banners, miraculous healing, and rescuing lives. This array of banners was gifted by patients. Suddenly, Chen Mu perceived a subtle alteration in the number of banners on the wall. I recall counting them upon my arrival. There were 43 banners, and now it seems one has increased. Chen Mu mused silently. Upon entering this bizarre scenario, he had memorized the layout of his surroundings, including a meticulous tally of the banners on the wall. This was a customary procedure for Chen Mu, for he understood that often, clues regarding the path to survival are concealed not only within rules, but also within the peculiar environments themselves. Otherwise, players could simply rely on the rules for deduction, without the necessity of exploring the enigmatic setting step by step. If memory serves, there were indeed 43 banners upon his arrival. After the departure of the first patient, unbeknownst to him, the wall had gained yet another banner, miraculous healing. Yes, that was the one. Chen Mu recalled that the wall had been white, and shortly after the patient's exit, a new banner appeared. The peculiar scenario could not change arbitrarily. Every minuscule alteration signified a hint towards the player's survival. The failure of his surgery had resulted in the addition of another miraculous healing. As Chen Mu scrutinized the banners once more, he was struck by the occasional presence of two disparaging banners among the accolades: incompetent quack and family perished. Suddenly, a torrent of thoughts surged through Chen Mu's mind, and he discerned the underlying reason. If he was not mistaken, with each surgery performed in this operating room, the wall would acquire an additional banner. The content of the banners served as an indication of the surgery's success or failure, according to the task's environmental arrangement prior to his arrival. The head surgeon had consistently presided over this operating room. Chen Mu had observed the duty roster at the entrance. For the past 2 months, the same name had appeared, indicating that there had been no replacements among the doctors. Therefore, it implied that the banners on the wall were revealing the outcomes of the head surgeon's procedures. In this light, Chen Mu's thoughts crystallized. Within the peculiar context, when the bazaar presented you with a banner inscribed with miraculous healing, it was not a commendation. It was an insult. Conversely, when the bazaar bestowed upon you a banner stating, "Family perished," you should trust the bazaar, for it was genuinely extending its best wishes. Context: the culture of the bizarre world. Within this strange culture, miraculous healing signifies surgical failure, while family perished denotes surgical success. Evidently, this peculiar mission has introduced the concept of the eerie cultural milieu for the first time. When players are oblivious to the nuances of this strange culture, they may misinterpret the significance of the banners or dismiss them as mere background. Only when players possess a clear understanding of the eerie culture and recognize that these banners are a critique of the physician can they uncover the clues embedded within the bizarre task. Indeed, this mission is far more complex than it initially appears. Chen Mu was taken aback by the daunting difficulty of the eerie task within the terrifying hospital, which unexpectedly incorporated elements of the strange world-esque culture. The eerie setting has begun to reflect this peculiar cultural arrangement. Thus, the banners adorning the wall are, in fact, conveying a critical message to the players. The chief physician's skills are woefully inadequate. During the past 2 months of on-call duty, he has performed 43 surgeries, achieving success on only 2 occasions, while the rest ended in failure. A quack indeed. A flaw has been revealed. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chen Mu's eyes as he finally discerned the anomaly. The second rule states, the chief physician is an experienced and esteemed doctor, renowned for his exceptional medical skills. He will not deceive you and always provides the correct treatment. However, the reality starkly contradicts this assertion. As the chief physician's abilities are far from commendable, he is, in truth, a mere charlatan. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu realized that if he was not mistaken, this bizarre mission had, for the first time, presented an erroneous rule. Chapter 66. If one cannot resolve the issue, one must address the individual who presents it. Upon contemplating this notion, Chen Mu was instantly filled with exhilaration. He even devised a means to validate his hypothesis, requiring not overly intricate steps. Merely a single query would suffice to demonstrate the fallacy of the second rule. Gazing at the chief surgeon, Chen Mu suddenly inquired, "Chief surgeon, may I ask how many times you have succeeded in your past 43 surgeries?" The moment the chief surgeon heard this question, his expression shifted dramatically. He stared incredulously at Chen Mu, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate a response, momentarily rendered speechless. Chen Mu pressed on, "Then please enlighten me. Do you consider yourself a highly skilled surgeon?" As he spoke, he gestured towards the accolades adorning the wall. The chief surgeon fell silent, and, after a brief pause, he sighed deeply, finally responding, "Did you manage to deduce that?" The chief surgeon's remark stemmed from the fact that Chen Mu posed a question he could not answer. Chen Mu's intuition was correct. The chief surgeon's skills were indeed subpar, lacking any semblance of finesse. Consequently, when Chen Mu posed this inquiry, regardless of how the chief surgeon responded, it would reveal one undeniable truth to Chen Mu. The second rule is erroneous. Should the chief surgeon claim, "My skills are exceptional," he would be deceiving Chen Mu. The second rule explicitly states that the chief surgeon would not deceive. Thus, if he were to mislead Chen Mu, it would directly imply the second rule is false. Alternatively, if he admitted, "My skills are lacking," while that would not constitute deception, the second rule clearly asserts that the chief surgeon possesses exceptional skills. Hence, even such an admission would implicitly convey to Chen Mu that the second rule is indeed flawed. The chief surgeon stammered, unable to respond. Witnessing this, Chen Mu smiled. From the chief surgeon's demeanor, he had already gleaned the answer. This was a fallacious rule. Moments later, the chief surgeon could not suppress a sigh, looking at Chen Mu and slowly saying, "You are quite astute. A total of 10 individuals have come to me, and you are the only one who has posed this question." He chuckled, perhaps for a long time to come. "I will remain the sole individual to have asked such a question." Chen Mu smiled in return. He was indeed not posturing. Had it not been for 5 years of experience, few would have arrived at this conclusion. In fact, during Chen Mu's previous life, it was only after 3 months of a bizarre apocalypse that individuals began to realize that the rules within these strange tasks could indeed be erroneous. Prior to that, all participants in the peculiar missions regarded the rules as sacrosanct, daring not to transgress even a single boundary, obediently adhering to the stipulated guidelines in trepidation. It was evident that in this bizarre task, those who complied with the rules had perished. Thus, the reason behind my recent surgical failure became abundantly clear. It was due to your guidance, dear doctor. The second rule being incorrect implies your skills are not exceptional, and you may not necessarily impart the correct procedures. Therefore, if I were to follow your instructions, the likelihood of surgical failure would be exceedingly high. Upon discerning the erroneous rules, Chen Mu astutely pinpointed the cause of the surgical failure. The chief surgeon gazed at him with a newfound admiration, acknowledging that even if he were to assume Chen Mu's position, he would not have identified the issue so swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu realized that the problem did not simplify as he pondered further. Regardless of whether the physician's skills were lacking or the truth was being obscured, there was no doubt that he could no longer heed the doctor's guidance in the forthcoming surgeries. Following the doctor's instructions would merely replicate the initial surgical process, smooth in execution, yet invariably culminating in failure. However, Chen Mu was acutely aware of his profound ignorance in the realm of medicine, especially regarding the arcane aspects of the field. With the chief surgeon's counsel no longer reliable, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed with the surgery. Only one opportunity remained. If it involved bizarre tasks, then a path to survival must exist. This implied that even with his lack of knowledge in strange medical practices, he could certainly endure within the confines of these peculiar assignments, ultimately achieving a successful surgical outcome. Chen Mu resolved to continue contemplating the rules, seeking elusive clues within them. As time passed, for the next half hour, no patients entered the bustling surgical suite. Chen Mu scrutinized the rules for an extended period, and, at last, a potential avenue for survival dawned upon him. Clearly, according to the rules, the success of the surgery was contingent upon the patient's evaluation. Should the patient deem the outcome unsatisfactory, trouble would ensue for Chen Mu. Since he could not resolve the difficulties, why not attempt to eliminate the source of the trouble? For instance, what if he were to eliminate the bizarre patient? If the patient were deceased, there would be no evaluation to contend with. Thus, he would not receive a negative review. Might there even be a default positive evaluation? This was the most plausible path to survival that Chen Mu could conceive. He harbored no concerns that other rules might also be flawed. For even erroneous regulations were not arbitrarily assigned. Erroneous rules shared a commonality. They served as indicators. For example, the fourth stipulation of this task stated that among 5 patients, at least 3 must be successfully treated, or the task would be deemed a failure. This was undoubtedly not an erroneous rule, as it decisively dictated the task's outcome. If such a rule were erroneous, players would be left in the dark regarding the parameters for success. Any flawed rule was merely suggestive and would not directly determine the success or failure of the task. Chen Mu's potential avenue for survival was derived from the 3rd and 4th definitive rules. However, to validate this path, he needed to await the arrival of the next patient. In the eerily quiet hospital, patients were exceedingly rare, and after an hour and a half, not a single one had appeared. As Chen Mu contemplated the rules, a sudden spark illuminated his mind. The regulations did not stipulate that patients could not be brought by oneself. Why, then, should he remain idly waiting? Chen Mu's heart surged with excitement as he recalled his unique ability. Chapter 67. Help me find some patients, since patients could not be brought to him. Why not create some patients of his own? With this thought in mind, Chen Mu retrieved a phone from his pocket. This phone was given to him by the driver, specifically for their communication. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. Hello? Boss, do you need something? I am on a mission at the terrifying hospital. Please find me a few patients. I need to perform surgery on them. Chen Mu instructed. Remember, the patients must be injured, and they must leave me a 5-star review. Understood, boss. Please hold on. The driver hung up the phone, immediately starting the car. He made a stop by the Midnight Hotel, summoning several eerie security guards to assist in locating patients for Boss Chen. A moment later, in a dark alley, a peculiar entity lay in wait, anticipating the arrival of unsuspecting prey. This entity, known as the Scam Spirit, would leap out from the alley when a vehicle approached, lying directly in front of it to deceive the driver. When confronted with such a spirit, the best course of action is to accelerate and drive straight through. Never exit the vehicle. If the driver disembarks and engages with the Scam Spirit, the spirit will then impose conditions, demanding a certain amount of ghostly currency as compensation. At this point, the driver falls prey to the spirit's rules. If one can afford the ghostly currency, it may avert misfortune. However, if one cannot, the driver would violate the rules, allowing the Scam Spirit to attack and consume the driver's flesh and blood. After patiently waiting for 3 minutes, a yellow taxi suddenly appeared on the wide road. Seeing this, the Scam Spirit's expression brightened. What good fortune tonight! It had only waited for 3 minutes and was about to strike. The taxi's speed was moderate, which worked in the spirit's favor. If the driver were to accelerate too much, they might pass right by without noticing. Slow-moving vehicles are the easiest targets for scams. As the taxi approached the mouth of the alley, the Scam Spirit seized the opportunity, leaping forward and lying flat in front of the taxi. Ouch! You've hit me. Get out and pay me. Take me to the hospital. I assure you, this isn't over. The Scam Spirit lamented on the ground, appearing grievously injured. With a screech, the taxi came to a halt right before the Scam Spirit. The spirit's face lit up. It realized the trap had been set. If the driver dared to exit the vehicle, it would extort a hefty sum, and if they could not pay, it could directly attack the driver. Regardless of the outcome, the Scam Spirit was bound to profit. As expected, the taxi door swung open. However, the spirit's smile quickly froze. For stepping out of the taxi was not a human, but another entity. Had it sought to deceive a spirit? Moreover, The opponent appeared formidable, at least of a higher echelon, as a lowly wandering spirit. The scam spirit possessed only the strength of a common ghost. To make matters worse, more than one entity emerged from the taxi. Several peculiar figures clad in security uniforms emerged from a taxi, their imposing stature immediately causing a sense of foreboding. "Oh no, I have encountered formidable adversaries," the swindler lamented inwardly. "My apologies, I accidentally bumped into you," the driver said with an air of politeness, his white-gloved hands and refined demeanor exuding an aura of gentility. "Huh? No harm done. Just a minor injury. Nothing to fret about," the swindler replied, though he was acutely aware that he dared not provoke someone of such formidable stature. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang to his feet. "See, I'm perfectly fine. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." The swindler forced a smile, ready to escape. However, the driver was insistent. "My friend, since I have caused you harm, I must take responsibility. I shall escort you to the finest hospital in the city, where the esteemed Dr. Chen will attend to your injuries. Please, there's truly no need for that. I assure you, I am in good health," the swindler insisted, still maintaining his facade of cheerfulness. "Good health? That's simply one T-do. If you're indeed well, how can Dr. Chen treat you? We must not disregard his goodwill." With a swift motion, the driver summoned several security personnel who swiftly subdued the swindler. "Break his legs and carry him to the vehicle. He must be taken to Dr. Chen," the driver commanded. As the words echoed, the night air along the desolate highway filled with the anguished cries of the swindler. The taxi accelerated, and the unfortunate figure, now with broken legs, cast a forlorn glance at the imposing security guards flanking him. His luck seemed woefully poor. In attempting to swindle, he had provoked someone truly dangerous. Throughout the journey, the security guards inflicted a harsh lesson upon him, making him acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. After several painful encounters, the swindler, now traumatized, pleaded, "Please, gentlemen, spare me. I shall never attempt to deceive anyone again. Fear not. We are merely taking you for treatment. Once you are healed, you will be free to go." The driver replied coldly. At these words, the swindler shuddered, fully aware of the gravity of his situation, desperate to distance himself from these powerful figures. Before long, the taxi halted outside the hospital. The door swung open, and the swindler was unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle. "Remember to go to the first-floor surgical unit and seek out Dr. Chen for your treatment," the driver instructed through the window. "Do not entertain any ill thoughts. We shall wait outside for you. Once you are finished, we will escort you back. Should Dr. Chen express any dissatisfaction, the consequences will be far graver than a mere broken leg." The driver's calm words were laced with a palpable threat. Terrified, the swindler dared not retort, nodding vigorously in agreement. Although he was perplexed as to why these figures insisted he consult Dr. Chen, he understood that any displeasure from the unfamiliar doctor could spell doom for him. These beings appeared to be subordinates of Dr. Chen, and even with 100 lives, he would not dare to offend the doctor. Dragging his broken legs, the swindler crawled to the surgical unit, knocking on the door with a series of desperate thuds. The peculiar individual, with an air of courtesy, knocked gently on the door. "Come in," came the voice of Dr. Chen from within the duty room. As the peculiar figure entered, he immediately lamented in a theatrical manner, "Dr. Chen, where is Dr. Chen? I have come to seek his treatment." The head physician and the nurse exchanged bewildered glances. Dr. Chen? Could he possibly be referring to Chen Mu? That seemed implausible. After all, Chen Mu had only been here for 2 hours, having treated but a single patient, and that procedure had not gone well. Why then did this new patient demand him by name upon entering? When had Chen Mu gained such renown? Observing the peculiar figure, who appeared utterly terrified, Chen Mu displayed a warm smile. The patient he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 68. No one understands medicine better than you. Step onto the operating table. Chen Mu instructed the porcelain trickster. The porcelain trickster, fully aware of Chen Mu's formidable reputation, cautiously ascended the table, not daring to accept any assistance. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the compliance of this peculiar patient. Trust in the chief surgeon was lacking. Thus, the forthcoming surgical procedure would necessitate Chen Mu's sole expertise. As he examined the porcelain trickster's injuries, Chen Mu found himself at a loss. The porcelain trickster, trembling in fear, gazed at Chen Mu in disbelief, realizing that this mere human was, in fact, the leader of several otherworldly entities. What depths of influence did this man possess? How had he attracted the ire of such a formidable figure? The porcelain trickster dared not even breathe too loudly, acutely aware that its life rested in Chen Mu's hands. Should Chen Mu express any discontent, the otherworldly entities lurking outside could obliterate it in an instant. "You've broken your leg," Chen Mu observed, his brow furrowing slightly. He was only familiar with suturing wounds and lacked knowledge on how to address a fracture. The porcelain trickster, noticing Chen Mu's frown, was nearly paralyzed with fear and quickly interjected, Yes, indeed, Dr. Chen, it is a broken leg. I am not adept at treating this." Chen Mu's expression revealed his apprehension. The porcelain trickster was aghast. Was it possible that Dr. Chen could not treat its ailment? This would be an affront to the esteemed doctor. It could not dare to insult such a figure. The porcelain trickster hastily reassured, No, Dr. Chen, you are not to blame. All the fault lies with me. It is my malady that is improper, and I have been inconsiderate by presenting you with an affliction beyond your expertise. Please grant me another chance. I shall fall ill anew, and I assure you, it will be a condition you can treat. This declaration left Chen Mu utterly speechless. The translation of these words seemed akin to the porcelain trickster bowing in supplication, presenting Chen Mu as the tyrant of this scenario, an impact that could be quite detrimental. The chief surgeon and nurses standing by were equally astonished. In all their experiences, they had never encountered a patient who confessed their illness to be so troublesome that the doctor could not treat it, pleading for another opportunity. "Do not panic," Chen Mu reassured. "As a physician, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Let me tend to your wounds." As he spoke, he began to clean the injury. This was not merely a distraction. He was concerned that failing to act might lead to a determination that he had not treated the patient, thereby rendering the procedure unsuccessful. While the fracture might not be remedied, some measure of care was essential. Bending low, Chen Mu diligently cleaned the wound, and within 10 minutes, the procedure drew to a close. The porcelain trickster's leg remained broken, yet it managed to muster a smile, exclaiming, "Dr. Chen's medical skills are truly remarkable. In just a few minutes, my leg feels much better, and the pain has vanished. Dr. Chen, you're the finest physician I have ever encountered. No one understands medicine better than you." The porcelain trickster's exuberant praise left Chen Mu at a loss once more. Flattery, after all, should have its limits. "You may have a broken leg, yet you extol my medical prowess. This seems rather inappropriate." Who could have known that in the next moment? The peculiar patient would descend from the operating table, effortlessly supporting himself on his hands in a handstand. Dr. Chen observed, "I crawled in here. Yet after a mere adjustment of your surgical technique, I am now able to walk. I am leaving on my own feet." With that, the eccentric patient performed a handstand and strode out, thereby attesting to Dr. Chen's exceptional skills. Once the peculiar patient departed, a profound silence enveloped the operating room. Dr. Chen found himself at a loss for words, and both the attending physician and nurses were equally bewildered. This surgery was undeniably absurd. Dr. Chen silently sighed. His driver was rather ruthless, instilling such psychological shadows in the peculiar patients that they were inclined to treat him like a father figure. Quite commendable. Boss Chen was quite pleased. Moments later, a series of crimson characters materialized before Dr. Chen. Surgery successful. Patient rating, 100 points. Note, please ensure the patient feels as satisfied as possible, as they will provide higher ratings. Upon completion of the peculiar task, rewards will be allocated based on the scores received. The higher the score, the better the rewards. Gazing upon the sanguine inscription, Dr. Chen finally exhaled a breath of relief. He had found a path to success. However, this path was rather unique, applicable solely to Dr. Chen. Other players lacked his prowess to manage patients so thoroughly. For them, the route to success was likely as he had surmised. Eliminate the peculiarities to receive a default score. The difficulties of both approaches were evidently disparate. Dr. Chen could effortlessly secure a perfect score, while eliminating the peculiarities not only risked counterattacks, but, if his assumptions were correct, would yield only a passing grade. The disparity was stark. Dr. Chen couldn't help but muse on the advantages of wealth. With wealth comes power, and with power, one can act as one pleases. While other doctors rely on their exquisite medical skills to treat ailments, Dr. Chen's success hinges on a single word: money. As long as the funds are ample and the influence considerable, there exists no ailment Dr. Chen cannot remedy. Should he encounter an unsolvable case, it would certainly not be his fault. It would be the patient's lack of understanding for daring to present an illness beyond Dr. Chen's capabilities. They would be sent back to reacquire their ailments until Dr. Chen could successfully treat them. Not long after receiving commendations from the patient, precisely as Dr. Chen anticipated, a new blood-red banner emerged on the wall. Entire family perished. The attending physician, upon seeing the banner, was astounded. "Dr. Chen, I never imagined you would be so favored by patients. Look at your second patient. They are quite satisfied, wishing for your entire family to perish." Dr. Chen's expression turned grim. Although within the culture of this peculiar world, wishing for an entire family to perish was a compliment to his medical skills, it felt inherently discordant to his ears. Such flattery, no matter how one framed it, sounded utterly strange. Before long, yet another victim, nay, another patient, entered the duty room. Undoubtedly, this patient was yet another brought in by the driver. Unlike the first, this time the patient was accompanied by an accomplice. Both individuals bore significant injuries, particularly the patient, who had been specially targeted and was half paralyzed, requiring support from his companion to enter. Similar to the second patient, upon their arrival, they both shouted, "Dr. Chen, where is Dr. Chen? We seek Dr. Chen for treatment." Chen Mu glanced at these peculiar figures, and upon noticing the half-paralyzed one, his expression shifted slightly. If Chen Mu's memory served him correctly, this peculiar individual had once wronged him gravely, and not in a trivial manner. They had caused him deep offense. This peculiar being harbored a profound enmity towards Chen Mu. Chapter 69. The Living Dead, Flesh and Bone. The renowned physician, Dr. Chen. Chen Mu gazed at the patient lying on the operating table, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The patient, already battered, felt an unsettling chill as he beheld Chen Mu's enigmatic expression. He pondered deeply, convinced he had not wronged this human. Throughout the bizarre apocalypse, he had taken the lives of 3 humans and consumed 2, yet he was certain he had never encountered Dr. Chen, let alone offended him. Why then did Dr. Chen regard him with such an unsettling gaze? A sense of dread enveloped him. Indeed, as the patient suspected, he had never wronged Chen Mu in this lifetime. However, it is crucial to note it was in this lifetime. In Chen Mu's past existence, this peculiar being had transgressed against him gravely. At that time, Chen Mu was but a naive youth, devoid of wealth and power, struggling to survive in a world rife with anomalies as insignificant as a speck of dust. Unfortunately, he crossed paths with this bizarre entity and unwittingly fell into its trap, violating its rules. Consequently, he became the target of its wrath. Though Chen Mu ultimately managed to escape, he suffered a grievous injury, a severed finger. This entity was among the few that had inflicted harm upon him in that chaotic realm. The excruciating pain, akin to a heart-wrenching connection severed, remained etched in his memory for eternity. Had fortune not favored him, he would have perished at the hands of this entity, leaving no room for the rebirth that followed. Despite the creature's pitiable state now, it was predicated upon Chen Mu's formidable strength. Had he remained as he was in his previous life, he had no doubt this entity would have sought to eliminate him without hesitation. Such enmity could not go unavenged. Chen Mu was not magnanimous enough to forgive a being that had nearly brought about his demise. Thus, Dr. Chen unleashed a torrent of vengeance. He approached the wall, retrieving a defibrillator specifically designed for anomalies. Charged with high-voltage electricity, it was to be used only in emergencies, as it could inflict significant harm upon the creature. Chen Mu activated the device, cranking the current to its zenith, and pressed it forcefully against the entity. A piercing scream echoed through the room as the creature on the operating table nearly lost consciousness from the shock. Chen Mu's cold laughter followed. This is merely the beginning. The entity was momentarily stunned, and before it could utter a word, Chen Mu struck again with the device. The accompanying entity, witnessing the onslaught, was rendered speechless, internally acknowledging Chen Mu's ruthlessness. This was a vendetta of profound depth. What blood-soaked grievances lay behind this? If this continued, the creature would surely be rendered lifeless. Chen Mu spoke little. His stance was clear regarding the being that had nearly extinguished his life. He would rather settle for a mere passing grade of 60 than forfeit the opportunity to avenge his past. Chen Mu had always believed that forgiving a former enemy was tantamount to betraying his past self. When his finger was severed and he fled in terror, he had envisioned inflicting 1,000 tortures upon the entity. Now, reborn, he questioned what right he had to pardon the creature that had once wronged him so grievously. Thus, Chen Mu neither harbors enmity nor cultivates adversaries. He believes in a harmonious coexistence. Whenever faced with foes, he decisively eradicates them as circumstances permit, ensuring they do not have the opportunity to retaliate. Soon, under the meticulous care of Dr. Chen, the peculiar figure upon the operating table lay motionless, having perished instantly. The long-standing grievance of severed fingers was finally avenged. Chen Mu set aside the defibrillator and addressed his peculiar companion, saying, "I apologize, my medical skills are lacking, and I inadvertently caused its demise. Please carry the body away." The strange companion, having witnessed their comrade meet such a grim fate, was thoroughly terrified. How ruthless! Indeed, this group harbored a savage nature. Trembling in fear, the companion recalled the brutal security guards and drivers, and to their shock, even Dr. Chen, their superior, exhibited the same coldness. This was a formidable group to contend with. If they were to offend Dr. Chen, they would likely find themselves confined to the hospital by nightfall. What had Dr. Chen just stated? That he had killed a patient? A doctor who had caused the death of a patient. Was this not a slap in the face to Dr. Chen? To the peculiar companion, Chen Mu's words resonated as if a superior was admitting fault. How could one expect a leader to confess errors? Would they still aspire to thrive in their position? If this incident were to spread, patients would surely hesitate to seek Dr. Chen's care, and in a fit of rage, he might very well ensure their demise. This was untenable, absolutely unacceptable. The peculiar companion's mind raced, nearly overheating, until suddenly inspiration struck. They seized Chen Mu's defibrillator and directed it towards the enigmatic corpse on the operating table. With a crackling surge of electricity, the body convulsed violently. The companion, witnessing this, hastily pointed at the twitching figure and exclaimed, "Dr. Chen, look, it still lives. Your medical prowess is so extraordinary. How could you possibly have killed the patient? Clearly, it is still twitching, which indicates it is alive. You are remarkable, Dr. Chen, reviving my comrade who was presumed dead. By human standards, you are indeed a miraculous physician, a living corpse." The peculiar companion lavished praise upon Chen Mu, transforming the deceased into a living being. Chen Mu was once again astounded. He perceived a fervent will to survive. What was this phenomenon? Previously, he had thought the concept of calling a deer a horse was merely a fable. After all, no one was foolish enough to mistake a deer for a horse, nor to have a multitude endorse such a notion. Tonight, Chen Mu's eyes were truly opened. The idea of calling a deer a horse seemed overly conservative. With enough audacity, one could even assert that a dead being was alive, all to avoid offending him. The chief physician and nurse were equally astonished. They had previously encountered a patient whose fractured leg was declared healed, which they deemed outrageous. Little did they know, an even more absurd situation awaited them. The chief physician and nurse felt as though their entire worldview had been overturned. Was this truly the bizarre end of days? Could the peculiar beings not possess a shred of integrity? Unexpectedly, under this series of operations, the entity that was on the brink of death astonishingly revived, slowly opening its eyes to gaze upon its companions. Upon witnessing the miraculous revival on the operating table, its fellow entity was filled with overwhelming joy, lifting the revived one into its embrace and whispering, "My dear brother, you have not perished." The near-death entity was profoundly touched, thinking that in its final moments, it still had a caring companion by its side. However, the next words from its companion nearly caused it to lose composure. The eager companion exclaimed, "My dear brother, you have yet to leave a review for Dr. Chen's surgery. Before you depart, you absolutely must give Dr. Chen a 5-star rating. If you pass away, I am doomed. Quickly, while you still draw breath, do provide Dr. Chen with that 5-star review. He is the greatest physician of our time. Chapter 70. Dr. Chen. I was truly blind just now. This scene left Chen Mu utterly bewildered. Soon, he beheld a line of blood-red characters materializing before him. Surgery successful. Patient rating 100 points. After bestowing a 5-star review upon Dr. Chen, the patient on the operating table finally breathed their last. The peculiar companion dared not linger, clutching the comrade whom Dr. Chen had miraculously revived, and hastily fled. It remains uncertain whether this night's events will leave any psychological scars upon it. In a realm fraught with anomalies, leaving a psychological imprint on a being is a remarkably explosive occurrence. Chen Mu refrained from causing it any trouble, primarily because it had not provoked him in his previous life. Furthermore, in this bizarre mission, that companion did not belong to the patient category. Thus, Chen Mu chose not to act against it to avert any unforeseen complications. After all, his driver awaited him outside, and having received a 5-star rating, these two peculiar beings held little value for Chen Mu. He trusted that his driver would manage everything adeptly. Both patients expressed immense satisfaction with Dr. Chen. The only regret that lingered in Chen Mu's heart was regarding the first patient. Alas, his medical skills were insufficient to ensure every patient's complete satisfaction. Most importantly, he had failed to achieve a perfect score. The first patient had only awarded him 40 points. Such a significant setback. One cannot deny the lingering sense of regret. As the patients departed, silence once again enveloped the surgical room. Chen Mu awaited the arrival of new patients, while the chief surgeon and the nurse cast curious glances in his direction. By this point, even the chief surgeon, though somewhat slow to react, could discern that Chen Mu was no ordinary individual. If the second patient, whose leg had been broken, might have been mentally unwell, fervently fawning over Chen Mu, then the third patient could not possibly share such a delusion. It was evident that they had been treated to their demise, yet still sought to ingratiate themselves to Chen Mu. The only plausible explanation was that Chen Mu was indeed extraordinary. The chief surgeon cautiously regarded Chen Mu, his tone now imbued with respect, as he inquired, "Dr. Chen, may I ask what it is that you do? It seems those patients are rather fearful, they hold you in high regard." Chen Mu waved his hand, demonstrating his humble and unassuming nature. "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely engage in small business ventures, possessing a bit of spare capital, with a few employees who earn their keep alongside me, and I have a few friends, that's all. Just consider me an ordinary person." At that moment, a knock resounded at the door of the surgical room. "Come in," Chen Mu instructed. The door swung open, revealing a familiar figure. Chen Mu squinted and exclaimed, "Goodness, is that not the first patient? What brings them back?" Upon entering, the patient immediately clung to Chen Mu's leg, weeping as if they had just lost a loved one, and fervently began to apologize. "Dr. Chen, I was wrong. I was truly blind just now, unable to recognize greatness. You, such an exceptional doctor, showed immense kindness in treating my ailment, and instead of expressing gratitude, I foolishly rated you 40 points. I am guilty, and I have come to apologize. I beg of you, forgive me. I shall amend my rating to a perfect score." Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback, only to soon notice the peculiar wounds on the strange figure, several fresh bruises from a beating. It became evident to him that his driver had brought this entity back. Did it think it could offend Dr. Chen and simply walk away? How audacious to give Dr. Chen a mere 40 points. Without uttering a word, the driver, accompanied by security, delivered a severe thrashing to the strange being and unceremoniously tossed it back to the frightening hospital. It would not be permitted to leave until the score was amended. The entity, already terrified half to death, finally comprehended the gravity of the being it had offended. Soon, before Chen's eyes appeared several lines of blood-red text. Surgery successful. Patient rating 100 points. Original 40 points. Rating has been amended by the patient. At last, the once clueless Dr. Chen, after completing 3 surgeries, achieved the astonishing feat of receiving perfect scores thrice. Moreover, His remarkable medical prowess in reviving the deceased and treating the gravely injured began to spread throughout the realm of the strange. A new generation of divine healers was on the rise in this peculiar world. The chief physician was not a fool upon witnessing this. He realized that Chen Mu was far from ordinary, certainly not merely engaged in trivial business, as Chen claimed. Thus, the chief physician promptly opened his phone, logged into the internet of the eerie realm, and began his search. Soon, astonishment painted his face. In disbelief, he gazed at Chen Mu, pondering the likes of Midnight Canteen, Dark Knight Academy, and Mountain Water Garden. Is this what you call a small business? Just a bit of money? Chapter 71. My unusual task. The atmosphere within the Midnight Hotel is rather peculiar, with the proprietor, the board member of the Night Academy, the owner of the picturesque courtyard, and the supreme black gold client of the Fallen Mall. Each of these four identities, when unveiled, possesses an explosive presence. They could each easily claim a place among the rulers of the entire city. Presently, Chen Mu holds four such prestigious positions, yet modestly claims they are mere trifles, urging others to perceive him as an ordinary individual. Ordinary, my foot. If this is what is considered ordinary, then the entire world's ordinary populace could be counted on one hand. He is a veritable titan among the city's elite. The chief physician is on the verge of a breakdown. To put it bluntly, Chen Mu has become a quasi-ruler of the city, a king without a crown. How could such a formidable figure deign to frequent a hospital, engaging in bizarre tasks like a commoner? It is utterly illogical. If Chen Mu merely communicated with the hospital director, he would be afforded the utmost luxurious treatment, receiving a personal audience, rather than enduring the indignities of the operating room. Is it possible that such a prominent figure as Chen Mu delights in masquerading as an ordinary person to experience the tribulations of the populace? Were he to learn of this, he would surely protest in outrage. Chen Mu is no masochist. He would never willingly invite discomfort upon himself. If a privileged passage were available, he would have hastily taken advantage of it. The crux of the matter is that no such opportunity exists. Chen Mu's network lacks any acquaintance with the hospital director. The rationale is straightforward. The hospital's treatment success rate is dismal. Patients who enter cannot truly be said to have a chance at revival, but rather, they face a perilous existence. The most bustling department within the hospital is, astonishingly, the underground mortuary. Subsequently, the hospital began to engage in clandestine operations. Any patient who entered would receive immediate treatment, followed by a swift demise, culminating in a streamlined cremation service. The hospital's reputation in the realm of the bizarre is only marginally better than that of a crematorium. In the face of such a harrowing mortality rate, who among the eccentric would recklessly enter the hospital without cause? Thus, the prominent figures known to Chen Mu, whether they be the principal or a duke, have, for the sake of their own safety, distanced themselves from the hospital. With no acquaintance with the director and insufficient connections, Chen Mu is left with no choice but to undertake bizarre tasks, inadvertently revealing his financial prowess in a bid to capture the director's attention. It is not an act of flaunting wealth or pretentiousness. Rather, it is a desperate measure. If one must place blame, let it be on this cursed bizarre apocalypse that has forced a humble and unassuming individual like Chen Mu into the role of a pretentious braggart. The chief physician, oblivious to these nuances, immediately concludes that Chen Mu is merely a wealthy young master seeking to experience life. A person of such elite status is not someone the director would dare to offend. As a mere doctor, he naturally cannot afford to antagonize him. Suddenly, a realization strikes the chief physician. He had previously taken advantage of Chen Mu during the treatment of the first patient, the very individual the director fears, and here he is, having dared to exploit him. This is a grave predicament. The chief physician contemplates, I too wish to save lives. Thus, when the next bizarre patient arrives, before Chen Mu can intervene, the chief physician transforms as if possessed, instantly adopting an exceedingly cordial demeanor. Dr. Chen, you have treated 3 patients and must be weary. Allow me to step in and perform 2 surgeries on your behalf. The chief physician, while speaking, moved to assist the patient. Chen Mu, suddenly agitated, exclaimed, What is this NPC doing? Trying to steal my business? This delivery is from my driver, and I await the completion of a perplexing task. The rules never stated that the chief physician would usurp my role. No, 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 you rest. I, being youthful, can endure hardship. Allow me to continue. Meanwhile, the patient, witnessing the chief physician approaching to help, became flustered as well. Having recently experienced the driver's warm care, the patient now viewed both Chen Mu and the chief physician as part of the same formidable group. Who would dare allow such powerful individuals to assist them? It is akin to a leader offering to help you sit in a chair. If one wishes to remain in the company, no one would permit a leader to assist them. What a display of arrogance. Clearly, the peculiar patient was not yet ready to depart from this world and wished to linger a while longer. Thus, in the operating room, an unusually harmonious scene unfolded. The chief physician sought to assist the patient. The young doctor hastily interjected to lend a hand, and the patient vehemently insisted on managing the surgery alone. Everyone was reluctant to burden another, choosing instead to endure their own hardships. Such a harmonious tableau had not been witnessed in many years. Ultimately, overwhelmed by the pressure, the peculiar patient knelt before Chen Mu, imploring, "Dr. Chen, please allow me to ascend the operating table alone. I cannot possibly trouble you to assist me." The chief physician, in a moment of urgency, also knelt before Chen Mu, saying, "Dr. Chen, you have worked too hard. Let me handle this surgery." Chen Mu was taken aback by the sight of both the patient and the chief physician bowing before him. Goodness, was this still a peculiar task? The atmosphere was far too surreal. The patient and the chief physician, who were initially mere NPCs in this bizarre task, now showed him such reverence. He had done nothing at all. Had he mistakenly entered the wrong peculiar task? At that moment, a female peculiar nurse approached, gently guiding Chen Mu to a nearby chair and beginning to massage his shoulders. "Dr. Chen, you are exhausted from the surgery. Please take a moment to rest. Allow me to help you." The female nurse was no fool. Seeing the chief physician bowing to Chen Mu, she knew she must be proactive lest she incur his displeasure. Soon, an extraordinary scene emerged in the operating room. Chen Mu, as the player, sat comfortably in a chair, indulging in the nurse's massage, while the chief physician diligently performed the surgery at the operating table. The patient, in pain, grimaced yet praised the doctor's skill. Of course, he was extolling Chen Mu's expertise. Despite the chief physician conducting the surgery, the patient incessantly lauded the doctor enjoying the massage. "Oh, this incision is just right. It has perfectly grazed my kidney. The precision of the cut is neither too light nor too heavy. Clearly, decades of experience are at play. Dr. Chen is truly a modern-day miracle worker, with surgical prowess that is nothing short of divine. Oh, the suturing technique is simply exquisite. Dr. Chen's craftsmanship is indeed astonishing." Chen Mu shrugged, asserting that he had done nothing wrong. Yet it seemed that whatever was said must be true. Today was indeed an eye-opening experience. The bizarre flattery directed towards his superior was truly unparalleled. Despite Chen Mu's apparent inaction, the peculiar task continued to progress steadily. Do not inquire further. Suffice it to say that this was the latest version, an entirely automated peculiar task. The essence lies in the fact that the player need not lift a finger, as the enigmatic NPCs autonomously complete the peculiar tasks on their behalf. Once the procedure was seamlessly executed, a line of crimson text materialized before Chen Mu. Surgery completed. Patient rating, 100 points. Astonished, Chen Mu was taken aback. Could it be that the chief surgeon's assistance was deemed as his own accomplishment? Indeed, the regulations merely stated that the chief surgeon would guide Chen Mu, yet it did not explicitly forbid the chief surgeon from performing the surgery on his behalf. It appeared that the architects of these rules could not have anticipated the existence of such an extraordinary player. Chapter 72. The sole perfectionist thus, when the final patient emerged. The atmosphere within the operating theater continued to unfold in an extraordinary manner. Chen Mu reclined in his chair, now receiving a leg massage. The chief surgeon performed the operation, while the patient lavished praise upon Chen Mu. Even more bizarrely, none of the individuals present perceived anything amiss. Were others to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly find their worldview shattered, questioning whether they had inadvertently stumbled into a counterfeit apocalyptic reality. How could such a vast disparity exist among individuals in a world rife with abnormalities? Soon, the last surgery concluded. Before Chen Mu, a notification appeared, declaring, "Congratulations. You have successfully completed the Midnight Doctor mission. Your total score is 500 points. A perfect score, unequivocally perfect." Achieving such an extraordinary accomplishment of 500 points implied that throughout 5 surgeries, Dr. Chen had exerted utmost effort, ensuring unparalleled satisfaction for his patients. What remarkable medical skill this was. Within the entire Fright Hospital, this achievement was unprecedented, and it was likely to remain unmatched. The reasoning was straightforward. Once Chen Mu acquired Fright Hospital, subsequent players, no matter how formidable, would find it impossible to attain a score of 500 points. This was only natural. The attending physician was not foolish. If the esteemed Director Chen could achieve 500 points, what would it imply for future players? Would it suggest that someone possessed skills comparable to Director Chen's, capable of supplanting him? Or would it indicate a lack of respect for Director Chen, insinuating that his medical prowess was insufficient? Clearly, as long as the chief surgeon wished to remain in good standing, it was impossible for another 500-point score to emerge. Therefore, Chen Mu stood as the sole player to have attained the pinnacle of 500 points. At that moment, several lines of crimson text appeared before Chen Mu. Due to your exceptional performance and the patient's effusive praise, your photograph and name will be featured at the top of the Divine Physicians list at Fright Hospital. Simultaneously, in the lobby of Fright Hospital, a large screen emblazoned with a blood-red hue displayed the words, Divine Physicians List. At the pinnacle of this list stood the human, Chen Mu. A single human had ascended to the status of a divine physician within this eerie realm. And to be first, Chen Mu could not help but exclaim, how abstract this was. The task had been completed, and remarkably so. Thus rewards were inescapable, in light of your outstanding performance in the bizarre mission. The player achieving a perfect score of 500 points will receive a rare item from Fright Hospital, a hallucinatory mist. Please check your inventory. In the next moment, a spray bottle materialized in Chen Mu's hand. This bottle, common in hospitals for dispensing disinfectant, was intended for sanitation purposes. The corridors of Fright Hospital were permeated with the unpleasant odor of disinfectant. However, the hallucinatory mist in Chen Mu's grasp bore a dazzling pattern of red, white, and blue. Despite being classified as a rare item, within the hierarchy of the Eerie realm, it belonged to a category of significant rarity among the likes of Eerie kings, generals, lieutenants, soldiers, and civilians. Previously, in his relentless pursuit of the enigmatic death armor, Chen Mu exerted immense effort and seized the opportunity of reincarnation to ultimately acquire it. The enigmatic long-grade artifact he now possessed was merely a tier below the death armor. Undertaking a singular peculiar task to obtain such a long-grade artifact was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. However, for others to achieve the maximum score of 500 points, they might encounter a slight challenge. Chen Mu, suppressing his exhilaration, began to examine the details of the artifact in his possession. Chapter 73. Do not grasp a sheep too tightly. Item: hallucinogenic mist item effect. This is a one-time use item. By pressing the handle of the spray bottle, you activate its effect. Upon usage, the spray bottle will release a mist that induces hallucinations. All anomalies within a 10-meter radius, possessing a strength below the level of an anomaly commander, will be affected, plunging into a realm of illusions for a duration of 1 hour. You may preset the content of the hallucinations, allowing for personalized customization according to your desires. Note: this item is classified as rare and will become ineffective after a single use. Please exercise caution. Upon reading the introduction of this new item, Chen Mu's eyes brightened with excitement. This item is splendid. With it, he could ensnare the anomalies around him within an environment of his own creation, persisting for an entire hour. Does this not imply that he could indirectly manipulate the thoughts of these anomalies? Within that hour, whatever he desires the anomalies to perceive, they shall perceive. It is effective against all anomalies below the commander level. Chen Mu could envision the myriad of entertaining scenarios he could orchestrate by hypnotizing anomalies within that time frame. The sole drawback, however, is that this item has only a single opportunity for use. Just one chance. In contrast, the formidable heavy armor, with its astonishing capabilities, can be utilized repeatedly, albeit with a cooldown of a month. Wait a moment. An epiphany struck Chen Mu. There seems to be no rule stipulating that one can only partake in an anomaly task once, does there? If others were privy to Chen Mu's thoughts, they would undoubtedly chastise him. You naive fool. While others dread the prospect of engaging in anomaly tasks, fearing selection, here he is, seemingly addicted to the thrill. Having already completed the Midnight Doctor task, Chen Mu realized there is no rule preventing him from repeating it. By achieving a perfect score once, he could obtain a hallucinogenic spray. So if he were to repeat the task several times, could he not acquire numerous such sprays? One for single use. What if he secured 10, 20? That would afford him the ability to utilize it 10 or 20 times. As this notion flooded his mind, Chen Mu was overcome with exhilaration. If this idea proves feasible, he could amass an almost unlimited supply of hallucinogenic sprays, provided he had the time to complete the tasks. Without a moment's hesitation, he departed the duty surgical room. The chief doctor and nurses were left bewildered, pondering the sudden departure of this affluent youth. What was he up to? Upon exiting the terrifying hospital, Chen Mu turned back, re-entering the ominous establishment. True to his expectations, before him appeared a series of blood-red characters. Anomaly task, Midnight Doctor. Chen Mu's heart soared with joy. Indeed, he had received the anomaly task once more. In this eerie post-apocalyptic world, it seems only Chen Mu finds delight in being presented with an anomaly task again. The chief physician received a notification. Yet another unfortunate soul was about to embark on a peculiar mission. 2.5 minutes later, in the operating room, the chief physician stood in stunned silence at the sight of Chen Mu, who had returned once more. Dr. Chen, what brings you back? The chief physician, now advanced in age, felt his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. The young nurse, though still in her prime, mirrored his confusion. Wait, why have you returned to partake in another bizarre task? The chief physician begrudgingly acknowledged that he was still rather inexperienced. There were myriad phenomena in this world that he had yet to witness, such as Chen Mu's outrageous antics. Do not be so surprised. I simply, have some free time and thought I would seek some amusement. Chen Mu chuckled. Come, let us proceed. We are all old acquaintances here. Soon enough, the driver brought in the new patient. The familiar atmosphere enveloped the room. As soon as the patient entered, he cried out in desperation, Dr. Chen, save me. The chief physician, stunned into a stupor, gazed incredulously at Chen Mu, pondering whether this wealthy young master viewed the peculiar mission as a mere amusement park. Indeed, the world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension. Dr. Chen reclined in his chair, while the young nurse provided a massage, and the patient continued to frantically extol his praises. The chief physician focused intently on the surgery at hand. Meanwhile, the efficiency of the driver had significantly improved, mobilizing more security personnel to expedite the apprehension of the peculiar beings, enhancing their speed tenfold. In no time, a long queue formed outside the operating room. Where is Dr. Chen? I need to see him. Don't you dare cut in line. I was ahead of you. It was entirely reasonable for patients to queue for the services of the renowned Dr. Chen, the esteemed healer of the age. Each patient had, without exception, been delivered after enduring a thorough beating from the driver. In their eyes, Dr. Chen was the ultimate boss. Who would dare provoke the final boss? Each one, despite their pain, stood in line without complaint, instead beginning to sing the praises of Dr. Chen in the hallway. The roles seemed to have reversed in this bizarre scenario. Chen Mu had transformed into a formidable presence akin to a final boss, while the peculiar beings trembled like anxious players. Inside the operating room, Dr. Chen heard the sounds of the queue forming in the corridor. He turned to the chief physician, who was laboriously performing the surgery, and remarked, Chief, perhaps we could expedite the procedure a bit. A mere gesture would suffice. He refrained from adding the latter part. After all, with your skills, the outcome would hardly differ whether treated or not. While this statement bore an element of truth, voicing it would have been too disheartening for the peculiar beings. Dr. Chen truly embodied the benevolence of a healer. In his eagerness to expedite treatment for the patients, he was willing to hasten the surgical pace, solely to minimize the waiting time for those outside. This was certainly not motivated by a desire to hasten task completion for rewards. Thus, the surgeries became a routine assembly line, each taking 5 minutes. Chen Mu was now akin to a character in an online game, offline and auto-farming. In less than half an hour, he had successfully completed the second peculiar task. As anticipated, a familiar line of text appeared before Chen Mu. In light of your outstanding performance in the eerie task, you will receive the enigmatic grade item, illusory mist. Chen Mu chuckled in delight. Incredible. I can actually farm this repeatedly. This is nothing short of a perfect glitch. The chief physician, upon noticing the additional item in Chen Mu's possession, immediately comprehended the situation. Goodness, he exclaimed. You're treating the eerie task as if it were a dungeon in an online game, farming for gold, aren't you? While other players approached the eerie tasks with a plea for mercy, Chen Mu's attitude was nearly one of demanding. Come on, give me the gold. However, what astonished the chief physician even more was yet to come. Without uttering a word, Chen Mu directly exited the on-call surgical room. A sense of foreboding welled up within the chief physician's mind. This young man wouldn't dare attempt it again, would he? You've caught a sheep and are intent on shearing it to the bone. Chen Mu had entered a fervent mode of relentless resource gathering. Chapter 74. The task was ruined by Chen Mu. As soon as Chen Mu departed from the duty surgical room, the patients in the corridor erupted in a frenzy. Dr. Chen, you haven't treated me yet. You cannot leave. Dr. Chen, please save me. I've queued for half an hour. Just take a moment to glance at me. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to leave this terrifying hospital. The patients cried out to Chen Mu's retreating figure, as if he were a divine healer. However, to suggest they were being deceitful would be inaccurate. Their pleas were sincere. They genuinely sought Chen Mu's medical attention. If numerous patients beseech a doctor for treatment and extol the efficacy of his care, one could hardly dispute that the doctor possesses extraordinary skills. While it is true that Chen Mu may indeed be regarded as a miraculous physician, there remains an unsettling quality to the situation. With a compassionate heart, Dr. Chen could not bear to disappoint the patients. He turned to them and reassured, "Do not worry. I shall return shortly." 5 minutes later, the chief physician had grown numb as he once again witnessed someone entering the terrifying hospital. Indeed, it was none other than Dr. Chen. Half an hour later, Chen Mu awaited the bizarre task to yield its rewards with eager anticipation. Yet after 5 minutes, no crimson characters appeared before him. What is happening? Is the opportunity slipping away? Please, I have invested half an hour. Although I accomplished nothing, I still exerted effort. Perhaps Chen Mu's absurd actions had rendered the bizarre task ineffectual. The task could hardly fathom that one day it would be treated like livestock, subjected to relentless exploitation. For goodness sake, this is a bizarre apocalypse. This task is perilous and deserves dignity. Finally, after a 10-minute wait, a few lines of crimson text gradually materialized before Chen Mu. In recognition of your outstanding performance, you have been awarded the bizarre grade item, illusory mist. Please note, in the same bizarre scenario, the same individual may only participate in bizarre tasks a maximum of 3 times per month. You have already reached the limit for this month. Re-entering the terrifying hospital will not trigger a bizarre task. Clearly, the bizarre task had become intimidated by Chen Mu's relentless pursuit. If I am to be avoided, then so be it. A maximum of 3 opportunities per month. In the entire bizarre apocalypse, only Chen Mu could compel the bizarre tasks to retreat in such a manner. Chen Mu sighed. The bizarre apocalypse seemed a bit feeble. He yearned to engage in the bizarre tasks, yet they limited his participation. Nevertheless, 3 opportunities to exploit per month should suffice. This equates to 3 doses of bizarre-grade illusory mist each month, ample for Chen Mu to navigate various situations. Chen Mu had exploited the system so thoroughly that he had attracted the attention of the director of the terrifying hospital. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the hospital, in the director's office, the head of the terrifying hospital was a middle-aged man, likely in his 40s. Unlike the principal, the director evidently prioritized physical fitness, maintaining a trim and agile figure. The dean surveyed the recent operational situation, noting that the income from a morgue and cremation services had astonishingly constituted 80% of the hospital's total revenue. The institution was verging on becoming a crematorium. At that moment, the dean suddenly observed that the first floor seemed unusually bustling. A bizarre task had been triggered 3 times within just a few hours. What on earth was happening tonight? Were 3 unfortunate individuals here to undertake the task? However, upon reviewing the participants, the dean was utterly bewildered. There were not 3 individuals, but rather a single person named Chen Mu. This individual had participated 3 times in succession, each time earning 500 points. Remarkably, he had topped the hospital's list of miraculous healers 3 times in a row. Wait a minute. Goodness. This lad had also managed to acquire 3 rare items consecutively. Did he not feel even a twinge of conscience? Hold on. The name Chen Mu seems somewhat familiar. Chapter 75. A fool comes to the rescue. The dean pondered deeply for a while, suddenly recalling that recently, amidst the entire city, Chen Mu was undeniably in the limelight. In just a few short days, he had acquired a substantial number of enterprises, seemingly establishing himself as the sovereign of the city. This young man is quite affluent. Although the source of his wealth remains a mystery, the dean understood the unspoken rules. In this bizarre apocalypse, certain inquiries should remain unasked. Wealthy scions often have formidable forces backing them. The dean began to calculate in his mind. With such considerable wealth, and given the hospital's current dire financial straits, if he could cleverly persuade Chen Mu to take over, Chen definitely possessed the capability to assume control of this dilapidated hospital. It was merely a question of whether Chen would be willing to take on the endeavor. The dean mused that individuals of such wealth often cherished their reputation. As long as he could flatter Chen and elevate his spirits, perhaps in a moment of exuberance, he might just agree to purchase the hospital outright. After all, once the contract was signed, he could pocket the funds and abscond, leaving this beleaguered institution in the hands of Chen, the unsuspecting fool. This line of thinking was quite natural. We are currently in the early stages of a peculiar apocalypse, and the hospital has suffered continuous losses, accruing deficits of over 1 million underworld coins daily. Yes, you heard correctly. Each day incurs losses exceeding 1 million. In just over a week, such losses could amount to a midnight canteen's worth. This is no exaggeration. Historically, healthcare has always been a bottomless pit for financial resources. While one may witness families losing everything due to illness, it is rare to see someone bankrupt from a mere meal. The rate at which hospitals burn through money is incomparable to that of canteens or hotels. The medical supplies required for this peculiar usage are exceedingly expensive. Patients are scarce, yet the need for constant replenishment of medical supplies drains vast amounts of underworld coins. Moreover, the cadre of skilled doctors, though lacking in exceptional talent, commands exorbitant salaries. Unfortunately, rarity lends value. Despite their limited skills, hospitals are willing to pay a premium for their services. Thus, it can be concluded that, from the dean's perspective, the entire hospital represented a burdensome asset, losing over 1 million coins daily. Despite the trend suggesting that, in a year's time, the hospital would thrive, generating daily revenues in the billions, the dean remained oblivious to this. To him, it was merely a financial abyss. The sooner it was sold, the sooner he could extricate himself. With this thought in mind, the dean wasted no time, changing into a pristine outfit and making his way downstairs. On the first floor, within the operating room, Chen Mu had just finished reaping the benefits and was contemplating how to seize an opportunity to meet the dean. At that moment, the door to the operating room swung open, and the dean entered with an expression of warmth. "Ah, this is none other than Dr. Chen Mu. It is an honor to finally meet you." Upon entering, the dean displayed an enthusiasm akin to that of a long-lost father reuniting with his child. "Ah, Dr. Chen, your medical prowess is truly awe-inspiring. I have heard of your consecutive ascents to the top of the divine physician rankings. Your presence indeed brings great prestige to our hospital. This is a small token of my appreciation, which I hope you will graciously accept." With that, the dean produced a golden pen from his pocket and extended it to Chen Mu. Upon receiving it, Chen Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a pen crafted from pure, ethereal gold. A peculiar golden pen, priced at a staggering 100,000 underworld coins, resides in the decadent marketplace. Writing with this remarkable pen produces letters of shimmering gold, which radiate brilliance even in the darkest of environments. Beyond this singular enchantment, it serves no other purpose. In simpler terms, it stands as a luxury item, characterized by exorbitant cost and utter frivolity, making it an exquisite choice for gifting. Despite Chen Mu's understanding of social niceties, the scene before him left him somewhat bewildered. Surely, the situation felt amiss. After all, Chen Mu was a guest, and one would expect him to visit the dean, present a token of goodwill, and then engage in conversation. Why then had the roles reversed? Just as Chen Mu had finished his own dealings, the dean approached him, offering gifts. Initially, Chen Mu could not comprehend this peculiar gesture, but a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Flattery often conceals ulterior motives. It seemed the dean was digging his own grave. "Dear dean, you are far too courteous. It feels rather awkward to receive a gift upon our first meeting," Chen Mu said with a polite smile, expertly masking his true feelings. Having given numerous gifts himself, he now found himself on the receiving end as his status and power grew. Soon after, an amiable exchange commenced between Chen Mu and the dean. "I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Mr. Chen. Your acquisitions throughout the city are truly commendable, a testament to the prowess of youth." The dean returned the compliment, acknowledging his own successful management of the hospital. Their mutual praises filled the operating room with a jovial atmosphere. After a brief period of flattery, the dean could no longer contain himself. With an air of regret, he remarked to Chen Mu, "Your medical artistry is so exceptional. It is indeed a pity that you do not pursue a career in medicine. Any supernatural being would feel discontented knowing you have not ventured into this field. I happen to manage a rather troubled hospital, and if you wish to develop in the medical domain, I would be more than willing to lend my support." In that moment, Chen Mu grasped the underlying intent of the dean's excessive cordiality. He sought to shift the burden of the faltering hospital onto Chen Mu. The chief physician nearby recognized this as well. The dean harbored ulterior motives, hoping to offload a money-losing institution onto an unsuspecting victim. It was likely that, apart from Chen Mu, none in attendance viewed the hospital as a viable asset. After all, they were not traversers of time. Only Chen Mu, with his unique experiences, understood the latent potential of the troubled hospital. Nevertheless, Chen Mu did not betray any signs of delight. He understood a crucial truth. The more eager a buyer is, the more vulnerable they become to exploitation. Though Chen Mu possessed wealth, he was not inclined to be taken advantage of. His intention was to negotiate a lower price, ideally acquiring the hospital for as little as possible. Chen Mu's financial resources were limited, operating on a modest scale, and he could not compete with the affluent magnates. Thus, every penny saved was a victory. Chapter 76. The fool finally signed the contract. On Chen Mu's visage, a look of delight first emerged. Is it true? The director is so generous? He is willing to sell the terrifying hospital to me. That is splendid. Seeing Chen Mu take the bait, the director felt a surge of joy within. He thought to himself that this gullible fool was too easy to deceive, effortlessly falling into the trap. The director, with a persuasive demeanor, said, "Mr. Chen, you see, our terrifying hospital is truly unique among the surrounding cities. Moreover, we have over 20 doctors here, each with exceptional skills. If things develop well, I'm not exaggerating when I say that you could easily earn hundreds of billions annually. We seem to have a good rapport. So how about this? I will sell it to you at a low price. No profit, just for the sake of friendship. 20 billion. The terrifying hospital is yours." Upon hearing the director's offer of 20 billion, Chen Mu curled his lip in disdain. Is he trying to fool a simpleton? If the terrifying hospital were operating normally, its current valuation would be around 50 billion. Selling it for 20 billion would indeed be an act of friendship. However, the reality is that the hospital is losing money every day, with daily losses exceeding 1 million. How could one dare to offer 20 billion for such a bottomless pit of losses? This is not friendship, it's enmity. It is a scheme to bleed Chen Mu dry. Chen Mu's expression instantly darkened. "Director, you lack sincerity." As he spoke, he shook his head in disappointment, seemingly wishing to terminate the transaction. Seeing this, the director grew anxious. He genuinely wanted to sell the hospital, even at a loss. This urgency stemmed from the bizarre end times. No peculiar scene could simply close down. If one became the owner of a peculiar scene, one must ensure its operation for as long as one is alive. This is a rule for the owners in these strange times. One must absolutely maintain the functioning of the peculiar scene. Should this rule be violated, even a most powerful owner would meet their demise. This was why, despite the Midnight Diner's skeletal owner nearing collapse, they still had to inject funds to keep it running. In the same vein, even though the terrifying hospital was a gaping financial pit, the director had to pour in over 1 million ghost coins daily to keep it operational. It is through this very rule that the bizarre end times have proliferated so rapidly. Old peculiar scenes are not permitted to close, while new ones continuously emerge. As a number of peculiar scenes increases, the bizarre end times inevitably grow stronger. After gritting his teeth, the director turned to Chen Mu and asked Mr. Chen, "Then what price do you propose?" Without hesitation, Chen Mu extended a single finger, signifying his proposed price, 10 billion ghost coins. He had slashed the price by half. This was the most reasonable price he could accept, ensuring neither party would take advantage of the other. Upon seeing Chen Mu's solitary finger, the director displayed a look of astonishment. This young man is surprisingly ruthless in his negotiation. Enough is enough, he thought, considering the insatiable beast that was the hospital, realizing that selling it even a day earlier could mitigate losses. A loss, after all, could be seen as a gain. The director, with a resigned expression, declared, "Very well. Let us settle on 100 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu was taken aback, sensing a misunderstanding. He had merely pointed a finger, indicative of 10 billion. Yet the director had interpreted it as 100 million. Goodness! Chen Mu exclaimed internally, astonished by the director's audacity to slash prices so drastically. Indeed, it was a reverse negotiation, where the director was undercutting his own valuation. While Chen Mu merely aimed for a halving, the director had descended to the ankles. Observing Chen Mu's hesitation, the director assumed he was dissatisfied and gritted his teeth, proposing 90 million. Chen Mu was once again astonished. This was even cheaper than the Night Academy. How desperate must the director be to dispose of this hot potato so quickly? To his surprise, as Chen Mu hesitated again, the director further lowered the offer. 80 million. Chen Mu could hardly believe it. 70 million. Now, it was Chen Mu who felt a touch of embarrassment. For something worth billions, acquiring it for 70 million seemed almost absurd. Since the onset of this bizarre apocalypse, he had never encountered such an advantageous bargain. Realizing the need to exercise restraint, he noticed the director's eyes were turning red, indicating that further negotiation might truly provoke him. Thus, Chen Mu feigned reluctance and sighed, "Alas, 70 million still feels a tad excessive. However, given your kindness, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept the price." The director nearly exploded with indignation upon hearing this. "Damn it, so you're playing the innocent while reaping the benefits? As if I were begging you to make the purchase." Indeed, he was, albeit reluctantly. Once the hospital was sold, Chen Mu would soon comprehend the depth of the pit he had fallen into. With daily losses in the millions, it wouldn't be long before Chen Mu faced bankruptcy. At that point, it would be more than just financial ruin. Bankruptcy could lead to a death sentence under the rules. A wave of satisfaction washed over the director. Despite the ludicrously low selling price, he had successfully offloaded the burden onto a fool. "Mr. Chen, trust me, you will not regret acquiring the hospital. To be honest, I already regret selling it to you," the director remarked with a sardonic tone, confident that it would not be long before Chen Mu experienced the hospital's voracious appetite for funds and lamented his decision. As the director eagerly retrieved the contract and affixed his signature, Chen Mu promptly produced 70 million in cash from his spatial ring, arranging the bills neatly on the floor. The attending physician and nurses, witnessing the meticulously stacked bills, were starstruck. The new director is incredibly wealthy. He just pulls out 70 million so casually. In their lifetimes, They had never seen such a sum. The director, catching sight of Chen Mu's spatial ring, felt a flicker of greed in his eyes. The spatial ring, a rare artifact, is such that even the cunning generals do not possess one. Perhaps only an entity of supreme stature, like the cunning king, could ever lay claim to such an item. It is indeed astonishing that Chen Mu possesses a spatial ring. One can scarcely fathom the profound background that supports him. The dean secretly resolved that once the contract was signed, he would promptly vanish, ensuring he never crossed paths with Chen Mu again. Otherwise, should Chen Mu find himself in financial ruin and seek vengeance upon him, the dean would find himself in dire straits. Chen Mu picked up the cunning golden pen gifted by the dean and inscribed his name upon the contract. At the moment, both parties signed their names. An identical thought echoed in the minds of Chen Mu and the dean. Chen Mu, this fool has finally signed. Dean, this fool has finally signed. Chapter 77. The ability to distribute crimson notes after signing the contract. The director, fearing that Chen Mu might discover any flaws and aware of the hospital's losses, did not hesitate to retrieve a small cart from the morgue. He carelessly tossed a bizarre corpse onto the cart, placed 70 million ghost coins atop it, and swiftly fled. Following the acquisition of the Fear Hospital, Chen Mu felt an overwhelming surge of power accumulating within him once more. Unsurprisingly, his strength had escalated, advancing from an intermediate to a high level of supernatural prowess. However, unlike previous experiences, this time Chen Mu sensed an unusual feeling. It was an enigmatic sensation, challenging to articulate accurately. Yet, if he were to describe it, he would use the term connection. In the past days, he had purchased establishments such as the Midnight Diner, the Phantom Taxi, the Dark Knight Academy, and the Mountain Water Courtyard. But prior to this moment, his connection to these enterprises was solely contractual, devoid of any extraordinary sentiment. From this moment onward, Chen Mu closed his eyes, meticulously attuning to the changes within himself. Deep within his heart, red threads emanated from him, each leading to small red dots. His heart pulsed, and those crimson dots pulsed in synchrony. As Chen Mu took a few steps, the positions of those red dots adjusted slightly, always orbiting around him. In that instant, Chen Mu felt as though he had truly become the sovereign of those red points. A profound sense of dominion surged from the depths of his being. As his sense of control intensified, Chen Mu began to comprehend the significance of these red points. Midnight Hotel, Phantom Taxi, Dark Knight Academy, Mountain Water Courtyard, Fear Hospital. At this moment, Chen Mu genuinely felt the peculiar scenes he had acquired were now intrinsically linked to him. It was an unprecedented and wondrous sensation, as if these eerie scenes had begun to revolve around him. He had become their true master. Chen Mu harbored an inkling that, with the enhancement of his power, his command over these uncanny scenes had also grown stronger. The accumulation of strength had finally manifested when his prowess reached the high level of supernatural ability. This control materialized within him as red threads and dots. However, what astonished Chen Mu even more followed. Suddenly, a familiar stack of notes appeared in his hands. Crimson notes. Chen Mu's pupils constricted sharply as he realized that these blood-colored slips were markedly different from those he had previously received. The crimson notes bore no blood inscriptions. Could it be that I can write upon them? His voice trembled, for having traversed the horrors of a bizarre apocalypse, he understood the implications of this revelation well. In the realm of the uncanny apocalypse at its core, there existed only two tiers, the layer that orchestrated bizarre tasks and the layer that executed them. The former was known as the rulers. The latter is referred to as the subjugated. It is evident that prior to this night, all of humanity, ensnared in this bizarre apocalypse, belonged to the subjugated, regardless of wealth or status. Upon receiving the crimson slips of paper, they were compelled to obediently undertake the peculiar tasks in hopes of securing a sliver of survival. Even those who appeared to wield great power in these uncanny scenarios were, at best, mere laborers executing the commands of the bosses within these strange realms. In this surreal apocalypse, no matter how formidable the subjugated may be, they remain ultimately subjugated, as humble as ants. With trembling hands, Chen Mu unfolded the crimson slips he held. There were a total of 10, Upon closer inspection, he discovered that each slip bore a line of small text at the beginning. Two of the slips were marked with bizarre scene, Midnight Hotel. Another pair read, bizarre scene, Phantom Taxi. Two more were inscribed with bizarre scene, Nightshade Academy. The remaining four included two that began with bizarre scene, Mountain Water Courtyard, while the last two were labeled bizarre scene, Dread Hospital. This corresponded perfectly with Chen Mu's 5 establishments, if his assumptions were correct. Each crimson slip represented a bizarre task assigned to an individual. With 10 slips in hand, he could assign peculiar tasks to 10 people. However, there were limitations. He could not arbitrarily assign these tasks, but could only direct individuals to perform them within his own establishments. Moreover, each establishment had a capacity limit. 2 crimson slips indicated that a maximum of 2 individuals could occupy one establishment. Despite this, Chen Mu's heart raced with astonishment. This signified that from this moment on, his identity had undergone a transformation. He had shifted from being a mere subjugated to becoming a half-ruler. Why half, you may ask? Because Chen Mu still remained subject to receiving crimson slips, compelled to undertake bizarre tasks, thus belonging to the subjugated. Yet simultaneously, he had acquired the preliminary authority to distribute these crimson slips, enabling 10 individuals to engage in bizarre tasks. In this regard, he also belonged to the rulers. Chen Mu's identity was thus exceptionally unique, straddling the line between ruler and subjugated. This was a promising omen. Chen Mu sensed an intuitive foresight. As his strength grew and his acquisitions expanded, the number of crimson slips in his possession would inevitably increase. With the augmentation of these crimson slips, could there come a day when he might refuse the bizarre tasks? All of this remained uncertain. At this stage, the slips could only be distributed to humans. However, what if one day he could bestow these slips upon the enigmatic entities? Furthermore, what if he could acquire all the bizarre scenes and distribute countless crimson slips? Would this not imply that he could ascend to the pinnacle of dominion in this strange apocalypse? Faintly, Chen Mu felt as though he was beginning to grasp the secrets of this bizarre world. The greatest mysteries of this uncanny apocalypse lay in the peculiar scenes and the crimson slips. From whence did this bizarre apocalypse originate? From whence do these peculiarities originate? Why does the bizarre apocalypse continue to proliferate? What lies behind its ultimate driving force? What are the rules, and why can they not be transgressed? This series of inquiries lingers in Chen Mu's mind, as well as in the consciousness of every human being. Yet, within this strange apocalypse, everyone struggles for survival like ants, barely able to secure their very existence, let alone seek the truth behind the bizarre world. However, Chen Mu harbors a feeling that, having been reborn and possessing a vast fortune of countless ghostly coins, he possesses the capacity to uncover the final secret. Moreover, he is unlike the other bosses of bizarre scenarios. While they possess the ability to dictate the rules of their respective realms, they lack the power to distribute crimson slips of paper. Chen Mu, on the other hand, not only has the authority to establish regulations within his domain, but has also acquired 10 crimson slips. He can distribute these slips, assigning others strange tasks. All of this conveys to Chen Mu that he is a singular and extraordinary existence. Chapter 78. The first distribution of eerie tasks. Eliminate the morally manipulative hypocrite, suppressing his excitement. Chen Mu drew forth a blood-red slip of paper and retrieved an eerie golden pen from his pocket. He sought to validate his hypothesis. Could he indeed orchestrate bizarre tasks? From a selection of 10 slips, he extracted one labeled Midnight Diner. After a moment's contemplation, a particular individual came to mind, Jiang Hua. This person was a tabloid journalist who, prior to the onset of the eerie apocalypse, profited from uncovering sensational news. Under normal circumstances, Chen Mu and Jiang Hua would have had no intersection. However, in the wake of the bizarre apocalypse, interest in sensational news waned, leading to Jiang Hua's sudden loss of income. Coincidentally, news of Chen Mu's recent acquisition spread like wildfire, instantly providing Jiang Hua with a new target. This was a significant opportunity. In an environment rife with fear, if he could morally manipulate Chen Mu, how could he not attract attention? How could he not seize upon this lucrative opportunity? Thus, Jiang directed his efforts towards Chen Mu, launching a fervent campaign online. With a singular core message, Chen Mu, with your extraordinary abilities, why do you stand idly by while others perish? Whenever an eerie task resulted in a participant's demise, Jiang would spring forth, vociferously condemning Chen Mu. The illustrious Chen Mu of Wangjiang City possesses numerous eerie subordinates. Why does he not intervene to save this person? Could he not dispatch a couple of his eerie allies to rescue them? Or, with Chen Mu's vast wealth, when an eerie task arose yesterday in a certain city, where 10 individuals were set to participate, why did he not simply purchase the eerie scenario? That way, those individuals would not have perished. Such statements, laden with venom, flowed from Jiang Hua's pen, often numbering more than a dozen each day. Within a matter of days, Jiang Hua became a sensation online, amassing a loyal following. He profited handsomely from this sordid venture, even earning over 1,000 ghost coins. Naturally, under Jiang Hua's influence, the internet buzzed with voices disparaging Chen Mu. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Hua had branded Chen Mu as selfish, indifferent, and lacking in compassion for the wealthy. Chen Mu had anticipated this situation after acquiring the Shanshui courtyard. Regrettably, his influence was still confined to Wangjiang City. Jiang Hua, cunning as he was, understood that Chen Mu would seek retribution, so he strategically distanced himself, hiding in a neighboring city, ensuring that Chen Mu's reach could not extend to him. Jiang Hua believed that by employing such petty tricks, he could evade Chen Mu's grasp. Previously, Chen Mu had been too preoccupied with his acquisitions to pay heed to such a clown. After all, every moment counted for Chen Mu. To eliminate Jiang Hua, he would at least need to dispatch an underling, which would require a day or two of searching, a considerable waste of time. In this context, time equated to money. To specifically send someone to eliminate Jiang Hua would squander resources to the tune of hundreds of thousands. Such a buffoon was hardly worth the effort. Therefore, Chen Mu chose to ignore him, treating his incessant buzzing like that of a mere fly. Unexpectedly, just yesterday, Jiang Hua escalated his rhetoric, making a grand statement online. If time permitted, he intended to personally visit Chen Mu's establishment, dine at a midnight hotel, and confront Chen Mu to inquire whether his heart was made of stone, as he seemed so callous. Such remarks rendered Chen Mu speechless. With a clear conscience, Chen Mu asserted that although he was not a paragon of virtue, he had never indiscriminately harmed the innocent. As long as he was not provoked, he would not initiate harm against others. Chen Mu neither inflicted harm unprovoked nor offered assistance without reason. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, such behavior could indeed be considered virtuous. Despite Jiang Hua's eloquent declarations, he himself possessed 1,000 ghost coins, yet never extended a hand to assist others, tightly clutching his wealth as if fearful of lending. A series of Jiang Hua's proclamations attracted a throng of simpletons who cheered for him and showered him with financial support. In no time, Jiang Hua became the emblem of righteousness, leading a band of fools who incessantly moralistically berated Chen Mu. If Jiang Hua were truly so audacious, he should simply come over for a meal. Alas, Jiang Hua feigned ignorance. He dared not even approach Wangjiang City, let alone visit the Midnight Hotel, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready for a fight from behind the safety of his screen. Very well, he wished to dine at the Midnight Hotel, did he? Now that he had obtained the Crimson Note, Chen Mu immediately thought of Jiang Hua. Thus, Chen Mu took up his pen, glanced at the time, and inscribed beneath Midnight Hotel, task name, gluttonous patron, task executor, Jiang Hua, task description. In a tranquil city, as night falls, a hotel opens its doors. Everyone claims to have never seen a guest enter. Yet at the stroke of midnight, the hotel is always bustling with invisible patrons. You are a diner from the neighboring city, and today you have received an invitation to a lavish luncheon at the Midnight Hotel. Please arrive within 2.5 hours, as the Midnight Hotel does not favor tardy guests. As Chen Mu wrote Jiang Hua's name, despite the multitude of individuals sharing that name worldwide, there was no need for Chen Mu to specify which one. The Crimson Note seemed to comprehend Chen Mu's thoughts, accurately assigning the task to that very Jiang Hua. Moreover, while composing the task description, Chen Mu encountered certain constraints. For instance, the 2.5-hour arrival window could not be arbitrarily filled. Initially, he pinned 10 minutes, but as soon as he wrote it down, the characters began to fade away. Clearly, the bizarre task deemed that participants could not reach the Midnight Hotel in such a short time. Writing 10 minutes would effectively be sentencing Jiang Hua to death, which the peculiar task did not permit. To some extent, this served as a protective measure for the participants. Gradually, Chen Mu extended the time until he inscribed 2.5 hours, at which point the writing ceased to vanish. Traveling from a neighboring city to the Midnight Hotel at the quickest pace, without delays, would indeed take about 2.5 hours. This was the protective regulation of the bizarre task, ensuring participants had sufficient time for their journey. Certainly, should one attempt to circumvent the enigmatic tasks through protective regulations, such behavior is strictly prohibited. For instance, during the previous Dark Knight Academy's death exam mission, some students ventured to distant cities by airplane, under the misguided belief that such actions would allow them to evade the peculiar challenges. However, contrary to their expectations, the enigmatic tasks showed no leniency, failing to extend their allotted time. Thus, one can conclude that this protective regulation can be succinctly summarized as follows. The enigmatic tasks safeguard participants, ensuring their arrival at the designated location within a reasonable time frame. Should this time frame be exceeded, the protective measure becomes null and void. These regulations do not explicitly inform humanity. They are known as the hidden rules within this bizarre apocalyptic realm. Such rules must be discovered and inferred independently. The more hidden rules one comprehends, the greater the likelihood of survival. As Chen Mu completed his writing, the crimson note seemed to ignite, gradually transforming into ashes within his grasp. Task distribution. Chapter 79. Eating quite quickly at the very moment tasks were being assigned. In a neighboring city, within a spacious flat, Jiang Hua completed a new manuscript and stretched comfortably. The title of his piece was Chen Mu's Selfishness is Incomprehensible. How could anyone be so selfish? If I were given 100 million underworld coins, I would undoubtedly donate it all to help everyone. This style of writing was Jiang Hua's forte, neither overly flattering nor excessively critical, but rather a delicate balance of disparagement and praise. He meticulously concocted tales of Chen Mu's indifference to those in peril, regardless of their veracity, crafting them with such vivid detail that it felt as though he were an eyewitness. Then, with a deft twist of his pen, he would pivot to a neutral tone, asserting that if he possessed 100 million underworld coins, he would certainly not stand idly by in the face of suffering. He would undoubtedly. The stark contrast between the two narratives created a dramatic tension that was bound to captivate readers. Jiang Hua was certain this would be yet another sensational hit, amassing hundreds of thousands of views. After pressing the publish button, a pang of hunger struck Jiang Hua, prompting him to seek nourishment. Just then, he noticed a blood-red note had mysteriously appeared on his desk. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be an ominous task? How could he be so unfortunate? The moment he read the contents of the note, he nearly fainted from shock. Good heavens! It was from the Midnight Hotel. Just a day after he had engaged in a heated online debate regarding it, he received an unsettling task from the very establishment. Jiang Hua found it hard to believe this was mere coincidence. Was he being targeted? Surely not. For what he understood, the assignment of these eerie tasks seemed random, though the bosses of those strange scenes wielded considerable power to dictate the rules of their respective realms. They could not determine who would participate. Jiang Hua was convinced that Chen Mu lacked the ability to single him out for such an eerie task. If he did, that would be an extraordinary power indeed. This must simply be a stroke of ill fortune, he reassured himself. Time was of the essence. The event was set to commence in just 2.5 hours, and he needed a hurry. Without pausing for a late-night snack, Jiang Hua hastily donned his clothing and set off towards Wangjiang City. The 2.5 hours allowed were already pushing the limits. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, nearly causing his vehicle to smoke. As he crossed a bridge, he narrowly avoided plunging into the river below. In a frenzy, Jiang Hua finally arrived at the Midnight Hotel just in time. Stepping out of his car, he was drenched in sweat, looking utterly disheveled. Gazing upon the opulent facade of the Midnight Hotel, he could hardly contain his self-reproach. How reckless of him to provoke such a situation with his article. If Chen Mu happened to be inside, his fate would be sealed. He could only hope Chen Mu remained unaware of his presence. Determined to complete the eerie task swiftly, Jiang Hu pushed open the hotel door and stepped inside. Upon entering the hotel lobby, a striking female manager approached, greeting him with, "Good day, sir. You must be here for the peculiar task. I'm the manager here. You may call me Li Xiao Xiao." Jiang Hu glanced around, failing to spot Chen Mu, and let out a sigh of relief. Wonderful. That fool Chen Mu is absent. This manager surely perceives me as an ordinary participant. Had Li Xiao Xiao been privy to Jiang Hua's thoughts, she would have undoubtedly struggled to maintain her composure, revealing a sweat-beaded expression as she quipped, "Do you have any inkling who assigned you this peculiar task?" At that moment, Li Xiao Xiao directed Jiang Hua, "Follow me. The luncheon is in the adjoining room." Although it was midnight, and one would typically expect a late-night snack, in this bizarre context, it was akin to lunchtime. Along the way, Li Xiao Xiao elucidated the rules of the luncheon. To partake in this meal, you must adhere to the following stipulations. 1. You must consume all the food presented on the table before you may leave. Failure to do so will result in a penalty. 2. I understand your hunger, but humans cannot turn against one another. Humans are not sustenance. 3. Tables, chairs, cutlery, and plates are not to be considered food. 4. You must not discard any food voluntarily. Doing so is tantamount to not finishing your meal. After articulating these 4 rules, Jiang Hua was escorted into a small room. In the center stood a round table, upon which rested a single plate filled with a large bowl of crimson broth. On an adjacent chair sat a young girl, softly weeping, her demeanor steeped in despair. Li Xiao Xiao explained to Jiang Hua, "This little girl is a failure from the previous round. She did not complete her task and has thus been left behind. If you too fail your task, you shall join her in facing the consequences." Jiang Hua's body began to tremble as he approached the table, lowering his gaze to the bowl of broth. A nauseating, metallic stench assailed his senses, nearly overwhelming him. He fought back the urge to vomit. The crimson liquid was tainted with shattered eyeballs, severed ears, and chunks of raw flesh. The mere sight of it was enough to induce nightmares. "I hope this meal silences you," Li Xiao Xiao remarked with a sardonic tone before closing the door behind her. Jiang Hua, perplexed by her words, presumed that Chen Mu remained unaware and resolved to complete the task swiftly before Chen Mu could intervene. With a determined grit, Jiang Hua pinched his nose, grasped the plate, and began to consume the grotesque contents. He could almost feel the eye orbs bursting in his mouth. He vowed that after this meal, he would never crave a midnight snack again. The arduous process of eating dragged on for 5 minutes. Though there was no time constraint stipulated in the rules, Jiang Hua relentlessly urged himself to hurry, fearing Chen Mu's imminent arrival. At last, after 5 grueling minutes, Jiang Hua emitted a satisfied belch. The broth and liquid in the plate were entirely consumed by him. Jiang Hua's stomach had grown numb, and his entire palate was bewildered. Apart from the intense metallic tang of blood, he could scarcely discern any flavor. It was likely that for the ensuing days, he would have no desire to eat again. Breathing heavily, Jiang Hua stifled the nausea rising within him. He meticulously inspected the dining table, ensuring that there was no other food besides his own plate. He called out towards the door, "Manager, please come in. I have finished my meal. I have completed the strange task. Allow me to leave." As soon as Jiang Hua's words faded, the door opened from the outside. Li Xiao Xiao entered, surveying the table before casting a glance at Jiang Hua, who was on the verge of retching. She nodded in satisfaction. "You ate quite quickly. Had I known you could consume so much, I would have prepared more for you. Surely, you must still be hungry. My apologies for the lack of hospitality." Jiang Hua was nearly driven to exasperation. "How much more do you intend to prepare? Do you wish for me to perish?" Chapter 80. Although Jiang Hua harbored a desire to unleash a torrent of curses upon Li Xiao Xiao, he nonetheless managed to maintain a facade of cordiality, forcing a smile as he expressed his gratitude. "That should suffice. Thank you for your hospitality," he declared, preparing to take his leave. "Wait, don't go just yet," Li Xiao Xiao called out to him. "Why?" "Haven tea, I fulfill my task." Jiang Hua's heart skipped a beat. As the saying goes, one who harbors no guilty conscience need not fear the knocking of ghosts. Jiang Hua, having committed numerous transgressions, felt a pang of anxiety. "It's nothing. I merely wanted to remind you that you performed exceptionally well on your task, thus earning an opportunity, Li Xiaoxiao replied. An opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Do you see that little girl over there? Li Xiaoxiao gestured toward the girl seated nearby, who had failed her task in the previous round and was, by all rights, meant to face execution. However, at our midnight hotel, we do not relish the thought of indiscriminate slaughter. If you provide me with 100 underworld coins, I shall release her, allowing her to depart safely from here. What do you think? Jiang Hua stared at Li Xiaoxiao, momentarily dumbfounded, as if she were a simpleton. An opportunity? Is this truly what you would call an opportunity? What a farce. He had initially thought it might be a chance to receive some form of reward, a windfall to be gained. To his dismay, Li Xiaoxiao's so-called opportunity merely entailed spending his own money to rescue a stranger. How audacious to label this a chance. Jiang Hua's pocket held 1,000 underworld coins, a story in itself. He had garnered a substantial following through his writings, with many viewing him as a savior in these troubled times, a rare beacon of conscience amidst the chaos. In one of his articles, he lamented the decline of human kindness, stating, "If I were to acquire underworld coins, I would surely assist those in need." Inspired by this sentiment, the son of a wealthy merchant, a devoted fan of Jiang Hua, had surreptitiously taken 100 underworld coins from his family to offer as a donation, urging Jiang Hua to help the less fortunate. The remainder of the coins had similarly come from kind-hearted individuals, each hoping Jiang Hua would extend his aid to others. However, upon receiving these coins, Jiang Hua promptly severed all ties with the donors, blocking and silencing them without a second thought. Now, with 1,000 underworld coins in his possession, he glanced at the sobbing girl, his expression betraying no emotion. "I'm truly sorry. I wish I could help her, but alas, I have no underworld coins," he said coldly to Li Xiaoxiao. "Oh, is that so?" Li Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a derisive smile. "Very well, if there's nothing else. I shall take my leave," Jiang Hua declared, eager to depart, clutching his 1,000 underworld coins tightly as he prepared to exit swiftly. "Wait, you cannot leave. There is still something to address." "What else is there?" "Your task has failed," Li Xiaoxiao stated, enunciating each word with precision. Jiang Hua's expression shifted to one of shock. "How is that possible?" He gestured towards the empty bowl on the table. "I consumed every morsel. I even licked the bowl clean. Are you jesting? Do you dare to contravene the rules?" Li Xiaoxiao remarked. "I have not violated any rules. You indeed finished the food in the bowl, yet there remains sustenance that you have not consumed." As she spoke, she pointed towards the little girl, proclaiming that she too was food. At that moment, Jiang Hua was utterly astonished. What was happening? That little girl? Was she not a failure from the previous mission? Why was she also regarded as food? Jiang Hua had only participated in one peculiar task, and had been the simplest of its kind. Faced with this situation, he was rendered completely speechless. Indeed, she had been weeping at the edge of the table. Thus she too was considered food. "You have not eaten her," Li Xiaoxiao reiterated. "You speak nonsense." Jiang Hua bellowed with all his might. "The rules clearly state that humans are not food, yet you claim she is. Are you taking advantage of my ignorance of the rules?" Li Xiaoxiao shrugged. "But how do you know she is human?" Just then, the little girl, who had been sobbing with her head down, stood up from her chair, revealing her face. Her complexion was ghostly pale, devoid of any color. Such a wan visage was indeed one of the eerie characteristics. Jiang Hua felt on the verge of collapse, an unsettling realization dawning upon him that he might have to meet his end here today. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Hua like a lifeline, and he shouted at Li Xiaoxiao, "No, the rules are flawed. This little girl is far too young. Even if I recognize her as an anomaly, I could never consume her. I do not possess such a capacity, nor does any normal person. Thus, this is not a path to survival. Your rules are problematic. You have not provided me with a way out. Your rules are invalid." Li Xiaoxiao smiled. "I understand your urgency, but do not rush." This phrase, once a mantra of Chen Mu, has now been adopted by his minions. "You claim the rules have not granted you a path to survival? No, you are mistaken. Rule number 4 states, you cannot willingly discard food. Otherwise, it is equivalent to not finishing it. The implication of this rule is that if food departs willingly, it will not count as unfinished. You can allow the little girl to leave voluntarily, and that is the path to survival in this bizarre task. Moreover, I have already offered you an opportunity. For a mere 100 spirit coins, you could save her and ensure her safe exit from the hotel. Once she leaves, you need not consume her. However, you refuse to help her, citing a lack of spirit coins. Yet, if I am not mistaken, you likely possess a substantial number of spirit coins in your pocket. Mr. Jianghua, did you not once proclaim that if you had 100 million spirit coins, you would unhesitatingly assist others? Yet, when asked to part with a mere 100 spirit coins, you are unwilling. Is it because you truly possess 100 spirit coins? Jianghua's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that his earlier refusal had severed his own escape route. But I did not know her. Why should I spend my own money to save her? Jianghua attempted to argue, yet all was in vain. He had already missed his opportunity for survival. Indeed, why should I expend my own resources in this bizarre apocalypse to save a complete stranger? Li Xiaoxiao remarked, Mr. Jianghua, if you cannot accomplish this yourself, why must you engage in moral coercion to compel others to do so? Suddenly, it seemed as though Jianghua grasped an underlying truth, discerning the hidden implications within Li Xiaoxiao's words. Could it be that these regulations were conceived by Chen Mu? Jianghua's voice began to tremble. Indeed, you are correct in your conjecture. These 4 rules were devised by Boss Chen, and your anticipated refusal falls within his foresight. This is the essence of human nature in a bizarre apocalypse. Li Xiaoxiao continued. Boss Chen instructed me to convey a message to you. In this strange and twisted world, refraining from actively harming an innocent person constitutes the utmost compassion and kindness. Boss Chen has consistently adhered to this principle, choosing not to inflict harm while refraining from excessive empathy. As for you, Mr. Jianghua, you have opted to inflict harm upon the unfamiliar Chen Mu for your own selfish gain, while standing upon the lofty pedestal of moral righteousness. Mr. Chen finds your actions repugnant and wishes never to encounter you again in this lifetime. Chapter 81. The heart of the eerie apocalypse upon hearing Li Xiaoxiao's words. Jianghua felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He comprehended that his fate was sealed for the day. Chen Mu, an experienced player, had encountered more rules than Jianghua had meals. If Chen Mu wished to eliminate Jianghua, he could effortlessly devise a series of convoluted regulations. The 4 rules presented by Chen Mu were not excessively outrageous, and they contained no blatant errors. Nevertheless, Jianghua remained unable to discern a path to survival. The reason was simple. Chen Mu had seen through Jianghua's heart, a type of individual he had encountered far too often. The two were operating on entirely different planes. Ultimately, Jianghua gritted his teeth and uttered his final words. Consider me unfortunate, plagued by ill fate, selected by your bizarre task. This is merely my woeful destiny. Li Xiaoxiao, however, revealed a cryptic smile. Do you not think it possible that Boss Chen summoned you here? Impossible. That cannot be. Jianghua instinctively refused to accept this notion. Could it be that Chen Mu possessed the capability to assign eerie tasks to him? If that were indeed the case, it was profoundly terrifying. The idea that a human could allocate such tasks transcended Jianghua's comprehension. It was only at this moment that he abruptly realized the magnitude of the entity he had provoked. Chen Mu was starkly different from the celebrities he had once reported on. In Chen Mu's hands lay genuine power and bloodshed. Soon, an employee dragged Jianghua away to a secluded location, ensuring that he would enjoy the finest sleep from that moment onward. Meanwhile, at the Fright Hospital, upon learning of Jianghua's demise, Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. Observing the remaining 9 blood-red slips of paper in his hand, a faint smile graced his lips. To put it plainly, with these blood-red slips, there was no one in the eerie apocalypse whom Chen Mu could not eliminate, should he so desire. Even if that person resided at the ends of the earth, once Chen Mu assigned them an eerie task, they would be compelled to arrive at Wangjiang City within the designated time frame. Once within Chen Mu's domain, could they possibly survive after he crafted a set of intricate rules? Even if they succeeded once, Chen Mu possessed plenty of blood-red slips. He could always try again. If 9 consecutive eerie tasks failed to eliminate the individual, Chen Mu might as well dash himself against a wall, deeming 5 years in the eerie apocalypse a waste. Clearly, such an eventuality was improbable. After his initial use of the blood-red slips, Chen Mu had grasped the rules sufficiently. He tucked away the remaining slips and began to manage the affairs of the Fright Hospital. The hospital now unequivocally belonged to Chen Mu. Enhancing the Fright Hospital would yield tremendous resources for him. These resources extended beyond mere ghost coins. Imagine, in the entirety of the eerie apocalypse, hospitals capable of treating the bizarre were exceedingly scarce. On average, one such hospital would exist for every 4 or 5 cities. Moreover, the treatment outcomes could hardly be described as satisfactory. One could only say they were dismal. Of 10 patients entering, 9 would be carried out on stretchers. Even with such a treatment efficacy, the hospital remains in high demand. Chen Mu, of course, is not content with the status quo. Since this is a hospital, he intends to maximize its potential. What is the core function of a hospital? It is rather simple: to heal patients. As long as patients can be cured, it qualifies as a good hospital. If the prices could be slightly lower, that would be even more advantageous. Given an average mortality rate of 90, if Chen Mu's Fear Hospital could significantly reduce that rate to below 10 or even lower, one can only imagine the fervent desire that the enigmatic beings would have for such a facility. In his previous life, Fear Hospital had a staggering mortality rate where 9 out of 10 patients succumbed, yet it still earned billions of underworld coins daily. If it could transform to cure 9 out of 10, how much wealth would that generate? 10 billion? 20 billion? The thought is almost unfathomable. At that point, the underworld coins would flow in ceaselessly. Moreover, once the reputation of Fear Hospital is established, affluent and influential entities would traverse great distances from all corners of the world to seek the finest treatment conditions in Wangjiang City. At that juncture, the city where Chen Mu resides will become the epicenter of the enigmatic apocalypse. Power, wealth, status, all would come in abundance. The value of the Shanshui courtyard in his possession could skyrocket. Chen Mu would not need to embark on quests or battle foes across the globe. He would merely need to remain at home, as the most formidable enigmatic beings would flock to him, with wealth accumulating like a tidal wave. When that time arrives, Wangjiang City will boast the most luxurious hotel, midnight hotel, the finest school, Dark Knight Academy, the best hospital, Fear Hospital, and the most splendid residences, Shanshui Courtyard. This will be the nucleus of the enigmatic apocalypse. All these splendid visions rest upon the enhancement of Fear Hospital's reputation. To elevate its standing, one must inevitably improve the skills of its physicians. Come, take me to the dean's office, Chen Mu instructed the attending chief physician. This way, Dean Chen. The chief physician replied with utmost respect, bowing slightly as he led Chen Mu upstairs. Throughout the ascent, the chief physician felt fortunate for his prudence in maintaining cordial relations with Chen Mu. Who could have anticipated that a player undertaking an enigmatic mission would, within mere hours, metamorphose into the new head of Fear Hospital? The chief physician believed that his earlier decision to flatter Dean Chen was the wisest choice of his life. Soon, under the chief physician's guidance, Chen Mu arrived at the top floor. The uppermost level of Fear Hospital contained a series of VIP wards specifically designed to accommodate the most esteemed guests. Chen Mu quietly noted that once Fear Hospital flourished, these VIP wards could become valuable assets in his hands. To forge friendships with certain enigmatic figures or kings, offering them the privilege of a VIP ward would symbolize status and prestige. Of course, this hinges on the condition that Fear Hospital develops into the preeminent medical facility in the enigmatic apocalypse. At the end of the VIP wards lies the dean's office. Chen Mu entered the dean's office, instructing the chief physician to wait outside while he ventured in alone. The decor of the dean's office could be described as rather austere. To put it diplomatically, more bluntly, it consisted of merely a desk and a chair. This is quite understandable. For a hospital that incurs losses exceeding $1 million each day, leaves little room for lavish office furnishings. Chen Mu opened the drawer of the desk and retrieved a small booklet titled List of Physicians at the Hospital of Dread. Within this modest tome lay the names of approximately 20 to 30 doctors, representing the entirety of the hospital's esteemed roster. As Chen Mu perused the introductions of these physicians, a frown creased his brow. Each one was indeed a master of their craft. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a physician intriguingly named Incurable. Chapter 82. The renowned physician, the doctor known as the immortal healer, is a young chief physician who stands out distinctly among the seasoned doctors. What captivates Chen Mu's attention most is his remarkable success rate in treatment, an astonishing 50. In other words, for every 10 patients treated by the immortal healer, 5 manage to survive. Amidst a multitude of skilled practitioners, the immortal healer deserves a unique accolade for his ability to defy death. Suddenly, Chen Mu recalled a peculiar memory from his past life, where there indeed existed a legendary physician named the immortal healer. During that lifetime, Chen Mu was merely a humble survivor, thus his knowledge of the enigmatic doctors was rather limited. Nevertheless, he had heard of the illustrious reputation of the immortal healer. Initially, this physician worked at the frightening hospital, but as opportunities for advancement dwindled, he sought employment at a larger institution. Over time, the immortal healer's medical skills flourished exponentially. By the later stages of the bizarre apocalypse, he was specifically treating the enigmatic king, establishing himself as a celebrated physician of that era. At present, during the early phase of the bizarre apocalypse, the immortal healer remains a youthful figure, still on the cusp of becoming a legendary doctor. Merely beginning to shine at the frightening hospital, Chen Mu saw no objection to bringing such a talent under his wing. Having recently acquired the frightening hospital, he lacked the time and energy to manage it, making the immortal healer an ideal candidate for stewardship. Entrusting the hospital to him, Chen Mu felt reassured. "Bring me the immortal healer," Chen Mu called out to the hallway. Shortly thereafter, the chief physician hurriedly entered the office, accompanied by a young doctor. "Are you the immortal healer?" Chen Mu inquired, observing the peculiar figure before him. The doctor's appearance was not that of a youthful, dashing physician in a pristine white coat, but rather disheveled, resembling more a mad scientist. It is precisely this eccentricity that allows one to persist in the chaotic realm of the bizarre apocalypse, dedicating oneself to the pursuit of medicine and ultimately becoming a top-tier physician. "Indeed, I am. What is it that you require of me, Director?" the immortal healer asked, eyeing Chen Mu with curiosity. He was aware that Chen Mu had ascended to the top of the hospital's physician leaderboard 3 times within mere hours, boasting a perfect treatment success rate along with glowing patient reviews. Such an achievement left even the immortal healer astounded. As for the details of Chen Mu's methods, the chief physician was no fool. He would certainly not divulge specifics to the immortal healer, as that would tarnish the director's image. On their way, whenever the immortal healer inquired about Chen Mu's approach, the chief physician would exuberantly extol Chen Mu, elevating him to the status of a legendary healer. Amidst the chief physician's fervent praise, the immortal healer, a future luminary in the medical field, found himself greatly impressed by Chen Mu's skills. Chen Mu, however, remained indifferent. As long as he refrained from intervening, his flawless success rate would forever remain a myth. Let this myth eternally reside in the enigmatic apocalypse. Perhaps, years hence, amidst a chorus of adulation, Chen Mu may find himself firmly established as a renowned physician of his generation. Without further ado, Chen Mu addressed the matter directly. "I find the treatment standards at the Fright Hospital utterly subpar. Dr. Undying, I hold great faith in your capabilities. Here is the proposition. I entrust the management of Fright Hospital to you, and I can provide you with abundant resources and support. Can you, within 6 months, elevate Fright Hospital to become the premier medical institution in this bizarre world?" Upon hearing Chen Mu's statement, Dr. Undying was taken aback. There was an intangible sense that the new director was markedly different from his predecessors. The previous directors had not garnered his favor, primarily due to their short-sightedness, fixating solely on immediate gains. The former director's most frequent lament was about the losses incurred that month. "How could we have lost so much again? We must further slash our medical expenditures." This left Dr. Undying feeling quite exasperated. He was a peculiar being with lofty aspirations for his medical practice, fully aware that the field of medicine is inherently costly. Particularly in the realm of the arcane, substantial initial investments are necessary for development, requiring time before any substantial results could be realized. However, once success is achieved, the returns would be astronomical, far exceeding ordinary investments, potentially yielding thousands of times the initial outlay. Regrettably, the former directors were myopic, overly fixated on short-term losses, utterly disregarding the immense long-term benefits. Consequently, their relentless budget cuts resulted in abysmal medical standards, with a dismal success rate of treating 1 out of 10 patients. Dr. Undying, a dedicated practitioner of the art of healing, was particularly adept at utilizing funds for his research, which led to his persistent disdain from the previous directors, who even contemplated his dismissal as a means to curtail expenses. Had Chen Mu not acquired Fright Hospital, it would have taken mere months for the former director to terminate Dr. Undying's position. Should those past directors survive to witness the developments of 2 years hence, they would rue the day they expelled such a prodigy. Fortunately, with Chen Mu's acquisition of Fright Hospital, the gears of fate began to turn. Hearing Director Chen's words stirred a ripple in Dr. Undying's previously placid heart. However, he was skeptical of Chen Mu's understanding of the hospital's needs, and thus cautiously remarked, "Director Chen, you may not realize the substantial funds required for the initial development of Fright Hospital." Chen Mu chuckled, "Oh, I am well aware. What I lack in life is not funds. Allow me to be forthright. As long as Fright Hospital achieves the top rank, I'm even willing to invest billions of ghost coins. Furthermore, starting now, I shall not be disbursing your salary." Dr. Undying appeared momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp Chen Mu's meaning. The first part of Chen Mu's statement conveyed his unwavering support for Fright Hospital. But what was the latter part implying? Was he suggesting he would withhold his salary? Was this a prelude to my dismissal? Chen Mu, with a benevolent smile, patted Dr. Undying on the shoulder and clarified, "I shall not provide you with a salary, but I shall offer you equity. I offer you a 1% stake in the Fear Hospital. You shall not bear the losses of Fear Hospital, and once it turns a profit, you will receive dividends amounting to 1%. This is the treatment I extend to you." Chen Muhua is unyielding when it comes to financial matters, especially towards the renowned physician, the Undying Doctor, who ranks among the top 3 in this bizarre world. Naturally, Chen Muhua is generous, for the returns from the Undying Doctor far outweigh this modest investment. Moreover, Chen has his own plans. Acquiring a stake in Fear Hospital effectively binds him to a long-term contract with it. Once he takes the shares, switching jobs becomes a distant thought. As long as Fear Hospital remains operational, he shall faithfully serve Chen, the esteemed owner. The Undying Doctor displayed an expression of astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Director Chen would offer such a generous arrangement. Although 1% may appear minimal, it represents a colossal entity like Fear Hospital, valued at 10 billion. To extend such a significant share is a testament to the benevolence of the owner, a rare sight for the Undying Doctor. In this peculiar world, it is improbable to encounter a proprietor so magnanimous. How does an employer demonstrate appreciation for their employees? It is not through mere promises, but through tangible rewards. The more generous the compensation, the greater the acknowledgement of the employee's worth. To offer such a high remuneration speaks volumes of the owner's esteem for the employee. At that moment, a warm tide surged within the Undying Doctor's heart. He mused that Director Chen, having ascended the ranks of the divine physicians thrice, far surpasses those short-sighted former directors. Perhaps this is the mutual recognition shared among great healers. The Undying Doctor felt a lump in his throat, as his talents had finally garnered the attention of a discerning patron. A scholar would lay down their life for one who truly understands them. To encounter such an appreciative employer renders this lifetime worthwhile. Chapter 83. My sole peculiar hobby is to serve as a loyal companion to Boss Chen. Witnessing the emotional turmoil of the indefatigable doctor, Chen Mu posed his most pressing inquiry. What assistance do you require to expedite the swift development of the Hospital of Terror? The indefatigable doctor pondered for a moment before responding. The advancement of the Hospital of Terror fundamentally hinges on 2 pivotal factors: superior medical conditions and exceptional physicians. To achieve commendable medical conditions, one must procure quality pharmaceuticals and advanced medical equipment, both of which necessitate substantial financial resources. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Mu declared that monetary concerns were trivial. Simply specify the pharmaceuticals and equipment needed, and the funds would be made available. while financial matters could be readily addressed. The more formidable challenge lay in acquiring outstanding physicians. Unlike pharmaceuticals, which can be produced swiftly with ample funding, cultivating a qualified doctor of the peculiar kind demands considerable time, investment, and, most critically, experience. A physician with abundant experience may not always be exemplary. However, an exceptional doctor invariably possesses a wealth of experience. The indefatigable doctor furrowed his brow, expressing his apprehensions. Currently, the Hospital of Terror is bereft of patients. On average, each doctor fails to treat even a single patient in a day. In the absence of patients, physicians lack the opportunity to hone their skills and cannot accumulate experience. Consequently, the journey to becoming an outstanding doctor will demand even more time. This predicament is not unique to the Hospital of Terror. In fact, during the early days of the bizarre apocalypse, all peculiar hospitals faced a similar dearth of patients. The rationale is simple. Everyone is financially constrained. At the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, both humans and the peculiar lacked the currency of the netherworld. According to Chen Mu's observations, it appears that the currency of the netherworld is gradually increasing within this peculiar era. As the bizarre apocalypse progresses, the presence of this currency in the world begins to swell. As for the origins of this newfound currency, no one can elucidate the mystery behind it. The source of the netherworld currency in this peculiar apocalypse has become an enormous enigma. Returning to the matter at hand, the lack of funds among the populace naturally deters expenditure, particularly in establishments as costly as hospitals. Moreover, the medical expertise offered by peculiar hospitals is rather mediocre. Rather than investing tens of thousands of netherworld currency to gamble on a mere 10% success rate, many peculiar beings opt to forego such expenses. However, for Chen Mu, the issue of insufficient patients is not a significant concern. Patients may fear the cost, but that is easily remedied. Why not leverage monetary power? Boss Chen can finance their treatments. If one assumes that Chen Mu is a fool for spending his own money on treating the peculiar, that assumption is misguided. While it is indeed correct that Chen Mu will cover the costs, those peculiar patients are risking their lives. Given the current proficiency of the doctors, there is at least a 90% mortality rate for those who dare to enter the Hospital of Terror. As long as the peculiar are undeterred by the prospect of death, they can come to provide invaluable practice for Chen Mu's physicians. Chen Mu will supply the funds, and the peculiar will gamble their lives. Together, they shall strive to elevate the standard of medical practice. This is the process of cultivating the next generation. To cultivate tender and juicy leeks, one must diligently water and fertilize them in the early stages, allowing for a bountiful harvest in due course. Fear not, for I shall attend to the patient's affairs. I assure you, the Hospital of Dread shall never lack for patients, Chen Mu confidently proclaimed. However, before attracting patients, Chen Mu had one final task to accomplish. He summoned the chief physicians, calling upon all the doctors in the hospital for a meeting. Moments later, over 20 doctors gathered in Chen Mu's office, their curious gazes fixed upon the youthful new director, uncertain of what announcement awaited them. In the meeting, Chen Mu, known for his aversion to superfluous chatter, addressed the assembly directly. Effective immediately, the Hospital of Dread shall implement a policy of elimination based on performance. At the end of each month, all doctors will be ranked according to their treatment success rates, with the least successful physician facing immediate dismissal. This declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the gathered physicians. The new director was remarkably ruthless, initiating such drastic measures right from the outset. In a realm rife with peculiarities, physicians were a scarce commodity. The previous director, despite facing significant losses, had refrained from dismissing any staff. Chen Mu, exuding an air of affluence, seemed an unlikely candidate to adopt such a harsh approach, particularly one that mandated monthly dismissals of the lowest performers. It appeared that only someone as financially robust as Chen Mu would dare to tread such a path. Unsurprisingly, some doctors felt confusion and discontent brewing within them. Few would harbor positive sentiments towards a leader who threatened immediate termination. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with Chen Mu's next words. which elicited gasps of disbelief from the assembly. From this moment forth, all doctor salaries will be increased tenfold. Those who remain employed each month will receive bonuses ranging from 50,000 to 200,000. The doctors were momentarily taken aback, questioning if they had misheard. Such extraordinary compensation was unparalleled in the bizarre world they inhabited. Indeed, beyond the Hospital of Dread, no other institution could offer such terms. Even having Chen Mu's generous offer would render it unattainable elsewhere. With such lucrative prospects, a few years at the Hospital of Dread would ensure financial freedom, a veritable fortune in the currency of the afterlife. In light of these unprecedented benefits, the doctor's grievances evaporated, replaced by an invigorated spirit. Director Chen, please do not view us as mere pawns. They thought. What? You suggest Chen Mu is unkind, treating his staff like mere tools? Quite the opposite. I find joy in serving under Director Chen. The competitive spirit ignited, as each doctor resolved to outshine their peers, striving to secure wealth they had never before imagined. In that moment, the atmosphere crackled with newfound determination among all present. He could hardly wait to roll up his sleeves and vigorously treat the peculiar patients. A faint smile crept upon Chen Mu's lips. This was precisely the effect he desired. By offering the highest salaries, he aimed to sift out the most exceptional talents for his service. The monthly eliminations did not signify a halt in recruiting new doctors. With such generous compensation, there was no shortage of physicians eager to join the hospital. As new doctors continuously entered while the unqualified ones were systematically dismissed, it would not be long before the proficiency of the staff at the hospital soared to unprecedented heights. As for the additional remuneration offered to the doctors, it was a trivial matter for Chen Mu. No matter how much a doctor earned, it could only amount to a few million at most. Yet, a doctor capable of earning such a sum could generate profits of several hundred million for Chen Mu. The doctors were all ravenous for work, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Mu, each silently pondering the same question. Director Chen, we are ready. Where are the patients? Chen Mu smiled gently, assuring them that a substantial influx of peculiar patients was imminent. He had already devised a strategy to attract these enigmatic cases. Chapter 84. Hasten to reap the benefits from Boss Chen. If a few, or even a dozen peculiar beings sought medical attention, Chen Mu could resort to physical methods, enlisting the aid of his drivers and security personnel. However, to meet the demands of the frightening hospital, the numbers required would far exceed mere dozens or hundreds. Calculating based on one doctor treating 10 patients a day, approximately 300 patients would be needed daily. This translates to over 10,000 patients in a month. If each were to be individually subdued, Chen Mu's employees would find themselves perpetually occupied, unable to complete their tasks, even if they worked 25 hours a day. Thus, alternative methods must be sought. Chen Mu, characterized by his warmth and sincerity, contemplated the simplest approach: generous monetary incentives. After all, the primary concern is the cost of treatment. Fear not, for Boss Chen shall cover your expenses. You need not sacrifice anything substantial, merely a trivial price of a life. However, offering services entirely free of charge is certainly not a viable option. The peculiar beings are in need of funds, yet they are not fools. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Upon hearing that no payment is required, their first instinct would be to suspect a trap. Offering services for free would likely yield poor results. Therefore, Chen Mu resolved to adopt a different strategy. He thought of health insurance. Each peculiar being in Wangjiang City could procure Boss Chen's health insurance product for a mere 10 dark coins. Consequently, when these beings fell ill, they could receive treatment at the frightening hospital at no cost. In this manner, what was once free would be cleverly packaged as a product for sale to the peculiar beings. The price of 10 dark coins, in contrast to the exorbitant treatment costs of over 100,000, is practically a gift, provided that Chen Mu lowers the threshold for this insurance and refrains from imposing convoluted rules. The peculiar beings will soon discover significant loopholes within Boss Chen's health insurance. They would naturally deduce that this is an opportunity to exploit, seizing the chance to benefit from Boss Chen's generosity, whether they are ill or not, flocking to the frightening hospital to take full advantage. It is difficult to dispute that this is, in essence, a trap of I pay, you risk your life. Who does not relish a bargain? Even the peculiar beings do. Although they may be short on funds, 10 dark coins are still within reach. As for the name of the insurance, it shall be called Frightening Health Insurance. Soon, Chen Mu mobilized his employees to disseminate the news of this insurance far and wide. Whether through word of mouth or various online advertisements, within half a day, many peculiar beings throughout Wangjiang City became aware of the insurance. On every street corner, one could overhear peculiar beings engaged in conversation. Have you heard? That wealthy human boss, Chen, has specifically introduced a health insurance product for us peculiar beings, which is said to be exceptionally cost-effective. Of course, I've heard. For just 10 dark coins, you can enroll in the insurance. If you fall ill, you can receive free treatment at the frightening hospital. Do you think it's true? Shall we go test it out? Don't go. It's a money trap. If you do fall ill and visit the frightening hospital, the cost would surely amount to tens of thousands. Can a health insurance costing 10 dark coins truly cover your treatment? What a fanciful dream. Would you rather trust him or believe in my authority as the king of the peculiar? Well, 10 dark coins, I assent much. What if it turns out to be true? Wouldn't that be an incredible windfall? 10 ghost coins may not seem like a considerable amount, yet they are undoubtedly destined to be squandered. How could a mere human extend benefits to the bazaar? If he takes your 10 ghost coins and denies you medical insurance, what recourse do you have? Most of the peculiar beings, upon hearing this news, maintained a skeptical stance. This was, of course, anticipated by Chen Mu. He had foreseen this very scenario. By presenting it as medical insurance, he anticipated that the bazaar would perceive it as a trap, deterred from visiting the dreaded hospital. From seeking treatment at the dreaded hospital. As it turned out, Chen Mu was indeed correct, even when disguised as medical insurance. The majority of the bazaar remained unconvinced. However, Chen Mu was unperturbed. He understood the virtue of patience. Amidst a sea of skeptical entities, a handful were eager to take chance. After all, 10 ghost coins were hardly a hefty sum. If they were wasted, it could simply be deemed as feeding. The boss. Before long, 20 policies of medical insurance were sold. These policies could easily be purchased within Chen Mu's enterprise. However, he refrained from providing his own employees with medical insurance for a simple reason. Given the current mortality rate at the dreaded hospital, 9 out of 10 of his employees would likely perish. If all his employees were deceased, who would attend to the work? It was wiser to wait until the skills of the bazaar doctors improved before extending medical insurance to his staff. Only then would it truly be a benefit. As for the employees, they harbored no doubts regarding the decisions made by their boss. With a proprietor as conscientious as Chen Mu, how could he possibly exploit the peculiar? His actions surely stemmed from sound reasoning. The audacious among the bazaar, having purchased the medical insurance, began to tentatively visit the dreaded hospital, eager to ascertain the authenticity of the insurance. However, what unfolded before them was astonishing. Upon their arrival at the dreaded hospital, the reception nurse greeted them with warmth and enthusiasm. These peculiar patients were pleasantly surprised to discover that the dreaded medical insurance was, indeed, functional. Moreover, the bazaar doctors exhibited an exceptionally proactive approach to treatment, showing no signs of discrimination simply because they had each paid a mere 10 ghost coins. Their dedication to healing was palpable, each one seemingly invigorated, displaying an exceptionally earnest work ethic. Even the seasoned doctors among them began to adopt a meticulous approach. The dreaded medical insurance was genuinely effective, although for every 10 patients treated, 9 would ultimately be carried away lifeless, with only one fortunate soul managing to depart alive. This solitary survivor would harbor no resentment towards the dreaded hospital, for a mortality rate of 9 out of 10 is quite normal in the realm of the bazaar. Instead, they would commend the benefits of the dreaded medical insurance. Brother, I can hardly believe it. The dreaded medical insurance is indeed real. How do you know it's genuine? Because I just walked out of the dreaded hospital. The doctors there had such a commendable attitude. I even noticed Chen Mu's name on the list of miraculous physicians, which indicates that he truly understands medicine and is providing us with benefits. Goodness, it seems I misjudged Chen Mu. He is truly a living deity of death. Then why not hurry and purchase a policy of the dreaded medical insurance? This is a splendid opportunity to take advantage of Chen Mu. Under the cascading whispers that spread from one person to another, the entire city of Wangjiang was astounded to discover that the enigmatic, fearful medical insurance might indeed be genuine. To everyone's astonishment, Boss Chen was actually using his own funds to provide free medical treatment. What? You say there's a fee of 10 soul coins for the insurance? In comparison to treatment costs that soar into the tens of thousands, this is virtually a gift. Boss Chen is utterly wicked, truly a villain of the highest order. And yet, I find myself rather enamored, as the number of peculiar visitors to the Fear Hospital gradually increased. It wasn't long before an astonishing revelation emerged. The fearful medical insurance harbored a significant loophole. Chapter 85. The Subway of the Undead. A peculiar discovery arose amidst the afflictions of the sick. The scrutiny of the fearsome health insurance was astonishingly lenient. The nurses and doctors within the hospital seemed indifferent to when one fell ill. Whether one was unwell prior to purchasing the fearsome insurance or after, the medical staff cared not at all. This implied that should any peculiar being fall ill, a mere expenditure of 10 Nether Coins would suffice to procure a temporary fearsome health insurance, granting them access to the hospital's medical services at no cost. It mattered little whether treatment would prove fatal. All that mattered was the affordability. 10 Nether Coins for a cure was nothing short of a divine boon. Such a significant loophole had somehow escaped the notice of the proprietor, Mr. Chen. It was indeed an opportunity to reap the rewards from Mr. Chen's establishment. Before long, the ailing peculiar beings had all acquired fearsome health insurance and flocked to the hospital for complimentary treatment. What once was a desolate institution transformed into a bustling hub in less than a day. A long queue formed outside the hospital's entrance. The peculiar doctors, witnessing the influx of patients, expressed no complaints. Rather, they rejoiced at the chance to accumulate experience. Diligently, they toiled under the guidance of Director Chen, praising his remarkable ability to attract such a multitude of patients. Standing atop the hospital's highest floor, Mr. Chen gazed through the office window at the throngs of peculiar beings waiting below, a smile blooming upon his lips. Little did they realize, those peculiar beings, in their self-satisfied attempt to exploit what they believed to be a loophole, were unwittingly stepping into a trap deliberately laid by Mr. Chen. This loophole was crafted to ensure that the ailing peculiar beings would seek treatment at the fearsome hospital, thereby allowing Mr. Chen's doctors to hone their skills. As the number of patients surged, the hospital's morgue operated at full capacity, diligently incinerating the remains of the peculiar entities. Countless peculiar beings eagerly crowded into the hospital, with the vast majority being ushered into the morgue, leaving only a fortunate few to recover. The ailing patients expressed no grievances, for such was the nature of a peculiar hospital. Moreover, the level of treatment at the fearsome hospital was already superior to that of other peculiar institutions. Thus, Mr. Chen profited from the peculiar patients, and he did so with greater severity, for what they paid came at the cost of their very lives. Strangely, those who had been exploited wore smiles, believing they had successfully outsmarted Mr. Chen and secured a tremendous bargain. Naturally, this outcome delighted all. Both the proprietor and the peculiar beings were pleased. Mr. Chen relished this sensation, counting his gains while the peculiar beings remained blissfully unaware of their fate. The peculiar entities excitedly referred to Mr. Chen as the living king of hell, and a darkly humorous twist. This statement held validity from both the perspective of the peculiar and that of humanity alike. Under the leadership of the indomitable doctors, the peculiar physicians swiftly began to rectify their shortcomings. Within a day, Mr. Chen unexpectedly discovered that the mortality rate at the fearsome hospital had plummeted from 90 to 85. This was a promising indication, suggesting that Mr. Chen's strategy was indeed effective. Perhaps it would not be long before the fearsome hospital truly became the finest peculiar institution in this strange apocalypse. After conquering the terrifying hospital, Chen Mu seized control over numerous industries in Wangjiang City, effectively becoming its de facto ruler. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief, having established his foundational base. His subsequent plans were to unfold in two distinct directions. One path involved the consolidation of his stronghold, ensuring his dominance in Wangjiang City. This would entail acquiring more industries and recruiting additional employees. The other trajectory aimed at expansion beyond Wangjiang City. The Bazaar apocalypse was vast, and Wangjiang City was merely a starting point. Countless industries awaited acquisition, and numerous formidable individuals were ready to befriend or confront. The principle was simple. Those who aligned with him would thrive, while those who opposed him would perish. This approach was undeniably tyrannical, yet it remained subtly veiled. Chen Mu preferred to conceal his prowess rather than engage in overt confrontations. He relished the art of maintaining a facade of cordiality while deftly maneuvering behind the scenes, ensuring that others unwittingly aided him in his endeavors. As he contemplated his future plans, a knock on the door of his office interrupted his musings. "Come in," he called, somewhat perplexed about who might seek him. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged man clad in an eccentric suit. Upon entering, the man greeted Chen Mu with a broad smile. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm the owner of the Wraith Metro." He introduced himself. "The Wraith Metro?" Chen Mu mused momentarily, recalling the entity. The Wraith Metro was initially the subway line of Wangjiang City, which had been tainted by the peculiarities of the apocalypse, transforming it into a bizarre realm known as the Wraith Metro. In his previous life, Chen Mu had gathered some knowledge about this underground transit system, having undertaken perilous tasks there. Those experiences have been fraught with trepidation, requiring utmost caution to survive. In this new life, having acquired a multitude of industries, he had yet to visit the Wraith Metro. He had harbored intentions of purchasing it, recognizing its strategic importance as a transportation hub in Wangjiang City. Unfortunately, time had evaded him until now. What could this mean? The owner of the Wraith Metro had come to seek him out? "Hello, please have a seat. What brings you here?" Chen Mu inquired, a smile adorning his face, despite his inner confusion. In truth, Chen Mu was not particularly fond of smiling. As a spirited young man, he preferred directness and honesty, viewing smiles as disingenuous. However, after enduring the trials of the Bazaar apocalypse in his previous life, he had matured considerably. He came to understand that a smile could serve as a protective facade. Those who were truly astute rarely exhibited their emotions openly, unlike the stern expressions often portrayed in dramas, fearing their cunning would be transparently evident. On the contrary, individuals of genuine depth often wore smiles, radiating an approachable demeanor, concealing their true intentions. They could seamlessly blend affability with treachery, all the while maintaining a pleasant expression as they executed their hidden agendas. The seemingly amiable individual may indeed be the ultimate mastermind. Hence, upon his rebirth, Chen Mu perpetually wore a cheerful demeanor. He learned to conceal his thoughts, rendering his intentions inscrutable to others. Growth is always a gradual process. The enigmatic figure in the suit did not take a seat. Instead, he retrieved a small box from his pocket and respectfully presented it to Chen Mu. "Boss Chen, just a token of my appreciation, nothing more." Upon accepting the small box and opening it, Chen Mu discovered a peculiar jade watch within. Was this strange individual truly offering him a gift right off the bat? Chapter 86. The first invitation into a peculiar scene. Chen Mu was somewhat taken aback. In an instant, he felt as though he had swapped roles with the peculiar entities. In countless previous encounters with the Bazaar, it had always been Chen Mu bestowing gifts upon the uncanny. Yet today, the roles had astonishingly reversed. Gradually, realization dawned upon him. This was a reflection of his enhanced strength and status. Now, Chen Mu had undoubtedly become the uncrowned monarch of Wangjiang City. Naturally, the peculiar entities sought his assistance, and some had even begun to present him with gifts. It was rumored that Boss Chen had an affinity for watches, and they hoped he would not find their offering lacking. The suit-clad entity smiled obsequiously, striving to curry favor with Chen Mu. To have a major boss from a peculiar scene come forth to solicit his goodwill was something Chen Mu could scarcely have imagined in his past life. "You are far too generous. I truly appreciate your gift," he replied, receiving the watch with a smile. While he wasn't particularly fond of watches, they were a fitting choice for gifting, expensive yet compact. Perhaps there had been some misunderstanding, leading to the belief that Chen Mu had a penchant for timepieces. Receiving a gift from the bizarre entities brought a sense of relief to Chen Mu. After all, there is a saying, one does not strike at a smiling face. Is there something you wish to discuss? Chen Mu inquired. Upon hearing this, the suit-clad entity furrowed his brow, revealing a look of concern. Boss Chen, it is as follows. You are aware that I manage the city's subway system. Recently, the number of peculiar entities in Wangjiang City has dwindled, and the subway is incurring losses daily. I have heard tales of your generosity and your interest in acquiring near-bankrupt scenes. Thus, I would like to extend an invitation for you to inspect the underworld subway. If you find it of interest, we could discuss a price. I am keen on selling it to you. What are your thoughts, Boss Chen? Goodness, this was an outright request for acquisition. Chen Mu was astonished. Had his influence truly reached such heights? In the past, although he had possessed considerable wealth, the pursuit of acquiring peculiar scenes required him to humble himself, embarking on bizarre tasks within those realms. Only by completing these tasks could he capture the attention of the elusive bosses and earn the opportunity for face-to-face discussions. Now, after having acquired several major industries, Chen Mu had established a reputation. Not only was he no longer required to undertake bizarre tasks, but some bosses were even approaching him directly to solicit acquisitions. This remarkable shift in status had transpired within a mere few days. Since his rebirth, not even half a month had passed, and yet such a monumental transformation had occurred. This was a promising sign, indicating that Chen Mu was on the right path, gradually converting his spirit coins into status and power. Faced with the invitation from the suit-clad entity, Chen Mu had no intention of declining. An opportunity for business presented before him was simply too enticing to reject. Very well, I shall accompany you to assess the situation, Chen Mu agreed. The suit-clad entity's expression brightened immediately, as though he had glimpsed a savior, gazing at Chen Mu with the reverence one would reserve for a beloved parent. Indeed, Boss Chen was truly a great benefactor. He had anticipated that Chen Mu would decline, yet he was pleasantly surprised by his swift agreement. The man in the suit felt an inexplicable gratitude towards Chen Mu. When will you be available, Boss Chen? I'm free at any time and would be delighted to welcome you for an inspection. The one with wealth holds the power. Since Chen Mu possessed the funds, he naturally assumed the role of authority, dictating the schedule. The man in the suit, therefore, had no choice but to adhere to Chen Mu's timetable. Let be today, Chen Mu declared. He found himself at leisure, seizing the opportunity to acquire another subway line, thus exerting control over the city's underground transport system. The man in the suit, elated, promptly led the way as they exited the hospital together. As they walked, passers-by were astonished to witness a figure reminiscent of a boss, bowing in deference to a mere human. The situation became clearer upon realizing that the human was none other than Chen Mu. Boss Chen, I was once a VIP client of the ghostly taxi service. Had it been earlier, I would have invited you to ride in one of their cabs. Unfortunately, I've heard that the service has been monopolized by a mysterious owner and is no longer open to the public, rendering my VIP status ineffective. Otherwise, I would have directly offered you a ride. The man in the suit lamented with a hint of regret. Chen Mu chuckled. Is it possible that I am the one who has acquired the ghostly taxi service? And with that, he summoned his driver, much to the astonishment of the man in the suit. Once they boarded the ghostly taxi, the man couldn't help but marvel at Chen Mu's wealth, realizing that he had indeed secured the entire fleet as his private transport. Seated in the taxi, Chen Mu began to contemplate his burgeoning enterprises and luxurious residence, pondering whether it was time to seek out an opportunity to acquire a high-end luxury car. While the ghostly taxi was impressive, he knew that even more extravagant vehicles existed. He resolved to order a custom luxury car when time permitted. The ghostly taxi's speed was indeed remarkable. Within 2 minutes, they arrived at the subway entrance. Before the driver could assist Chen Mu, the man in the suit eagerly opened the door for him, indicating his seriousness regarding this transaction. Only someone of Chen Mu's stature could ensure that the man in the suit avoided financial ruin. At the entrance of the ghostly subway station stood several unfortunate humans, evidently chosen by the crimson slips of paper to undertake eerie missions. Upon entering the station, a series of blood-red characters materialized before Chen Mu. Strange mission, ghostly subway mission description. Beneath Wangjiang City lies a mysterious subway. At the stroke of midnight, the subway slowly opens, In the deserted station, a throng of unseen passengers surges. The legend of the ghostly subway echoes throughout the city. Until one fateful day, you received a subway pass and resolved to explore this place. Although Chen Mu was invited, he found himself bound by the peculiar task dictated by the Crimson Note's underlying rules. These rules stipulated that once a human entered the bizarre scenario, they would be automatically assigned an uncanny task. The suit, despite being the boss of this strange realm, lacked the ability to manipulate the Crimson Note as Chen Mu did. Thus, he was powerless to prevent the assignment of the eerie task to Chen Mu. All he could do was establish the regulations governing these unusual assignments. As long as the suit possessed a modicum of sanity, he would know how to create rules that suited Chen Mu. As Chen Mu perused the task description, he mused that it resembled a typical horror film narrative. The protagonist would not meet their demise if they refrained from reckless behavior. Why not simply live peacefully instead of seeking out the unknown? However, upon receiving the eerie task, Chen Mu felt no trepidation. The architect of the rules, the grand boss, was right beside him, even seeking his cooperation, rather than presenting Chen Mu with a challenge. Any aspect of the bizarre task that caused him discomfort would merely indicate the grand boss's lack of consideration. Chapter 87. Ensuring Mr. Chen's satisfaction clearly. The mind of the great boss is functioning normally. He has meticulously arranged various scenarios in advance, providing clear instructions to each employee, and he himself is accompanying Chen Mu closely, ready to assist with any unforeseen circumstances. Is Chen Mu's participation in this peculiar task a test of his abilities? Incorrect. It serves as an opportunity for the great boss to showcase his capabilities. Among those engaged in this strange endeavor are several young men and women. Upon witnessing Chen Mu alight from the vehicle, their faces were filled with astonishment. This was due to the fact that, prior to Chen Mu's exit, an enigmatic figure had already disembarked, graciously opening the door for him. Moreover, the individual assisting Chen Mu was none other than another strange entity. They had heard whispers of Chen Mu's affluence, yet they never fathomed he had reached such heights, commanding the devoted service of two enigmatic beings. This was no ordinary wealth. What they were unaware of was that the entity who opened the door for Chen Mu was, in fact, the ultimate boss of the ghostly subway. Had they known this, their jaws would surely have dropped in disbelief. At the subway entrance stood a male entity who, upon seeing the group approach, commenced the announcement of the rules. Welcome, new attendants. I'm your supervisor. As competent attendants, you are to serve each passenger diligently and handle various unexpected situations. The attendant code of conduct is as follows. Rule 1. As a qualified attendant, you must possess a strong sense of time. There is 1 minute remaining before the subway departs. Please board within that time frame. Rule 2. You must not refuse any request from passengers. Rule 3. If your surname is Chun, you are a high school student and you stand at 181 centimeters. You may disregard rules 1 and 2. As the male entity concluded the first 2 rules, all present appeared bewildered. The young men and women exchanged glances, grappling with the implications of the 3rd rule. Surname, Chun. High school student. Height 181 centimeters. All eyes simultaneously turned to Chen Mu. Was this not a blatant reference to him? Goodness. Do these entities possess no shame? At least conceal their favoritism. This absurd rule was practically an invitation to flaunt Chen Mu's identity. Chen Mu felt a tinge of embarrassment. What was the meaning of this? While he understood their eagerness to curry favor, such blatant displays were rather inappropriate. The male entity, however, saw no fault in this approach. If one did not strive to please, it was akin to failing entirely. The male entity was not foolish. It was highly probable that Chen Mu would become his future employer. Would he dare to create trouble for his superior? Rather than being discreet, he preferred to be forthright. I am here to serve Chen Mu. The suited enigmatic boss observed his employees' compliance with satisfaction, in adherence to the rules. The young men and women, having heard the announcement, hurriedly dashed towards the subway. The distance from the surface station to the underground subway was considerable. In a desperate attempt to reach their destination within a minute, several individuals exerted every ounce of their strength, as if they were racing against time itself. It could be said that this was perhaps the swiftest they had ever run in their lives. The subway platform was shrouded in darkness, making it perilous to sprint without illumination. One man stumbled violently in the shadows, yet despite the excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. At last, with a mere 5 seconds to spare, the breathless group barely managed to catch the train. Meanwhile, Chen Mu ambled toward the subway, indulged by the hospitality of the suited big boss. "Look, Mr. Chen, here is our entrance, recently renovated," the boss intoned, carefully gauging Chen Mu's expressions, anxious that he might be displeased. As Chen Mu descended into the underground, the previously dark subway platform illuminated in sequence. The eerie ambience typically shunned brightness, favoring shadows and obscurity. However, with Chen Mu's presence, the preference of the peculiar was of little consequence. What mattered was ensuring Mr. Chen's satisfaction. If he favored the light, then regardless of the eerie's affinity for darkness, the lights would shine brilliantly. Thus, under the meticulous guidance of the suited big boss, Chen Mu approached the train with an air of authority, resembling a leader inspecting his domain. The train remained stationary, despite the passengers and crew being assembled. It would not depart until Chen Mu arrived. Inside, the peculiar passengers grew increasingly impatient. "Hey, crew, what's the holdup? Why hasn't the train departed?" One irritable passenger bellowed. Just as the outburst concluded, Chen Mu and the suited boss boarded the train. "My apologies for the delay. Thank you for your patience," Chen Mu said with a smile. As a seasoned player, he was acutely aware of his role. As a crew member in the game, he felt compelled to apologize for any dissatisfaction among the passengers. Upon hearing Chen Mu's apology, the suited big boss's expression shifted dramatically. Goodness, Chen Mu is the influential figure he must appease, currently surveying the peculiar scene. Having Chen Mu apologize to the eccentric passenger? What madness is this? The irritable passenger, already feeling disgruntled, was suddenly struck with terror upon seeing who had addressed him. It was Chen Mu. Where am I? Who am I? What have I just done? Did I really just yell at Chen Mu and demand an apology? The peculiar passenger found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by the weight of Chen Mu's formidable reputation throughout the eerie realm of Wangjiang City. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Chen, this is all a misunderstanding," the passenger implored, dropping to his knees in a dramatic display of contrition. In the face of this theatrical scene, the other peculiar passengers present found nothing amiss. It seemed that in their eyes, it was only natural for the peculiar entity to apologize to Boss Chen. Those unaware might mistakenly believe that Chen Mu had pushed them too far. With a hint of resignation, Chen Mu sighed. He had reached a level in participating in these bizarre tasks where he could navigate through them with his eyes closed. Even if he were to become even lazier and not wish to walk at all, it would pose no issue, as there would certainly be a peculiar force to carry him to the finish line. The subway glided forward, gradually making its way to the destination. The strange task had officially commenced, and the peculiar passengers present began to present challenges to the attendants. Chen Mu was well acquainted with this type of bizarre task. It was a quintessentially dispersed, peculiar task. Such tasks did not feature particularly difficult problems, but instead presented a continuous stream of minor challenges. Participants needed to resolve these small issues incessantly. Despite sounding deceptively simple, a careless mistake could lead to irrevocable consequences. Chapter 88. Are you satisfied, Boss Chen? As the subway commenced its gradual departure, the vexatious passengers began incessantly challenging the attendants with a barrage of demands. "Hey, that attendant in the hat. I require a blanket, and it must be delivered to me within 3 minutes. That tall attendant. I cannot locate my luggage. It must be found within 10 minutes. I desire a fresh supply of blood. Hurry, bring me blood." A cacophony of shouts reverberated throughout the subway car. Men and women alike were busily sweating under the pressure of these requests. Each passenger's demand, while seemingly simple, required the attendants to engage in a mental juggling act, switching between various tasks. A moment of inattention could result in neglecting a request or exceeding the allotted time. Amidst this flurry of activity, Chen Mu stood out conspicuously. He sat comfortably in first class, with a selection of fresh fruits adorning the small table before him, while the formidable boss attended to his every need, ready to assist Chen Mu with any inquiries. What if a passenger seeks Chen Mu's service? Just moments ago, an eccentric passenger, perhaps lacking in common sense, approached Chen Mu, requesting his assistance. "Boss Chen, could you please adjust my seat?" Chen Mu surmised that this odd individual was attempting to curry favor, believing that Chen Mu was obliged to serve him by presenting the simplest of tasks. In dealing with such eccentricities, one could only conclude that while the individual was clever, he was not entirely so, merely half-witted. What stature did Boss Chen possess, that he should be summoned to serve a passenger? Nevertheless, embodying the role of the benevolent figure, Chen Mu maintained his amiable demeanor and responded with a smile. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." Before Chen Mu could rise, the suited boss sprang to his feet, without uttering a word, and swiftly ejected the half-witted passenger from the subway. "How dare you request Boss Chen to serve? Take heed in your next life." The suited boss shouted at the unfortunate individual as he was cast out. It was clear that the ejected passenger would not survive the ordeal. Chen Mu lightly patted the suited boss, reproaching him gently. "You were too impulsive. After all, he was a passenger, and I am an attendant, obliged to serve. Your rough treatment may lead others to question my professionalism. Such behavior is unacceptable for the future." The suited boss nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, "Indeed, Boss Chen, your admonition is just. I was too rash." Throughout the entire episode, Chen Mu consistently played the role of the soft-hearted figure, projecting an image of warmth and kindness, while the suited boss took on the mantle of the enforcer. In his earlier days, before achieving prominence, Chen Mu had sensed that the majority of high-ranking individuals maintained a gentle and approachable demeanor, always wearing a smile. Only those minor bosses who predominantly embody a stern and ruthless demeanor are often seen reprimanding and punishing employees. It was only when Chen Mu assumed the role of the behind-the-scenes boss that he grasped the intricacies involved. The reason is quite straightforward. Everyone aspires to be the good person, yet someone must play the villain. It is unreasonable to expect the main boss to take on that role. Thus, the task of embodying the villain inevitably falls upon the minor bosses. Much like the peculiar passenger who dared to offend Chen Mu, punishment was only natural. Had Chen Mu lacked the requisite authority and lacked subordinates, he would have been compelled to enact the role of the villain himself and unceremoniously cast the peculiar individual off the vehicle. However, now that Chen Mu has ascended in status and has a subordinate like the suit-wearing peculiar, it is only fitting that such unpleasant tasks are delegated to the suit-wearing peculiar. Chen Mu can even feign criticism and scold the suit-wearing peculiar a few times. In this manner, to onlookers, Chen Mu appears as a gentle and benevolent boss, while the decision to discard the peculiar individual was made unilaterally by the suit-wearing peculiar, with the affable Chen Mu remaining uninvolved. The objective of punishing the offender is achieved, and Chen Mu retains his amiable image. This is truly a win-win situation. Chen Mu has triumphed twice. It was only through personal experience that Chen Mu comprehended how power, status, and wealth can truly soften one's demeanor. For unpleasant tasks, there are others to undertake them on your behalf. It may seem hypocritical, yet the sensation is undeniably gratifying. After demonstrating a stern warning, no audacious peculiar individual dared to summon Chen Mu for their service again. During the course of a conversation, other male and female participants were astonished to discover that the individual who had been sitting beside Chen Mu, ready to assist him at any moment, was indeed the main boss of the subway. How could they possibly continue their endeavors? They toiled diligently on their tasks, while even the lowliest of peculiar beings could spell their doom. Yet, here was Chen Mu, with the ultimate boss of the scene serving as his subordinate. The disparity between individuals was striking. In an instant, many participants found their mindset crumbling. The peculiar apocalyptic scenario had only just begun, yet how had Chen Mu become so formidable? This seemed illogical. Nevertheless, the reality was undeniable. In the face of truth, any suspicion appeared feeble and ineffective. Soon enough, some peculiar passengers approached Chen Mu, though surely not to request his service. A well-dressed peculiar respectfully approached Chen Mu and presented a business card. "Greetings, Mr. Chen. I am the proprietor of the peculiar convenience store. You may call me Xiao Zhang. Here is my card, along with some specialties for my store. Should you find them to your liking, feel free to visit my establishment, and I shall offer you the most favorable prices, starting at half off. Upon concluding his introduction, the store owner presented a collection of specialties. Witnessing this, the other peculiar passengers smacked their foreheads. How had they not thought of this? It was a splendid opportunity to establish a rapport with Chen Mu. Consequently, a throng of peculiar passengers lined up respectfully, each with their business cards in hand, eager to cultivate a connection with Chen Mu. The other participants were left astonished to see that those who had previously made their lives difficult were now exhibiting utmost respect before Chen Mu, behaving like subordinates. Suddenly, two participants experienced a collapse of their mental state. This was utterly unplayable. The absence of comparison brings no harm. However, their dismay had little to do with Chen Mu. He reflected on the nature of fame. Noting how once one becomes renowned, it seems as though the entire world transforms into a circle of acquaintances. Before he could fully comprehend the peculiarities of those present, the subway had already arrived at its destination. Before Chen Mu's eyes, a few lines of small text gradually materialized. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the task. In that moment, it struck him. He was, in fact, engaged in an enigmatic mission. If he hadn't spoken, you might have assumed he was merely attending a welcome gala. Mr. Chen, what are your thoughts on the Phantom Subway? Does it meet your expectations? The suited boss inquired with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, as if in this peculiar task he was the participant and Chen Mu the ultimate overseer. Chapter 89. The generosity of Boss Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mu slowly nodded. You have performed admirably. I am quite pleased with this journey, he remarked. Upon hearing Chen Mu's satisfaction, the suited boss finally exhaled in relief. That is splendid. At last, I have succeeded in pleasing Boss Chen. Now, Boss Chen, might I inquire if you would consider purchasing the Underworld Metro? The price is negotiable. Should you choose to buy, I can offer you a generous 50% discount. If you are still unsatisfied, we can certainly discuss the terms further, the suited man said cautiously, all the while observing Chen Mu's expression, anxious not to offend him. A 50% discount right off the bat? That's quite a drastic reduction. This left Chen Mu feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if they had only just met, and the other had already cut the price in half. If the discount were to deepen further, it would seem as though Boss Chen lacked discernment. Enough, let us settle on this price. 50 million soul coins, and I shall acquire the Metro, Chen Mu declared. The Underworld Metro consists of only a single, albeit short, line. Under normal circumstances, it would be valued at between 100 to 200 million soul coins. Securing it for 50 million is indeed a remarkable bargain. Considering the Underworld Metro merely serves as an auxiliary scene to enhance the operational efficiency of the city, relying on Wangjiang City for its sustenance. In contrast to establishments like the Midnight Hotel or the Dark Knight Academy, which stand as colossal entities in their own right, even thriving independently of Wangjiang City. Chen Mu was not merely focused on the current short line, but rather on the future potential of the Metro. This 50 million effectively purchased an entire system, complete with supporting infrastructure, skilled personnel, and established procurement channels. As Wangjiang City expands, the Underworld Metro will undoubtedly require expansion as well. At that juncture, Chen Mu would not need to start from scratch. He could leverage the existing framework. Upon learning that Chen Mu was willing to acquire the Underworld Metro, the suited man's face lit up with joy. He could accept the 50 million price tag, which meant he could rid himself of this burdensome asset. Excellent. Boss Chen, let us sign the contract immediately. The suited man hurriedly produced the contract and inscribed his name upon it. Once Chen Mu added his signature, it signified that the entire Underworld Metro, along with all its employees, would now fall under his jurisdiction. At that moment, all the employees of the Underworld Metro gathered at the terminal station, curiously sizing up their new employer. Have you heard? Boss Chen seems exceedingly generous, providing exceptional benefits to his employees. Of course, I've heard. A friend of mine works at the Midnight Hotel. They say Boss Chen's salaries are more than triple those offered by other employers. And that doesn't even include additional vacation time and bonuses. I've also heard that the recently popular Fright Hospital is backed by Boss Chen. Before long, he will even arrange health insurance for all employees. Does that mean we won't have to pay for medical care in the future? Finally, we are about to escape our hardships. I can't wait to start working for Boss Chen. Sobi. In the entire city of Wangjiang, numerous individuals are eager to work for Boss Chen. We are fortunate to have encountered him just as he is acquiring the subway. As long as Boss Chen does not dismiss me, I shall undoubtedly devote myself wholeheartedly to my duties. The subway employees engage in hushed conversations, contemplating their future work and lives, their words imbued with anticipation. As for the passengers nearby, some are employees from other peculiar establishments, gazing enviously at the subway workers, pondering when Boss Chen might acquire their own strange scenes. Observing his new employees, Chen Mu reflected for a moment before addressing the elegantly attired individual. By the way, do you have any recommendations for someone to help me manage the entire subway? Given Chen Mu's extensive business empire, it is impractical for him to oversee every matter personally. He must appoint agents. The spectral subway is not a core industry, merely a supplementary one, and Chen Mu cannot afford to invest excessive energy into its management. The elegantly dressed individual pondered briefly and pointed to a male figure, stating, "He is our station master, and he previously held full responsibility for the subway's operations." Chen Mu turned his gaze to the man, recognizing him as the one who had fervently praised him before the task commenced, nearly revealing Chen Mu's identification number. Being selected to announce the rules signifies a certain caliber, akin to how Li Xiao Xiao, the second-in-command of the Midnight Canteen, had once declared the regulations. After some contemplation, Chen Mu nodded, saying, "Very well, you shall manage the spectral subway. From this moment onward, continue as the station master, as long as you work diligently under my guidance. The expansion of the spectral subway will elevate your status accordingly." The male station master, invigorated by Chen Mu's vision, immediately pledged his loyalty. "Rest assured, Boss Chen, I will give my utmost effort. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Turning to the other employees, Chen Mu declared from today onward, "The spectral subway is officially integrated into the Chen Group. All employees will enjoy the salary benefits of the group. I have no other hobbies but to distribute wealth. Salaries for all employees will be doubled. Furthermore, enjoy an extended 4-hour daily holiday, along with annual bonuses, performance bonuses, and various other benefits. Additionally, the group is considering tailoring a health insurance plan for employees at the frightening hospital. Before long, all employees of the group will have access to health insurance, rendering the difficulties of seeking medical care a thing of the past. As long as you work diligently for the group, no employee will face ruin due to accidents or illness." Chen Mu preferred to eschew grandiloquent rhetoric, favoring directness in communicating benefits and clearly articulating the associated advantages. Winning the hearts of the people equates to conquering the realm. The hearts of the people are synonymous with their interests. As anticipated, the subway employees erupted into enthusiastic cheers, unanimous in their response. Boss Chen's generosity was indeed legendary, and for many, the opportunity to work within Chen Mu's group was a coveted dream. Heavens, did I hear that correctly? Boss Chen is truly this generous. I never anticipated that one day I would find myself working for Boss Chen. How exhilarating. I am positively eager to immerse myself in my duties. The peculiar employees of the subway are all in a state of fervent excitement, vociferously expressing their joy. In their eyes, Chen Mu is the sole conscientious employer amidst this bizarre apocalypse. Working for such a principled boss, how could one not engage in rigorous self-discipline without feeling a pang of conscience? Moreover, Chen Mu's enterprise is still in its nascent stages. A period of rapid expansion lies ahead. Such swift growth signifies a demand for manpower, heralding abundant opportunities for promotion and salary increases, provided these peculiar individuals commit themselves diligently. A promising future awaits them. As Chen Mu finalized matters regarding the spectral subway and prepared to return to the Shanshui courtyard for some well-deserved rest, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID revealed the name of the driver. Why would he be calling me? Chen Mu pondered in confusion. Chapter 90. The economic crisis in the strange world. The mobile phone in Chen Mu's hand was given to him by the driver at that time. The driver had stated that through this device, Chen Mu could reach him at any moment. No matter where Chen Mu found himself in Wangjiang City, The driver would arrive in less than 5 minutes upon receiving a call. For the past several days, it had been Chen Mu who contacted the driver, and the phone indeed proved to be quite effective. The driver had never reached out to Chen Mu unprompted, fully aware that it was a courtesy of subordinates to refrain from disturbing their superior without an urgent matter. What could be the situation now? The driver had called him? If Chen Mu's intuition served him right, it must be a sudden and significant matter. Otherwise, the driver would not have taken the initiative to contact him. Hello. Chen Mu answered the call. As expected, the driver's voice on the other end was filled with urgency. Boss, I just received a call from the security at Shanshui Courtyard. They reported that an unusual number of strange entities have suddenly appeared at the entrance. Their power is formidable. Most of them are at the level of the Strange Long. They are currently blocking the entrance, seeking to meet with you. Chen Mu furrowed his brow slightly. All right, wait for me at the exit of the underworld metro. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, he provided a few instructions to the metro station manager before swiftly making his way to the surface. At the metro exit, the driver had already opened the car door and was waiting for Chen Mu. Given the urgency of the situation, the two exchanged no words. As soon as Chen Mu entered the vehicle, the driver pressed the accelerator, racing towards Shanshui Courtyard. As they sped along, Chen Mu's mind raced with thoughts. Why would so many strange entities come seeking him? Could it be related to the medical insurance issue? Had he inadvertently wronged them? No. He had done a good deed, yet perhaps it had unintentionally led to the demise of a group of strange entities, prompting their kin to seek vengeance. But that did not seem plausible, as those coming for him were all of the Strange Long level. Such entities were akin to the bosses of numerous smaller strange scenarios. They valued their lives too much to pursue medical insurance. Could it be that his rapidly growing enterprises had severed their financial lifeline? That also seemed unlikely, as he had effectively monopolized his industry, with competitors already eliminated. Other sectors remained unaffected by his endeavors. The reasoning was straightforward. Even if a midnight hotel thrived, it would not impact the business of a swimming pool. The two did not constitute a competitive relationship. After pondering for a considerable time, Chen Mu shook his head. Forget it. I shall see what unfolds upon arrival. The driver accelerated, the engine nearly smoking from the intensity. In less than 3 minutes, with a screech of brakes, the taxi came to a steady halt at Shanshui Courtyard. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Chen Mu observed that, just as the security had indicated, the entrance was crowded with a multitude of strange entities. By sheer numbers, there were at least 100. So many? 100 strange entities, almost the elite of all Wangjiang City's strange beings, had gathered here. One sharp-eyed entity spotted Chen Mu emerging from the car and immediately shouted, "Boss Chen has arrived. Everyone charge." At his enthusiastic call, the crowd of strange entities turned in unison to face Chen Mu. Boss Chen, don't leave." A myriad of bizarre entities rushed towards Chen Mu, their cries echoing in the air. Chen Mu, utterly bewildered, pondered the situation. The driver and the security guard beside him bore expressions of palpable tension, forming a protective barrier in front of him. As the peculiar beings approached, Chen Mu noticed that each of them clutched several sheets of white paper. They fervently waved these papers, exclaiming, "Boss Chen, behold my eerie establishment. My business is on the brink of collapse. I can sell it at a bargain. Please, Boss Chen, save me. I offer a 30% discount, provided payment is made in cash." As Chen Mu listened to their desperate pleas, the purpose of their gathering became clear. It was evident that they were not there to trouble him. If his intuition served him right, these entities were the proprietors of various eerie establishments throughout Wangjiang City. Their frantic convergence was a plea for Chen Mu to acquire their businesses. Why were so many of these peculiar bosses suddenly eager to sell their establishments? Drawing upon his past experiences, Chen Mu contemplated and discerned the underlying issue. It appeared that the eerie apocalypse had triggered an economic crisis. Wherever there was currency, there existed economic activity, and with economic activity came inevitable crises. In the early days of this eerie apocalypse, the currency, known as underworld coins, was scarce. Both humans and these entities faced a shortage of such coins. For ordinary beings, the situation was manageable. Lacking coins meant enduring hardship, and laboring for meager wages. Yet survival remained possible. However, for the bosses of these eerie establishments, the circumstances were far more dire. Maintaining an eerie establishment required significant financial resources. Every moment demanded investment. Should they fail to sustain their businesses and face closure, these bosses would face dire consequences under the prevailing rules. In their frantic search for underworld coins, the scarcity of such currency exacerbated their plight, leading to an economic crisis within the eerie realm. As the crisis deepened, the reluctance to spend further diminished the availability of coins. Desperate to survive, the soon-to-be bankrupt bosses hastily sought to unload their establishments at reduced prices, hoping to shed their burdens. Coincidentally, Chen Mu had recently been acquiring many such businesses and had implemented a lavish healthcare plan, clearly indicating his financial stability. Upon hearing of his interest, the beleaguered bosses flocked to him, imploring him to purchase their enterprises. As Chen Mu surveyed the contracts being waved before him, he recognized that a lucrative opportunity was at hand. Although these businesses were being sold at a discount due to the owner's financial distress, he understood that once the economic crisis subsided, these establishments would prove to be profitable ventures. By purchasing them at a low price now, he would gain substantial control over the industries in Wangjiang City, a decision that promised immense rewards. The entities, too, were acutely aware that acquiring these businesses at present was indeed a wise investment. However, the dilemma lies in the absence of funds. Everyone is devoid of ghost money, with only Chen Mu possessing an abundance of it. Thus, such an extraordinary opportunity can solely be seized by Chen Mu. Once the economic crisis subsides, he will metamorphose, boasting a significant array of industries in Wangjiang City, thereby establishing complete dominion over it. Understanding the intricate dynamics at play, Chen Mu revealed a gleeful expression and called out to the peculiar individuals brandishing contracts. "Do not rush. Please line up orderly. I am inherently benevolent and cannot bear to witness others in financial distress. As long as the industries are viable and the prices reasonable, I shall gladly accept them. I am poised to commence a substantial acquisition." Chapter 91. Frenzied acquisitions. As Chen Mu bellowed, the peculiar bosses present erupted into a chorus of cheers. Truly, Boss Chen is a notorious villain. Indeed, individuals as despicable as him are becoming increasingly rare. They say that Boss Chen is a living embodiment of the King of Hell. And today, witnessing him in person, it is evident that the reputation is well-deserved. Though Chen Mu understood that the bizarre cheers were meant to flatter him, he could not help but feel a sense of discomfort. Well, from a human perspective, labeling Chen Mu as a villain is not entirely unjustified. Taking advantage of the situation, with everyone short on funds, he could acquire high-quality assets at a bargain, reaping substantial profits. In fact, those bosses ought to express their gratitude. One after another, the peculiar bosses lined up, eagerly presenting contracts for Chen Mu to sign. "Boss, look at my establishment. It's a prime convenience store. I want to embellish. I'll sell it to you at a mere 70% of its value. This is the most advantageous price. In the past, I would have sold it even for twice the price," proclaimed a convenience store owner earnestly. Before Chen Mu could respond, another retail store owner interjected, insisting, "Only 70%? Who do you think you're looking down on? Boss, come by my grocery shop. I'll give it to you at 50%. Only 50%? Is there no sincerity?" Another owner chimed in. "Look at me. I'll offer it at 40%. I'll go as low as 35%. I can do 30%. Without Chen Mu needing to utter a word, the peculiar bosses engaged in a fierce bidding war, each slashing their own prices without hesitation. It pained Chen Mu to witness such desperation. The reason was simple. Over 100 peculiar individuals present were eager to sell their bizarre scenes, while Chen Mu was the sole buyer. Naturally, madness ensued as everyone scrambled to offer lower prices. Those who could offer the lowest stood the best chance of making a sale. Compared to the fate of bankruptcy and execution, a slight loss seemed a minor concern. Chen Mu, being compassionate, could not bear to see the discord and discontent among them. Thus he called out, "You all need to compete. My maximum acquisition price is 30%. Those offering 40 or 50% can take their contracts and leave. I will not purchase those. However, I welcome offers at 20% or even 10%. The bosses in attendance were left in tears. When it came to bargaining, none could rival Boss Chun. Now, there was no need for further commotion, for everyone had been thoroughly undercut by Chen Mu, receiving a figurative shattering. Selling at 30%. Chen Mu stood to gain immensely. Even at such a low price, the peculiar bosses clamored to sell. The sentiment remained. Selling would only incur minimal losses, while failing to sell meant facing bankruptcy and a grim fate. Those with rational minds could easily discern the weight of these choices. Next, however, Chen Mu found himself in a quandary. In this bizarre post-apocalyptic world, it was not merely a matter of signing a contract to acquire the peculiar scenes. For instance, if Chen Mu wishes to acquire a peculiar shop, he must first visit the enigmatic establishment and complete a bizarre task before signing the contract and finalizing the transaction. The rationale behind this requirement, as Chen Mu surmises, is to prevent violent acquisitions. Should a powerful entity desire to absorb smaller, peculiar shops, a mere contract would allow the larger entity to resort to force, coercing the smaller ones into compliance. Consequently, the rate of mergers in this peculiar apocalypse would accelerate, epitomizing the notion of survival of the fittest, where strength reigns supreme. In this strange world, regulations hold greater significance than brute force. Even the mightiest must adhere to the established rules. Thus, a protective measure exists. Any major entity seeking to acquire a smaller shop must personally undertake the bizarre task assigned by the smaller entity. This ensures that, despite their inherent weakness, the smaller entities can leverage their authority in their own bizarre realms to counteract the larger ones. As long as the smaller entities are unwilling to sell, they can devise intricate rules that render the larger entities incapable of completing the bizarre tasks. In this manner, the supremacy of regulations over violence is assured. Regrettably, the transcendent being who instituted this unwritten rule likely could not have anticipated that, one day, the smaller entities would beseech Chen Mu to facilitate their acquisitions. In this peculiar apocalypse, there are instances where currency proves far more effective than violence. Suddenly, Chen Mu realized that with so many bizarre scenes, he might not have sufficient time to experience them all. A troubled expression crossed his face as he remarked, "Completing a single bizarre task is quite time-consuming and mentally taxing. With over 100 peculiar scenes, I might not finish in 6 months." Upon hearing this, the proprietors of the peculiar shops grew anxious. 6 months? My shop won't survive half a month. Are you suggesting that I'm merely waiting for my demise? Chen Mu reassured them, "Rest assured, the matter of bizarre tasks is entirely our concern. As long as you visit the peculiar scenes, we guarantee you will complete them in mere minutes. Furthermore, you need not exert any mental effort. Simply show up and go through the motions." The eager proprietors fervently assured him, "Very well, I shall aim to complete 100 peculiar scenes in a single day," declared Chen Mu. Completing 100 bizarre scenes in a day could set a record in this peculiar apocalypse. Despite these shop owners being minor bosses, their peculiar scenes pale in comparison to the colossal Midnight Hotel or the Dark Knight Academy. Nevertheless, accomplishing such a feat in a single day would leave many astounded. To Chen Mu's knowledge, no one has ever achieved this milestone. Should he succeed in this challenge, he would become the only man in the entire peculiar apocalypse to conquer 100 bizarre scenes in a single day. As Chen Mu is aware, achieving certain milestones in this peculiar world often results in the bestowal of honor medals, which are rare and come with stringent conditions. In his past life, Chen Mu had never obtained such a reward. He had merely heard tales of others who had. He mused that if he could conquer 100 bizarre scenarios in a single day, such an extraordinary accomplishment should be sufficient to earn him an honorary medal. However, the success of Chen Mu as challenges did not solely hinge on his own efforts, but rather on the diligence of the peculiar bosses he faced. To realize this ambition, Chen Mu resolved to awaken the latent potential within these enigmatic proprietors. Let me clarify, I will only purchase the bizarre scenarios that I conquer today. If your peculiar scenario has not been completed by me today, or if I lack the time to conquer it, then I regret to inform you that, regardless of how low the price may be, I shall not acquire it. Upon hearing these words, the peculiar bosses present erupted in agitation. Instantly, they became even more anxious than Chen Mu himself, urging him to set forth without delay. Chapter 92. My eerie post-apocalyptic aesthetic seems awry. The peculiar proprietors present clamored in unison. Mr. Chen, hasten your departure. Visit my shop first. Mine is a general store, the quickest option available. Do not heed his suggestion. Mr. Chen should come to my establishment, where you will feel utterly at home without the slightest exertion of thought. You shall breeze through in 3 minutes. My shop is even faster, 30 seconds to rapid completion. The strange shopkeepers once again erupted into a fervent competition, their faces flushed with excitement. Chen Mu raised his hand, urging calm. All right, one at a time, please. Civility breeds prosperity. Whenever Chen Mu spoke, none dared to challenge his authority. Indeed, Mr. Chen's words are wise. Let us cue respectfully and not offend his dignity. I concur, whatever Mr. Chen decrees is to be followed. Chen Mu couldn't help but reflect on the power of wealth, realizing that where there is sufficient money, one can command the respect of many, even within the realm of the uncanny, garnering widespread agreement and applause. Following the order of the queue, Chen Mu first visited a bookstore. Upon their arrival, 3 humans anxiously awaited at the entrance. It appeared these unfortunate souls had drawn the short straw, tasked with an eerie mission at the bookstore. However, as they nervously approached, they were astonished to find the bookstore closed. Indeed, they had come to undertake a bizarre task, only to encounter a shuttered establishment. This peculiar occurrence was unprecedented for them. Conventionally, eerie venues operate around the clock, never resting. No matter the hour, these uncanny settings are always open, ensuring maximum efficiency in their endeavors against humanity. However, the bookstore was a small operation, lacking staff, with only the proprietor as the sole boss. Eager to finalize a contract with Chen Mu, the owner had temporarily closed the store. After waiting for over an hour, the 3 finally spotted the bookstore owner returning. Yet, something seemed amiss. Accompanying the owner was a throng of eerie entities, at least 100 of them, all of the peculiar and formidable caliber. The trio nearly exploded with disbelief. Good heavens, we merely signed up for a minor eerie scenario. Did it necessitate such an extensive assembly? Over 100 eerie beings attending to just the 3 of us? This fortune is beyond our deserving. The 3 were on the verge of tears, fearing for their lives. However, as the massive crowd of eerie beings approached, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, they were shocked to discover that these hundreds of entities were surrounding a single human. This individual appeared somewhat familiar. Could it be Chen Mu, the bookstore owner? With a sycophantic tone, remarked, Mr. Chen, behold, this is my eerie scenario. I assure you, you shall not be misled or suffer any loss. Chen Mu, exuding an air of dominance, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the scene like a leader on an inspection tour, occasionally nodding in approval. Surrounding him was a multitude of eager proprietors, all vying for his favor. The peculiar task presented here is remarkably simple. Rest assured, you need not exert the slightest bit of mental effort. The bookstore proprietor declared. This peculiar task has but a singular rule. If you can ascertain the result of 1-1, you shall successfully complete the task. The 3 human players nearby were bewildered, questioning whether they had misheard. What on earth? 1-1. Is this not a question suited for kindergarten? Could a task of such peculiarity pose such a trivial query? No, there must be some ulterior motive at play. A few astute oddities began to chime in. The conundrum of 1-1. It is said that only a handful of individuals in this world can answer it. Indeed, I have heard of a contemporary genius who spent an entire day determining the answer to 1-1. How could such a challenging question be posed to Mr. Chen? The bookstore owner clearly harbors dubious intentions. A throng of peculiar proprietors echoed in agreement. They all understood that 1-1 is a question for toddlers. Yet, could they voice such sentiments? If one were to assert that this question was exceedingly simple, one might as well imply that kindergartners could answer it, which would suggest a derision of Mr. Chen's intellect. Thus, only by elevating the question to an absurd level of difficulty could they highlight Mr. Chen's brilliance. The peculiar proprietors, being astute and aware of the impending bankruptcy, if their wares remained unsold, began to flatter shamelessly, disregarding their dignity. Chen, with a contemplative demeanor, stated 112. Upon uttering these words, the room erupted in applause. Good heavens, such a challenging question, and Mr. Chen managed to compute it instantaneously. Truly, Mr. Chen is a genius of our era. It is undeniable. I concede that Mr. Chen is the most intelligent human I have ever encountered. The bookstore owner, visibly exhilarated, proclaimed, "In all these years, Mr. Chen is the first to answer this formidable question. I hold Mr. Chen in great esteem. I hereby declare that Mr. Chen has successfully completed the task." Listening to the cascade of peculiar flattery, along with the bookstore owner's declaration of Mr. Chen's success, the three human observers exchanged incredulous glances, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Is this permissible? The trio felt as though their worldview had been utterly upended. Could it be that the peculiarities have been rendered simpletons, transformed into fools? If this is the case, then completing peculiar tasks would be a mere trifle. Among the three, one individual suddenly became animated and addressed the peculiar proprietor, "Boss, I too can provide the answer. It is 2. Does this mean I have also completed the task?" Upon hearing this, the bookstore owner furrowed his brow. "Who is this? Step aside and wait. This is a special rule from Mr. Chen. Do you think you are worthy? You have your own set of rules. I am busy here. You three may wait patiently." Hearing the bookstore owner's words, one person's composure shattered. Initially believing that the peculiarities had become fools, they realized that the fool was, in fact, themselves. This is not merely answering questions. It is a matter of social dynamics. Despite being of the same species, why do some individuals receive adulation from the peculiarities while others must grovel before them? The disparity is staggering. Amidst the flattery of an assortment of eccentric bosses, Chen Mu found himself surrounded as he ventured into the next bizarre scene. Consequently, the entire Wangjiang city erupted into a frenzy. As the news spread like wildfire, countless curious individuals opened their windows to gaze upon the streets, where Chen Mu was bizarrely embraced while undertaking peculiar tasks. Amidst the oddity, sporadic cheers erupted. Boss Chen is truly remarkable. How could he decipher such complex rules? It is utterly beyond my expectations. If only Boss Chen were my father. As time ticked away, Chen Mu, under the beckoning of various eccentric bosses, frantically tackled bizarre tasks at an astonishing average of 1 every 5 minutes. If there were a means of anti-cheating inspection in this strange apocalypse, Chen Mu would undoubtedly be branded as a cheater. Chapter 93. Acquiring the entire Wangjiang city as noon approached, Chen Mu felt a twinge of hunger. Who will be the next to encounter a peculiar scene? He inquired. "Boss Chen, it's my turn." The peculiar convenience store chimed a figure with an oddly cheerful demeanor, who surprisingly held a takeout bag. "Boss Chen," the peculiar one began, "the rules of my bizarre task are quite simple. You must consume this steaming bowl of beef noodles within 2 hours to complete the task. Rest assured, I have procured this from a human establishment, knowing well your fondness for noodles. Should you prefer something else, simply inform me, and I shall alter the rules to suit your taste." The other peculiar shop owners, witnessing this exchange, lamented their oversight, exclaiming, "Indeed, Boss Chen is hungry. He ought to be offered a meal." This shop owner had thoughtfully provided a meal for Chen Mu, crafting the task so that he could dine while accomplishing a peculiar mission. How unfortunate we didn't seize such a splendid opportunity to curry favor. This convenience store owner has truly struck gold. Chen Mu felt a twinge of embarrassment. The owner had gone to such lengths, and it would be remiss of him not to consider purchasing the store. A curious crowd had gathered around the convenience store, astonished to see that any peculiar being near Chen Mu seemed to transform from fearsome to remarkably amiable. Perhaps this was the influence of wealth. After finishing his lunch, Chen Mu resumed his tasks. Time slipped away, and by 6 o'clock in the evening, he had completed 137 peculiar missions. Accomplishing so many in a single day was no small feat, even surpassing the speed of those using exploits in online games. By 10 o'clock that evening, exhaustion weighed heavily upon Chen Mu. Despite appearing to effortlessly navigate through tasks, he had traversed much of Wangjiang City on foot. A typical person would have collapsed from fatigue by now. Furthermore, each entry into the peculiar scenes subjected him to a certain degree of eerie energy erosion. This explained why some players felt an overwhelming fatigue upon completing their missions and longed for restful slumber. As a high-level peculiar being, Chen Mu possessed the ability to withstand some of this eerie influence. Additionally, each time he signed a contract, his strength increased slightly, counteracting the effects of the eerie energy. This enabled him to endure over 100 peculiar scenes. Assessing his strength, Chen Mu realized he had surpassed the high-level threshold and was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of his abilities. While over 100 peculiar scenes may not compare to the vastness of Dark Knight Academy, they still offered substantial growth and power. He sensed that acquiring a few more peculiar scenes would allow him to achieve a breakthrough, reaching the apex of his strength. He pondered whether his ability to distribute peculiar little notes would be enhanced post-upgrade. "Shall we take a break?" Chen Mu remarked to his employers behind him, weary after a long day. Upon hearing this, the others grew anxious. A break? What a jest! It was already 10 in the evening, and 2 hours remained before the day concluded. If Chen Mu rested, would there be no one to oversee the peculiar scenarios? One of the anxious employers swiftly interjected, "Boss Chen, after a long day, you truly deserve a respite. How about this? We shall prepare a palanquin for you. You can rest comfortably inside while we carry you through the peculiar scenarios. You need not lift a finger. Simply enjoy your slumber, and we shall ensure your passage is seamless." With such an earnest proposal laid before him, Chen Mu found it difficult to decline. His benevolence and empathy for others made it hard to refuse. Soon, 2 of the peculiar employers procured a palanquin from one of the bizarre scenarios. "Please, Boss Chen, step aboard, and we shall carry you," a crowd of peculiar figures exclaimed. In this strange apocalypse, such treatment was unprecedented for anyone but Chen Mu. In the dead of night, a startling sight unfolded on the streets of Wangjiang City. A multitude of peculiar figures bore a palanquin within which Chen Mu rested soundly. Nearby, a driver and a security guard stood vigil, safeguarding his tranquility. Countless onlookers lined the streets, captivated by this surreal spectacle. All who beheld it could not help but ponder, was this truly the strange apocalypse? Was Chen Mu's version of this bizarre world congruent with their own? Despite existing in the same temporal realm, their experiences felt drastically disjointed. Inside the palanquin was immaculate, evidently cleaned in advance. Lying within, Chen Mu indulged in a brief, comfortable slumber. In his dreams, he occasionally heard the announcement from outside. "Congratulations, Boss Chen, on your successful passage." The crimson letters before him continued to refresh. "Congratulations on completing the silent amusement park. Congratulations on completing the hot spring resort. Congratulations on completing the drowned swimming pool." With each passing announcement, his tally of completions surged exponentially. Chen Mu could not help but exclaim inwardly, "How wonderful it is to possess wealth." This was indeed a genuine, fully automated passage to success. All major factions in Wangjiang City, save for the Fallen Mall, had been acquired by Chen Mu. This extensive acquisition had amassed most of the peculiar scenarios within the city into his possession. Purchasing all the peculiar scenarios in Wangjiang City was tantamount to claiming the city itself. In less than a month since his rebirth, he had acquired an entire city. At midnight, Chen Mu suddenly sensed a stillness outside the palanquin. After resting for 2 hours, he felt rejuvenated. He lifted the curtain of the palanquin to find the peculiar employers waiting patiently outside. "Is it over?" Chen Mu inquired. "Indeed, Boss Chen. You have successfully completed all the peculiar scenarios in Wangjiang City." They replied, "Very well. Please bring forth the contract. I shall sign it." Chen Mu has always been a man of his word, and especially so in this lucrative business. After a day's journey through all the bizarre scenes of Wangjiang City, it was indeed a laborious task for these peculiar entities. With each contract signed, Chen Mu sensed a growing power within him, a sign that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The eccentric proprietors were equally elated once the contracts were finalized. The bankruptcy of the strange scenes would no longer concern them. The sword of death, which had loomed over them, was finally lifted. Moreover, there was a monetary gain to be had. As for the amount, In this day and age, who can still find ghost money? One should simply take joy in receiving whatever funds are available. At long last, half an hour later, Chen Mu completed the signing of all the contracts.